In a remote mountain village, there resides a young lad named Lin Chen, endowed with what is deemed a waste spirit root, a blend of all 5 elemental attributes, yet lacking purity, rendering him the most hopelessly unpromising talent in the realm of cultivation. However, he refuses to succumb to fate. In a bid to liberate his family from the shackles of hunger and cold, he dedicates himself to relentless sword practice, wielding a rusted iron sword, and fiercely carves his path through a multitude of trials, ultimately gaining entrance to the esteemed Qingyun Sword Sect. While others soar to greatness with their innate spirit roots, he relies solely on perspiration and unwavering determination, comprehending the essence of the sword amidst dire circumstances. While others scramble for rare elixirs, he forages for herbs in desolate mountains and forges common iron, thereby creating his own method of body tempering. As so-called geniuses remain stagnant in the foundational stage, he has already established an unprecedented foundation for immortality, merging the 5 elemental paths based on his waste spirit root. From the humble village to the grand sect, from a mere outer disciple to the esteemed first disciple, and eventually to sweeping through the heavens and reaching the pinnacle of the immortal realm, he possesses no system, relies on no fortuitous encounters, but solely on the rusted sword in his grasp and an indomitable spirit that refuses to embrace mediocrity. Though the world may mock his mixed spirit roots, he merely smiles serenely. With all 5 elements present, how can one deem it wasteful? It is merely your narrow perspective. In this life, he aims to validate his name among the immortal legends with the flesh of a mortal. Chapter 1. 1,000 sword strikes each day. As dawn breaks, the first rays of sunlight illuminate the earth. 1091, 1092, 1093. In the mist-laden bamboo grove, piercing sounds of sword strikes echo. A young boy tirelessly swings his bamboo sword, his tenacious figure weaving through the fog like a specter. He has aspired to join the Qingyun Sword Sect on the neighboring mountain since childhood, setting a steadfast goal of striking the sword 10,000 times each day, come rain or shine. His family, laboring in the vegetable fields nearby, each exhibits a myriad of expressions upon hearing the sharp sounds of the sword. My brother has practiced swordsmanship since he was young. This year he shall surely be chosen by the Qingyun Sword Sect. His younger sister, Lin Yao, wipes the sweat from her brow, her eyes brimming with hope. Let us hope so. Otherwise, you may have to marry that scoundrel from the village chief's family. Their mother sighs silently. The Lin family has long struggled to make ends meet, relying on borrowed grain from the village chief to survive year after year. The village chief has already proclaimed that the borrowed grain need not be repaid, as long as Lin Yao marries his son, Dongwu. Dongwu is a notorious bully in the village, a genuine rogue, and Lin Yao feels a sense of dread every time she encounters him. I would rather risk my life than allow Yaoer to marry that beast, Dongwu, their father exclaims, furiously digging into the earth. He has witnessed Dongwu assaulting villagers on numerous occasions, showing no mercy even to the widows. Wed Lin Yao to such a man would surely lead to a bleak future. The family's hopes, helplessness, and anger intertwine, merging into the sword strikes that Lin Chen performs, making each swing feel weighted with significance. Not far away, on a small stone bridge, stands a graceful young woman in a sky-blue gown, her figure slender and her beauty exquisite, exuding a cold yet ethereal aura. The stream gurgles as she gazes intently at the indistinct figure in the woods, her admiration growing with each passing moment. Lin Chen's sword technique has improved beyond measure this year. He will surely be selected as an outer disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, she muses. My brother marries Lin Yao, and I wed Lin Chen. It would be a perfect arrangement. She is Dong Suner, the daughter of the village chief. Mississippi. Lin Chen cannot even afford an iron sword. How can he pass the entrance selection? Remarks are made, Xiao Chui, pursing her lips in disdain. That is precisely why we are here. Bring me the iron sword I carefully selected for him. He will surely be moved, and once a man is touched, he is easily won over. Indeed, you are quite thoughtful. Mississippi. Xiao Chui takes the iron sword into the woods. The sword strikes cease momentarily, only to resume shortly thereafter. Miss, he refused. He claimed he could defeat everyone with a bamboo sword. What arrogance! Xiao Chui retorts as she returns with the iron sword. He simply does not wish to owe me a favor. How proud he is. Dong Suner sighs helplessly. Due to her brother Dong Wu's frequent bullying of the Lin family to collect the owed grain, the relationship between the Dong and Lin families has become exceedingly strained, and it has also caused a rift between her and Lin Chen. What shall we do now? This was carefully chosen by the Miss. Do not fret. If he refuses, I shall give it to Qing Shan. I, Dong Suner, am not without suitors. She turns and walks toward another family's courtyard. An hour later, the mist in the woods dissipates, and the vibrant dawn hues paint the sky. After striking the sword 10,000 times, Lin Chen finally halts, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, his pants soaked as if pulled from water, and steam rising from his body. He does not rest, but immediately joins his family in their labor, acutely aware that idleness leads to hunger. Years of sword practice have sharpened his features, and his gaze is resolute, exuding a maturity far beyond his peers. The village girls, nearly all of whom have professed their affections for him, find Lin Chen particularly captivating, with Dong Suner being the most ardent, declaring that if he agrees to their union, she would even bring along a sturdy ox as a dowry. So focused is he on joining the Qingyun Sword Sect that he dismisses her proposal without a second thought. Why should immortals traverse the heavens, while mortals lead such a meager existence, their lives fleeting like insects? Even kings and nobles are merely larger insects in the eyes of immortals. From a young age, he has known what he desires. He does not wish to be a frog at the bottom of a well. He longs to become an immortal and behold the world of the divine. It is said that those who are close to water will first taste the moon, and residing at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, how could he not yearn to ascend to immortality? Day after day of arduous sword practice is all in preparation for the once-in-a-decade selection of outer disciples by the Qingyun Sword Sect. After a day filled with toil, he returns to his humble thatched cottage, utterly exhausted. He gazes at the mud-stained black roof and the tattered old quilt with a gaping hole beside him, his heart a tumult of emotions, intensifying his desire to join the immortal sect. Life as an ant should be accompanied by the aspirations of a swan. A fragile existence should possess an indomitable spirit. The Qingyun Sword Sect selects disciples once every 10 years, and according to the timeline, the selection is imminent. Failing to seize this opportunity would equate to missing the entirety of his life, leaving no chance to step into the realm of cultivation again. As he touches the bamboo sword beside him, a bitter smile crosses his lips. If there were any other options, who would dare to attend such a significant selection with merely a bamboo sword? As for Dong Suner's goodwill, he cannot accept it. The villagers all know that her affections are fickle, and accepting her offer would lead to an inextricable entanglement. Gaining entry into the Qingyun Sword Sect would suffice to secure the well-being of his entire family, but should he fail to be chosen, the Dong family would undoubtedly come knocking, leaving nothing but chaos in their wake. Though he possesses confidence in his swordsmanship, the Qingyun Sword Sect selection process is notoriously stringent, and no one can guarantee their acceptance. "Brother, after a long day, come eat," his sister's voice calls from outside the door. While the meal is merely a meager mix of wild vegetables and rice porridge, it is scarcely more nourishing than the village chief's dog receives. Life may be harsh, but it must continue. He rises to join the meal at the table. Their mother complains about the lack of rice to cook and the need to borrow some from the village chief. Their father, puffing on his pipe, wears a vacant expression that "I'll go catch some loaches with Dapeng later to improve our diet," Lin Chen says while sipping the rice porridge. Loaches carry a strong fishy odor, and without fine seasonings, they are hardly superior to rice porridge. Yet, this is the only source of nourishment he can find before the selection. "Brother, Dapeng said he likes me," Lin Yao suddenly states. "That warty toad wishes to court a swan." "Absolutely not," he retorts without hesitation. "Isn't he your best brother? Why do you still disagree?" "I think Dachuan is quite good. He is certainly far superior to that rogue from the Dong family." Lin Yao's expression was one of innocent naivety. "I say it's not permissible, and it is not permissible. Dachuan barely knows as many characters as I do. What qualifications does he have to marry you?" Lin Mo's stance was resolute. "Regardless, I have already made an agreement with him. Once you join the Qingyun Sword Sect, I shall marry him," Lin Yao said, unable to suppress a giggle. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's face darkened instantly. It was one thing for the village chief's son to have designs on his own sister, but now even his good friend was harboring intentions. It seemed this was the only way forward. If he could indeed join the Qingyun Sword Sect, he must ensure that his sister accompanied him. "That weren't you the one who expressed a desire to join me at the Qingyun Sword Sect? If I pass the selection and the sect permits, I will take you along," Lin Mo said while sipping on his rice porridge. "Yay, that's wonderful. You've finally agreed," Lin Yao exclaimed, throwing her arms around his neck in uncontainable joy. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had fallen into this little girl's trap. It seemed that his repeated refusals to bring her along had prompted her to employ this tactic of provocation. Now that he had acquiesced, there was no turning back. Retracting his promise was not in his character. "Do not rejoice too soon. Whether I can pass the selection remains uncertain. 10 years ago, not a single person from our village was chosen," Lin Mo remarked with a furrowed brow, his heart heavy with worry. "If my brother, who has practiced swordsmanship since childhood, could not be selected, then who could? I believe in you. You can do it, Lin Yao declared, her faith in him unwavering. Chapter 2. I possess a sword to vanquish evil. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Mo, as was his custom, practiced his swordsmanship in the bamboo forest. The wind whistled through the air, and his movements were sharp and decisive. After years of diligent training, he had gained a modest understanding of the sword arts. While he could not yet be deemed a master of the highest caliber, he was certainly capable of defeating competitors from his village. As the sun rose, Lin Yao came running with delightful news. Brother, Uncle Qi has arrived. Mother and father want you to come at once. All right, I shall go immediately. Uncle Qi was a prominent figure in the village. Even the village chief sought his favor. He shared a close bloodline with Lin Mo. Tracing back to a common ancestor generations ago, Uncle Qi owned a medicinal herb shop in the city and was regarded as a man of great prowess by the villagers. Whenever his name was mentioned, a glimmer of admiration would light up their eyes, and Lin Mo's parents spoke of him with utmost reverence. In the Lin family, Uncle Qi was the only relative of considerable standing, and his visits were met with great importance. The family could not resist sacrificing a treasured old hen for his hospitality. Although Uncle Qi had never looked down upon the Lin family, human hearts are inherently generous, and he remembered their kindness. In his youth, Lin Mo had even apprenticed at Uncle Qi's shop for a time, earning a small sum to contribute to household expenses. From Uncle Qi, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge about medicinal herbs. Before taking up sword practice, Lin Mo had aspired to follow in Uncle Qi's footsteps and open his own herbal shop. However, he soon realized that establishing such a business required substantial wealth and connections. Through Uncle Qi, he learned of the world's perils and the sorrows of being an ordinary mortal, which gradually ignited his ambition to join the Qingyun Sword Sect and ascend to immortality. It is worth noting that Uncle Qi's success in the city was somewhat tied to the Qingyun Sword Sect. Once, he had procured a rare herb for an immortal from the sect, which marked the beginning of his flourishing business. His enterprise expanded, to the extent that the Qingyun Sword Sect would sometimes seek his assistance for supplies or information. The village's decennial selection of outer disciples also relied on his connections. Uncle Qi's arrival at this moment undoubtedly pertained to the upcoming selection of outer disciples. Wait a moment, are you going to use this bamboo sword for the selection? Lin Mo inquired. Sister, you know our family's situation, we cannot afford a steel sword. Hee, I have already prepared one for you, follow me. Lin Yao took his hand and rushed towards a dilapidated temple in the village. There, an elderly beggar, who had frequented the area for years, awaited. Lin Yao often pilfered food from home to feed him. The day before, Lin Yao had expressed her concerns to the beggar, fearing her brother might fail the selection with a bamboo sword. The beggar lifted a large stone and unearthed a rusty iron sword from the ground, offering it to her. Upon inquiring about its origin, they learned that it was a weapon dropped by an immortal during a celestial duel witnessed by the beggar in his youth. After so many years, it was no wonder it had become so corroded. Lin Yao thought to herself that since it had fallen from an immortal, it must possess some extraordinary quality, and she joyfully presented the sword to Lin Mo. This sword is covered in rust. I dare say it is inferior to the bamboo sword, Lin Mo remarked, somewhat disdainfully pursing his lips. Brother, did you not hear me? This is a sword dropped by an immortal. It must be a treasure. What of the rust? If necessary, I shall polish it for you, Lin Yao declared resolutely, immediately commencing to grind it against the stone. Allow me, Lin Mo interjected, seizing the opportunity upon witnessing his sister's labors. After a vigorous session of polishing, the iron sword exhibited a marked increase in sharpness, though traces of rust still lingered upon its blade. Juxia? He discerned the two characters etched 1/3 of the way from the blade's hilt. Uncle Qishu had once remarked that only renowned artisans or swords belonging to individuals of stature bore inscriptions. Clearly, this sword possessed an extraordinary lineage. The name it bore was of little consequence. What truly mattered was its sharpness, Lin Yao wisely pointed out. Indeed, Lin Mo concurred, lifting both the bamboo sword and the iron sword for a brief comparison before striking them against one another, only to be rendered speechless. With almost effortless ease, the bamboo sword shattered. One must acknowledge the remarkable resilience of bamboo. Even a sharp blade would struggle to sever it. Thus, it was astonishing that this seemingly rusty iron sword had effortlessly cleaved the bamboo. At the moment the iron sword made contact, Lin Mo distinctly perceived a fleeting flash of fierce white light. Evidently, this sword harbored secrets. Perhaps, as the old beggar had claimed, it was indeed bestowed by an immortal. Given its prodigious sharpness, I shall wield this Zhu Xie for the selection. Lin Mo raised the sword, its brilliance glimmering in the sunlight. Upon returning home, Lin Mo and Lin Yao encountered a plump man adorned in freshly tailored satin garments, sporting a small mustache. Uncle Chishu. Greetings, Uncle Chishu. They greeted him with respectful fists clasped together. The siblings then stood attentively beside him, listening as their parents conversed with their uncle. Uncle Chishu regarded Lin Mo and Lin Yao with a warm smile, praising their good behavior before turning back to discuss his purpose with Lin Mo's parents. It transpired that Uncle Chishu had come to announce the recruitment of outer disciples for the Qingyun Sword Sect, with the sect's immortals expected to arrive that afternoon to oversee the selection process. Those chosen would receive a monetary reward of 10 taels of silver, sufficient to repay the Lin family's long-standing debts. More importantly, securing a place as an outer disciple would guarantee sustenance, along with monthly stipends and training resources. Even if one were not selected, there remained the possibility of being fortunate enough to manage affairs for the Qingyun Sword Sect in the mundane world, akin to Uncle Chishu, thereby gaining prosperity. Consequently, this selection held immense significance for the villagers. However, not everyone was afforded the opportunity to participate. The village had only 5 slots available for the selection. The authority to determine who would partake lay solely with Uncle Chishu. He had come to inform Lin Mo that he had been granted one of these exceedingly rare spots. Lin Mo's parents were overjoyed. It seemed their sacrifices over the years had finally borne fruit. Uncle Chishu, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Should Lin Mo be selected, we shall forego the 10 taels of silver entirely and dedicate it to expressing our gratitude to you. Lin father, aware of the rarity of this opportunity, resolutely made this decision, understanding that favors often required recompense. Old Lin, your words belittle me. I am well aware of your family's circumstances. 10 taels of silver is of paramount importance to you. My assistance this time is purely a gesture of goodwill towards Lin Mo's intelligence and diligence, without any ulterior motives. 7th uncle is also a straightforward man who declined the benefit of 10 taels of silver. The daily revenue from his apothecary far exceeds that amount, and he truly does not take it to heart. May I bow to you as a token of my gratitude? Lin father said as he prepared to kneel. In our village, where possessions are scarce, the only heartfelt expression of gratitude is to bow. Old Lin, please rise. I cannot accept such reverence. In fact, I should address you as elder brother. By the way, is the family tree still intact? Bring it forth for me to peruse. 7th uncle helped Lin father to his feet and continued to chat aimlessly. After savoring the nourishing chicken soup, 7th uncle patted Lin Mo's head and instructed him to gather at the village entrance in the afternoon to welcome the immortal before departing. Observing the joyful expressions on his parents' faces, Lin Mo's determination to succeed in the selection process intensified. Securing a spot in the selection is merely the beginning. He must triumph in combat among 5 contenders and undergo the route testing conducted by the immortal before being taken to the mountain. 10 years prior, an individual failed to pass the route test and consequently could not become an outer disciple. The Qingyun Sword Sect has exceedingly stringent criteria for accepting disciples. It is not so easily attained. Chapter 3. The selection in the afternoon. 7th uncle stood at the village entrance with 5 young aspirants awaiting the arrival of the immortal. Villagers nearby pointed and whispered, some claiming they had seen the immortal arrive on a flying sword last time, so it would surely be the same this time. Others speculated it might be by ox cart, while some suggested he might even ride a celestial crane. In truth, although the village is in close proximity to the Qingyun Sword Sect, the villagers have only glimpsed the immortal once every decade due to restrictions, leaving them filled with curiosity. Lin Mo, you must bring honor to your parents. 7th uncle is also hopeful for your family. If you are chosen, no one in the village will dare to bully you again. 7th uncle gazed intently at the sky, muttering softly. Thank you, 7th uncle. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the long sword, feeling a surge of anxiety, biting his lip. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of 7th uncle's white hair, a testament to the relentless passage of time, even for one as prosperous as him. Brother, when the immortal arrives, do not overreact. I have heard that the immortal does not favor timid children, his younger sister Lin Yao cautioned. Who told you that? Lin Mo chuckled, bemused by his sister's naivety. How could she possibly know the immortal's preferences? Humph, I just know, replied his sister, twirling her braided hair with innocent exuberance. Not far away, Dong Suner was using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from the brow of a promising young man named Zhu Qingshan. Zhu Qingshan was the only scholar in the village, skilled in both literature and martial arts, highly regarded by all. Initially, Dong Suner had her sights set on Lin Mo, but after being rebuffed, she turned her attention to Zhu Qingshan, hoping he might be selected. The sword in Zhu Qingshan's hand was the very one she had intended to gift to Lin Mo the day before, now adorned with a beautiful red tassel. Brother, have you seen that Sister Suner has a new bow? It's the scholar Zhu Qingshan, Lin Yao remarked with a tone of gossip. Even if she were to seek out Chun, it matters not to me, Lin Mo replied, his demeanor tranquil. Aspiring to join the Qingyun Sword Sect, he wished to remain aloof from such mundane affairs. In fact, he felt a sense of happiness for Dong Suner in finding Zhu Qingshan, hoping that this would be her final romantic endeavor. As childhood companions, he earnestly wished for her happiness. Casting a glance around, he noticed that apart from himself, Chun, Zhu Qingshan, and an unfamiliar man and woman were also present for the selection. The pair bore fair complexions, clearly not of peasant stock. After a brief contemplation, Lin Mo surmised that they were likely brought in by Uncle Seven from other villages. Uncle Seven was a merchant, driven by profit, and it seemed he had made quite a lucrative deal. However, Lin Mo felt no envy, since Uncle Seven had not taken a single coin from his family. It was perfectly acceptable for him to recoup his losses from others. As for Zhu Qingshan and Chun, they seemed to possess genuine skills. Zhu Qingshan was notably intelligent and had mastered a particular sword technique, likely making him the most formidable competitor in this selection. Chun, with his avarice and lustful tendencies, was imbued with innate strength, capable of clashing head-on with a sturdy ox. Lin Mo had already learned the selection rules from Uncle Seven. Celestial beings lacked the patience to allow 5 individuals to compete leisurely. To save time, they would be summoned to the stage simultaneously, with the victor undergoing a personal assessment of their spiritual roots by the celestial being. He calculated that Chun would not initiate an attack against him, as they were like brothers, and Chun harbored affections for Lin Yao, unless he had lost his senses. Then there were the 2 unfamiliar faces, standing close together, indicating a pre-established alliance against their foes. Lastly, there was Zhu Qingshan, who would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to challenge him. In a one-on-one scenario, Lin Mo had a significant chance of victory. Even wielding a bamboo sword, he could hold his own, especially with the Zhu Xie sword now in hand. Though it appeared ordinary, it was extraordinarily sharp, having been tested previously. After a careful observation, he devised a strategy. This melee would ultimately hinge on survival. Once on the stage, he resolved not to strike first, instead waiting to clean up the aftermath. After all, he had yet to attain the strength required to single-handedly vanquish 4 opponents. Of course, he couldn't dismiss the possibility that the other 4 harbored similar thoughts. Thus, he would need to adapt to the unfolding situation. At that moment, the clouds above parted, and a beam of sword light streaked through the air. As the light descended, a middle-aged man clad in the Qingyun Sword Sect's attire appeared, radiating an aura of unparalleled confidence, a wine gourd dangling from his waist. Upon noticing this, Uncle Seven promptly approached the 5 youths. Lin Jun, I pay my respects to the immortal, he stated. There's no need for excessive formalities. Are these the 5 you have selected for me? The middle-aged man inquired coldly, his gaze sweeping across Lin Mo and the others. The 5 youths felt their hearts race uncontrollably under the intensity of his scrutiny. The man's gaze lingered on Lin Mo for a moment longer, and after a careful examination, he nodded in approval. It seems to be much better than last time, as there is unexpectedly a promising individual at the 3rd level of body refinement. Achieving the 3rd level through self-cultivation is commendable, though one wonders about the quality of his spiritual roots. Ordinary individuals can only remain at the body refinement stage. It is only those endowed with spiritual roots who can draw in energy and become cultivators. It is evident that the middle-aged man holds a great admiration for Lin Mo. This immediately incited the ire of the other 4, and even Chun clenched his fists tighter. Lin Mo felt 3 dark lines form on his forehead. Having just set a goal of clandestine development, this was a significant setback. Now, he could only hope that the bond of friendship with Chun was as solid as a rock. This lad possesses innate strength. Should he land a punch, it would likely cause Lin Mo to spit blood. He turned to glance at Chun, who had relaxed his previously clenched fists, revealing a simple smile, as if to convey reassurance. Fear not, for we are good brothers. Lin Mo swallowed hard. Plans are ever more susceptible to change than anticipated, and he could only adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Immortal, this is my family member, named Lin Mo. Since childhood, I have aspired to join the Qingyun Sword Sect, practicing my swordsmanship 1,000 times daily. Observing his diligence, I shall reward him with an opportunity. The 7th uncle, who had previously displayed arrogance before the villagers, now appeared exceedingly respectful. The surrounding villagers dared not even breathe, overwhelmed by his presence. Without further ado, the first test would commence, selecting one victor from among the 5. The path of immortality is one of survival of the fittest, rife with bloodshed and turmoil. Mere effort and talent are insufficient. The ability to excel in actual combat is of the utmost importance. As the middle-aged man spoke, he crossed his arms and strolled towards the arena. The immortal's perception far exceeds that of mortals, and he had long sensed the arena's presence. Soon, amidst the villagers' adulation, Lin Mo and the others were ushered onto the stage. Begin. You have the duration of an incense stick to compete. After the incense burns out, I shall personally assess the spiritual roots of the victor. Should there be no victor, all will be eliminated. As the middle-aged man seated himself, he observed the stage with keen interest. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The villagers were awed into submission by the man's authority, watching the stage with bated breath. The 5 individuals on stage felt an immense weight of pressure. Nearby, an incense stick burned steadily, nearing its end. Following the prior plan, Lin Mo stealthily retreated to a corner upon stepping onto the stage. To his surprise, Chun jogged over, clapping him on the shoulder to stand beside him. The situation on the stage was clear. Lin Mo and Chun formed one team, while the 2 refined strangers constituted another, and Zhu Qingshan remained isolated. The question now was which side would act first. The immortal had made it clear that should the incense burn out without a victor, all would be disqualified, making a stalemate untenable. It was apparent that Lin Mo's side was evenly matched against the refined strangers, with no inherent advantage. However, any confrontation with Zhu Qingshan would be a 2-on-1 scenario, providing a natural edge. Let us first deal with this lone adversary. The 4 quickly reached a consensus, preparing to eliminate Zhu Qingshan before settling the final contest. Zhu Qingshan, cornered by the 4, found it hard to believe. At first glance, upon observing the lineup, he felt a surge of joy, contemplating the possibility of the 4 combatants exhausting themselves in a fierce struggle, allowing him to swoop in and claim an easy victory. To his utter astonishment, the 4 individuals surprisingly united against him. "Stay back, I concede," he exclaimed, leaping off the stage in a hasty retreat without engaging in battle. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astounded. My goodness, Zhu Qingshan is truly inept. He surrendered before anyone could even make a move. The maid, Xiao Chui, couldn't help but mutter in disdain. What a useless fellow. Lin Mo is far superior. Dong Suner expressed a tinge of regret, as she had initially held high hopes for Lin Mo. Once Zhu Qingshan conceded, the dynamics of the arena became crystal clear. A fierce clash was inevitable between the 2 factions. It was merely a matter of who would strike first. Chapter 4. Victory in a narrow encounter. The valiant shall prevail. Knowing that conflict was unavoidable, seizing the initiative became the preferable strategy. Lin Mo and Chun exchanged a glance, simultaneously charging towards the opposing pair. Lin Mo engaged in a lively duel with the young man, captivating the villagers who erupted in applause, even causing the middle-aged man to regard him with newfound admiration. What exquisite swordsmanship! Is it truly self-taught? Indeed, it is self-taught, I assure you. Every morning, he practices 1,000 sword strikes in the bamboo grove. The villagers are well aware of this, interjected Uncle Chi, with unwavering confidence. It appeared this young man possessed a remarkable talent for swordsmanship. One could only hope his spiritual aptitude was not lacking. The middle-aged man straightened his posture, regaining his composure. Over the years, he had witnessed countless gifted youths, many of whom were exceptionally talented. Lin Mo, while commendable, could only be deemed somewhat worthy of joining the Qingyun Sword Sect. On the stage, Chun swung a punch that missed its mark as the young woman, with her remarkable agility, gracefully leaped away. Before Chun could react, he felt a sharp kick from behind. Stumbling, he nearly fell off the stage, and after enduring several blows from the young woman, he finally managed to turn around. You vicious woman, Chun seethed, gritting his teeth. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, her strength surpassed that of many laborers, indicating she had trained in some martial arts sect. Although these martial arts sects could not compare to the esteemed Qingyun Sword Sect, they possessed considerable prowess and were favored by many affluent families. It was evident that these 2 had likely benefited from their parents' significant investments in their martial training. Even with Chun's innate strength, he found himself at a disadvantage against this young woman. Initially concerned about injuring her, he now felt no need to hold back. With a fierce roar, Chun uprooted a wooden beam from the stage and charged at the young woman. Terrified, she retreated with her sword, casting a pleading glance at the young man beside her. Alas, the young man was faring poorly against Lin Mo. Initially employing techniques learned from his martial arts sect, he managed to hold his ground, but as Lin Mo found his rhythm, the young man was relentlessly overwhelmed, left with little recourse. In a moment of desperation, the young woman leapt high, attempting to leverage her agility, but Chun, having learned from his previous encounter, was determined not to let her succeed. Here I come. Chun hurled the massive wooden beam aside, sending the young woman sprawling off the stage. Hee, Lin Mo, the incense is about to burn out. Let us finish this fellow so we can face each other one-on-one. He smugly brushed the dust off his hands and watched Lin Mo with keen interest. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Mo severed his long sword with a single strike, taking advantage of the surprise to kick him away. In an instant, only Lin Mo and De Chun, the best of brothers, remained on the platform. Lin Mo cast a glance at the burning incense, realizing it was indeed close to extinguishing. Entering the Qingyun Sword Sect had been his lifelong aspiration. He had tirelessly wielded his sword 10,000 times a day for 10 consecutive years, and he could not afford to relinquish this opportunity to anyone. If a victor was not determined, both he and De Chun would face elimination. De Chun, I must offend you. He charged forward, sword in hand. Ah, you heartless wretch. Just last night we were catching loaches together, and now you're out for blood. De Chun dodged repeatedly, but regrettably, he was at a disadvantage in speed. After a few simple exchanges, Lin Mo had his sword poised at De Chun's throat. Humph. I was intentionally letting you win. De Chun's lips twitched, acknowledging his defeat. Sounds as though I'm not the only one. Lin Mo sheathed his sword and offered a respectful nod to the middle-aged man at the side. However, the man remained unmoved. De Chun had not yet exited the stage. Thus, he was not officially defeated. De Chun, what are you playing at? Jump down yourself. Lin Mo urged him with a glance. As the incense was on the verge of burning out. Wait, you must promise me one thing. Once you ascend the mountain, can you take care of Lin Yao for me? De Chun surprisingly seized the opportunity to negotiate. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead, feeling a hint of a headache. If it were anyone else, he would have simply thrust his sword down to conclude matters, but he found it hard to lay a hand on De Chun. I've made up my mind to take Lin Yao with me to the mountain if the sect permits it. Don't harbor any illusions. Lin Mo shattered De Chun's hopes directly. Who said the sect allows bringing someone up? Who do you think you are? The middle-aged man stood up, casting a cold glance at him. In that moment, the entire arena fell silent, enveloped in an aura of chill. In previous years, there had been disciples who wished to bring others up the mountain, but the sect had long since established rules prohibiting such actions unless one could become an inner disciple. The man inhaled deeply before continuing. Then I shall become an inner disciple. Lin Mo's gaze was resolute. Haha, how naive. To become an inner disciple, one must reach the foundation establishment stage and pass the sect's assessments. This incense is about to burn out. I suggest you aim to become an outer disciple first. The middle-aged man chuckled mockingly as he surveyed the stage. Oh no, I almost overlooked it. The incense is nearly gone. The defeated De Chun quickly leaped off the stage. Witnessing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo had successfully passed the first assessment, which was truly marvelous. Lin's parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes. My brother won. I knew he would. Lin Yao exclaimed joyfully, hopping with excitement. Though she could not accompany Lin Mo to the mountain just yet, there was still hope. Lin Mo, are you all right? Congratulations on passing the first assessment. Dong Suner ascended the stage, accompanied by her maidservant, and delicately wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. This scene ignited a wave of resentment among the young maidens in the audience, who whispered harsh condemnations of her shamelessness. Miss Suner, please maintain your dignity. Lin Mo grasped her hand, causing her to tremble in surprise. Lin Mo, are you upset? She implored. I only gifted the sword I bought for you to Zhu Qingshan to provoke you. In truth, my heart has always belonged to you, she lamented, her expression pitiful. Lin Mo cast her a sidelong glance, uttering nothing as he approached the middle-aged man. Well done, I knew my judgment would prove correct. Stand still. I shall now conduct the second test to assess your spiritual roots. Should you possess the rarest celestial root, I might make an exception and accept you as an inner disciple. The man placed his hand atop Lin Mo's head, unleashing waves of ethereal energy. Under everyone's gaze, a dazzling array of colors materialized above Lin Mo, revealing 5 distinct orbs. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Your spiritual roots are indeed complete. The middle-aged man's voice resonated with mockery, disappointment, and a hint of resignation. Thank you, esteemed one. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. All his efforts had finally culminated in his acceptance as an outer disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Yet, he sensed this was merely the beginning. His next ambition was to strive for inner disciple status and bring his sister to the mountain. Esteemed one, I am Li Juanhao, and I shall be your outer master from now on. Feel free to approach me with any uncertainties. Li Juanhao's tone softened noticeably. Master, you mentioned I possess 5 spiritual roots. Is that a blessing or a curse? Lin Mo, newly inducted as an outer disciple, lacked understanding of such matters. Whether it's a blessing or a curse depends on the choices you make. Li Juanhao briefly elucidated the concept of spiritual roots. A mortal must possess spiritual roots to attract and harness spiritual energy, taking the first steps toward immortality. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. In this regard, Lin Mo was undeniably fortunate, yet simultaneously unfortunate. The 5 elemental roots, while complete, were less desirable compared to singular attribute roots, known as celestial roots, which were highly coveted by sections. Following that were the variant roots, born of a fusion of 2 or more elemental attributes, also sought after fervently by cultivation sections. However, Lin Mo's 5 roots were deemed pseudo-roots in the cultivation realm. While this qualification enabled him to sense and draw in the world's spiritual energy, the efficacy of his training would be dismal, making the Qi refinement stage exceptionally arduous and the foundation establishment stage nearly impossible. Those with celestial roots might succeed without the need for foundation establishment pills, while those with variant roots could achieve success with just 1 or 2 pills. In contrast, individuals like Lin Mo, with pseudo-roots, would require a dozen or more pills for a chance at success. Unless born into a prestigious sect where foundation establishment pills were as plentiful as candy, an ordinary person would find themselves in despair. Do not lose heart. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as inherently worthless material, only gold misplaced. While 5 spiritual roots indeed lacked advantages in cultivation, they offered considerable benefits in alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and talisman creation. Mark my words, these are substantial advantages. Not everyone can become a master of alchemy, weapon forging, formation, or talisman crafting. Such talents cannot merely be acquired through diligent effort. The Qingyun Sword Sect focuses on these rare peaks, eagerly seeking individuals like you. However, everything hinges on your ability to draw in energy. Without this, one cannot be deemed an immortal in the realm of cultivation. By the way, after a year of joining the sect, there will be an assessment. Those disciples who fail to draw in energy will be dismissed from the mountain. And even a master cannot assist you in that regard. Therefore, you must strive diligently. It is evident that Li Juanhao holds high expectations for Lin Mo. Chapter 5. Companions. Thank you, Master. I would like to inquire why, since spiritual roots are so crucial, we do not directly test the spiritual roots of the 5 individuals before the competition? Lin Mo had been eager to ask this question. Testing spiritual roots is an immensely draining process, consuming precious spiritual energy that is hard to come by. There is no need to waste it on ordinary individuals. Only those who can excel in actual combat warrant the expenditure of spiritual energy for such tests. Spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, and testing each person would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if my energy were depleted, I might not uncover a single individual. Conversely, those who succeed in the competition are likely to possess noteworthy qualities, and the probability of them having spiritual roots is significantly higher. Targeted searches often yield unexpected rewards, and this selection process mandated by the sect has been refined over centuries of experience. Your momentary confusion is understandable. It is commendable that your mind is agile, indicating you are indeed a person of potential. I have great faith in you. Li Juanhao regarded him with a friendly demeanor. Thank you for clarifying, Master. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, feeling that his master was quite kind and exceedingly patient. Very well. I shall grant you a stick of incense's worth of time, after which we will proceed to the sect together. With that, Li Juanhao turned and strode towards the village tavern. Though the worldly wine lacked spiritual energy, it possessed a unique flavor that even immortals occasionally enjoyed. In an instant, the villagers gathered around, showering Lin Mo with warm inquiries and assuring him not to worry. They would care for his family while he focused on his cultivation at the Qingyun Sword Sect. The village chief even declared that anyone who dared to bully the Lin family would have to answer to him. Brother, come to fetch me soon. Lin Yao cried, her eyes glistening with tears as she thought of ascending the mountain with Lin Mo. I will definitely become an inner sect disciple within 3 years. Wait for me. Yao Yao. Lin Mo gently stroked his sister's hair, feeling a pang of reluctance. Let us make a promise. No lying. They sealed their vow with a pinky swear. With that, Lin Mo's sister smiled, wiping her tears away. She then released her braided hair, letting it flow gracefully. She tied a blue ribbon from her braid around Lin Mo's wrist, reminding him not to forget their 3-year promise. Congratulations, old Lin. I knew Lin Mo would succeed. This is the silver awarded to you by the sect, and there will be ample silver each month. You may write to Lin Mo once a year through me. Uncle Qi said, pulling out silver coins to hand to Lin Mo's parents. My son has finally been chosen by the Qingyun Sword Sect. Lin Mo's father sighed in relief, feeling that today was indeed bright and promising. Congratulations, old Lin. Cheers to you. Old Lin, let me treat you to a drink. Do share how you raised such an exceptional child as Lin Mo. The villagers gathered around the elderly couple to offer their congratulations. Observing the favorable treatment bestowed upon the new outer disciples, the young people present were filled with eager anticipation for the selection process a decade hence. Lin Mo, once you enter the sect, Heed your master's words. Steer clear of trouble. The outside world is far different from home. In times of adversity, it is paramount to endure and prioritize your safety, Lin's mother cautioned, as she pressed the meticulously prepared bundle into Lin Mo's hands. This bundle contained a new set of clothes crafted with the family's utmost effort, along with Lin Mo's favorite roasted sweet potatoes. Although Lin Mo absorbed little else, he firmly etched the phrase "safety is paramount" into his memory. Mother and father, I understand the importance of safety, so do not worry. I shall send back every ounce of silver I earn each month to repay our debts. And please, do not marry off my sister. She is still too young. Within 3 years, I will return as an inner disciple to bring her with me, he declared, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having never ventured beyond the village his entire life, this was his first departure. Before long, a stick of incense had burned down, and Li Juanhao approached with a slightly tipsy demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Dachuan followed closely by his side, radiating an air of triumph as if he had received a monumental blessing. Has everything been arranged? Li Juanhao inquired. It has been arranged, came the reply. Good. Should anything occur, do not panic. You both need only grasp my arms tightly. Master, who do you mean by both? Lin Mo questioned, puzzled, wondering if someone else would accompany Li Juanhao up the mountain. Ahem. Zhao Dachuan possesses extraordinary innate strength, a rarity indeed. I intend to make an exception and accept him as a servant disciple, allowing him to undertake menial tasks at the Qingyun Sword Sect. If he performs well and successfully channels his energy, he may eventually transition to an outer disciple. Li Juanhao's declaration astonished all present, prompting a portion of the villagers to rush from Lin's parents' side to Zhao's, expressing their warm regards. Dachuan's mother, your son has succeeded. Who would have thought he would be taken in as a servant disciple by an immortal? Such fortune. The villagers expressed their envy, recognizing that serving in the immortal sect would undoubtedly be a better fate than laboring in Qingyun village. Dachuan, congratulations. Lin Mo felt a sincere joy at the prospect of journeying to the mountain alongside Zhao Dachuan. Casting a glance at Lin Yao, an unsettling worry crept over him. During their time in the village, the ruffian from the Dong family had refrained from troubling his sister, but now, with both he and Dachuan at the Qingyun Sword Sect, he was uncertain of the Dong family's next moves. However, he quickly reassured himself that, as an outer disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, even the village chief would think twice before opposing the Lin family. After confirming that everything was in order, Li Juanhao rolled up his sleeves and, with Lin Mo and Zhao Dachuan in tow, soared through the clouds like a vibrant rainbow, vanishing in an instant. The villagers gazed upward, their hearts racing with excitement. To be an immortal is truly splendid. In the sky, the wind whipped at Lin Mo's face, making it difficult to open his eyes. When he finally managed to do so, he beheld the village shrinking beneath him, until it faded from sight. Li Juanhao held one of them in each hand, darting through the air with lightning speed. Truly, he was a celestial being traversing the heavens. This only heightened Lin Mo's anticipation for the life that awaited him in the sect, wondering if he would be able to keep pace with the rigorous training and how long it might take before he too could soar through the clouds like Li Juanhao. Close your eyes if you wish to avoid blindness, Li Juanhao solemnly cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo promptly shut his eyes, and his mind was instantly filled with the image of his younger sister. She had been found by their parents at the age of 3, abandoned in a dilapidated temple. The Lin family had kept this a secret, hoping to prevent Lin Yao from feeling that she was not truly their own. However, secrets cannot remain hidden forever. During an accidental conversation, she had overheard the truth. Since then, she had frequently visited that crumbling temple, which led to her feeding the old beggar. Reflecting on the sword behind him, Lin Mo sensed that its sharpness was merely one aspect, and he was determined to explore its deeper mysteries when the opportunity arose. Lin Mo, just now Lin Yao told me you promised to bring her to the mountain within 3 years? De Chun inquired, turning his head. Indeed. I must successfully establish my foundation and become an inner disciple within 3 years. Lin Mo replied with unwavering conviction. Haha. You believe you can establish your foundation in just 3 years? As your master, I am regarded as the most gifted individual of the Qingyun Sword Sect in a century, and it took me 5 years to succeed. Moreover, you possess a mere pseudo-spiritual root. It is commendable to have dreams, but one should not set such unrealistic goals. The disappointment when you realize you cannot achieve them will be profound, Li Juanhao admonished earnestly. The most gifted individual of the Qingyun Sword Sect in a century. Our master is truly remarkable, Zhao Dachuan marveled in admiration. The path must be forged by oneself. Without pushing your limits, how can you know your capabilities? Besides, I have promised my sister, and I shall see it through, Lin Mo declared with obstinate resolve. Disregarding the wisdom of elders often leads to immediate consequences. Do as you wish, Li Juanhao replied, pursing his lips and choosing to say no more. Yet, he found himself quite fond of Lin Mo, recalling his own stubbornness from years past, when he too defied his master's wishes. He only hoped Lin Mo would not stray down a misguided path, spending his life in atonement. As memories of the past welled up, his eyes grew moist. Since Lin Mo was willing to strive, he resolved to lend a hand whenever possible. After all, it had been many years since he had taken on a new disciple. Do not worry. I will also exert myself in cultivation. Just because you may not succeed does not mean I cannot. When the time comes, I will help you bring Lin Yao to the mountain, Zhao Dachuan added, earning an eye roll from Lin Mo. Before long, Lin Mo sensed that Li Juanhao was becoming increasingly fatigued. Both his speed and grip on their hands had noticeably weakened. To prevent a fall, Lin Mo clutched tightly to Li Juanhao's arm, pondering how this man, hailed as the most gifted in a century, seemed to possess a rather modest level of cultivation. De Chun seemed to have noticed this as well, gripping even tighter than Lin Mo. Thus, the three of them appeared to be engaged in a struggle in midair. Fortunately, the magnificent structures of the Qingyun Sword Sect emerged from the sea of clouds before them. At last, you two little rascals nearly caused your master to meet his demise. I told you to hold on tightly, not to grip so fiercely. Li Juanhao complained as he descended with the two to the mountain gate. Greetings, Master Li. Congratulations to Master Li, who has welcomed 2 new disciples. The 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Chapter 6, Ascending the Mountain. It seems fortune has favored us. After releasing the 2 disciples, Li Juanhao quickly examined his arms, which were bruised and battered, a grim sight indeed. He was astonished at his innate strength. If he did not apply some medicinal liquor soon, it would likely take a considerable time to heal. The 2 disciples, witnessing this, struggled to suppress their laughter, for in the sect, strength was paramount, and they had no right to mock Li Juanhao. Now, we shall proceed to the 3rd test, to assess your stamina. The first to reach the summit today shall be granted a meal, declared Li Juanhao, transforming into a streak of light that soared towards the peak, leaving Lin Mo and Zhao Dachuan staring in astonishment. Zhao Dachuan remarked, haven't we all become disciples? What more is there to test? Lin Mo replied, clearly, Master is settling a score. Does he not mean that one of us shall go without food today? Zhao Dachuan retorted, it's your fault for holding on too tightly. Lin Mo countered, I beg your pardon. Without your innate strength, I would not have gripped so firmly. The 2 continued their banter while slowly ascending the mountain. Li Juanhao, not far ahead, felt a sense of miscalculation. These 2 rascals, whom he intended to exhaust in a competition for first place, were crawling up the mountain at a snail's pace. It was indeed a miscalculation. He had forgotten their bond of brotherhood. With a resigned sigh, he flew back to the sect. Lin Mo and Zhao Dachuan, being natives of the mountains, found the ascent relatively effortless. Their leisurely pace made it feel as though they were on a leisurely excursion. Dachuan, look at this enchanting landscape of emerald mountains, flowing waters, and melodious birds. It is truly a paradise on earth. No wonder the sect is established here. I truly admire the founding ancestors, Lin Mo observed, glancing around at the towering peaks, each vying for prominence amidst the clouds and mists. Occasionally, the sounds of beasts and birds echoed through the mountains, brimming with vitality. Have you not noticed that the birds here are considerably larger than those in other places? It indicates an abundance of spiritual energy. Who would have thought that I could also become an immortal? Ha! Though I am merely a servant disciple, I am content, Zhao Dachuan said, sitting on a rock, admiring the picturesque scenery. By the way, Dachuan, how did you manage to appease Master? It is truly miraculous that he made an exception for you, Lin Mo inquired curiously. Ha! Did Master not say it himself? I, Dachuan, possess innate strength. The sect has need of me. The key was that I treated him to a meal. He found me rather likable, Zhao Dachuan replied, beaming with pride. So, it was Master's fondness for wine that you cleverly exploited. Lin Mo understood, recalling the gourd of wine hanging from Li Juanhao's waist. We know not how high this mountain truly is. Let us hasten our ascent, he said, casting a glance at the winding stone steps as they continued their climb. After a considerable time, the 2 finally reached the summit, where a majestic mountain gate came into view, with the main hall of the sect shrouded in mist behind it. Radiant hues of light emanated from within the hall, giving the impression that celestial beings resided inside. Lin Mo felt a surge of emotion within, realizing that his decade-long dedication to swordsmanship had finally borne fruit as he stepped into the realm of immortals. The 2 of them traversed the mountain gate and walked into the sect together. Just a few steps out, they encountered the long-waiting Li Juanhao. Which of you prevailed? He inquired, his shoulders still aching, and he wished to hold one of them accountable. Master, I emerged victorious, they replied in unison. Who truly won? Li Juanhao, suppressing his anger, felt as if he had been toyed with again. It was he who won. They pointed at each other. Enough. Follow me, Li Juanhao conceded, realizing he had no choice but to let them off the hook, as delaying important matters would be counterproductive. They passed through a winding corridor and crossed a mist-shrouded stone bridge, arriving at another peak. Along the way, Li Juanhao offered a brief history of the Qingyun Sword Sect. The first-generation patriarch was the Qingyun Sword Immortal, who gained fame after battling the demon sect's god transformation stage leader with his nascent soul cultivation. The demon sect retreated in defeat, and the Qingyun Sword Immortal established the sect in this blessed land, a legacy that has persisted for over 1,000 years. Once a formidable force, the sect produced several nascent soul masters and held significant sway over the entire Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. Regrettably, with the resurgence of the demon sect, the Qingyun Sword Immortal and many nascent soul masters perished in battle, and the once mighty sect lost its former glory. Nevertheless, within 1,000 miles, the Qingyun Sword Sect still held undeniable authority, particularly under the leadership of the current Supreme Master Wang Xianyi, who embodied the spirit of the founding patriarch and aspired to restore the sect to its zenith. After concluding his narrative, he encouraged Lin Mo and Zhao Dachuan to exert themselves diligently. Unexpectedly, the two were utterly captivated, leaning over the railing amidst the swirling clouds, astonished by the sight of a colossal demonic puppet engaged in construction in the distance. Under Wang Xianyi's stewardship, the Qingyun Sword Sect had flourished rapidly in recent years, attracting numerous new disciples, necessitating a significant increase in the number of corresponding palaces. The construction of these celestial abodes differed fundamentally from mortal efforts, rather than painstakingly stacking stones. They employed enormous demonic puppets to flatten entire peaks, achieving an efficiency that far surpassed human capabilities. You two rascals, how can you be my disciples, yet not diligently learn? In the future, should you encounter hardships, do not blame me, your master, he admonished, giving each of them a light slap on the head. At that moment, an ethereal elder with flowing white hair approached. Li Shidi, I never expected that Qingyo village would produce 2 outer disciples this year. It is indeed a cause for celebration. The sect leader will surely be delighted, he remarked. An elder, adorned in the sect's distinguished azure robes and exuding an aura of celestial grace, drifted toward them. Brother Zhang, you have misunderstood. The more handsome one here is my newly accepted outer disciple, though regrettably, he possesses only a pseudo-spiritual root. As for the more robust-looking one, he is naturally strong, and I deem him exceptional among mortals. Thus, I have brought him to the mountain as a servant disciple. Perhaps he may have the opportunity to ascend to the outer sect and contribute to our sect's endeavors. Li Juanhao explained hastily. Natural strength is merely brute courage. No matter how strong, it will ultimately be limited to the mortal realm. Has Brother Li ever tested his spiritual root? If he possesses one, it would be advantageous to recruit him into the sect. The elder scrutinized Zhao Dachuan, finding his muscular physique quite intriguing. Zhao Dachuan kept his head lowered, avoiding eye contact. The celestial being emanated an aura of authority that imposed a significant pressure on mortals, which Zhao Dachuan could clearly sense. According to the sect's regulations, only those who excelled in the initial assessment were required to expend spiritual energy to test their spiritual roots. Hence, no testing had yet occurred. Li Juanhao provided an explanation. Upon hearing this, Brother Zhang immediately broke into laughter. No need for explanations. I understand Brother Li's predicament. I happen to be in need of a disciple. And if Brother Li is willing to part with this individual, I could assist in testing him. After all, the presence or absence of a spiritual root is crucial for one's ability to channel energy into the body and ultimately affects a disciple's future. We must approach this matter with utmost seriousness. Testing is essential and should not be taken lightly. Brother Zhang rambled on, evidently seeking to acquire a disciple. Li Juanhao furrowed his brows, hesitating to respond. Observing this exchange, Brother Zhang quickly grasped the situation. It is said that mortals are pragmatic, but cultivators are even more so. By the way, Brother Li, I happen to have a few high-quality spirit stones that could greatly aid in your recovery of spiritual energy. As he spoke, he produced a handful of stones radiating a soft, white glow. This luminescence was unlike any ordinary light. It was gentle and almost liquid-like, exuding an air of enchantment. This was the first encounter with spirit stones for both Lin Mo and Zhao Dachuan, who stared in wide-eyed wonder. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Zhang. Although I, Li Juanhao, am currently down on my luck, I do not regard a mere handful of spirit stones with any significance. Li Juanhao crossed his arms, gazing skyward. Then perhaps a few more would suffice? After all, This is merely a servant disciple. We cannot go overboard. Brother Zhang hastily produced several additional stones. Brother, I, Li Juanhao, once purchased pills at auctions for thousands of spirit stones each without a flicker of an eye. Do you think I would covet these few stones? Li Juanhao cast a sidelong glance at the spirit stones, contemplating that a few more would be even better. Brotherly, a true hero does not dwell on past glories. Who could blame you for your impulsive actions that ruined what could have been? Your survival is already a stroke of luck. Those disciples who perished are the ones who truly suffered. If you truly do not value these spirit stones, I will not press the matter. Yet it is a shame for this servant disciple, as he may possess a spiritual root and have the potential for greater development. As the elder spoke, he clasped his hands, obscuring the glow of the spirit stones. Listening to their conversation, Lin Mo felt a surge of curiosity about his master. Once hailed as the most gifted in the sect, and the experiences he had endured. In the next moment, Li Juanhao grasped the elder's hands, forcibly prying the spirit stones from his fingers. Hee, Brother Zhang, do not take offense. How could I not care for the future of my disciple? There is no need for veiled jabs. I am no longer the person I once was. I shall accept these spirit stones. Zhao Dachuan, from this day forth, you shall be Brother Zhang's disciple. Do not hesitate to pay your respects. Li Juanhao cheerfully stuffed the spirit stones into his storage bag while raising his voice to call out to Zhao Dachuan. Disciple Zhao Dachuan, greetings to Senior Brother Zhang. No, I mean, greetings to Master. Zhao Dachuan, nervous, almost misspoke. Hold your horses on the formalities. Let me first assess your spiritual root. The elder extended his hand to test Zhao's spiritual root, placing it atop his crown while muttering incantations. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot skyward, piercing through the elder's fingers. Heavenly spiritual root. The elder exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Goodness, it's actually a gold attribute, heavenly spiritual root. Li Juanhao's eyes widened as he glanced at the spirit stones in his storage bag, feeling as though he had truly suffered a loss. Senior brother, may I return the spirit stones to you? No need for such formality. Keep the spirit stones close. As your disciple, I will teach you well, rest assured. I shall not neglect you, the elder replied, his eyes narrowing with delight. He felt he had struck gold. A disciple with a heavenly spiritual root was exceedingly rare, with limitless potential. As a master, he would undoubtedly bask in the glory of having such a talented student. Zhao Dachuan's revelation of possessing a heavenly spiritual root meant he was destined to become an extraordinary disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Who would have thought he not only possessed innate strength, but also came with a heavenly spiritual root? Dachuan, I can't believe you have a heavenly spiritual root. That's remarkable. At that moment, even Lin Mo felt a twinge of envy. Could it be true that I possess a heavenly spiritual root? Zhao Dachuan scratched his head, still in disbelief. However, the evidence lay before him, and judging by the reactions of Li Juanhao and the elder, deception was out of the question. The spectacular golden beam could not be a trick. Gradually, he began to accept the reality of his newfound status. My disciple, your success will be a testament to my reputation, the elder declared, filled with enthusiasm. Follow me. I shall personally take you to receive your initiation equipment and ensure you are provided with ample resources. Once you have your gear, I will impart the appropriate techniques, guaranteeing you become a pride of our sect. The elder's excitement was palpable, his expectations for Zhao Dachuan soaring. Just moments ago, he had been dismissive of the early apprenticeship. Now, he was addressing him as a disciple. Li Juanhao, standing to the side, muttered regretfully, feeling the sting of having lost a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root. The elder, acutely aware of his misfortune, paid him no mind. I am Zhang Daoran, a master of talisman crafting. In due time, I will personally forge several talismans for you, ensuring your rapid advancement in strength. Zhang Daoran made promise after promise, fearful of letting this opportunity slip away. Master, what exactly are these talismans and talismans of power you speak of? In that moment, Zhao Dachuan was like a blank slate, utterly clueless. Haha, come along, and I shall explain everything to you, the elder replied. Talismans are tools that condense magical energy, typically used only once. Talisman treasures, on the other hand, are special talismans that store the power of spells and artifacts, far surpassing ordinary talismans. Although they are also consumable, they can be used multiple times. Zhang Daoran elaborated as they walked. After a few steps, Zhao Dachuan turned back to greet Lin Mo. I'll come find you later. He then resumed his conversation with Zhang Daoran. Master, what exactly are these magical artifacts you mentioned? This is quite comprehensible. The magical artifacts are the equipment of cultivators. Low-level magical artifacts are merely referred to as magical instruments, typically utilized by Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners. Genuine magical artifacts are generally possessed only by those at the core formation stage or above, although one may obtain them through extraordinary fortune. The two individuals gradually distanced themselves, their voices dwindling into the background. Observing Zhao Dachuan's retreating figure, Li Juanhao propped his head on his hand and sighed deeply, realizing that he had actually surrendered a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Glancing at the heavenly spiritual root disciple and then at his own pseudo-spiritual root disciple, he suddenly felt dizzy, nearly toppling over. With a leap, he jumped over the railing, facing a perilous abyss below. Master, Lin Mo rushed forward to check. To his surprise, Li Juanhao did not fall. Instead, he was wildly brandishing his sword in midair, venting his pent-up frustrations and continuously sipping from a wine gourd. After a considerable time, he returned, somewhat dazed, his gaze filled with despondency. Our sect has produced a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root. I must report this to the sect leader immediately. Upon finishing, Li Juanhao tossed aside the purple golden wine gourd and swiftly formed hand seals. The gourd began to enlarge, transforming into a flying artifact capable of carrying a person. It seems Master is not so weak after all. He possesses such a remarkable item. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within, wishing he could ride on this gourd. Lin Mo, you should first go to the Internal Affairs office to collect your entry supplies. I must visit the Immortal One Peak to see the sect leader. Li Juanhao instructed before stepping onto the purple golden gourd and soaring towards the sect leader's residence. Understood, Master. Lin Mo stood alone in the pavilion for a considerable time, observing the colossal demonic puppets constructing the mountain, feeling that these demonic puppets were far superior to the old yellow ox in his village. His primary goal now was to cultivate qi within his body within a year, and he needed to swiftly obtain his entry supplies. Spotting a senior brother flying nearby on a sword, he hurriedly approached to inquire about directions. Excuse me, senior brother, how do I get to the Internal Affairs office? I am a newly admitted disciple. The Internal Affairs office is located on that mountain peak. Would you like me to carry you there? The senior brother appeared quite amiable. No, thank you. I wish to familiarize myself with the surroundings, he replied, feeling somewhat reluctant to impose. Very well then, I am Deng Hua. I am sure we will meet again. Senior brother Deng Hua offered an encouraging nod before walking over to a nearby female disciple. Chapter 8. Lucrative Opportunities. The Qingyun Sword Sect is the foremost immortal sect in the Qi Kingdom, holding a transcendent position. Nestled atop a natural spirit stone vein within the Qingyun mountain range, which stretches for hundreds of miles. This spirit stone vein nurtures a variety of exotic beasts, serving as excellent training targets for the disciples. When the sect was established, it set up prohibitions, cloaked in perpetual clouds and mist, preventing ordinary people from approaching. However, despite all precautions, unexpected events occasionally arise. Nearby villagers sometimes hear the howls of exotic beasts or witness immortals soaring through the heavens, leading to the rapid spread of tales about deities and monsters, shrouding the Qingyun mountain range in an air of mystery. Ordinary folk could hardly fathom that deep within the Qingyun mountain range lies a grand sect of cultivation with a history spanning over 1,000 years. At first glance, this place appears no different from ordinary mountains, with towering peaks and lush vegetation. However, if one could traverse the extraordinary formations laid by the sect, they would behold a myriad of pavilions and grand halls, as well as industrious puppets resembling mountains in size. Above, a multitude of cultivators soar through the air on their swords, bustling about like ants. Although they have ascended to the realm of cultivators, to Wang Xini, the esteemed leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect, observing the entire sect from the highest peak, they are indeed akin to mere insects. It is a well-known saying in the cultivation world that any being below the nascent soul stage is but an ant, and it is no exaggeration. Wang Xini, having lived for an extensive period, still radiates vitality, appearing no different from a man in his 40s. He possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, characterized by a steady demeanor and decisive actions, earning the respect of all within the sect. At this moment, he stands with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the sect. With Lin Mo's master, Li Juanhao, positioned behind him. Junior brotherly, a heavenly spirit root, is a rare find. Are you certain? Master. Zhao Dachuan indeed possesses a heavenly spirit root, personally tested by senior brother Zhang Daoran, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. Very well, since it is your word, I shall trust it. Immediately take my sect leader token to the various peaks, such as the symbol peak, the refining peak, and the transmission peak, and inform them that from now on, the resources allocated to this heavenly spirit root disciple for cultivation shall have no limits, and they may access any area except for the forbidden peak, free from any restrictions. Understood. I shall obey the sect leader's command. As he was about to exit, Wang Xini called him back. Junior brotherly, Has Sister Hongya's condition improved? Wang Xianyi finally turned, scrutinizing the somewhat haggard and unkempt middle-aged cultivator before him. It was difficult to connect him to the once dazzling swordsmanship prodigy who captivated countless female cultivators and looked down upon the cultivation world of the Tianxian continent. Thank you for your concern, Master. Sister Hongya is much better. Li Juanhao's tone was notably cold. There is no need to call me Master. Simply refer to me as brother. Strictly speaking, had it not been for that unforeseen incident, my master had originally intended to pass the position of sect leader to you. Wang Xianyi fixed his gaze upon him. Master, the Qingyun Sword Sect flourishes more year after year, all thanks to your contributions. As for me, I am but a useless being, only wishing to find a way to cure Sister Hongya's ailment as soon as possible. Li Juanhao's gaze remained as frigid as ever. Here is a box of Qinyu pulse protection pills, which I purchased at a high price from the Baobao Pavilion. Perhaps it will aid Sister Hongya's condition. Wang Xianyi extended a box of pills toward him. On behalf of Sister Hongya, I thank you, Master. Li Juanhao accepted the pills, feeling a flicker of excitement. After so many years of trying various methods without success, he had never given up. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would grasp it tightly. If it were anything else, he would have declined, but he would not refuse medicine aimed at curing Hongya, and it was clear that Wang Xianyi understood this. There is no need for such formality. In those years, we were like brothers, and I too hope for Hongya's swift recovery. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Wang Xianyi smiled faintly. Yes, brother. Li Juanhao wished to say more, yet hesitated, words caught in his throat. After all these years, I have finally opened my heart and accepted Lin Mo as my disciple. Known for my protective nature, I find myself wanting to do something. Yet I hesitate to voice it. After all, seeking favors has never been my modus operandi. Li Shidi, do you have other matters at hand? The astute Wang Xianyi immediately sensed my unease. I recently took on a disciple named Lin Mo, who possesses extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and practices diligently. Swinging his sword 10,000 times daily while in the mountain village, I reluctantly admitted. What a disciple of great perseverance, reminiscent of your youthful self, Shidi. It seems your journey to Qingyun village has truly been fruitful, Wang Xianyi remarked with evident satisfaction. Master, Lin Mo is a childhood friend of Zhao Dachuan. It would be inappropriate for our sect to show favoritism. I humbly request that you bestow upon him an opportunity as well. Li Shidi, you are ever so considerate of your disciples, Wang Xianyi mused thoughtfully. Since you have spoken up, I cannot remain unresponsive. After all, this is the first time you have sought my assistance as your elder brother. Even for Hongya, you have never made such a request, indicating your genuine desire to nurture this disciple. You previously mentioned that he was an apprentice at an apothecary, well-versed in herbal lore, correct? In that case, let us assign him a lucrative position managing the medicinal fields at the Spirit Herb Valley. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, I was elated. Managing the medicinal fields is indeed a coveted role. After all, who among cultivators does not require elixirs? Anyone wishing to concoct medicine would seek his assistance, and the entire sect would be inclined to request his aid. More importantly, being close to the source of spiritual herbs means that a daily harvest, albeit modest, would amount to a significant bounty. As long as he does not overreach, the sect will likely turn a blind eye. The area is abundant in spiritual energy, making it an ideal setting for disciples to cultivate their skills. It is said that even the earth dog named Da Huang, residing there for years, has attained spiritual intelligence and reached the third level of qi refinement, surpassing many outer disciples. It seems Lin Mo will soon achieve qi entry and subsequently master our sect's profound techniques. However, do not rejoice too soon. I suddenly recalled a matter. You mentioned he has 5 spiritual roots. According to sect regulations, such a qualification necessitates starting as a servant disciple, and only if he successfully achieves qi entry within a year may he ascend to the outer sect. Brother, this is unacceptable. Li Shidi, do not fret too much. If he truly exhibits the perseverance you claim, swinging his sword 10,000 times daily before arriving on the mountain, he will surely unleash astonishing potential and achieve qi entry. I have great confidence in your eye for selecting disciples. You remain as thoughtful as ever, Master. Had you led us against the demonic forces back then, we could have avoided considerable casualties. Li Shidi, so many years have passed. Why dwell on the past? You must uplift yourself and set an example for your disciples. Who knows when the demonic forces might rise again? We shall rely on you. After all, you were the foremost expert under our master in the Qingyun Sword Sect. Wang Xianyi hastily offered words of comfort. What foremost expert? I doubt I could even defeat a moderately skilled disciple now. Li Juanhao managed a wry smile. He had expended an excessive amount of spiritual energy in his efforts to treat Hongya. At that moment, at the entrance of the Internal Affairs Department, Lin Mo stood before a small window, awaiting a response from the individual inside. Lin Mo, Let me check if you are registered. Who is your master? A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, was perusing a ledger. My master is Li Juanhao. I'm afraid Li Shu has not yet recorded your disciple information. Please wait to the side. Next. The attendant's impatience was palpable as another individual pushed forward. With no alternative, Lin Mo conceded his place. He couldn't occupy the space without purpose. After several hours of waiting, he finally saw Li Juanhao slowly descend from the sky on his sword, his expression frosty throughout. Lin Mo, why have you not yet received your equipment? Master, they said there is no record of me as a disciple in the sect. Oh. I hastily sought the sect leader and completely forgot about this matter. Allow me to retrieve it for you. Li Juanhao approached the window, conversing briefly with the attendant, before returning with a collection of supplies that appeared to be quite substantial. Chapter 9. Gray robe, a Qingyun sword, an alchemical furnace, a hoe, a set of talisman pins, 3 fragments of spirit stones, and the foundational cultivation technique, Qingyun. Additionally, there was a storage bag capable of holding numerous items. Li Juanhao elaborated on the supplies he had gathered. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo noted that these items radiated with spiritual energy. Even the hoe emitted such auras. Truly, this was the hallmark of an esteemed sect of cultivators, demonstrating their generosity. However, he pondered, why was it a gray robe? Master, did you perhaps make a mistake in the selection? Not at all. These are indeed the items. The attire is incorrect. Previously, I observed that the outer disciples received blue robes, which exuded strong spiritual energy. Why is mine a gray robe? It lacks any spiritual aura and resembles ordinary clothing. Disciple, you must adjust your perspective. As a servant disciple, receiving supplies meant for outer disciples is, in fact, a windfall. What? A servant disciple? Master, you jest. Cough. I assure you, I am not joking. The sect leader has designated you a servant disciple due to your 5 spiritual roots. However, rest assured, once you successfully guide the energy into your body, I will promptly elevate you to the status of an outer disciple. After some exchange between the master and disciple, Lin Mo reluctantly accepted his identity as a servant disciple. Being a servant disciple in the Qingyun Sword Sect was far preferable to returning home to till the fields. Master, how exactly can I guide the energy into my body? This is not difficult. Back in my day, I successfully cultivated the Qingyun in less than 3 days. It was child's play. Master, you often speak of your past prowess. What level have you attained now? Cough. That is a secret. Every cultivator has their own mysteries. Do not inquire further. Just focus on diligently practicing the Qingyun. I believe in your potential. You aspire to establish your foundation and become an inner disciple within 3 years, so do not lose heart. Understood. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with a sense of being ensnared by the combined machinations of his master and the sect leader. Yet, under the eaves of fate, one must bow their head. He could only take it one step at a time, hoping that, as his master had suggested, the process of channeling energy into his body was indeed child's play, achievable within a few days. You should give it a try first. Place the items into the storage bag. If you encounter any difficulties, I shall assist you, Li Juanhao advised. Yes, master, Lin Mo replied, grasping the palm-sized storage bag and contemplating it before attempting to fill it. He was utterly astonished, discovering that it truly contained an infinite expanse, capable of holding nearly anything. This is merely a low-grade storage bag, designed for newly admitted disciples, with its capacity still quite limited. Once you ascend to the inner sect, you will receive a more advanced storage bag. The supplies have been provided, the rest is up to you. Remember to attend the transmission hall on time to listen to the elders impart their wisdom. Diligently practice the Qingyun technique, and you must channel energy into your body within a year. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Every year, many are sent back home, and should you be expelled, I will not see you off. I must also convey the sect leader's orders to the various peaks, so strive diligently on your own, Li Juanhao concluded, turning to depart. Farewell, master. Lin Mo bowed respectfully. After taking a few steps, Li Juanhao suddenly recalled something and turned back. Ah, I almost forgot to mention. Didn't you say you had some knowledge of herbs? The sect leader has taken a special interest and assigned you to manage the herb garden, which is quite a lucrative opportunity. It falls within the scope of miscellaneous duties, perfectly suited to your current status. Go report to the elder of the Spirit Herb Valley. I will visit when I have the time, and do not slack off in your cultivation. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and soared towards another peak. Why would the sect leader treat me so well without reason? Surely, my master has spoken highly of me. Lin Mo mused, realizing the duality of his master's nature, stern in appearance yet benevolent at heart. Initially, he felt deceived, yet he accepted the role of a miscellaneous disciple. knowing that once he successfully channeled energy into his body, he would reclaim his status. With a sigh of relief, he finally sensed his master's concern. Currently, he could not fly on a sword like the other disciples, nor could he traverse the air like his master. He could only walk to the Spirit Herb Valley. However, having mastered the art of navigation, he quickly learned the ways to traverse between peaks with the guidance of his senior brothers and sisters. One could utilize the sect's teleportation array, or ride the sect's celestial cranes, with sweet words. He might even hitch a ride on the flying swords and boats of the elder sisters. He pondered about Chen and how unpredictable life could be. It was a twist of fate indeed. Upon entering, he was an outer disciple while Chen was a miscellaneous disciple, but now their statuses had entirely reversed. I must devote myself to my training and channel energy into my body at the earliest opportunity, he resolved, taking a deep breath as he headed towards the Spirit Herb Valley. Having waited long in the Internal Affairs office earlier, many were now aware that he was Li Juanhao's disciple, and he had gained some notoriety within the sect. Whispers and glances followed him, though he paid them no mind. Dressed in the garb of a miscellaneous disciple, he dashed through the sect, grateful that he had not faced any reprimands. He had no expectations for kind words from those around him. Step aside. How dare a miscellaneous disciple block the way? A person brushed past him, colliding with his shoulder and causing him sharp pain. Halt! He called out to the individual. Although he had no desire to provoke trouble, he also refused to be a victim. Having entered the Qingyun Sword Sect to cultivate and seek enlightenment, he could not allow himself to be bullied. The person wore the garb of an outer sect disciple and emitted no aura of spiritual energy, indicating that he was merely at the body refinement stage, just like him. After all, they were both mortals. Who should fear whom? Ah, you're not satisfied, are you? A mere servant disciple dares to challenge me, an outer sect disciple? You must be tired of living, the individual retorted, turning to shove him. However, he swiftly seized the man's fingers, applying just enough pressure to elicit a pained bend at the waist. Ah, let go. Quickly let go. You're breaking my hand. The man cried out in agony. Very well. I shall release you, Lin Chen replied, twisting his grip before delivering a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. How dare you? A servant disciple actually dares to strike an outer disciple? You've gone too far. The man rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge again, but was restrained by those nearby. Zhou ran. Do not act impulsively. This person is a disciple of Li Juanhao, whom I have encountered in the Internal Affairs Department. One companion warned. Who is Li Juanhao? Why should I care about his disciple? Lin Chen retorted. Regardless, he's someone we cannot afford to offend. We are mere newcomers. It is best not to create trouble. There will be ample opportunities to deal with this brat later. Fine, you lucky scoundrel. From now on, every time I see you, I shall strike. Zhou Ran threatened, shaking his fist at Lin Chen before leaving with his companions. I see you are eager for a beating, Lin Chen muttered calmly, just as a female disciple's voice reached him from behind. You have offended Zhou Ran. He will not let this go. His brother, Zhou Tsong, is an inner sect disciple. You should tread carefully in the future. Chapter 10. Sister Qin. Upon turning around, Lin Chen saw a slender female disciple clad in the inner sect's azure robes. Her physique was elegant, and her eyes sparkled like clear water. I am Lin Chen, a servant disciple. It is a pleasure to meet you, sister. He quickly bowed in respect. In this sect where power was paramount, the presence of a female disciple in inner sect attire was not someone he could provoke lightly. I am Qin Ziyue. Simply call me Sister Qin. I observed how effortlessly you subdued the outer disciple Zhou Ran. How is it that you wear the garb of a servant disciple? Qin Ziyue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Well, it seems I have little choice in the matter of clothing. Lin Chen indirectly explained the situation. Qin Ziyue, perceptive and astute, nodded in understanding. The Zhou family is a renowned lineage of cultivators and maintains close ties with our Qingyun Sword Sect. Offending them may jeopardize your standing in the sect. Sometimes, enduring a moment of humiliation can avert greater calamity. I suggest you apologize to Zhou Ran when you have the chance, and offer him a spirit stone as a gesture of goodwill. He likely will not hold a trivial matter against you. As she spoke, Qin Ziyue produced a spirit stone and extended it to him. Consider this a loan from me. Sister Qin, this is too generous. Lin Chen was taken aback by her kindness, feeling a surge of admiration for her. However, he could never bring himself to apologize to someone like Zhou Ran. Did your parents not impart any wisdom to you before your ascent to the mountain? Indeed. My mother advised me that preserving one's life is paramount. That's right, take it. Senior Sister Qin smiled as she forcefully placed the spirit stone into his hand. Thank you, Senior Sister Qin, Lin Chen exclaimed, filled with gratitude as he held the spirit stone. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones are akin to currency, possessing immense purchasing power. Upon joining the sect, he had only received 3 fragments of spirit stones, and 10 fragments equated to a single whole stone, with others preferring the intact ones. It is evident how precious such a spirit stone truly is. Even his master, Li Juanhao, had missed out on the prodigious disciple Zhao Daqin due to his greed for a few spirit stones. As he watched senior sister Qin gradually depart, Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart, remembering the girl who had gifted him the spirit stone. Senior sister Qin was aware of his status as a servant disciple. Whether he could successfully channel qi into his body and remain in the sect was uncertain. The notion of borrowing was scarcely different from a gift. Perhaps senior sister Qin never intended for him to repay her, merely using the term to make it more palatable, as everyone harbors a sense of pride. After parting from senior sister Qin, Lin Mo followed the guidance of his seniors to the Herb Valley. Overall, the atmosphere at Qingyun Sword Sect was quite amicable. However, in a large forest, one would inevitably encounter brash individuals like Zhou Ran, who, bolstered by his noble lineage, looked down upon others. Such arrogance, so early in his entry, foretold an even more egregious demeanor in the days to come. It seemed senior sister Qin's concerns were not unfounded. First, he would settle in the Herb Valley before contemplating long-term plans. Lin Mo looked up to see a valley shrouded in mist, adorned with blooming flowers. Perhaps the abundant spiritual energy within was the reason for the enchanting scenery at the entrance. As he approached, he noticed a large stone standing at the entrance, inscribed with the words Herb Valley. Elder, I am a newly admitted disciple named Lin Mo, sent by the sect master to manage the herb garden. He called out respectfully, but received no response. It appeared the elder in charge of the herb garden was not present, so he decided to wait. Finding a large stone, he sat cross-legged and began to peruse the sect's foundational cultivation method, the Qingyun Ju. Sitting in meditation, he calmed his mind, allowing tranquility to envelop him. With lips gently sealed, he regulated his breathing, gathering divine light and reaching for the celestial heart. His spirit soared, transcending earthly bounds. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night passed. Early the next morning, the sounds of barking echoed from the herb garden, prompting him to rise in haste to greet the newcomer. Before long, an elderly man emerged, hands clasped behind him, accompanied by a large yellow dog. Thirsty, are you? Have some water first. The elder kindly offered him a gourd filled with water. Thank you, elder. Lin Mo accepted the gourd and drank eagerly. He had been parched for quite some time, as practicing the Qingyun Ju only intensified his thirst for some unknown reason. I did not expect you to cultivate the Qingyun Ju to such a level in just one night. I believe it won't be long before you successfully channel qi into your body. The elder regarded him with a look of appreciation. I hope so too. Lin Mo wiped his mouth, returning the gourd to the elder, before reaching out to stroke the large yellow dog, which bore a striking resemblance to the one from his village. Woof, woof, woof. The dog, Wang, was decidedly more ferocious, incessantly barking at him with what was unmistakably a tone of reproach, as evidenced by the distinctly accusatory glint in its eyes. You shall not bark. How can one hope to reach the foundational stage when one is so miserly with water? The elder of the medicinal garden chastised the dog before handing over a gourd to it. Lin Mo felt 3 lines of exasperation form on his forehead, his lips twitching in disbelief. It turned out that the water belonged to this dog, and the elder had unwittingly fallen into its clever ruse. To his astonishment, this dog, De Huang, was capable of cultivation. Yet, in a realm of cultivation, where even colossal demonic puppets could be witnessed, it seemed that nothing was truly impossible. Reflecting on the fact that even a dog was striving towards the foundational stage while he had yet to even draw in qi, he felt a pang of embarrassment. He vowed silently to intensify his training, at the very least, to surpass this canine. Could De Huang also cultivate? To what level? Not very high. It was progressing slowly, having only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, what brings you here? Esteemed elder, I am a newly admitted disciple named Lin Mo, sent by the sect master to manage the medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, the elder of the medicinal garden trembled with fury. What jest is this? The sect master has dispatched a mere servant disciple to assist me with the garden? Wang Xiani has truly lost his senses. When he next requires herbs for alchemy, let him not seek my aid. A servant disciple knows nothing of herbal lore. If my treasured spiritual herbs perish, the entire Qingyun Sword Sect shall find itself in dire straits. Outer sect disciples require elixirs from me, inner sect disciples too, as well as the elders. What do they take me for? If I am provoked, I shall establish my own sect with De Huang. The elder continued to mutter in discontent, but after a while, he took a deep breath, feeling somewhat calmed. By the way, you mentioned your name? Disciple Lin Mo. Paying my respects to the elder, Lin Mo quickly bowed. The elder scrutinized him from head to toe, sensing something amiss. You appear rather unremarkable, and as a servant disciple. How could Wang Xini possibly send you? It is indeed curious. Do you not realize how many scions from esteemed families have spent exorbitant sums only to gain no entry into my garden? Are you truly of greater significance than those illustrious families? I do not know. My family is engaged in agriculture, residing in Qingyun village at the foot of Qingyun mountain. Impossible. You must have some pedigree. Who is your master? My master is Li Juanhao. Oh, so it is he. Haha, that makes sense. Come in. Upon hearing Li Juanhao's name, the elder immediately unfastened the restrictions of the medicinal garden and invited him inside. Thank you, elder. Lin Mo clasped his hands in gratitude and followed him in, feeling rather perplexed. He had not anticipated that his master would hold such sway within the sect. Not only did the sect master show him favor by assigning him a lucrative position, but the elder of the medicinal garden was equally accommodating. It seemed that he had indeed made the right choice in choosing his master. The tales spun by his master were likely not mere fabrications. However, the elder's subsequent remark left him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 11. The Valley of Spiritual Herbs. Lin Mo. Your arrival at my Valley of Spiritual Herbs must have been facilitated by your worthless master, Li Juanhao, seeking favor from sect master Wang Xini. It is indeed astonishing that a person so proud and arrogant would make an exception for you. Once you have cultivated your abilities, you must show profound gratitude to your master, murmured Elder Yaoyuan as he led the way. Elder, why do you deem my master a failure? The disciples who entered the sect alongside him are all formidable cultivators at the core formation stage, with some already having reached the nascent soul stage, while he remains at the foundation establishment stage. Is it not accurate to say he is inept? How could this be? The elder replied. This tale is long and must be traced back to the battle between immortals and demons 30 years ago. I shall explain it to you when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing Elder Yaoyuan's words, Lin Mo fell into silence. He had previously discerned that Li Juanhao's cultivation was not particularly high, and it seemed somewhat burdensome for him to escort both himself and Dachuan back to the sect. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would be labeled a failure. Had these words come from another's lips, Lin Mo might have harbored doubts or even resorted to violence. However, Elder Yaoyuan, a figure of great respect and wisdom, had no reason to deceive him. It appeared that the truth was likely to be as stated. Nevertheless, he soon regained his composure. The mere opportunity to join a sect was a stroke of fortune, and what more could he desire? The path of cultivation fundamentally relies on the master to introduce one to the door, while personal effort determines the journey forward. Others can only serve as guides. Li Juanhao had secured him a position in the spirit herb garden, and for this, Lin Mo felt immense gratitude. He resolved to repay this kindness when the opportunity arose. At present, his most pressing concern was to settle into the spirit herb valley, diligently practicing to quickly absorb qi into his body and complete the outer disciple assessment. He cast his gaze around and discovered that the place was far more expansive than he had imagined, resembling a hidden paradise. Everywhere he looked, peach blossoms were in full bloom, painting a scene of exquisite beauty, leading him to believe that the valley might be more aptly named Peach Blossom Valley. In fact, before it became known as the Spirit Herb Valley, it was indeed called Peach Blossom Valley. After the Qingyun Sword Sect expanded here, they found the spiritual energy exceptionally rich and transformed it into the Spirit Herb Garden. As he surveyed the landscape, the fields crisscrossed like the vegetable plots of his hometown. The medicinal fields were neatly divided into square plots by irrigation channels, arranged with precision. In a moment of reverie, Lin Mo recalled Qingyun village and his family there. He had promised his younger sister that he would successfully establish his foundation and become an inner disciple within 3 years. And arriving at the Spirit Herb Valley felt like a significant step forward. This place was filled with the sounds of deer calling and streams babbling, embodying the essence of spring. Celestial cranes drank from the waters. Water wheels turned gently. Ancient wells remained tranquil, and bees busily gathered nectar. Entering this realm felt as though his body and mind were being cleansed, making it easy to settle down and cultivate. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded down, shrouded in mist like an ethereal realm. Perched at the edge of a cliff were exquisite pavilions, capable of housing dozens of individuals. It seemed likely that these were the accommodations for the disciples managing the Spirit Herb Garden, which supplied the entire sect with herbs and elixirs, necessitating a substantial workforce. Of course, as Elder Yaoyuan had mentioned, not every disciple possessed the qualification to serve here. Most of these individuals hailed from illustrious backgrounds, including noble families and wealthy clans, while someone like Lin Mo, a farmer's son, was nearly unheard of. Deeper within the Spirit Herb Valley, a dark, icy chill loomed, instilling a sense of dread about what might lie within. In the heart of the Spirit Herb Valley stands a quaint bamboo cottage, nestled in an enviable location. Lin Mo mused how delightful it would be to reside here. He despised the idea of being crammed together with dozens of others. For a multitude of people often breeds conflict. Thus, having a private room would be the ideal scenario. My name is Qingyun Li. You may refer to me as Elder Qin from now on. He introduced himself. As you serve here, I shall not interfere with your duties, but do exercise utmost caution with my precious herbs. Elder Qin proceeded to enlighten Lin Mo about the extraordinary flora within the herb garden. This is the heavenly fragrance herb, boasting a medicinal potency of a century. This, on the other hand, is the Huangmu essence, renowned for its 200 years of efficacy. And this remarkable specimen here is the Millennium Jade Lingji, the pride of my garden. This herb is far more precious than the lives of you disciples. Should any misfortune befall it, expulsion from the sect would be the least of your concerns. I would assuredly pursue you to the ends of the earth. Elder Qin's demeanor was decidedly grave, devoid of jest. Lin Mo was taken aback by the weight of responsibility that came with overseeing the herb garden. It was evident that Elder Qin held a deep affection for the spiritual herbs, valuing them above the lives of his disciples. Given his earlier casual reference to the sect leader, it was clear that he occupied a position of significant authority, one not to be trifled with. Many have come before you to manage this garden, yet those who faltered were promptly dismissed. Do not assume this task is trivial. Lin Mo, if you harbor regrets, now is the time to voice them. I shall speak to the sect leader on your behalf. Elder Qin halted, fixing his gaze upon Lin Mo. Rest assured, Elder Qin. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the stewardship of the herb garden, Lin Mo replied, bowing respectfully to convey his commitment. Excellent. Now follow me. I have something remarkable to show you. Elder Qin led him to the entrance of the bamboo cottage, emerging with a scroll in hand. This is my compilation of insights regarding the herb garden, detailing various herbs along with management specifics. It records the daily tasks, including when to water and fertilize. Adhere to these instructions, and you shall not err. Lin Mo, cast aside the trivial knowledge you acquired in the secular realm regarding herbs, and endeavor to finish this compilation swiftly. It will greatly benefit your cultivation, as no practitioner can thrive without elixirs. Understood. Thank you, Elder Qin, Lin Mo responded, accepting the scroll with both hands. As he unfurled it, he discovered illustrations of various herbs accompanied by thorough descriptions, applications, cautions, as well as sections on diagnosis and alchemy, far surpassing the rudimentary knowledge he had gleaned from the apothecary. Peruse it at your leisure later. First, complete the token binding. Elder Qin produced a token of the herb garden, instructing him to imbue it with his blood. Following the directive, Lin Mo pricked his finger and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the token. Instantly, he felt as though his spirit was merging with the token itself. Only by possessing this token will you be recognized as the true steward of the herb garden. From henceforth, you may traverse any part of the valley without hindrance. However, it is advisable to steer clear of the depths of the valley, particularly the cold smoke pool. It harbors secrets that even I regard with caution. Over the years, numerous disciples have perished there, lured to their doom. Yet, you need not be overly concerned. The Spirit Herb Valley has remained tranquil for many years. As long as you do not provoke trouble, all should be well. Elder Qin offered careful admonitions to Lin Mo, who inwardly mused that this was a clear case of not wanting to draw attention to a hidden treasure. If the cold smoke pool was truly off limits, why not simply seal it? Leaving it open while cautioning others against entering only ignited curiosity. Lin Mo suspected there was something amiss with the cold smoke pool. He would not be fooled and would focus solely on his cultivation within the valley. The abundant spiritual energy here would surely enable him to successfully draw energy into his body, even as a pseudo-spiritual root. Deep in thought, he felt a burgeoning confidence in his ability to harness this energy. After practicing the Qingyun technique, he sensed a considerable enhancement in his strength, far superior to aimlessly training alone. Lin Mo, since you are a disciple of that Li Juanhao, I shall extend my special care to you, Elder Qin declared generously, bestowing upon him the bamboo cottage for his exclusive use, allowing him the freedom to expand or renovate it as he wished. Thank you, Elder. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude, elated to receive such an opportunity. Once everything was settled, Elder Qin advised him to rest and instructed him to gather at the pavilion in the afternoon, where all necessary provisions for meals, alchemy, and cultivation were located. Yet, he realized he had yet to complete his goal of 10,000 sword swings for the day. After bidding farewell to Elder Qin, Lin Mo promptly retrieved the Qingyun sword and the Zhuxia sword, eager to practice. To his astonishment, he noted that the Zhuxia sword had quickly developed a layer of rust. How could this be? The speed of rusting is alarmingly rapid, he pondered. It dawned on him that this rust might not be a natural occurrence, but rather a protective layer of the sword, suggesting that the Zhuxia sword harbored some hidden mystery. Regardless, possessing the Qingyun sword provided him with an additional option. He resolved to choose one of the two swords for his future cultivation. Following Lin Yao's advice, to use whichever sword proved sharper, Lin Mo raised both swords, scrutinizing them before striking them against one another. As the Zhuxia sword made contact with the Qingyun sword, a flash of piercing white light flared momentarily. Astonishingly, the Qingyun sword was severed with ease. Despite being a sect artifact embedded with numerous enchantments crafted by a master smith, even the sharpest mundane sword would struggle to harm the Qingyun sword. Yet, this rusted iron sword had effortlessly cleaved it in two. Clearly, he had stumbled upon a treasure. From now on, he would cultivate with the Zhuxia sword. Oh, Zhuxia, what secrets do you conceal? Lin Mo wondered, resolute in his quest to uncover the truth one day. He lifted the Zhuxia sword, examining its rusted surface. Given its rapid deterioration, he saw no need to polish it further. In the realm of cultivation, where the weak are devoured by the strong, perhaps the rust was not meant to shield the Zhuxia sword itself, but rather to protect its wielder. With determination, he began to practice, his movements akin to a specter, the sound of his sword echoing through the air. His agility surpassed his previous capabilities, hinting at a burgeoning mastery reminiscent of a worldly martial arts master. The fierce wind swept away fallen leaves, forming a vortex before him, an unprecedented state he had never before attained. Although the Qingyun Ju is merely an introductory cultivation method, its effects are remarkable after practice. It is specifically designed for newly initiated disciples, laying a solid foundation and aiding in the absorption of vital energy. Previously, I heard my master mention that in the realm of mundane martial arts, there exists the 9 levels of body refinement. Achieving its zenith allows one to become a congenital master, effortlessly drawing in energy and entering the qi refinement stage. For those endowed with spiritual roots, the process is even simpler, as they can directly harness their roots to absorb energy and transition into the qi refinement stage. This explains why cultivation sects exclusively recruit disciples with spiritual roots. Not everyone is capable of reaching the 9 levels of body refinement. Disciples in the qi refinement stage, who have progressed from the 9 levels of body refinement, often possess significantly superior combat abilities due to their more solid foundation. With the aid of Qingyun Ju, Lin Mo's martial arts progress has been astonishing, and he has begun to faintly perceive the spiritual energy present in the world around him. Even he is gradually convinced that he will soon be able to draw in energy and become a true cultivator. After swinging his sword 1,000 times, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. Noticing that no one was around, he decided to take a refreshing dip. He shed his sweat-soaked garments, revealing well-defined muscles. With a splash, he drew a bucket of water from the well and poured it over himself, shaking his head to relish the invigorating sensation. Just as he was about to fill another bucket, he caught sight of a woman. Through the cascading water and hair, he recognized her. It was Senior Sister Qin. "What are you doing here?" he asked, surprised. "Forget about that for now. Quickly put on your clothes." Senior Sister Qin turned away shyly. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. "Oh, all right," Lin Mo inquired. "Senior Sister, you didn't see anything inappropriate, did you?" Shameless, she thought, the earlier image flashing in her mind, causing her face to redden further. Lin Mo felt wronged. He could hardly be reprimanded for taking a bath when he had believed himself alone. Though he may not be well-versed in words, he understood the principles of decorum. Had he known anyone was nearby, he would have exercised caution, regardless of whether they were male or female. After a moment, they settled beneath a peach blossom tree, idly chatting while consuming the buns that Senior Sister Qin had offered. Through their conversation, Lin Mo learned that her grandfather was Elder Qin, and she often visited him here. Senior Sister Qin was also pleased to hear about his acceptance as a disciple in the medicinal herb garden. "Lin Mo," she said, "you must cherish this opportunity in the herb garden. Many would crave such a chance." "I will treasure it, Senior Sister," he assured her. "Given your humble upbringing, you may not recognize many characters. I wonder if you'll be able to comprehend the insights my grandfather provided for the herb garden." "Indeed, there are many unfamiliar characters, but there are also numerous illustrations. I believe I can understand them," he replied. "Do not overestimate yourself. I will frequently come to the herb garden and help guide you whenever I can," she offered. "Thank you, Senior Sister." Now, many new disciples have arrived at the herb garden today. Do not miss the assembly time. Rising to their feet, they strolled slowly toward the pavilion under the setting sun. "Senior Sister, about that spirit stone, I never asked you to return it, so why the rush?" she teased. "But, Senior Sister, what is the purpose of the spirit stone?" "Sister Qin, spiritual stones are imbued with ethereal energy, indispensable for alchemy, artifact forging, and the formation of talismans. When cultivating, Placing a spiritual stone nearby accelerates one's progress significantly. In essence, their utility is vast. They serve as a form of currency in the realm of cultivation, holding immense importance for practitioners. It can be said without reservation that as long as one's resources are ample, even one with a false spiritual root can successfully establish a foundation. By the way, what type of spiritual root do you possess? Lin Mo, a false spiritual root. Sister Qin, did you think I didn't inquire earlier? Lin Mo, it's all right. I am aware of my inferior spiritual root. My master told me that even trash can be gold in the right context. I plan to wait until I successfully draw in Qi and then try my luck at Talisman Peak. I've heard they value practitioners with my quintuple spiritual root. Sister Qin, that is indeed true. You must strive diligently. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall support you in your endeavors. Lin Mo, thank you, sister. Sister Qin, the owner of the treasure pavilion, possesses a quintuple spiritual root, and due to his substantial wealth, he still commands respect in the cultivation world. I wonder what level he has attained now. It is said that he rose to prominence after accidentally discovering a spiritual stone mine in his early years. Lin Mo, if only I could uncover a spiritual stone mine as well, I would be prosperous. Sister Qin, the cultivation world is fraught with peril. Even if you find one, it may not necessarily belong to you. It could attract deadly misfortune instead, so always exercise caution. Lin Mo, thank you for your guidance, sister. Sister Qin, why do you carry a rusted iron sword instead of the azure cloud sword provided by the sect? Lin Mo, to be honest, I accidentally broke the azure cloud sword. Sister Qin, what? You broke the azure cloud sword? How is that possible? I have never heard of such a thing before. Could it be that they issued you a defective one? I shall speak with the administration to rectify this and procure a new sword for you. Lin Mo, there is no need, sister. This iron sword serves me well enough. Sister Qin, do not be modest with me. I have promised to support you, and I will ensure you receive a new sword. As the two engaged in their leisurely conversation, their shadows elongated in the setting sun, occasionally overlapping, resembling a pair of amorous companions. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a disciple from the herbal garden. Could it be? Brother Zhou's woman has been stolen away? This is a significant matter. I must report this to Brother Zhou at once. Perhaps he will reward me with a spiritual stone. The Brother Zhou he referred to is none other than Zhou Tsang, a rising star among the inner disciples with an extraordinary spiritual root, who has recently made a name for himself on the inner sect rankings. The Zhou family is a renowned lineage of cultivators, having produced a formidable golden core practitioner who holds considerable influence in the Qi kingdom. This generation has seen the emergence of Zhou Tsang and Zhou Ran, both of exceptional spiritual roots, who were sent to study at the Azure Cloud Sword Sect. Upon learning that Qin Ziyue is the granddaughter of Elder Qin, Zhou Tsang has pursued her relentlessly, yet she has never shown any affection towards him. Hesitant about the sect's relationship with the Zhou clan, Qin Ziyue has refrained from outright rejection, hoping that by distancing herself, he would understand and withdraw. However, Zhou Tsang grew increasingly fervent, interpreting her silence as consent, and boldly declared before all that Qin Ziyue was his girlfriend. In truth, Qin Ziyue wished to strike him down. It was precisely due to Zhou Tsang's connection that she was able to recognize Zhou Ran at first glance that day. The Zhou clan harbored high hopes for Zhou Ran. Having just become an outer disciple, he eagerly spent a considerable sum to smooth connections, securing his entry into the medicinal herb garden for cultivation, with aspirations that he might one day rival or even surpass Zhou Tsang. Among the newly opened peaks, one was funded by the Zhou clan, a substantial investment indeed. Soon, Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue arrived at the assembly point, where a dozen disciples had already gathered. In the crowd, Lin Mo instantly recognized a familiar face, feeling a surge of joy. Chapter 13. The Peiyuan Pill. There stood Zhao Dachuan among the disciples, incessantly munching on a steamed bun. Possessing innate strength, his physical exertion was immense. Back in the village, it was often a struggle to secure a full meal. Now that he was within the sect, where steamed buns were plentiful, he was indulging without restraint. Truly, he was akin to a starving ghost reincarnated. One had never witnessed such voracity. This refined white bun was even shunned by my dog, yet he relished it so. The Qingyun Sword Sect had expanded rapidly in recent years, resulting in a mixed cohort of new disciples, making it unsurprising that a few like him had slipped through the cracks. It was rumored that among the newly admitted outer disciples, several hailed from farming families, as the kingdom of Qi was fraught with annual warfare and heavy taxation on farmers, likely leaving them seldom sated. One might wonder how such farming progeny could qualify for cultivation here. After all, we had all invested considerable sums to gain entry. Indeed, it appeared that many had entered through backdoor means. I had previously seen Uncle Zhang escorting him in, A good master certainly makes a difference. The nearby disciples murmured amongst themselves, instinctively keeping their distance from Zhao Dachuan. Dachuan, what brings you here? Lin Emo called out. Oh, Lin Emo. Zhao Dachuan turned, his face lighting up with joy. Goodness. Another one has arrived, he thought, noting that this individual seemed even more absurd, merely a servant disciple with a rusted sword. The state of the world has declined. Had I known, I would not have invested so much to associate with such company. Isn't this the same fellow who once broke Zhou Ran's hand? Upon hearing the whispers, Zhou Ran instinctively glanced back. So this fellow is Lin Mo. I shall remember you. His gaze sharpened, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Before Elder Qin arrives, let's give this brat a beating to vent our frustrations, he suggested. Agreed. We'll both take him down. I find them both displeasing. Two of his followers eagerly chimed in, only to be restrained by Zhou Ran's hand. Hold your horses. Don't you see Sister Qin is with them? It appears he indeed entered through back channels. Let us observe the situation. We will have ample opportunities to deal with them later. Yes, Brother Zhou is right. I have little respect for those who take shortcuts. I have my sights set on these two. As Zhou Ran spoke, his followers gradually regained their composure. Before long, the door to Elder Qin's chamber swung open. Step aside. I shall enter first. You two stand back. The disciples jostled and surged inside. With his innate strength, Zhao Dachuan easily shoved those beside him aside, entering alongside Lin Mo. Those who were pushed aside gritted their teeth, harboring even greater resentment within. Especially Zhou Ran, when pushed by Zhao Dachuan, accidentally inserted his finger into his nostril, feeling as if he were bleeding, repeatedly wiping with a white handkerchief. Damn it. It seems these two rascals are not to be trifled with. Just wait and see. They won't even know how they meet their demise. Zhou Ran, filled with indignation, whispered conspiratorially with his companions, plotting some nefarious scheme. Upon hearing the words Hanyan Pond, a subtle smile graced Zhou Ran's lips as he found a clever solution. Excellent. This shall be the course of action. In his mind, he envisioned the grim scene of the two perishing at Hanyan Pond. After all, it was a treacherous place. If they died there, no one would hold the sect accountable. Above them, Elder Qin sat in a grand chair, perusing a tome, flanked by two inner disciples whose gazes were markedly indifferent. It was uncertain whether these newcomers could even harness their internal energy. They were hardly regarded. Moreover, they had already reached the foundation establishment stage, placing them at a significant status disparity with this group. Grandfather, Qin Ziyue, cheerfully scampered over. Senior sister. The two inner disciples immediately bowed in respect. Ziyue, please distribute some elixirs to the newly arrived disciples, lest they feel that our spiritual medicine valley has treated them poorly. Elder Qin understood that these individuals had invested considerable resources to arrive at the spiritual medicine valley, naturally wishing to recoup their investment. Should the treatment at the valley be subpar, these noble heirs might lose their enthusiasm for joining. After all, a significant portion of the spirit stones they contributed ended up in his pocket, necessitating some care. Understood, grandfather. Qin Ziyue casually selected a vial of elixirs from a nearby table, distributing one to each person. Thank you, senior sister. Thank you, senior sister. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also so kind to us. Senior sister, what are these elixirs for? The disciples chimed in with compliments, some curiously inspecting the elixirs, unsure of their effects upon consumption. These are Peiyuan pills, which will help solidify your foundations and hasten the absorption of internal energy. Qin Ziyue briefly explained, then approached Lin Mo, purposefully stuffing a generous handful of elixirs into his hands while signaling him to be silent. Lin Mo understood. This was a special favor from senior sister Qin, and he discreetly stowed them in his storage pouch. However, Zhou Ran, who had been observing him intently, perceived this scene clearly. No wonder this fellow could join the spiritual medicine valley as a mere servant disciple. He has latched onto senior sister Qin for support. With so many elixirs, can he even digest them? I'd be better off with them. He tightened his fists, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Delicious, so crispy. Far superior to steamed buns. Beside him, Dachuan could hardly contain his eagerness, popping his elixir into his mouth and chewing vigorously. Wow. After consuming it, I feel a warm current surging through my meridians. Truly, the Peiyuan pills of the spiritual medicine valley are remarkable. Indeed, I feel my strength has significantly increased. Each disciple beamed with joy, their fondness for the spiritual medicine valley soaring as they reveled in the delightful experience. Elder Qin's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, astonished that a mere handful of Peiyuan pills could so easily win over these disciples. It seems that the members of the cultivation families have diminished in both stature and wisdom with each passing generation. Once upon a time, the cultivation families stood shoulder to shoulder with the sects, producing numerous formidable practitioners. including some who achieved the formidable nascent soul stage, basking in a fleeting era of unparalleled prestige. However, ever since the cultivation families became embroiled in the power struggles of the secular dynasties, the number of fallen masters has increased, and their circumstances have deteriorated year by year. In contrast, the cultivation sects have imposed strict prohibitions against their disciples meddling in secular affairs, allowing them to focus on flourishing within the blessed grounds of Qingyun Mountain, thereby widening the chasm between them and the cultivation families. In recent years, these families have found themselves reliant on the sects for survival, lavishing resources to curry favor. Yet, the cultivation families still harbor their own pride, perpetually yearning to revive their former glory and hoping to birth prodigies of higher realms. Everyone has received the Peiyuan pills, I trust. Elder Qin surveyed the assembly, and the previously boisterous disciples fell silent. Thank you, Elder Qin, for bestowing the elixir. The disciples' expressions turned solemn as they awaited Elder Qin's words. Unhurriedly, Elder Qin placed the book he had been holding on a nearby table and took a small sip of tea before he began to speak. You are all new disciples of the medicine garden this year, and you shall not be treated unjustly in my spiritual medicine valley. Henceforth, you are to heed the arrangements of your senior brothers, Wang Tao and Wang Lin, regarding your duties and the guidelines you must observe. Each month, the Spiritual Medicine Valley will distribute pills and spirit stones based on your individual performances. Should anyone violate the rules, not only will they forfeit their rewards, but they will also be expelled from the valley. Do you all understand? Elder Qin's tone turned stern. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Following this, Wang Tao and Wang Lin, the two senior disciples beside Elder Qin, descended to address the rules with the assembly. Most of these disciples hailed from noble families and were adept at flattery, which made it difficult for the two to maintain a serious demeanor. They simply instructed the disciples to follow their arrangements and to refrain from any misconduct within the valley, particularly in the cold smoke pond. As Elder Qin sipped his tea infused with spiritual herbs, a thought struck him, prompting him to raise his voice. By the way, disciples Lin Mo and Zhao Dachuan are not bound by the restrictions imposed by Wang Tao and Wang Lin. They need only focus on their cultivation. This declaration instantly sparked dissatisfaction among the crowd, including surprise from Wang Tao and Wang Lin, the inner disciples. For all these years, Elder Qin had never made exceptions for anyone. It was unexpected that he would do so for these two. Rumor had it that Elder Qin had even shared insights from the medicine garden with Lin Mo. While the two senior disciples had long desired to glimpse such knowledge accumulated over the years, which encompassed a vast array of fields, due to Elder Qin's esteemed status, no one dared voice their grievances, yet they glared at Lin Mo and Zhao Dachuan with barely concealed resentment. I knew it. These two must have some underhanded means to gain Elder Qin's special attention. What abilities do they possess that could warrant such favor? Previously, it seemed I had witnessed Sister Qin bestowing an extraordinary number of cultivation pills upon Lin Mo. How could this be? We are all entitled to but one. So what justifies her giving Lin Mo so many? I must seize the opportunity to reclaim those pills. The disciples' tempers flared even more, each one resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Lin Mo felt 3 dark lines form on his forehead, having been successfully tricked by Elder Qin and Sister Qin. This animosity was indeed firmly established. However, it seems that Elder Qin and Sister Qin bore no malice, leaving him to exercise greater caution in the future. Chapter 14. Cultivation. Please leave. Unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb me. Elder Qin gestured for the crowd to disperse and resumed his reading of the previous tome. Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon the book in Elder Qin's hands. Observing the 4 characters on the cover, Longevity Principles, it was likely a treatise on how to extend one's lifespan. Cultivators universally aspire to live in harmony with the heavens, so Elder Qin's desire for longevity is hardly surprising, particularly given his esteemed position as the elder of the medicinal garden. Upon exiting Elder Qin's abode, Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. Before such a formidable figure, he felt an intangible pressure, his nerves taut with anticipation. Now, standing in the courtyard, inhaling the fresh air and gazing at the myriad peach blossom trees and medicinal fields, he felt considerably more at ease. He recognized Zhou Ran, the instigator from before, yet did not heed Sister Qin's advice to approach him with a spirit stone to apologize. The essence of cultivation lies in aligning one's thoughts with the heavens. Bowing before such individuals could inevitably give rise to inner demons. In the ensuing days, aside from performing his routine of 1,000 sword strikes daily, Lin Mo devoted himself to mastering the Qingyun technique. The Valley of Spiritual Herbs truly lived up to its reputation as a place rich in spiritual energy. He felt his cultivation ascend at an astonishing pace. akin to a meteoric rise. He occasionally practiced sparring with Zhao Dachuan, both astonished by each other's burgeoning prowess. Upon inquiring about Zhao Dachuan's circumstances, he learned that Zhang Daoran had taken him to meet the sect leader, which secured his opportunity to cultivate in the Valley of Spiritual Herbs. Furthermore, the Qingyun Sword Sect had granted Zhao Dachuan numerous privileges, allowing him unrestricted access to ample resources within the sect. However, venturing outside proved to be quite challenging, requiring the sect leader's approval. Upon asking for the rationale behind this, Lin Mo discovered that the sect aimed to protect this exceptionally rare disciple with a celestial spiritual root. The demonic path possesses methods to seize the bodies of those with celestial spiritual roots, transforming them into agents of darkness. Naturally, the Qingyun Sword Sect would not permit such a fate for their celestial root disciples, sparing no effort to ensure their safety. Zhao Dachuan must remain within the sect until he reaches the golden core stage. Seizure can only be attempted on those of lesser cultivation. The higher the opponent's cultivation, the greater the backlash. A misstep could lead to death, and no one is willing to take such a considerable risk to usurp a powerful golden core cultivator. Once he attains the golden core stage, he will be relatively secure. The last conflict between celestial and demonic forces arose from the demonic path's attempt to seize a celestial root disciple, resulting in Lin Mo's master, Li Juanhao, being rendered incapacitated. That celestial root disciple was none other than Li Juanhao's junior sister, Hongya, the daughter of the previous sect leader. This time, the Qingyun Sword Sect has learned from its past experiences, keeping the identity of Zhao Dachuan, a disciple with heavenly roots, strictly confidential. Within the sect, apart from Lin Mo, only a few core members are privy to this information. Even Elder Qin remains unaware of this matter. The special care given to Zhao Dachuan is merely in accordance with the orders of sect leader Wang Xianyi. In the days that followed, Senior Sister Qin frequently visited the bamboo cottage to impart her knowledge of herbal cultivation to Lin Mo. He did not disappoint, mastering the intricacies of literacy, human meridians, acupoints, as well as the arts of diagnosis and alchemy. Occasionally, he would even dabble in the techniques of artifact forging. Whenever Senior Sister Qin was instructing Lin Mo, Zhao Dachuan would be fervently practicing his punches nearby, as if besieged by a swarm of biting ants. Lin Mo had witnessed Zhao Dachuan shatter a large boulder with a single punch, an astounding display of power. The Zhao Dachuan of today is no longer the inexperienced mortal from Qingyou village, but a genuine cultivator. Upon inquiring about his martial arts, Lin Mo learned that it stemmed from an exceptionally profound technique known as the Mad Demon Fist Cannon. This technique was acquired during the celestial demonic conflict, and the elders of the repository dared not act unilaterally, but sought the sect leader's approval. The sect leader remarked that there is no distinction between celestial and demonic techniques. It all depends on the practitioner. With the sect leader's consent, Zhao Dachuan was able to cultivate this technique, rapidly enhancing his strength thereafter. As his good friend progressed at an astonishing pace, Lin Mo was determined not to lag behind. To bolster his swordsmanship, he asked Zhao Dachuan to seek out suitable sword techniques for him. True to his word, Zhao Dachuan returned from the repository with dozens of sword manuals for Lin Mo to choose from. After much deliberation, Lin Mo ultimately selected a technique called Thousand Shadow Sword Art. He understood the wisdom of focusing on one path rather than spreading himself thin, realizing that concentrating on this singular technique would yield far superior results. 3 months later, through his diligent practice, he achieved a minor success in the Thousand Shadow Sword Art. Each strike now manifested multiple sword shadows, exponentially more powerful than his previous erratic training. Zhao Dachuan had even consulted the elders of the repository, discovering that the number of sword shadows produced by the Thousand Shadow Sword Art has no upper limit. As one delves deeper into the technique, the number of shadows generated increases, tens, hundreds, even thousands. The sheer power of so many sword shadows converging into a single strike is unimaginable. Furthermore, each shadow can independently engage an adversary, revealing the immense potential of this technique. During this time, Zhou Ran frequently brought troublemakers, all of whom were swiftly expelled by the duo's combined efforts. With his heavenly roots, Zhao Dachuan cultivates at an extraordinary pace, having long since left this group far behind in terms of cultivation level. Lin Mo, with his solid foundation and the enhancement of the Thousand Shadow Sword Art, is also capable of effortlessly handling several opponents. However, he still finds himself lacking in terms of realm. Having reached the 7th stage of body refinement, yet still unable to draw qi into his body. It is worth noting that he has consumed over a dozen qi-enhancing pills and benefited from the rich spiritual energy of Lingyao Valley, alongside his arduous training. Regardless of Master Li Juanhao, Elder Qin Wanli, Senior Sister Qin Ziyue, or his close friend Zhao Dachuan, Nearly everyone who had encountered him believed that he would soon be able to channel qi into his body. After all, with such an abundance of spiritual energy flowing in, even a great hound like De Huang would have long since advanced to the qi refinement stage. Over the past 3 months, De Huang had progressed from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refinement, while he remained at the mundane realm, refining his body. A perplexity arose within him. Where had all his spiritual energy vanished? He felt utterly confounded. Although he had captured the spiritual energy, he was still unable to channel it into his body. As time swiftly passed, half a year had gone by. He had achieved perfection in the body refining stage and had cultivated to the innate realm. Logically, even those without spiritual roots should now be able to channel qi into their bodies, so there was no reason he could not succeed. One day, he purposely ventured beneath the waterfall, planted the Qingyun sword before him, and sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in his cultivation in pursuit of a breakthrough. Each time he encountered De Huang, the creature wore a mysterious smile, seemingly mocking him for his inability to channel qi. He swore that this time, he would surely succeed. Just as he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, on the brink of channeling qi into his body, a voice echoed from afar. Lin Mo at last. I've caught you alone, shouted Zhou Ran. Your good buddy Zhao Dachuan Isnt here. Let us see how I'll deal with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately rose, sword in hand. There would always be opportunities for breakthroughs, but one only has one life. Thus, combat took precedence. Zhou Ran, are you still unsatisfied with how badly I've beaten you? I still need to cultivate, so let us have all of you come at me. With the Thousand Shadows sword technique at his disposal, he was more than capable of handling multiple opponents. Such bravado. A mere errand disciple dares to be so arrogant. Zhou Ran scoffed, casting a glance at those around him. In my opinion, you must be a false spiritual root. You are the only one in the entire Spirit Herb Valley who has yet to channel qi into your body. As a fellow disciple of the same generation, I truly feel ashamed for you, he declared with a smug grin. Ha ha ha. This lad must indeed be a false spiritual root, otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to channel qi into his body at this point. Even a false spiritual root should have managed to do so while cultivating in the Spirit Herb Valley. I believe he simply lacks the aptitude for cultivation. What use is it to wield a broken sword day in and day out? Without the ability to channel qi, he shall forever remain a mere mortal, waiting to be cast down the mountain. What? He thinks he can wait until he is thrown down the mountain? I have never encountered someone so brazen. If I were him, I would have returned home to farm long ago. A mere mortal like him should bow and scrape before us. How dare he shout so defiantly? Is he courting death? A group of sycophants reveled in their perceived triumph over Lin Mo. Draw your sword. I do not slay the unarmed, Lin Mo declared, gripping the Qingyun sword and preparing to act. Chapter 15. Green Jiao, you are seeking death. Zhou Ran seethed, accepting the sword handed to him by a lackey. His expression darkened. A mere errand disciple challenging his authority time and again was intolerable. If he did not properly discipline Lin Mo today, his entourage would believe he lacked the ability to maintain control, a notion he would not permit to take root. Zhou Ran, there is no need for you to dirty your hands with a mere mortal. Allow me to handle this. One of his minions sneered, stepping forward. Be cautious, Mu Feng. We've crossed paths with him before, and he's quite formidable, Zhou Ran quickly cautioned. Do not worry. No matter how impressive he may be, he remains merely a mortal. With my cultivation at the 2nd level of qi refining, surely I can handle him. Moreover, I have recently mastered a celestial technique. And he is no match for my newfound powers, Mu Feng replied confidently, drawing nods of agreement from those around him. Indeed, senior brother Mu Feng will vanquish this scoundrel. Show no mercy. If he dies, we can simply claim he was devoured by a python, someone suggested. Exactly. Recently, a python has been seen in the Spirit Herb Valley, stealing the herbs. This is the perfect opportunity to pin the blame on it. Upon hearing these words, Mu Feng grinned wickedly and lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward Lin Mo's face. Although the sect forbade infighting among disciples, he had hesitated only until the notion of blaming the python lifted his concerns, allowing him to strike with lethal intent. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he deftly evaded, the sword barely grazing his cheek. Before Mu Feng could react, Lin Mo raised his own sword, the exorcising evil sword, and thrust it violently toward Mu Feng's throat. By the heavens! Mu Feng's vision blurred as he perceived multiple sword shadows approaching, forcing him to retreat several steps to avoid them. The disparity between their swordplay was stark. They were not even in the same league. Zhou Ran and the others watching were overwhelmed with anxiety. This lad has improved significantly in just a few days. Mu Feng, didn't you claim to have learned a celestial technique? Hurry and demonstrate it, Zhou Ran urged. Yes. Mu Feng nodded vigorously, forming hand seals with his fingers. and his sword soared into the air. Witnessing this, Zhou Ran and the others were filled with exuberance. Incredible! Who would have thought Mu Feng had mastered sword control, allowing him to strike enemies from afar? This is a celestial technique, akin to a deity effortlessly claiming the head of a general amidst a sea of foes. Let us see how Lin Mo can withstand this. Mere mortals, after all, are but mortals, and when faced with celestial prowess, they should surrender without resistance. The group reveled in their confidence, yet the next moment left them dumbfounded. Lin Mo arched an eyebrow, converging the sword shadows into a single strike that cleaved Mu Feng's flying sword to the ground. When Mu Feng rushed over to inspect, he found the sword shattered into two pieces, devoid of spiritual energy, now resembling mere scrap metal. Ah! He screamed in despair, unable to believe that the Qingyun sword bestowed upon him by the sect had been broken. Pain surged through him, and he felt a desire to scream in frustration. How could this happen? My sword is broken. Lin Mo, you wretch, compensate me for my Qingyun sword. Mu Feng, his hair disheveled, was on the verge of tears. How dare you, Lin Mo? Zhou Ran's face twisted in rage at witnessing Mu Feng's defeat, and he resolved to confront Lin Mo personally. He charged in with his sword, engaging Lin Mo in fierce combat. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed beneath the waterfall. This mere servant-disciple dared to challenge his authority, a transgression Zhou Ran could not tolerate. As a prominent figure of the Zhou clan, even the emperor of the Qi kingdom would bow before him. In the spirit herb garden, even senior brothers Wang Tao and Wang Lin treated him with utmost respect. Only Lin Mo and Zhao Dachuan seemed to have never held him in regard, never offering a greeting upon their encounters. As Zhou Ran felt the deadly intent directed at him, disregarding their brotherly bond, Lin Mo's anger flared. He was not one to provoke trouble, yet he did not shy away from it either. Zhou Ran and his few lackeys had repeatedly taunted him, and this time, they had even resorted to murderous intentions. A cornered rabbit will bite, let alone Lin Mo. The sword of extermination transformed into several shadowy blades, lunging towards Zhou Ran's face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhou Ran deflected one strike, another followed, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, appearing quite disheveled. Suddenly, a blade pierced his chest, crimson blood gushing forth. Zhou Ran instinctively clutched his chest, his eyes widening in anger, an expression of agony etched across his face. It turned out even immortals could bleed. Lin Mo offered him no respite, launching a flurry of successive strikes. Unable to withstand the assault, Zhou Ran found the sword of extermination pressed against his throat. Lin Mo, what are you trying to do? Fear not. The weather is quite warm. I merely wish to invite Brother Zhou for a complimentary bath. With a swift kick, Lin Mo sent Zhou Ran tumbling into the water's depths. He had no intention of taking Zhou Ran's life publicly. From Sister Qin, he had long been aware of Zhou Ran's background, the distinguished representative of the Zhou clan of immortals. The Zhou clan had deep ties with the Qingyun Sword Sect. Should he eliminate Zhou Ran in public, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the sect. Such self-destructive actions were not in his nature. However, while death could be avoided, punishment was inevitable. Zhou Ran must face his due consequences. Help me. I can't swim. Zhou Ran thrashed about in the water, pleading for assistance from his companions. Blood continued to flow from his chest, staining the water crimson. Splash, splash, splash. The waterfall above relentlessly poured down, rendering him a pitiful sight. Brother Zhou grasped my hand. Lin Mo was indeed ruthless, having unleashed such malice upon Brother Zhou. Surely, he would report to Elder Qin to ensure Lin Mo faced appropriate reprimand. Several lackeys extended their hands from the shore, but alas, they were too far to reach Zhou Ran. Someone fetched a branch, yet it failed to rescue him. You idiots. Can't you come in and save me? Zhou Ran scolded amidst his struggle. Brother, we can't swim either. They replied. It's all Lin Mo's fault for kicking Brother Zhou into the water. Don't panic, watch me. One individual employed a technique to manipulate objects, sending a piece of wood flying towards Zhou Ran. Though these individuals were cultivators, their abilities were still quite rudimentary, yet they surpassed ordinary mortals by far. Li Dan. Well done, I shall remember this favor. Zhou Ran seized the wood, filled with joy. Thank you, brother. Li Dan, with a delighted expression, exerted all his might to lift Zhou Ran from the water. Unfortunately, his cultivation was insufficient, causing Zhou Ran to rise slightly only to plummet back down, leaving him in a dire predicament. You lot, hurry up and help. Li Dan shouted to those nearby. Realizing the urgency, they all united their efforts in manipulating the object, and Zhou Ran gradually ascended from the water. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the pond, a pair of emerald green eyes fixated on Zhou Ran, flickering with serpentine intent. It was indeed the enormous python, which had recently wreaked havoc upon the entire medicinal garden, devouring a considerable quantity of spirit herbs and elixirs. That Elder Qin had commanded must be captured. This python had developed a single horn upon its head, and strictly speaking, it should be referred to as a jiao. Originally wounded by Elder Qin for its transgressions, it had hidden itself here to recuperate. At this moment, attracted by Zhou Ran's aura, the green jiao was stirring restlessly, unable to contain its bloodthirsty desire. Chapter 16. Wealth and danger. Upon witnessing the others employing their object manipulation techniques, Lin Mo leaped onto a wooden plank. The plank immediately sank, nearly plunging back into the water, causing Zhou Ran to gasp in fright. Fortunately, Mu Feng, Li Dan, and the others exerted their utmost efforts to barely maintain balance. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Come down quickly. We can discuss this. Zhou Ran, my senior brother, cannot swim and is also injured. Lin Mo, we are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such extreme measures. A chorus of complaints arose, with no one reflecting on the fact that they had instigated the situation first. Lin Mo, grant me a reprieve this time, and I will offer you 3 spirit stones. These are excellent for cultivation. With these spirit stones, you might even achieve a breakthrough. Zhou Ran clung to the plank, his tone markedly softer, though it still bore an air of desperation. Lin Mo looked down to find Zhou Ran's chest was bleeding profusely, clearly on the brink of collapse. Just then, he noticed the green jiao's head lurking beneath the water and was taken aback. It turned out that the jiao, which had pilfered the spirit herbs, was hiding here to heal. No wonder it had remained elusive. Its reluctance to strike suggested that it had not fully recovered from the severe injuries inflicted by Elder Qin and was wary of revealing itself before the outer disciples. In comparison to the spirit stones, the treasures possessed by the green jiao were far more valuable, whether it be its venomous skin or the horn upon its head. Both were excellent materials for crafting artifacts, and he could not allow these individuals to benefit from it. Lin Mo contemplated the green jiao for a moment. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Should he manage to capture this green jiao, he would achieve great prosperity. Seeing Lin Mo's lack of response, Zhou Ran assumed he found 3 spirit stones insufficient and hastily tossed his storage bag upwards. Inside are all my spirit stones and elixirs, including a foundation establishment pill. If you spare me, all of this is yours. In a desperate bid for his life, Zhou Ran resorted to this last-ditch effort. In his view, spirit stones and elixirs could be regained, but life was singular. Taking Zhou Ran's storage bag, Lin Mo poured out the contents and, after counting, discovered there were indeed 13 spirit stones. Truly, the offspring of the Zhou clan were affluent. Even a mere outer disciple possessed such abundant resources, almost overflowing with wealth. Most notably was the foundation establishment pill, radiating a potent aura of spiritual energy, something coveted by disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve. Lin Mo stowed the spirit stones and elixirs into the storage bag and finally leaped down from the wooden plank. His intention was to swiftly disperse the crowd, for confronting the green jiao was of utmost importance. Now that the jiao was severely injured, it was the opportune moment to strike. Missing this chance would mean losing the opportunity altogether. The green jiao was a formidable foe, and without its injuries, Lin Mo would stand no chance against it. Even in his severely injured state, he lacked complete confidence in his ability to prevail. However, fortune favors the bold. Having entered the realm of cultivation, one must indeed take risks. Should he find himself unable to win, retreat would not be too late. Meanwhile, the others had finally managed to rescue Zhou Ran and were hastily staunching his wounds. Brother Zhou Ran, shall we simply let this scoundrel go? Exclaimed one. The invaluable foundation establishment pill cannot be allowed to fall into his hands. Let us all join forces and reclaim the spiritual stones and elixirs. A wave of righteous indignation surged among the crowd, their gazes fixed fiercely upon Lin Mo. Brother Zhou Ran, what should we do now? Mu Feng inquired solemnly as he supported Zhou Ran. He had suffered greatly at Lin Mo's hands before and was wary of acting recklessly again. Zhou Ran, still shaken from his brush with death, felt a twinge of fear at Lin Mo's ruthlessness. Naturally, he yearned to reclaim the foundation establishment pill, a treasure of immense worth during the Qi refinement stage, a reward granted to the Zhou clan for their exceptional contributions to the sect. However, in his current injured state, his lowly companions, who had only just entered the Qi refinement stage, would likely prove no match for Lin Mo patience, he thought. As long as this brat remains within the spiritual herb valley, he cannot escape my grasp. When my brother Zhou Tsang returns from his training, I will ensure that Lin Mo suffers a fate worse than death. First, assist me to Elder Qin, where I shall lodge a complaint against this scoundrel. A malevolent glint flickered in Zhou Ran's eyes. Brother Zhou Ran makes a valid point. the sect forbids infighting among its disciples. And reporting this matter to Elder Qin would be quite the consequence for him. Indeed, not only could they reclaim the Foundation establishment pill, but Lin Mo might also face punishment. Brother Zhou Ran's foresight is commendable. The group helped Zhou Ran toward Elder Qin's residence. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples from the herb garden. With Zhou Ran so gravely injured, who could have done this? Need one ask? Clearly, it was Lin Mo and Zhao Daquan. Well done. These ruffians usually flaunt their arrogance, leaving us to tend to the herb garden while pilfering spiritual herbs. It is about time someone dealt with them. I doubt this matter will resolve easily. Zhou Ran's brother is an inner sect disciple and has recently made a name for himself among the inner ranks. Haha. I happened to pass by and witnessed Lin Mo pierce Zhou Ran's chest with a sword. Zhou Ran even handed over his storage bag. Good heavens. How exhilarating. Zhou Ran hails from the affluent Zhou clan. His storage bag must contain many treasures. Need I say more? There are at least a dozen spiritual stones, along with various elixirs, and the finest among them is a Foundation establishment pill. What? Even a treasure such as the Foundation establishment pill? Truly, the Zhou clan are remarkable disciples. This time, Lin Mo has struck gold. Soon, news of Zhou Ran's severe injuries and the theft of the Foundation establishment pill spread throughout the spiritual herb valley. Elder Qin sat in his chamber, his expression one of ire as he regarded his incompetent subordinates, who had the audacity to come forth with complaints. Zhou Ran, how am I to seek justice for you? A group of you beset a single individual, and yet you are left in such a state. If this news were to spread, it would not only tarnish your reputation, but that of the entire spiritual herb valley. Hearing these words, Zhou Ran hastily lifted his head. To his astonishment, Elder Qin not only failed to intercede on his behalf, but instead reproached him. It was indeed true what the family elder had said. The realm of cultivation operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, devoid of any semblance of justice. Elder Qin, Lin Mo has seized my Foundation establishment pill, which was bestowed upon me by the sect, Zhou Ran lamented, on the verge of tears. Do not trouble me with disputes among disciples. If you possess the ability, retrieve it yourself, Elder Qin replied, resuming his reading of the Longevity Sutra. For him, nothing held greater significance than the pursuit of immortality. Meanwhile, after dispersing the crowd, Lin Mo stood at the edge of the pool, brandishing the Zhuxia sword, and gazed intently at the green serpent. Wretched beast, come forth and meet your demise. As his words echoed, the entire spirit herb valley trembled. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature with emerald eyes surged forth from the water. Indeed, it was the green serpent. Upon witnessing the creature, thicker than a water barrel, Lin Mo instinctively took 2 steps back. This serpent spanned over 10 meters, its eyes larger than fists, and its scales impervious to blades and arrows. Several of his fellow disciples had met their grim fate while attempting to capture this monstrous snake. Fortunately, Elder Qin had intervened personally, inflicting severe injuries upon the beast. Lin Mo focused intently, noticing a substantial, unhealed wound on the serpent's back, validating his earlier conjectures. With a deafening roar, the green serpent opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a ferocious growl. Most would have quailed in terror, collapsing to the ground in fear. Yet Lin Mo, gripping the Zhuxia sword tightly, felt his breath grow heavy. Fortune favors the bold. Only by vanquishing this green serpent can I establish my place in the cultivation world. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must not falter. He continually urged himself to confront the injured serpent head-on. Just as he hesitated for a fleeting moment, the green serpent lunged forward to bite him. Chapter 17, Toward Death. We live. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and kicked a stone the size of a basin toward the serpent. Thud! The stone struck the serpent's head, exploding into countless fragments. Surprisingly, the green serpent merely slowed its assault before resuming its attack, showing no signs of injury. As Lin Mo executed the Thousand Shadows sword technique while evading, he was filled with dread. The serpent's defenses were insurmountably strong. With his current cultivation, he could not inflict any harm upon it. Enraged by the stone's impact, the green serpent launched a relentless onslaught, its massive form wreaking havoc wherever it went, crushing boulders and trees alike with terrifying force. Despite Lin Mo's utmost efforts, he remained unable to inflict even the slightest injury upon the creature. He realized that he needed to strike the serpent's wounded area to have any chance of victory. His gaze fixed on the injury on the serpent's back, yet opportunities to close the distance eluded him. In a moment of distraction, the serpent clamped down on the Zhuxia sword. With all his might, he attempted to extract the sword, but the serpent's head collided with him, sending him crashing backward against a large boulder. He had been careless. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he rose, realizing he had overestimated his capabilities. The emerald serpent before him was at least a third-tier demon beast. Even in its current injured state, it possessed the strength of a second-tier creature. How could a mere innate expert hope to contend with it? The realm of cultivation categorizes demon beasts. First tier corresponds to the body refinement stage. Second tier to the chi refinement stage, and third tier to the foundation establishment stage, and so forth. The physical prowess of demon beasts far surpasses that of cultivators. Only a group of practitioners at the corresponding realm could hope to vanquish a single beast. Thus, even with Zhao Dachuan's assistance, it seemed improbable that they could defeat the emerald serpent before them. However, he was unwilling to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. As he pondered, the serpent forcefully swung its head, sending the exorcising evil sword tumbling into the depths of the pool. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the water. To overcome the emerald serpent, that sword was his sole beacon of hope. Previously, the exorcising evil sword had effortlessly severed the Qingyun sword, indicating its extraordinary nature and hidden mysteries. Upon entering the water, the serpent turned and plunged after him. In a critical moment, he finally grasped the exorcising evil sword once more. With a swift movement, he executed the Thousand Shadows sword technique, unleashing multiple sword shadows towards the emerald serpent. In the water, he knew he could not outrun the beast. Thus, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. The serpent, feeling pain, momentarily hesitated in its assault. Its pair of verdant eyes fixed intently upon Lin Mo, flicking its forked tongue, sending shivers down his spine. Noticing Lin Mo's attempt to surface, the emerald serpent followed closely. Lin Mo glanced back, sensing a prime opportunity near the serpent's wound. Previously, when face to face with the beast on solid ground, its defenses had been impenetrable. Now, positioned above the water, he merely needed to find the right moment to drop down and mount the serpent's back. However, this was contingent upon evading the serpent's massive jaws, for failure would mean certain death. At this critical juncture, a vivid memory surfaced in his mind from before his ascent to the mountain. "Brother, come pick me up soon." Lin Yao had wept, her face streaked with tears. "In less than 3 years, I will surely become an inner disciple. Yao, wait for me." He had tenderly stroked his sister's hair, feeling a pang of reluctance. Pinky swear, no lies, they had promised, sealing their bond with a pinky swear. His sister had joyfully wiped her tears, untying her braids and letting her hair flow freely. She had tied a blue ribbon from her braid around his wrist, reminding him not to forget their 3-year pact. Gazing at the blue ribbon on his left wrist, Lin Mo resolved to fight with all his strength. 3 years to establish his foundation and ascend to the inner sect. Even with relentless training, the prospect seemed dim. If he could slay this emerald serpent, however, the situation would transform entirely. The serpent's body was a treasure trove, whether for personal use or sale. It would greatly aid his cultivation. "Sister, I will not let you down." With this thought, he hesitated no longer. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the emerald serpent. The creature, taken aback, could not comprehend the cultivator's intentions. Did he realize escape was futile and was surrendering? Regardless, the succulent prey was too enticing to miss. The emerald serpent opened its cavernous maw, ready to swallow Lin Mo whole. At a critical moment, Lin Mo executed a swift sidestep, narrowly avoiding the gaping maw of the bloodthirsty creature. Just as he was about to mount the wounded back of the green serpent, its massive body twisted violently, and a colossal tail swept through the water with tremendous force. The speed of the serpent's tail was astonishing, and within the confines of the water, Lin Mo had no means of evasion. Bang! He was struck directly by the tail, propelled out of the water by the sheer force of the impact. After staggering a few steps, he managed to steady himself, feeling as though his waist had been shattered. With a muffled groan, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of that sweeping strike was formidable. Even a cultivator in the chi refinement stage would have met their demise had they been struck. It was only due to his perfected body refinement at the 9th level, coupled with the cushioning effect of the water, that he barely endured the blow. How infuriating! He was so close to success. Clenching the Zhuxie sword tightly, he felt a twinge of reluctance. It was evident to him that he was not in the same league as this green serpent. He had long understood this truth. Even Elder Qin had nearly suffered injury when confronting the serpent. How could an ordinary mortal like him hope to prevail? For the promise he made to Lin Yao, he had to push himself to the limit. With little time for contemplation, the green serpent burst forth from the water, and the two were once again locked in combat. He was breathless and exhausted, while the serpent showed no signs of relenting. This time, the serpent was clearly intent on annihilation, continuously spewing venom. Lin Mo persistently parried the toxic spray with the Zhuxie sword, preventing any harm to himself. The surrounding stones, however, met a grim fate, corroded and hissing as they succumbed to the venom. As Lin Mo beheld the serpent's fearsome jaws, a chill ran down his spine. He was uncertain if escape was still an option. Nevertheless, he resolved to fight to the bitter end, embracing the notion of life through death. The serpent's speed was akin to lightning. Fleeing would surely lead to certain doom. Thus, he chose to take a desperate gamble. With a fierce shout, Lin Mo advanced rather than retreating, charging towards the green serpent. The serpent flicked its crimson tongue and executed another tail swipe. With a heart full of resolve, Lin Mo chose not to evade but instead leapt into the air, thrusting his sword toward the serpent's eye. The best defense is indeed a good offense. By attacking, he aimed to divert the serpent's attention, which he believed to be the path to victory. This strategy was one he had overheard during his time at the apothecary, where his uncle casually discussed the tactics employed by the state of Qi during the Qichu War. To his surprise, it proved invaluable in this moment. The serpent fell for the ruse, tilting its head to evade the Zhuxia sword. The opportunity had arrived. A surge of joy filled Lin Mo, and he swiftly redirected his sword, leaping onto the serpent's back. Before the creature could react, he plunged his sword into the previously wounded spot, where the scales had yet to regrow. Roar! The serpent howled in agony, unleashing a thunderous roar. Immediately, it thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Lin Mo. Its tail coiled upward, ensnaring Lin Mo around the waist. Chapter 18. Slaying the Green Serpent. As the Zhuxia sword embedded itself within the serpent's body, Lin Mo barely had time to savor his triumph before he felt his waist as though it might be severed. The constrictive force of the serpent was overwhelming. Not even a great tree could withstand such pressure without splintering. In that moment of peril, the Zhuxia sword emanated a brilliant white light. In an instant, the surging spiritual energy within the green serpent was siphoned away, flowing unceasingly towards the sword, causing Lin Mo's tail to gradually soften. With a fierce roar, the green serpent thrashed about, still engaged in a desperate struggle. Lin Mo, with no time for hesitation, thrust the sword deeper, allowing the exorcising sword to absorb the spiritual energy at an even swifter pace. Before long, the serpent's resistance waned, and it finally collapsed onto the ground, limp. Lin Mo, wielding the exorcising sword, leapt down and beheld the previously rusted sword, now adorned with glistening specks reminiscent of silver sand after absorbing the spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sword was illuminated by the activation of countless minute magical formations, each radiating a surge of power. It dawned on him why the spiritual aura was so abundant in the medicinal herb garden, and despite his diligent cultivation, he was unable to draw energy into his body. Could it be that the very spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated had been siphoned by the sword? No wonder he had been unable to draw energy within. Stunned by this revelation, Lin Mo pondered how many more secrets the exorcising sword harbored. At that moment, he felt a jolt of energy surge within him, a formidable force entering his being. This power raced through his meridians at an astonishing speed, expanding and circulating within his body. In mere moments, he felt all his previous injuries heal, his entire being brimming with vitality. Moreover, the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment surged towards him, akin to a torrential flood. The once falling waterfall changed its course, the water crashing upon him. He realized that the entire waterfall's spiritual essence had been drawn away, frantically pouring into him. Was the exorcising sword returning the absorbed spiritual energy to him? What a delightful surprise. Elated, he recognized the unpredictability of life. He had thought the exorcising sword was solely a tool for absorption, unaware that it could also provide feedback. He swiftly seated himself in a meditative posture, channeling his cultivation techniques to accept this influx of spiritual energy, while others could only draw a wisp of energy into their bodies. He was absorbing the spiritual essence from the vicinity of the waterfall, complemented by the energy returned from the exorcising sword. Would such overwhelming power burst his body apart? Soon, he realized he was overthinking. As this energy flowed into him, it rapidly settled and coalesced within his dantian, transforming from the original thin white spiritual essence into strands of golden energy. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had not anticipated that the energy returned from the exorcising sword would be enhanced. This golden spiritual energy was magnitude stronger than ordinary energy, and it seemed he had truly stumbled upon a fortune. The same spells, when cast with golden energy, would wield greater and more formidable power. It was evident that the adage fortune favors the bold held truth. Had he not risked everything, he would never have reaped such rewards. As the vast golden energy coursed through his meridians, saturating every muscle, he felt his strength escalating continuously. The relentless infusion of golden energy gathered more and more within him. He distinctly sensed the golden energy flowing through his entire being, unblocking every hidden pathway. As the accumulation of golden energy increased, the remnants of his previous weaknesses and impurities were expelled through his pores, swiftly washed away by the waterfall's waters. He remained utterly oblivious to the world around him, wholly absorbed in the golden spiritual energy, lost in an exquisite sensation. Unbeknownst to him, his body had undergone a complete transformation and ascension. After a considerable time, Lin Mo opened his eyes, which now sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, tinged with a hint of gold. His mind felt remarkably clear, and his Tao heart was as serene as a placid lake, achieving an unparalleled stability. Eventually, he rose to his feet, wielding the exorcising evil sword, and realized that he had successfully advanced to the first level of Qi refinement. At that moment, he had truly pushed open the door to the world of cultivation and stepped into the ranks of cultivators. Approaching the massive remains of the green dragon, he began to select valuable items from its body, carefully stowing them away in his storage bag. The venom could corrode many substances, so he resolved to secure it properly, as it might prove useful in the future. He took out a jade vial and meticulously collected the venom from the dragon's mouth, filling a total of over 10 vials. He then carefully removed the small horn from the top of the dragon's head, for it was the most precious item on the green dragon, useful for both alchemy and artifact crafting. Just a slight scraping of its surface, combined with other materials, would elevate the quality of the elixirs far beyond ordinary ones. And the same principle applied to crafting weapons. After securing these two treasures, what remained were the scales, skin, and bones of the green dragon, which could fetch a good price at the treasure pavilion. He believed that these indestructible scales could be fashioned into armor by a skilled craftsman, potentially saving his life in critical moments. Once he had dealt with the green dragon, he turned his attention to the exorcising evil sword, determined to uncover the intricacies of its ability to absorb spiritual energy. Although the sword had aided him by channeling powerful golden energy into his body, he remained concerned that the spiritual energy he labored to cultivate would be siphoned away again. He pondered whether it was the formations inscribed on the sword that drew away the energy, or if there were other factors at play. Why could ordinary spiritual energy be transformed into golden energy? What other capabilities did the exorcising evil sword possess aside from energy absorption? These questions demanded clarification, as he sensed the sword concealed many mysteries that required gradual exploration. The immediate priority was to address the issue of energy absorption. If he could reverse the process and draw energy from the sword, it would be ideal. Why did the exorcising evil sword absorb energy only to return it to him in a more advanced golden form? Lin Mo found himself momentarily perplexed. He activated the Qingyun technique, attempting to draw energy from the sword, but despite repeated efforts, he was met with failure. Each time he endeavored to extract energy, the sword seemed to react violently, shaking as if disturbed, preventing him from siphoning any of its power. After much exertion, and seeing that the sword remained obstinate, Lin Mo felt a surge of frustration. Exorcising evil, how shameless you are. If it weren't for my fierce battle with the green dragon, would you have absorbed so much energy? Share a portion of that energy with me, so I can grow stronger. You will have ample opportunities to absorb energy in the future. We are inextricably linked. We must unite to thrive. Lin Mo sensed that the sword could comprehend him, for it was no ordinary weapon, imbued with profound mysteries. Yet, despite his earnest appeals, the exorcising evil sword stubbornly refused to relinquish even a trace of its spiritual energy. At that moment, he inadvertently brushed against the talisman of the medicinal garden at his waist, and the scene of Elder Qin instructing him to perform blood sacrifice on the talisman resurfaced in his mind. The exterminating evil sword is no ordinary weapon. It should be capable of undergoing a similar blood sacrifice as the talisman. At present, I cannot reclaim all the spiritual energy that has been drained, perhaps due to the incomplete sacrifice. With this thought, he immediately bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the exterminating evil sword. Chapter 19, Rebirth Soon. He felt a profound connection between his mind and the exterminating evil sword. As he once again practiced the Qingyun technique, a stream of faint golden spiritual energy flowed from the blade. Observing this, Lin Mo was so thrilled that he nearly jumped for joy. It is worth noting that this was golden spiritual energy, far superior in quality to the ordinary spiritual energy outside, and the benefits obtained from its absorption would naturally be immense. Having gained this successful experience, he began to absorb the golden spiritual energy with abandon. As a torrent of it surged into his body, every single cell in his being rejoiced, reveling in the transformation brought on by the golden spiritual aura. In that moment, he truly achieved a rebirth, with his cultivation experiencing a significant elevation. Just as he wished to absorb more golden spiritual energy, a tearing sensation emanated from his dantian. He realized he had reached the limit of his body's absorption. If he did not stop, his dantian would surely burst. Cultivation must be pursued gradually. One cannot achieve greatness all at once. Content and satisfied, he rose to his feet, holding the exterminating evil sword. The ability to rectify the loss of his spiritual energy, while simultaneously drawing power from the sword, marked a tremendous advancement. Surveying his surroundings, he found that upon reaching the first level of qi refinement, he could effortlessly sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even catching sight of distant birds and fish beneath the water. Taking a deep breath, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He raised his palm to inspect it. His skin had transformed, appearing more delicate, fair, and radiant than before. Perhaps influenced by the golden spiritual energy, his skin exuded a subtle golden hue, looking even healthier than bronze skin. He struck a large stone by the pond with his palm. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the incredibly hard stone shattered into fragments. Is this the power of an immortal? His face lit up with joy. Indeed, the world of cultivators is unlike that of mortals. Suppressing the excitement churning within him, he wielded the exterminating evil sword and executed the Thousand Shadows sword technique. The resulting swordplay unleashed a cacophony of thunder and swirling dust. Its might incomparable to his previous attempts. He realized that the number of sword shadows he could conjure had increased to dozens, signifying a significant enhancement in power. Moreover, he discovered an intriguing phenomenon. While performing the sword technique, his body produced several afterimages. In other words, not only could the sword itself generate shadow duplicates, but he could also create his own. With multiple afterimages simultaneously striking the enemy, it was evident that the power of the Thousand Shadows sword technique had been greatly amplified. Of course, given his current strength, these afterimages were merely illusions. When the day comes that his training allows these illusions to take physical form, the potency of his sword techniques will undoubtedly reach new heights. This is not impossible. He has discovered the ability to channel spiritual energy into his shadow to engage in combat. However, at present, his spiritual energy is insufficient to sustain such a high-intensity fighting style. With his sword sheathed, Lin Chen immersed his mind within himself, realizing that he remained at the first level of qi refinement. Despite this, his prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of a mere first-level qi refiner. The sheer intensity of his golden spiritual energy far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual energy, allowing him to easily overpower those in the qi refinement stage. Moreover, he was equipped with the Thousand Shadows sword technique, numerous spirit stones, and medicinal pills, enhancing his physical strength as well. Since the moment he joined the Qingyun Sword Sect, he had been diligently honing his skills. Coupled with the refinement from golden spiritual energy, his physical strength greatly surpassed that of his peers in the qi refinement stage. He pondered whether he was the only one possessing golden spiritual energy or if others shared this trait. Intrigued by the transformation of ordinary spiritual energy into golden energy, he resolved to observe other cultivators closely in the future. He picked up the exorcising evil sword and glanced at it. The blade remained rusted and unremarkable. I suspect that beyond merely transforming ordinary spiritual energy into golden energy, you possess numerous other functions as well. Oh dear exorcising evil sword, regardless of the mysteries you conceal, I shall ultimately uncover them all. If you can comprehend my words, please respond with a slight movement. Initially, he held little hope, yet to his astonishment, the sword did indeed tremble twice, as if acknowledging his presence. I never expected you could understand me. This is truly wonderful. Senior Sister Qin mentioned that some formidable magical artifacts can give rise to spirit entities. I hope that one day you might as well. With a buoyant spirit, Lin Chen donned his attire and descended the mountain. Along the way, he noted that the spiritual herbs in the fields appeared somewhat withered. Recently, he had overheard fellow disciples discussing how the growth of spiritual herbs in the valley was not as thriving as in previous years, and it seemed to be true. Elder Qin was quite agitated and, upon investigation, discovered that the cause was a depletion of spiritual energy in the valley. Initially, he believed the issue stemmed from the green serpent that had been pilfering the herbs, and he attempted to confront it personally, but alas, the serpent managed to escape. In retrospect, it became clear that the problem lay with this sword, with the green serpent wrongly bearing the blame. If I wish to remain in the spiritual herb valley for an extended period, I cannot disclose the fact that the exorcising evil sword absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy, and the green serpent must continue to serve as a scapegoat. With this thought in mind, he resolved to keep the demise of the green serpent a secret from everyone. Just then, several fellow disciples approached from a distance. Lin Chen, you rascal, you really did a number on Brother Zhou Ran. One exclaimed, I have high hopes for you. Daring to confront Zhou Ran before even entering the qi refinement stage. Just imagine once you reach that level. First level of Qi refinement. I can't believe you've already entered that stage. When did this happen, and why didn't you tell us? Another chimed in. Quite impressive. Even a pseudo-spiritual root can reach Qi refinement. This is rare in our Qingyun Sword Sect. Indeed, it seems the spiritual herb valley is to thank. The energy here is so rich, even De Huang has reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. There's some truth to that. Regardless, Lin Mo entering the Qi refinement stage is certainly a cause for celebration, especially having taught Zhou Ran a lesson. That truly brings satisfaction. Indeed, Lin Mo. What was the matter with the cries of the demonic beasts earlier? It seemed to emanate from the direction of the waterfall. The elder summoned us to investigate the situation. Having just descended from there, you must be aware of it, correct? Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Dear brothers, you have arrived a moment too late. I was cultivating by the waterfall and happened upon a great python that was pilfering spiritual herbs. We engaged in a fierce battle for 300 rounds. But it eventually fled towards the cold mist pond. Exhausted, Lin Mo stated calmly, showing no concern that they might uncover his slaying of the green dragon. Even if he were to divulge the truth, it was likely no one would believe him. Junior brother Lin, you do tend to exaggerate. You fought with a great python for 300 rounds? Indeed, it is a stroke of luck that you were not devoured. I suspect you were merely frightened into folly. One remarked. Elder Qin holds this great python in high regard. Are you certain it escaped to the cold mist pond? If it truly did, that poses a serious problem. It is rumored that secrets lie hidden there, and many disciples perish each year. Elder Qin is exceedingly wary of it. As long as we are not tasked with capturing it, I certainly cannot contend with a great python. I shall return and report the truth to Elder Qin, another added. By the way, Lin Mo, would you be so kind as to accompany us? It would be prudent for you to explain the situation to Elder Qin in person. Indeed, Elder Qin is quite suspicious, and if you do not accompany us, we may find it challenging to provide a satisfactory report. Junior brother Lin, we beseech you. This fragment of spiritual stone is but a token of our esteem. Several brothers clearly did not believe his tale of battling the python, but they were firmly convinced about its escape into the cold mist pond. One brother, named Gu Qianxiu, pressed a small fragment of spiritual stone into his hand. Lin Mo possessed a dozen intact spiritual stones along with a plethora of treasures acquired from the green dragon, rendering this small fragment insignificant in his eyes. However, to assuage Elder Qin's suspicions entirely, he resolved to accompany them. Very well, it is but a trifling matter. I shall accompany you. He gestured to Gu Qianxiu. Please keep the fragment safe. A single piece can fetch dozens of taels of silver. Such a precious item, I, Lin Mo, could hardly accept. With arms crossed, he proceeded with the others toward Elder Qin's residence. Lin Mo, your character indeed surpasses that of Zhou Ran and his ilk by a considerable margin. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us. If Zhou Ran dares to bully you again, we shall certainly take action. Indeed, Zhou Ran has overstepped his bounds. I have long wished to teach him a lesson. Junior brother Lin, now that you have successfully cultivated your qi, Elder Qin may bestow a reward upon you. The brothers held him in high esteem. Chapter 20. Awakening before long. Lin Mo followed his fellow brothers to Elder Qin's door. Just as he was about to knock, Zhou Ran emerged, cursing and accompanied by a few lackeys. Gu Qianxiu and the others were so frightened that they immediately concealed themselves, hardly daring to breathe. After taking a few steps, Zhou Ran spotted Lin Mo and rushed over, furious. Lin Mo, return my foundation establishment pill. Brother Zhou Ran, you clearly gifted me the foundation establishment pill. How can you renege on it? Who gave it to you? You took advantage of my vulnerability to demand this from me. Other items may be given freely, but the foundation establishment pill must be returned to me. Brother Zhou Ran, one must not speak carelessly. With your qi refining 3rd layer and my qi refining 1st layer, how could I possibly coerce you? What? You have already successfully drawn qi into your body. I never expected that even with a false spiritual root, you could manage to do so. Thanks to Brother Zhou Ran's favor. I achieved this by sheer luck and hope that one day I can make use of the foundation establishment pill you gifted me. Lin Mo, do not become too complacent. My master is already aware of this matter and will not let it rest. With a flick of his hand, Zhou Ran departed with several associates. Lin Mo, await the elder's judgment on you. How dare you seize Brother Zhou Ran's foundation establishment pill? That is utterly outrageous. Brother Zhou Ran's master is Taoist Qingsong. You shall not escape unscathed. The group of followers grumbled as they left. Once they had departed, Gu Qianxiu approached with a few fellow disciples. Lin Shidi, are you unscathed? I almost lost my restraint and acted, but fortunately, those rascals fled swiftly. Thank you for your concern, Brother Gu. I am fine. Let us hasten to see Elder Qin, Lin Mo replied. stepping into Elder Qin's chamber. He was not particularly surprised by Gu Qianxiu and the others' earlier retreat. As the saying goes, one should judge by words and actions. Their promises to stand against Zhou Ran proved utterly unreliable. To establish oneself in the realm of cultivation, one must ultimately rely on oneself during critical moments. Upon entering the room, Elder Qin sat as usual in an armchair. Perusing the tome Essence of Longevity, noticing Lin Mo and the others' arrival, he displayed evident impatience. Are you done? Did I not say I would not concern myself with the Foundation establishment pill? Why do you continue to bother me? Reporting to Elder Qin, we have discovered traces of the large python. Gu Qianxiu quickly interjected with a bow. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin immediately set aside his book, intrigued. Quickly, tell me. Where's that green serpent now? That vile creature has been devouring my medicinal herbs. It must be eliminated. Otherwise, this year's entire sect's supply of elixirs will be adversely affected. Elder Qin stroked his beard, fixating on Gu Qianxiu. Lin Chen, quickly recount your encounter with that strange serpent to Elder Qin. Yes, I initially intended to cultivate beneath the waterfall, but unexpectedly encountered Zhou Ran and his associates ambushing me. Lin Mo recounted the events in detail, omitting his defeat of the green serpent. That is how it transpired. The serpent fled into the cold smoke pool, and it is uncertain when it shall emerge again. After listening, Elder Qin remained silent for a moment before speaking. Once it has entered the cold smoke pool, matters become complicated. A hint of fear flickered in Elder Qin's eyes, suggesting an apprehension of the secrets harbored within the cold smoke pool. Is the cold smoke pool truly that terrifying? The disciples sensed Elder Qin's unusual demeanor and were taken aback. They never imagined the usually confident Elder Qin had something to fear. Yet Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within. At last, everyone believed that the green serpent still lived. With this scapegoat, should any malevolent forces attempt to siphon off the medicinal energy from the herb garden, it would not lead back to him. Lin Mo, to have injured Zhou Ran so severely, your cultivation has progressed remarkably quickly, if I am not mistaken. You have successfully entered the realm of qi refinement, achieving the first layer of this stage. Elder Qin swiftly discerned his level. Indeed, the disciple has recently reached the first layer of qi refinement. Lin Mo spoke candidly, never daring to meet Elder Qin's gaze. In the presence of such a formidable cultivator of the nascent soul stage, he opted for humility to avoid revealing any flaws. Earlier, Zhou Ran came to me with grievances, claiming that you had taken his Foundation establishment pill. Is there any truth to this? Elder Qin's expression darkened, and his tone grew slightly more severe. Upon noticing the shift in Elder Qin's demeanor, Lin Mo's heart sank, filled with unease. That was voluntarily given to me for the sake of my life, he replied cautiously. Do not be anxious. I have no intention of intervening in disputes among disciples. However, I must caution you that the Foundation establishment pill is of great significance. Should news of your possession of this pill circulate, it will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, given your talent, the fact that you have successfully entered the qi refinement stage is a miracle in itself. You may never require this Foundation establishment pill in your lifetime. Thus, Elder Qin paused, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully before continuing. It would be prudent for you to exchange this pill for spirit stones as soon as possible, lest you become the target of covetous individuals, which could lead to dire consequences. You must give this matter serious consideration. Thank you, Elder Qin, for your wise counsel. I will promptly visit the treasure pavilion and find a way to part with this pill. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, Elder Qin had warned him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been truly unthinkable. In the realm of cultivation, incidents of murder and theft are commonplace. With his current low cultivation level, possessing such a valuable item as the Foundation establishment pill is certainly unwise. The key issue is that Zhou Ran has been spreading rumors, making it widely known among the Qingyun Sword Sect, leaving him with no opportunity to handle the matter discreetly. Elder Qin's advice is indeed the best course of action. He is still far from the Foundation establishment stage. It would be wiser to exchange the pill for spirit stones to acquire other resources that could enhance his cultivation. You show promise, young one. If there is nothing more, you may take your leave. Elder Qin resumed his reading, engrossed in the book before him. However, how does Elder Qin intend to deal with that massive python? Gu Qianxiu remained troubled by this matter. I will handle that vile creature myself. Elder Qin pressed his lips together, then recalled something. Ah, Lin Mo, now that you are a qi refinement cultivator, you should pay a visit to your master and procure the necessary supplies. Yes. Lin Mo bowed respectfully and exited the room with the others. Although he did not gain material benefits from Elder Qin, he received valuable guidance, which was a significant gain in itself. Elder Qin is correct. Having now broken through to the qi refinement stage, it is time for me to seek out my master. Speaking of which, since joining the Qingyun Sword Sect, it has been quite some time since I last visited my master. Lin Mo felt a deep sense of gratitude. It was his master, Li Juanhao, who had introduced him to the world of cultivation. After bidding farewell to Brother Gu and the others, he left the medicinal garden, inquiring of his senior brothers and sisters for directions to the peak where his master resided. His master possessed an entire mountain. It seems he truly had a glorious past. Not merely boasting. Lin Mo reflected on his boastful master, his emotions a blend of admiration and complexity. He is eager to know what experiences his master has undergone over the years that have led to such a transformation in him. Chapter 21. Red Leaf Peak within the Grand Hall of the sect leader. The leader Wang Xianyi furrowed his brow as he listened to the words of a middle-aged man before him. Beside the middle-aged man stood a young man of striking demeanor, along with several elders of the Qingyun Sword Sect at the Golden Core stage. Such a commotion arose solely due to that foundational elixir. Sect leader, Lin Mo, a disciple of our sect, has seized my apprentice's foundational elixir. The sect has a clear prohibition against infighting among fellow disciples. His actions are a violation of our regulations. I demand stringent punishment for this disciple to serve as a warning to others. Otherwise, if other disciples emulate this behavior, will our Qingyun Sword Sect not become a laughingstock? It is feared that before the demonic forces can assault our sect, we shall be brought to ruin by our own kin. The middle-aged man appeared indignant. He was Lu Qingsong, the master of Zhou Ran, a formidable practitioner at the Golden Core stage. Upon learning that his disciple's foundational elixir had been taken by Lin Mo, he hastened to report the matter to the sect leader. Lu Shidi, the situation is not as dire as you portray. I believe it is prudent to conduct a thorough investigation first, Wang Xianyi expressed, showing a tendency to favor Lin Mo. However, the infighting among disciples, especially involving the theft of a foundational elixir, could not be overlooked. This matter was recounted by my disciple himself, and there are numerous witnesses among the disciples. What further investigation is necessary? I see, sect leader, that you are inclined to protect Li Juanhao's disciple, are you not? I did not expect you, as sect leader, to be so magnanimous. Your beloved woman was taken from you, yet you still advocate for your rival's disciple. No wonder the position of sect leader is held by you and not by me. Your breadth of character is something I, Lu Qingsong, can only aspire to. Lu Qingsong wore a mocking smile, his face betraying disdain. 30 years prior, Wang Xianyi and Li Juanhao had both harbored affections for the same woman. Ultimately, Wang Xianyi secured the position of sect leader but lost her in the process. This matter remained a perpetual sorrow for Wang Xianyi. While one may strike without malice, Lu Qingsong's words clearly crossed a line. The usually composed Wang Xianyi could not help but appear somber. Lu Shidi, why bring up matters from the past? It has been decades. Why dwell on it? I understand that Zhou Ran is your favored disciple, and you seek justice for him after this grievance. But how can one impose punishment on a disciple before the facts are clarified? Moreover, as far as I know, your disciple has already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, while Lin Mo is still striving to gather qi into his body. With such a disparity in cultivation, you insist on claiming that another has stolen your disciple's elixir, which, if spread, would only bring shame upon you as a master. Wang Xianyi's arguments were sound, each point resonating with logic. Lu Qingsong's face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, the young man beside him stepped forward. He was Zhou Peng, an envoy of the Zhou clan, at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, a prodigious talent with the greatest potential to succeed the clan leader. He first offered a respectful bow to sect leader Wang before speaking. Sect leader, you are correct. In terms of cultivation, Lin Mo indeed falls short of Zhou Ran. However, it is a fact that he seized the foundational elixir. Many witnessed the incident. The sect leader must uphold justice for my Zhou clan disciples. As for why Zhou Ran, despite his elevated realm, would allow the foundation establishment pill to be seized, I believe it was merely a momentary lapse in vigilance. A common occurrence within the realm of cultivation. It was unexpected that with just a few words, Zhou Peng managed to defuse the situation. Indeed, Zhou Peng was correct. It was simply a moment of carelessness on my disciple's part. I implore Master Wang to uphold justice. Lu Qingsong smiled triumphantly, exchanging a glance of gratitude with Zhou Peng. What, then, is the stance of the elders? Wang Xianyi felt somewhat outmatched in a 1-against-2 scenario, and thus turned to the individuals beside him for their input. Master, disputes among disciples are traditionally resolved by themselves. It would not be fitting for us to intervene. Although this matter pertains to the Zhou clan, our hasty involvement would be inappropriate. I believe it is best left for the disciples to resolve. The elders, being astute individuals, were reluctant to involve themselves in this affair, which Wang Xianyi had anticipated. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Peng was exceedingly displeased. It seemed the spirit stones he had previously gifted to these individuals were in vain. A pack of old foxes. The Zhou clan had generously provided them with offerings during festivals, yet at a critical moment, they all hesitated to step forward. Zhou Peng pursed his lips, choosing to swallow his indignation, for he could not afford to offend these elders. His peak foundation establishment cultivation allowed him to command respect within the Zhou clan, yet here at the Qingyun Sword Sect, he was rather pitiably outclassed. Even the most commonplace elder was superior to him, save for the so-called waste known as Li Juanhao. To ignore the situation entirely would be unwise. I do have a solution that accommodates both sides. Why not have our sect purchase the foundation establishment pill with spirit stones, thereby minimizing the issue? What do you think? Esteemed elders? Upon hearing Wang Xianyi's suggestion, the elders nodded in agreement. The master is right. It would be prudent to diffuse the situation. Precisely. It is unnecessary to escalate matters over a mere foundation establishment pill. Having the sect step in to acquire the item indeed offers a win-win situation. A mere mortal could overcome the third level of qi refinement. Lin Mo is, after all, a remarkable talent and should not be penalized, as it would dampen the enthusiasm of the disciples for cultivation. Li Juanhao made considerable sacrifices for the sect in the past, and punishing his disciple would be unjust. The cost of a foundation establishment pill is negligible. Resolving the matter in this manner speaks volumes of our master's wisdom. Observing the elders' consensus, Lu Qingsong and Zhou Peng reluctantly acquiesced. At this moment, atop Hongye Peak of the Qingyun Sword Sect, the mountains were ablaze with autumnal hues. The terrain was blanketed with red-leafed trees, planted by Li Juanhao himself for his beloved Hongye, a testament to their unwavering love until death. Lin Mo, bearing the Zhu Xie sword, leapt gracefully from the back of a celestial crane. He casually handed a fragment of spirit stone to the crane's attendant and proceeded towards the palatial summit. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. The crane's attendant exclaimed from behind, elated to receive a fragment of spirit stone, a substantial windfall that could fetch dozens of taels in the mortal realm. These attendants, holding a lowly status within the Qingyun Sword Sect, ranked just above the most menial of disciples, typically ferrying sect members across the peaks to earn a meager income. What astonished him was that this individual, donned in the attire of a menial disciple, had so readily bestowed a fragment of spirit stone. Lin Mo tread upon the crimson leaves, striding purposefully towards the cluster of palaces. From a distance, he could hear a cacophony of voices cursing and shouting at the palace entrance. Li Juanhao, you worthless wretch! How dare you occupy such a fine peak of our sect as a mere foundation establishment disciple? Have you no shame? Our master is a formidable golden core cultivator. Yet he is forced to reside in a cave dwelling. The Hongye Peak rightfully belongs to him. Indeed, a mere foundation establishment cultivator has no right to claim a mountain peak. Our master, out of respect, cannot confront this matter himself. We are here to demand the peak on his behalf. Li Juanhao, stop cowering. Come out and face us instead of hiding like a turtle. The crowd, a mix of men and women brandishing Qingyun swords, continued their raucous taunts. Silence! Lin Mo shouted from afar, his voice resonating with authority despite its volume. In an instant, all voices ceased, and the crowd turned, staring at him in bewilderment. Who does this mere servant-disciple think he is to meddle in our affairs? Could it be that he knows Li Juanhao? Hey, what is your connection to Li Juanhao? A group of them advanced, swords drawn, and one even shoved him. With a flash of golden light, the assailant was sent sprawling back, causing those nearby to break into a cold sweat. Why resort to violence when words suffice? You bring this upon yourselves. I shall be candid with you. Li Juanhao is my master, and your insults towards him are as if you insult me. For the sake of our shared brotherhood, I am willing to overlook this transgression, provided you immediately apologize to my master. Lin Mo declared, casting a glance at the group, for men and one woman. Among them, a man and a woman were at the first level of qi refinement, while the other three, still in the early stages of their cultivation, bore decent appearances but were quite ineffectual. Their presence at Hongye Peak, clearly orchestrated by someone else, indicated a more insidious mastermind lurking behind them. To possess such formidable spiritual energy at the first level of qi refinement, the onlookers quickly assisted the fallen individual, their astonishment palpable as they regarded Lin Mo. Enough of this chatter. Hurry and apologize to my master. Lin Mo glanced toward the entrance, aware that his master was undoubtedly observing the situation, given his master's fiery temperament. The reason for his restraint was either disdain for the lowly cultivators or the influence of someone advising against action. The latter seemed more likely, and that advisor was likely the revered Hongye Shimo. His master, fearless in all respects, was only subdued by her words, a true case of one force yielding to another. Since his master could not intervene, Lin Mo resolved to take it upon himself to teach these disrespectful individuals a lesson. Brother Chen, do not fear. He is but one man. Indeed, we cannot allow our master's reputation to be tarnished. We must not apologize. Let us all strike together and subdue this brat. Reason holds no value in the realm of cultivation. Quite right. Are we to fear him with our 5 against 1? With determined glances exchanged, they charged forth, swords raised. Seeking death, Lin Mo's brow furrowed as he unleashed a single sword strike, manifesting 5 shadowy blades that surged towards the 5 attackers. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 men and 1 woman hastily raised their swords in defense, yet they could not withstand even a single strike, all being sent flying by the force of the sword shadows. Within the palatial confines, amidst the flowing waters and elegant pavilions, the scene unfolded. Crimson leaves intoxicate the autumn hues, while the azure stream resonates with melodious strings. Li Juanhao leisurely savors a cup of wine, relishing the sight of his junior sister, Hongya. As she masterfully plays the zither, dressed in a flowing red gown, she possesses an alluring figure, her eyes as clear as water, and her countenance exudes an air of frigid elegance. Hongya, she remarks, I never expected that your disciple's comprehension of the sword path is on par with your own in your prime. Not merely on par, but I dare say he surpasses my former self, Li Juanhao replies. Ah, did you not claim that he possesses only a false spiritual root? How can he possibly be more remarkable than you were back then, when you were the foremost sword cultivator of our sect? Hongya inquires. Strength is determined by more than just spiritual roots. An indomitable spirit is equally paramount. He practices his swordsmanship 10,000 times a day. Emerging from a humble mountain village with limitless potential ahead of him, Li Juanhao elucidates. No wonder you brought him back instead of junior brother Zhu's illegitimate son, Zhu Qingshan. Offending junior brother Zhu will surely stir up commotion on our mountain, Hongya reflects. Fear not. We have endured enough indignities over the years. I simply did not anticipate that Lin Mo would stand up for me, Li Juanhao responds. Then you must express your gratitude to him later, Hongya insists. Of course. He agrees. As the two engage in their conversation, a chorus of apologies resonates from outside the door. Forgive me, Master Li. I was wrong. Please, Master Li. I acknowledge my mistakes. I promise I won't dare again. Hearing these contrite voices, Hongya stifles a laugh, genuinely delighted. Witnessing her smile, Li Juanhao feels a flicker of comfort in his heart. Since the tragic demise of their master, the once frequent sight of her laughter had become a rarity. He had been drinking, racking his brain to elicit even a fleeting smile from her. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo, this disciple, possesses a certain charm that has already brought joy to his beloved junior sister before even arriving. He resolves to reward Lin Mo handsomely when they meet. Shortly after, Lin Mo cautiously peeks into the palace, assessing the situation within. Come in. It is just you and your master and mistress here. Li Juanhao calls without even lifting his gaze from his drink. Disciple Lin Mo pays his respects to master and mistress. Lin Mo states as he steps forward and bows deeply. Hongya's zither playing comes to an abrupt halt as she scrutinizes him intently. What a handsome disciple you are, surpassing even your master in his youth. Do you have a partner? Would you like me to introduce one to you? I have been diligently practicing and do not yet have a partner, Lin Mo replies, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, taken aback by her enthusiasm. Let us discuss partners another time. Lin Mo, you have finally broken through to the first level of qi refinement. Congratulations. Li Juanhao assesses him closely and quickly discerns his strength. Thank you, Master, Lin Mo responds, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, pleased by the praise. These resources have long been prepared for you, awaiting your arrival. Here are 2 sets of outer sect disciple robes in green, convenient for changing as needed. The flying artifact. The spirit wind sword allows for flight when infused with spiritual stones. 30 spirit gathering pills are essential for disciples in the qi refinement stage. The Qingyun Sword technique serves as a foundational martial art for outer sect disciples. In addition, there are various other items related to alchemy and artifact crafting, surpassing what you previously possessed. As Li Juanhao spoke, he waved his hand, casting aside a multitude of resources. Thank you, Master. Lin Mo, accustomed to the task, meticulously stored the items into his storage bag. When he grasped the spirit wind sword, he could not help but admire it, finally possessing a flying artifact of his own. Try your hand at wielding the spirit wind sword. This way, you can traverse the peaks or visit home with ease, Li Juanhao instructed. Yes, Master. Lin Mo placed a spiritual stone into the formation of the spirit wind sword, and the blue array illuminated instantly. He then stood upon the sword, and with a mere thought, he soared into the air. Initially, he wobbled and nearly lost his balance, but his solid foundation allowed him to quickly adapt to flying. As he ascended and gazed downwards, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He finally felt like a genuine immortal. Having previously envied the senior disciples soaring through the skies, he now joined their ranks. Standing atop the spirit wind sword, he swiftly returned to Li Juanhao and Hongya, both visibly pleased. Impressive. I did not expect you to be so adept on your first attempt with a flying artifact. Many disciples before you have fallen due to improper handling, Li Juanhao remarked. Senior brother, the more I observe this disciple, the more I admire him. Why not take him to the library to select a technique? Lin Mo, your master truly dotes on you. Even I am not permitted casual entry into the library, Li Juanhao replied. Senior brother, if I care for your disciple, am I not caring for you as well? Hongya's words left Li Juanhao momentarily speechless. Under the guidance of his master and mistress, Lin Mo soon arrived at the library. He had anticipated it to be modest in size, perhaps akin to the village chief's home. To his astonishment, the library was a realm unto itself, spacious enough to allow for flight within its confines. Chapter 23. The Swallowing Heaven Technique. Li Juanhao surveyed the vast library, feeling a swell of emotion. 30 years prior, during the demonic invasion, the Qingyun Sword Sect united to resist the malevolent forces, resulting in the loss of countless cultivators. His master, Taoist Hanshun, perished alongside the demonic sect leader, the old demon Tianqing. These techniques, remnants of that catastrophic battle, included many that originated from the demonic path. After all, techniques carry no inherent distinction between immortals and demons, as it is the heart that determines their essence. Over the years, many have coveted the techniques housed here, and even the sect leader had made numerous attempts to gain access, all of which were met with rejection. Today, young rascal, you have truly struck gold. Your mistress has granted you special permission to select one to take with you. Go ahead and choose, Li Juanhao said, hands clasped behind his back, taking a deep breath. A smile gracing his face, though tears glimmered in his eyes. As he gazed upon the techniques, memories of that fateful battle flooded back, particularly thoughts of his 12 deceased disciples. Had he not acted impulsively, he mused, he could have prevented their needless sacrifice. If time could be reversed, he would undoubtedly make different choices. Alas, nothing can return to the past. Presently, Lin Mo is his sole disciple, and he is determined to invest all his efforts in nurturing him. Thank you, master. Thank you, mistress. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy and began to select from the vast collection in the library. The library was overwhelmingly large, with some techniques placed high on shelves reaching several meters. He stood on his spirit wind sword and soared upward. The myriad of techniques overwhelmed him. The heavenly vein heart method, the water-severing blade technique, the great puppet technique, the 7-star body method, and the blood soul grand art. Each technique possessed its unique merits, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to which one to choose. The great puppet technique is a wondrous art that transforms all things into puppets. He had expressed a desire to learn it when he heard Elder Qian explain similar methods alongside Senior Sister Qin. The heavenly vein heart method significantly expands the body's meridians, making it exceptionally suited for disciples like him in the qi refining stage. Mastering this technique to its profound depths could even open a unique celestial meridian. The 7-star body method allows one to traverse the steps of the 7 stars, rendering one invincible against both spirits and demons. With this method, he could effortlessly evade arrows and hidden weapons, as well as hasten his journeys. He felt that each technique was remarkable in its own right. Yet perhaps his master and mistress were concerned that he might overreach, permitting him to take only one. Which one should I choose? After much contemplation, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the great puppet technique. In a perilous world of cultivation, having puppets to clear the way would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage for survival. At that moment, the exorcism sword behind him suddenly trembled twice, as if signaling something. He focused his gaze and noticed a small golden box before him. Its contents a mystery. He picked it up and carefully opened it, revealing a golden bamboo slip inside. The inscriptions upon it were obscure and seemed to belong to another realm. Since this was a technique chosen by the exorcism sword, it must be extraordinary. He decided to present it to his master and mistress. He flew back to Li Juanhao and Hongya, the golden slip in hand. Upon seeing the golden slip, Li Juanhao's demeanor shifted, displaying a hint of unease. You little rascal, I told you to choose freely, not to select the best. This technique is a treasured possession of your mistress, one that I cannot even cultivate. Moreover, it is incomplete. There are so many complete techniques here. Go and choose again. But master, I feel a connection to this technique. Its incompleteness is inconsequential. I can gradually restore it. However, the characters are quite peculiar, and I cannot comprehend them. I humbly request your guidance, master and mistress. Lin Mo initially had little interest in the golden slip, merely bringing it for their appraisal. But upon hearing his master's words, his interest soared, resolutely determined to learn the technique. Li Juanhao and Hongya exchanged glances, communicating telepathically. Senior brother, this disciple seems remarkably similar to you in your youth. Equally stubborn. Excessive stubbornness can lead to severe consequences. I am a living testament to that. Do not worry, senior brother, with our careful guidance. He will not stray onto the wrong path. Are you suggesting we bestow upon him the devouring heaven technique? This is indeed the cultivation technique practiced by the infamous demon lord, Qingyun, from years past. Hongya, who instructed us to allow him to choose freely. Since he has been selected, we must permit his cultivation. Li Juanhao, that is true. I merely harbor concerns. Hongya, there is no need for worry. This is merely a fragment, the body technique of the swallowing heaven's art. Li Juanhao, very well. After their exchange, Hongya cleared her throat. Ahem, Lin Mo. The technique you hold is called the swallowing heaven's art, yet it is merely a fragment of the body technique. I have spent decades deciphering the text, and now I shall impart it to you. With that, Hongya began to eloquently explain, while Lin Mo listened attentively. After a considerable time, Hongya concluded, saying, thus, these are the incantations and methods for deciphering the body technique. To acquire further golden scrolls, it relies on your future fortuity. Now, commence your cultivation as I have instructed. All right, master. Lin Mo settled into a cross-legged position, commencing his practice, and his entire spiritual energy became remarkably vibrant, dancing around him. Golden spiritual energy. Both Li Juanhao and Hongya were taken aback, finally grasping why Lin Mo could effortlessly defeat 5 provocateurs at the entrance. Hongya, brother, who would have thought that the golden spiritual energy you could never attain in your lifetime has been achieved by your disciple? Li Juanhao, this lad truly is enigmatic. Could his mastery of golden spiritual energy be linked to his daily practice of 1,000 sword strikes? Hongya, it seems highly probable. Henceforth, you should refrain from excessive drinking and follow your disciple's example of striking 1,000 times daily. Li Juanhao. So, who is the master here, him or me? Hongya, does it truly matter? Achieving golden spiritual energy is your lifelong aspiration. While the two conversed through their spiritual senses, Lin Mo had completely entered a state of self-forgetfulness in his cultivation of the swallowing heaven's arts body technique. His mind was devoid of distractions as he sat cross-legged in the library, time slipping by slowly. Lin Mo appeared utterly serene, immersed in his practice. Like a solitary rock standing steadfast. Days passed, and eventually, he was deeply engaged in the evolution of the body technique of the swallowing heaven's art. Brother, this swallowing heaven's art is extraordinarily powerful. I wonder if Lin Mo will awaken. Hongya could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Sister, there is no need for worry. I believe he is about to awaken. The golden spiritual energy leaping at his surface has nearly been absorbed into his body. Signifying his mastery over the energy is remarkable. Just as Li Juanhao finished speaking, Lin Mo's lips stirred as if he were about to awaken. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, emitting 2 beams of golden light, as if capable of piercing through time and space. Chapter 24, The Step of Ascendance. At last, I have reached the first tier. Lin Mo exhaled deeply. You rascal, you have cultivated for 7 days and 7 nights. Your master's wife was just worried you might not awaken. Li Juanhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. I feel as if I have merely sat down to cultivate for a brief moment. Lin Mo was somewhat bewildered, astonished by the potency of the swallowing heaven's art. Once immersed in cultivation, he was entirely oblivious to his surroundings. During this time, your family has sent you a letter, which I shall show you later. For now, present your cultivation achievements to your master and mistress. Hongya was particularly intrigued by this technique. Though she deciphered the text above, she had never practiced cultivation. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather her physical condition did not permit it. After the battle 30 years ago, her meridians were shattered, and it was only through Li Juanhao's utmost efforts that she retained a single breath of life. Lin Mo shifted his steps, instantly creating a fleeting shadow. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, another shadow emerged. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion of air echoed beneath him, propelling his figure several meters into the air. Each step he took produced a shadow, while his stature ascended further, as if invisible steps were forming in the air. Bang, bang, bang. With Lin Mo's incessant footfalls, he reached the pinnacle, standing firmly aloft. The shadows trailing behind him gradually converged, returning to their original form. Witnessing this spectacle, both Li Juanhao and Hongya were left dumbfounded. Such a movement technique was utterly inconceivable. Lin Mo's display was not yet complete. Suspended in midair, he began to dart in all directions, his speed escalating. rendering his form increasingly indistinct. The air above the library was filled with shadows, and the sound of thunder echoed. His presence could be perceived in every corner. Lin Mo could not help but marvel inwardly at the terrifying agility of the swallowing heaven technique, which surpassed his imagination. Observing the multitude of shadows within the library, he was reminded of the Thousand Shadows sword technique he had practiced. No wonder the evil-slaying prompt had appeared beside the box containing the golden slips. This movement technique was clearly of the same lineage as the Thousand Shadows sword technique, allowing for perfect synergy. If he was not mistaken, the Thousand Shadows sword technique must also have originated from the Swallowing Heaven technique. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sword art and movement technique were concealed in two separate locations, fortuitously acquired by him. Mastering this movement technique would render the Thousand Shadows sword technique complete, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Countless shadows converged from all directions towards his essence. Quickly absorbed within him, he felt as though his body had been hollowed out, gently descending to the ground. While this technique was undeniably formidable, it also demanded immense spiritual energy. In just a fleeting moment, he felt the strain becoming unbearable. Impressive, truly impressive, Li Juanhao exclaimed repeatedly, utterly astonished by the movement technique. He had not anticipated such profound agility existing within the realm of cultivation. Lin Mo, you have truly opened my dear teacher's eyes today, with admiration evident in her gaze. Hongya expressed her appreciation. Master, I wonder what this movement technique is called. Although Lin Mo had surmised its origin from the Swallowing Heaven technique, he was unaware of its name. It currently lacks a designation. I suggest we call it Heavenly Step, Li Juanhao proposed spontaneously. The momentum Lin Mo displayed with each step evoked a sense of ascending to the heavens. Yet Heavenly Step seems insufficient to encapsulate the intricacies of this technique. Each step leaves behind a shadow. How about we name it Thousand Shadows Heavenly Step? What do you think? Hongya suggested, inspired by the characteristics of the technique. Thank you, Master and Mistress, for bestowing a name upon it. From now on, this technique shall be known as Thousand Shadows Heavenly Step. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within. The name perfectly resonated with the Thousand Shadows sword technique. In the realm of cultivation, techniques are seldom named arbitrarily. They are typically derived from their intrinsic characteristics. All right, here is this letter for you. Hongya presented a letter, stating that it had almost been a year since you ascended the mountain. Now that you have successfully cultivated your internal energy, it is time to return home. Here is a sum of silver. Please settle your affairs at home swiftly and return to devote yourself to your cultivation. Li Juanhao said as he retrieved a sizable pouch of silver from his storage bag. For a practitioner of his caliber, what he required were spirit stones and pills. Silver held little significance. This time, Lin Mo could utilize the silver upon his return home. So he generously offered it all. Thank you, Master and Mistress, Lin Mo replied, feeling the weight of the silver and the letter in his hands. He estimated that this amount would be sufficient to construct a grand house in the village. He spent half a day in the palace, savoring the pastries made by his mistress and engaging in various conversations. He learned that the disciple who had berated him at the gate was instigated by Master Zhu Mingyuan. The couple advised him to be cautious when encountering Master Zhu, a formidable cultivator in the core formation stage, known for his narrow-mindedness. In the expansive palace, his mistress had thoughtfully reserved a place for him to stay whenever he wished. Lin Mo felt deeply touched, sensing a closer bond with his master and mistress. However, he hesitated to intrude upon their intimate world, thus he did not decline their offer, although he knew residing in the palace was not feasible. When he inquired about his mistress's illness, he learned that a rare herb, the 1,000-year-old Wujing grass, was needed for her treatment. He silently vowed to acquire it at the earliest opportunity. As he prepared to descend the mountain, Li Juanhao called him over for a final admonition. Lin Mo, I seldom see your mistress smile so joyfully. It is evident that you share a special connection. Do come often. Yes, Master, Lin Mo replied, bowing respectfully. By the way, do not linger too long on this trip. The outer sect competition is next month. The sect will surely offer numerous valuable rewards, and I hope you will participate. Li Juanhao looked at him with eager anticipation. It matters not if Master is deemed unremarkable, as long as the disciple excels. You will have cause to hold your head high. Ah, but my cultivation is still lacking. I fear I may bring shame to you. The outer disciples are merely at the chi refinement stage. I have faith in your capabilities. But enough with the buts. This jade gourd was crafted during my youth and is of no use to me now. Take it for your own protection. Li Juanhao shot him a glance, suggesting he should express his desires openly instead of feigning modesty. As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a translucent, tender green gourd that appeared freshly plucked from the vine. Lin Mo examined the gourd, then glanced at the larger gourd hanging from his master's waist, sensing that his master's gourd might possess superior quality. However, this was not surprising, considering his master had mentioned crafting it in his youth. After all, he was the foremost figure of the sect in his time, and it stood to reason that this gourd would be of considerable merit, certainly superior to what the sect typically provided. Master, what abilities does this gourd possess? This, you shall discover at your own pace. Remember to return promptly. Yes, master. Lin Mo bowed once more and mounted the spirit wind sword. He cast a final glance at his mistress, who was gently playing the zither, before soaring down the mountain. The setting sun's rays illuminated his face, filling him with ambition and determination. Time has flown by, and it has nearly been a year since I ascended the mountain. I find myself yearning for home. Let me first peruse the contents of my sister's letter. As he guided his flying sword, he tore open the letter and began to read. Chapter 25. Returning to the village, brother, we have received the silver you sent. How are you faring at the Qingyun Sword Sect? Uncle Qi mentioned that you have been demoted to a servant disciple, but I refuse to believe it. How could someone as exceptional as you be relegated to such a position? Thanks to the silver you sent, our family's circumstances have improved considerably. And we even purchased a large water buffalo. The villagers are quite envious of us. Father recently made a trip to the city and returned with the ambition to build a grand house, even larger than the village chief's. And he has borrowed quite a sum of money. The Dong family is insufferable. Upon hearing about your supposed demotion, Dong Wu has come with a betrothal gift. And the matchmaker has nearly worn out our doorstep. When will you come back? If you don't return soon, Xiaoyao will be married off to someone else. Upon finishing the letter, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. He had been apprehensive about this matter before ascending the mountain, and now it had indeed come to pass. Dong Wu, that ruffian, dares to set his sights on my sister? Just wait until I handle this scoundrel properly. He sensed that his return to the village was timely. The Dong family's influence in Qingyun village was deeply entrenched, and as a sect disciple, frequent visits were impractical. To resolve this matter once and for all, he must swiftly bring his sister up the mountain. I must hasten to establish my foundation and become an inner sect disciple to qualify for taking my sister with me. Lin Mo tightened his fists and directed his spiritual wind sword to soar rapidly towards Qingyun village. Clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect and holding a substantial amount of silver, he was indeed returning in splendor. The thought of reuniting with his family quickened his pace even further. As he approached Qingyun village, his spiritual awareness detected a multitude of people gathered at his home, celebrating with drums and gongs. He focused his gaze and saw that the leader of the gathering was none other than Dong Wu. Adorned with a bright red flower on his chest, accompanied by a sedan chair and a throng of followers, clearly there to claim a bride. His sister, Lin Yao, was terrified, trembling behind their mother, while their father brandished a hoe at the door, resolutely blocking their entry. Behind him lay a vast construction site, resembling a scene of devastation. Dong Wu, my son is a disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect. He has always opposed your union with Xiaoyao. If he learns of this, there will be consequences for you, Lin's father declared, unwavering, intending to frighten away the intruders. Enough, uncle. We have long been aware of your son's demotion to a servant disciple. How can he manage village affairs when he himself is in dire straits? Today, I come with many people and gifts to take Lin Yao away, and no one will stop me, Dong Wu declared, determined to achieve his objective. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, positioning himself in front of Dong Wu. Do you think you are worthy of marrying my sister? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. Lin Mo bellowed. This scene startled the villagers. Lin Mo has returned. I saw him descend from the heavens. How could a servant disciple possess such prowess? It seems he has returned as a celestial being. How could the Dong family dare to provoke a deity? Not long ago, the Lin family was beset by the Dong family, who ruthlessly demolished their newly constructed home. And now, a spectacle is about to unfold. Such is the nature of the celestial beings. The villagers buzzed with chatter, their fingers pointing as they reveled in the unfolding drama. Lin Mo, your timing is impeccable. Behold this. A note, starkly inscribed in black and white, proclaimed that the Lin family owed a total of 120 taels of silver for the construction, demanding either repayment or the marriage of his sister to him. Dong Wu wore a sinister grin as he brandished a promissory note. What is this nonsense? Lin Mo snatched the note, perusing it with haste, and indeed, it detailed the alleged debt. A frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. Qingyun village was hardly prosperous. How could constructing a house necessitate such an exorbitant sum? It was evident that his naive father had fallen prey to this scoundrel's deceit. Dong Wu, regardless of your underhanded tactics to coerce my father into signing this note, it is now null and void. With unwavering resolve, he tore the document into shreds. Lin Mo, Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Do you intend to evade your obligations? Dongwu's fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage. Under normal circumstances, he would have summoned his lackeys to pounce. But before a celestial being, he dared not act recklessly. This silver is sufficient to settle your debt of 120 taels, he declared, tossing a handful of silver coins from his storage pouch. To him, spirit stones were the true currency. Silver held little value. One of Dongwu's subordinates collected the coins and confirmed they indeed surpassed 120 taels. Lin Mo, we shall see. You are not the only one capable of wielding celestial power. Left with no choice, Dongwu retreated with his entourage and sedan chair. Immediately, Lin Mo's parents and the villagers encircled him, peppering him with inquiries. Especially fervent were the parents of Chun, eager to hear of their son's status at the Qingyun Sword Sect. He relayed the truth, and their joy was palpable, tears streaming down their faces. Wonderful. Our son has finally made something of himself. The madness fist technique, what manner of martial art is that? Why all the questions? It must be an extraordinary skill. The elderly couple beamed with pride for Chun. By the way, this silver is a gift from Chun, Lin Mo said, presenting a generous handful of coins to Chun's mother. Chun, possessing a heavenly root, was not permitted to descend the mountain casually, and the sect maintained strict confidentiality regarding his identity, unlike Lin Mo, who could send money back at will. The couple, upon receiving the silver, expressed their delight, promising to lend a hand with the construction of their home in the future. Suddenly, Lin Yao, caught off guard, leaped into Lin Mo's embrace. As he patted his sister's head, he noted how much she had grown in the year apart. Witnessing the villagers' warmth and hearing from his parents about their unwavering support, particularly during the construction, lifted Lin Mo's spirits. In a moment of generosity, he distributed the silver among the villagers present, ensuring everyone received their share. Word of the silver spread, and villagers flocked from all directions to gather at the Lin home. Celestial beings are indeed generous. Lord Lin has a commendable son, they exclaimed. When the Lin family builds, we shall all lend our hands. The villagers, each clutching silver coins, beamed with delight, showering praises upon the Lin family, even altering their manner of address. A collection of sycophants, indeed. Lin Yao, the younger sister, muttered her discontent from the side. She recalled how the villagers' gazes shifted upon learning of Lin Mo's demotion to a mere servant disciple. Just moments ago, they had remained silent while Dongwu forced a marriage upon him, merely spectators to the spectacle without uttering a word of justice. The swiftness of their transformation felt akin to that of chameleons. Such is the nature of mortals, ever-changing and devoid of surprise. Lin Mo, discerning his sister's thoughts, remained unfazed. Soon, news of his return to Qingyun village spread, reaching Dong Sun as well. Engaged in a clandestine meeting with Zhu Qingshan, her heart was a tumult of emotions, akin to a swarm of ants crawling beneath her skin. Qingshan, I cannot forget him. Forgive me. Abruptly, Dong Sun pushed Zhu Qingshan aside and dashed toward the Lin family, her maid, Xiao Chui, closely trailing behind. Lin Mo, I shall not share the heavens with you. Zhu Qingshan, gnashing his teeth in frustration, felt his victory slipping away. Just as Dong Sun departed, a shadowy figure materialized behind him. Shaner, have you made the decision to cultivate with your father? Am I truly your progenitor? Indeed, I am your biological father, Zhu Mingyuan, an elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect, and a formidable cultivator of the core formation stage. Come with me to the mountain. I shall nurture you with utmost dedication, and in no time, you shall ascend to immortality, possessing the ability to attract as many mortal women as you desire. I seek only Sun none can compare to her. Foolish. Such a sentiment stems from your ignorance. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to ascend the mountain to cultivate? Chapter 26, The Lin Manor. I do. Zhu Qingshan ultimately nodded. Who could resist the allure of becoming an immortal cultivator? Excellent. Now, close your eyes and do not open them until we reach the sect. With a flourish of his robe, the cloaked figure transformed into a wisp of black mist, whisking Zhu Qingshan toward the Qingyun Sword Sect. Meanwhile, Dong Sun sprinting toward the Lin family, noticed the black mist and felt a flicker of surprise, yet she brushed it aside and continued her course. Upon reaching the Lin household, she successfully encountered Lin Mo. She intended to speak, yet the crowd was too numerous, rendering her attempts futile. Brother, Sister Sun has arrived, Lin Yao chimed in. Lin Mo feigned ignorance, continuing to engage in idle chatter with the villagers. He harbored no desire to entangle himself in worldly affections. Were it not for his parents and Lin Yao still residing in Qingyun village, he might not have returned at all. Miss, how could he ignore you? Xiao Chui fumed beside her, her fists clenched in indignation. Dong Sun chose not to voice her thoughts, instead approaching Lin's father and mother to establish rapport. The following morning, Lin Mo resumed his sword practice in the bamboo grove, just as he had in days of yore. Behind him, dozens of workers toiled diligently, the construction progressing rapidly. The villagers, having reaped benefits the previous day, flocked to assist, creating a lively scene. Lin's parents were overjoyed, serving tea and water, sensing a brighter future ahead. "Brother, will you not leave again this time?" Lin Yao perched on a large rock, her innocent feet swinging to and fro. "Now that I have become a disciple of the sect, how could I possibly not return? However, I can certainly stay a few more days." He plans to wait until the house is repaired, treat all the villagers to a feast, and then set off back to the sect. The outer sect competition is imminent. The master has promised substantial rewards, and it is imperative to take it seriously. As a cultivator, he must focus on his practice, for it is impossible to linger in the mundane world for too long. Not far behind him, Dong Suner stood, as always, on the stone bridge, observing him as he practiced his swordplay. Indeed, he was a prodigy of the sword, his techniques advancing to the point where they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In Dong Suner's eyes, only fleeting shadows could be discerned. As the sword wind swept through, falling bamboo leaves were effortlessly cleaved in two. In my opinion, it is nothing remarkable, far inferior to our sect leader's swordsmanship. Xiao Chui expressed her disdain, seemingly unimpressed by what she had witnessed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's swordplay momentarily faltered. An ordinary person would certainly not have been able to overhear their conversation from such a distance. However, he was now a cultivator, his spiritual sense keenly attuned to the surroundings, allowing him to clearly hear their words. Previously, he had sensed that Xiao Chui was no ordinary girl, but at that time, he lacked the insight to discern her true nature. Now, he perceived the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her, revealing her to be a cultivator as well. Indeed, Qingyun Village harbors hidden talents. He blinked, recalling the powerful surge of spiritual energy he had sensed the previous day. Had he not been surrounded by villagers at that moment, he would have soared into the air to ascertain the situation. "Lin Mo, you are truly remarkable. Your swordplay is so fast that even I can scarcely see it," Lin Yao exclaimed, clapping her hands as she leapt from a nearby stone to land on his back. Even someone as unversed in swordsmanship as she could feel the prowess of the Thousand Shadows sword technique. The myriad sword shadows encompassed the area, all under his dominion. While Lin Mo practiced, she dared not even breathe loudly, withdrawing his sword into its sheath. He found that this time he had executed 10,000 strikes far more swiftly than before. Previously, it would take him several hours to complete. Now, it required less than half an hour. "Come down at once. Lin Yao, you are now a young lady. Do not cling to me like a monkey and risk drawing attention," Lin Mo said with a hint of exasperation, as his sister behaved demurely in front of others, but was wild in his presence. "I want tea. Unless you throw me down, haha." Lin Yao laughed joyfully. With no other option, Lin Mo spun around while carrying her, which only made her laughter more infectious. As they frolicked in the bamboo grove, Dong Suner watched with a twinge of envy. "If only I could be as close to him as Lin Yao is, how wonderful that would be. Miss, did not the sect leader say that as long as you are willing to forgive her, she will grant you anything?" The Qingyun Sword Sect is indeed a great faction. But our goddess palace is not a small sect either. Once you become the leader of the goddess palace, why should we worry about this fellow not trying to ingratiate himself? Xiao Chui ventured tentatively. "Never speak of this matter before me again, or you shall return to the goddess palace." Dong Suner's expression suddenly turned icy. Xiao Chui, frightened, pleaded, "Please, miss, do not cast me away. If the sect leader learns I was driven back, she will surely kill me." Xiao Chui knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Lin Mo finally managed to lift his sister from his back, just in time to witness the scene before him, feeling a twinge of surprise. The Divine Maiden Palace. What kind of place was that? Having devoted himself to cultivation in recent days, he was not well acquainted with the various factions within the realm of immortality. For a period thereafter, Dong Suner frequently sought him out for conversation whenever she had the chance, to which he offered little response. Yet, Dong Suner was not at all displeased. She brought numerous fine gifts for Lin's parents, including century-old ginseng, exquisite jade artifacts from the city, and even jewelry for Lin Yao. Observing his family's fondness for Dong Suner, he felt it inappropriate to display any aversion. Lin Yao inquired about his experiences in the sect, and he shared the parts he could disclose, leaving her in a state of astonishment. To her, the world of cultivators was filled with novelty. She was eager to discover whether she possessed a spiritual root and if she could become a cultivator. Lin Mo explained that spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, rendering such a possibility quite slim. Nevertheless, Lin Yao remained undeterred, expressing her determination to find a way to test her potential if she could successfully ascend the mountain. Regarding their 3-year pact, Lin Yao continued to hold unwavering confidence in him. Time passed swiftly, and he had spent over 10 days in the village. The Lin family mansion rose majestically, embodying grandeur and elegance. To Lin Mo, however, it was merely a fleeting spectacle, a fulfillment of his parents' wishes. The villagers, pragmatic as ever, recognized that residing in such an impressive house would inevitably elevate the Lin family's standing within the community. During these days, he examined the gourd gifted by his master, discovering that it was not a combat artifact, but rather one of assistance. By simply filling it with mountain spring water, it could transform into a liquid rich in spiritual energy, aiding one's cultivation when consumed. More importantly, the gourd contained a spatial array. It could accommodate any spirit beast that was not the size of a mountain. Keeping a spirit beast within this gourd would ensure its comfort and rapid progress in cultivation. Upon the completion of the mansion, the Lin family extended invitations to nearly everyone in the village for a celebratory gathering. The Lin residence was festooned and filled with joyous laughter, evoking the atmosphere of a prominent household. Even the village head could not help but display envy, persistently urging Dong Wu to present gifts to Lin's father. Since Lin Mo's return, the Dong family had become notably more subdued, refraining from mentioning Lin Yao's marriage, likely recognizing that Dong Wu was not worthy of her. This realization brought relief to Lin Mo. It seemed that the strength and wealth he had deliberately showcased upon returning had made an impression, and the village head no longer dared to underestimate the Lin family. Lin Mo gazed at the revelers, friends, family, and his parents, including Lin Yao, then closed his eyes. He resolved to etch the faces of each loved one into his memory, for this parting might very well be eternal. Amidst the clamor of celebration, he quietly slipped out of the Lin residence. As a cultivator, he recognized that his path diverged significantly from that of these ordinary people. The cultivation world was fraught with peril, and regardless of what fate awaited him, he would face it alone. With a glance at the bounty of treasures in his storage bag, he prepared to venture to the marketplace of the treasure pavilion to conduct some transactions and procure artifacts in preparation for the upcoming outer sect competition. The prowess of a cultivator is not solely determined by their realm or the techniques they practice. The significance of treasures cannot be overlooked. Possessing a formidable artifact can create a substantial gap between oneself and others. In Chapter 27, Spirit Beast Sect, we find ourselves at the northern foothills of the Qingyun mountain range, in a valley known as Centipede Ridge. This area is perpetually shrouded in mist, abundant with ancient spiritual herbs and medicines, and frequented by low-tier demon beasts. Many cultivators are drawn to this place to hone their skills, gather medicinal plants, and slay beasts to exchange for necessities in the market. At this moment, Lin Mo is soaring through the skies on his sword, scanning the land below in search of the market entrance. He had previously heard from his senior brothers and sisters that the market was nearby, and expected it would be easy to locate. However, he soon realized that Centipede Ridge is vast, and the market is concealed within restrictions, making it quite elusive. It seems he must seek guidance to find his way. As he extends his spiritual sense over the terrain, he notices several cultivators training in the area and promptly descends on his sword. He discovers that they are disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect, which explains their possession of flying artifacts, a sight that evokes envy. A burly man jogs over, scrutinizing Lin Mo intently. He had noticed Lin Mo while he was airborne and approached with the intention of making a friend. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo sees that this man possesses a cultivation level of the third stage of Qi refinement, clad in animal skins, with a rugged beard and sporting a pair of iron gauntlets. "May I inquire if you are a brother from the Spirit Beast Sect?" Lin Mo asks, instinctively making a guess based on the man's attire, wishing to remain low profile. After all, a flying artifact is rather ostentatious. "I indeed belong to the Spirit Beast Sect." The man replies, "I noticed you, junior brother, flying around up there. Are you perhaps lost on your way to the market? Your keen observation is commendable. This is my first visit to the market, and I am indeed a bit lost," Lin Mo admits. "Perfect. We have some herbs and supplies to trade at the market, and you are welcome to accompany us," the burly man offers, as two others, a man and a woman, appear behind him. Lin Mo glances up to see they are dressed similarly to the burly man, both disciples of the Spirit Beast Sect. The man holds a pair of iron claws with a cold gaze, also at the third stage of Qi refinement, while the woman, with a whip in hand and a smile in her eyes, is at the second stage. With these three leading the way to the market, it would indeed be much more convenient. "I would be grateful for your assistance, senior brothers and sisters," Lin Mo bows slightly in appreciation. "Hey, do you not understand the rules? Not a shred of gratitude. Do you expect us to work for free?" The man with the iron claws interjects loudly, displaying a rather unfriendly demeanor. "My apologies, I did not realize. Would this suffice?" Lin Mo produces 3 fragments of spiritual stones, estimating that these individuals, with their modest cultivation levels, would find this adequate. He was reluctant to part with any complete stones. Upon seeing the fragments, the eyes of the 3 gleam with excitement. While to Lin Mo these fragments are not particularly valuable, he possesses numerous complete stones. However, for them, this is indeed a windfall. Not all sects in the cultivation world are as affluent as the Qingyun Sword Sect, and cultivation is a resource-intensive endeavor. These individuals had long exhausted their supply of spiritual stones. Excellent. My brother here truly knows the way of things. I feel a bit embarrassed, but rest assured, we will take good care of you on this journey, the burly man says, taking the fragments and breaking into a wide grin. As the 2 individuals behind him caught sight of the situation, they hastily approached, eager to claim fragments of the spiritual stone. The burly man, unable to resist, reluctantly divided a piece among them. Rumor had it that the Centipede Ridge was teeming with demonic beasts, given his low cultivation. He would need the support of his senior brothers and sisters to ensure his survival until they reached the market. Lin Mo wished to keep his prowess concealed in front of the trio, striving to maintain a low profile. His purpose for visiting the market was merely to procure items necessary for the external sect competition. There was no need to stir up trouble. With just 3 fragments of the spiritual stone, he could easily hire 3 Qi refinement stage cultivators as bodyguards to escort him safely into the market, a most advantageous arrangement. Once the fragments were secured, even the previously cold-eyed man wore a more amiable expression. Rest assured, little junior brother, Zhang Kuang promised, thumping his chest with confidence. As long as I, Zhang Kuang, am alive, I will ensure no beast lays a finger on you. His iron claws glinted ominously in the moonlight. This whip in my hand is no trivial weapon either, Sun Rong chimed in, her face radiating confidence. You can follow us without a worry, little junior brother. I am Sun Dong, Sun Rong's elder brother, he added, flexing his iron fist to showcase his strength. With the 3 of us protecting you, you will undoubtedly reach the market safely. May I ask how you are addressed, little junior brother? I am Lin Mo, he replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Expressing his trust in the trio. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the 4 of them set off. Throughout their journey, Sun Rong intentionally walked alongside Lin Mo, frequently inquiring about his well-being, exuding an air of a caring older sister. This behavior elicited intense dissatisfaction from Zhang Kuang, who shot her disapproving glances. Given their close relationship, he couldn't bear to watch his woman grow familiar with another. However, Sun Rong remained unfazed, continuing her light-hearted banter with Lin Mo and even suggesting she could introduce him to a potential partner. Sensing the moment was ripe, Sun Rong tentatively inquired, little junior brother, your Qingyun Sword Sect is quite a prominent faction. Surely you are not the only one around here? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's demeanor shifted. He cast a wary glance her way. Was her question implying that she intended to take advantage of him? The cultivation world was fraught with peril, and the act of killing for treasures was commonplace. He couldn't dismiss such a possibility. He had not flaunted his wealth. Could it be the mere 3 fragments of the spiritual stone that attracted trouble? He vividly recalled the trio's eager expressions upon seeing the fragments earlier. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that a few fragments would incite such greed. It was more probable that the flying artifact, the spirit wind sword, had stirred their murderous intent. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Initially, he had intended to follow the trio for guidance, but now it appeared their intentions were less than noble. Yet, he was not afraid. Their combined strength was likely on par with Zhou Ran's. Before advancing to the Qi refinement stage, he had already been capable of severely injuring Zhou Ran. Now, with significant advancements in both cultivation and techniques, dealing with the trio would be a trivial matter. Originally, he had descended the mountain with a group, but had inadvertently separated from his senior brothers and sisters, who were likely searching for him. To avert unnecessary complications, Lin Mo casually fabricated a story. The 3 exchanged glances. Realizing that they could not act recklessly, should disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect, who were in search of him, discover their intentions, the situation could escalate dramatically. Although the Spirit Beast sect is also a cultivation sect, it pales in comparison to the Qingyun Sword Sect, thus being regarded as a lesser sect. The involvement of their sect in this matter could lead to dire consequences. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, the 3 decided to bide their time and wait for an opportune moment to act. Lin Mo, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from Sister Sun Rong. Be wary, she might just devour you, Zhang Kuang remarked. A hint of jest in his tone, Sun Rong shot him a fierce glare before turning to Lin Mo with a gentle smile. Little junior brother, do not heed his nonsense. How could I ever harm you? I would rather cherish you. Thank you, Sister Sun Rong, Lin Mo replied. feeling somewhat at a loss for words. By the way, you are currently at the first level of Qi refinement. If we encounter any magical beasts, stay behind me. I assure you, you will not suffer a scratch, Sun Rong said, casting him several flirtatious glances. At that moment, Zhang Kuang positioned himself between the two, leaning in close to whisper menacingly to Sun Rong. You don't truly fancy this lad, do you? Do you dare me to take him down right now? Do not act recklessly. Did you not hear what he just said? There could be others nearby, and the Qingyun Sword Sect is not to be trifled with. Sun Rong replied, her tone tinged with urgency. Sister, you are right, Zhang Kuang. Refrain from any impulsive actions. We have quite a distance to cover before reaching the marketplace. And there will be ample opportunities to strike, Sun Dong interjected, arms crossed as he strode ahead. With Sun Dong's words, Zhang Kuang reluctantly chose to endure for the time being. Just then, a small green snake, measuring over a meter in length, suddenly sprang forth from the underbrush. With a swift crack of her whip, Sun Rong severed the snake in twain. She licked her whip and turned to Lin Mo, saying, Did I not promise to protect you? Now do you believe me? With that, she swayed her hips and continued down the path. Lin Mo found himself amused. Having vanquished a third-tier beast, a mere green snake was hardly a challenge. Suddenly, Sun Rong's expression shifted to one of alarm as she halted, sensing an ominous presence. The ground trembled beneath them as a colossal shadow loomed closer. Everyone, be cautious. A magical beast approaches, Sun Dong shouted. The trio immediately took defensive stances, bracing themselves for the impending threat. Chapter 28. The white giant ape. Lin Mo focused his gaze and beheld a towering white ape, several meters in height. Emerging not far away, a first-tier magical beast, the white giant ape? He recalled the knowledge he had acquired from his sect, but quickly dismissed the notion. No, this is no ordinary white giant ape. Its eyes are golden, indicating a mutation. This is the king among the white giant apes, the golden-eyed white giant ape. Despite being classified as a first-tier beast, its strength was equivalent to that of a second-tier creature, suggesting that the three individuals would find it quite formidable. Lin Mo maintained his composure as he observed the golden-eyed white giant ape, deciding to let the three members of the Spirit Beast sect take the lead to gauge their capabilities. With a thunderous roar, the white giant ape beat its chest and charged toward them. Everyone, be alert. This is the golden-eyed white giant ape. Sun Dong, true to his training as a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect, recognized the creature at once. His aura surged, and his expression grew grave as he issued a warning to his companions. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuang and Sun Rong swiftly maneuvered to the sides, forming a triangular formation that encircled the giant ape. It is evident that the trio is well versed in dealing with demonic beasts, showcasing a remarkable synergy. With a swift motion, Sun Rong wielded her whip without hesitation, successfully capturing the attention of the colossal white ape. The beast grasped the whip firmly, baring its teeth at her, attempting to pull her closer with brute force. Zhang Kuang, acting decisively, unleashed a flurry of attacks with his iron claws upon the white ape. In pain, the creature was compelled to allocate one of its hands to confront Zhang Kuang. Brother, we will hold it off. You must quickly utilize the Spirit Beast Circle. Capturing this ferocious creature could yield a substantial profit, Sun Rong exclaimed, her thoughts still fixated on wealth. Indeed, this demonic beast far surpassed the typical ones in strength and would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Hurry, deploy the Spirit Beast Circle. Zhang Kuang's eyes gleamed with avarice. Upon hearing this, Sun Dong promptly retrieved the specialized artifact intended for capturing spirit beasts, the Spirit Beast Circle. However, he felt a twinge of regret. For the quality of this artifact was lacking. It could only ensnare first-tier demonic beasts. The golden-eyed white ape was already exhibiting signs of second-tier strength, making it highly probable that the Spirit Beast Circle would be ineffective. Nevertheless, he resolved to take the risk. Gritting his teeth, Sun Dong hurled the Spirit Beast Circle towards the white ape. As it soared through the air, the initially palm-sized circle expanded magnificently, encircling the creature's neck with precision. The Spirit Beast Circle emanated a powerful surge of spiritual energy, tightening its grip in an attempt to subdue the white ape. With a furious roar, the beast yanked at the circle with both hands. A resounding crash echoed as, accompanied by a burst of radiant light, the Spirit Beast Circle was abruptly torn asunder. Witnessing this, Sun Dong's fury reached its zenith. My Spirit Beast Circle. He had not anticipated that his attempt to capture would result in the loss of a valuable artifact. For the trio, already struggling financially, this was a devastating blow. The cost to repair the Spirit Beast Circle, now shattered by the white ape, would be monumental, an irreplaceable loss indeed. Enraged, he charged at the creature with his iron fist raised. Under the combined assault of the three, the white ape, racked with pain, became increasingly ferocious. Its golden eyes glimmered with lethal intent, bloodshot and brimming with rage. With a mighty stomp, the beast fractured the ground beneath, unleashing a gale that surged towards Sun Dong. Alarmed by the approaching tempest, Sun Dong quickly channeled his entire spiritual energy into his iron gauntlet and retaliated with a powerful punch. The force of the counterattack sent him reeling, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The white ape, intent on pressing its advantage, was met with successive strikes from Sun Rong and Zhang Kuang. The whip cracked rhythmically against the beast, compelling it to grasp at the blows. Zhang Kuang, nimble and agile, sought the creature's vulnerabilities with relentless precision. Yet, the white ape seemed impervious, as if clad in an impenetrable armor. Recovering swiftly, Sun Dong leaped high, delivering a decisive blow to the white ape's forehead. For a time, the three battled the beast, evenly matched. If one were to determine a victor, Lin Mo surmised that the white ape might indeed hold the upper hand. Although on the surface the white giant ape seemed to be retreating under the relentless assault of the three, often relegated to a defensive stance. A closer examination reveals a grim reality. Whenever the white giant ape launched an attack, one of the trio invariably sustained grave injuries. Furthermore, despite enduring a barrage of lashes from whips, iron claws, and fists, the white giant ape remained entirely unscathed, not a single hair out of place. How could they possibly prevail? Though the trio possessed considerable skills, their weapons were woefully inadequate, effective against ordinary beasts. They were utterly incapable of confronting a mutated monstrosity like the white giant ape. Observing the struggle unfold, Lin Mo shook his head in quiet dismay. Their coordinated efforts, while temporarily balanced, could not mask the impending doom that awaited them. He understood all too well that if the battle continued, their spiritual energy would inevitably wane, paving the way for the white giant ape's counterattack. Given the creature's formidable power, it was highly likely that all three would meet their demise. Unlike human cultivators, who might show mercy for various reasons, beasts harbored a fierce bloodlust and would spare no one when given the opportunity. The precarious situation of the trio could only be described as fraught with peril. Witnessing their struggle against a mere first-tier beast, Lin Mo realized, perhaps too late, the remarkable feat he had accomplished in vanquishing the green flood dragon, a third-tier creature that, despite its injuries, still possessed second-tier strength. The strength of this white giant ape was overwhelming. The three were simply no match for it. The reckless strikes of Zhang Kuang's iron claws sparked against the ape's hide, revealing that it seemed impervious to all forms of attack, devoid of any discernible weaknesses. The normally brazen Zhang Kuang began to feel a flicker of trepidation, a sentiment echoed by siblings Sun Dong and Sun Rong, both acutely aware of the difficulty they faced in subduing this formidable beast. It appeared that the moment for Lin Mo to intervene had arrived. Silently, he retrieved the jade gourd gifted by his master from his storage bag. This gourd, while lacking in other abilities, excelled at taming beasts, operating on principles akin to those of a spirit beast circle. However, it was evident that the jade gourd was of a significantly higher grade than the spirit beast circle. The question remained whether it could subdue this white giant ape. Regretfully, Lin Mo resigned himself to the situation. At that moment, Zhang Kuang unexpectedly fled, leaving Sun Rong and Sun Dong in a state of disarray. Zhang Kuang, come back! Sun Dong shouted in vain, attempting to fend off the white giant ape's onslaught while calling after his retreating companion. Alas, Zhang Kuang had resolutely decided to abandon the fray, offering no response as his silhouette faded into the night. He knew that continuing the battle would lead only to certain death. For a cultivator, life held paramount importance, far above the prospect of perishing alongside the two siblings. Bastard! Sun Rong cried out in frustration, her voice tinged with sorrow, as she lashed her whip at the white giant ape in a desperate attempt to inflict any semblance of damage. Yet, the whip, which could normally cleave stone with ease, proved utterly ineffective against the beast. Sister, I will hold this beast at bay. You must flee. In that critical moment, Sun Dong exhibited the resolve of a protective elder brother. Sun Rong's exquisite features softened with a trace of emotion as she contemplated whether to heed his plea. The reckless flight resulted in an increased burden for the two individuals, compelling them to shift from an offensive stance to a defensive one. Should she attempt to flee again, Sun Dong would undoubtedly meet his demise. At this moment, an intense internal struggle ensued within her. Who among cultivators does not aspire to align with the heavens? Yet, none can predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will arrive first. In the next instant, her composure shattered. Chapter 29. Subduing the beast suddenly. The colossal white ape lunged at Sun Dong with lightning speed, seizing him with an iron grip. The entire incident unfolded too swiftly for Sun Dong to react. Terror gripped him, his eyes wide with fear as he thrashed wildly. Alas, In the face of overwhelming might, all resistance proved futile. With a thunderous roar, the white ape hoisted him aloft, then opened its cavernous maw, poised to deliver a fatal bite. No, Sun Rong cried out, her voice hoarse and her complexion ashen. The siblings had relied on each other since childhood. Without Sun Dong, she could scarcely fathom how she would continue. Just then, Lin Mo's figure flickered, appearing before her. Clang! The exorcising sword was unsheathed, and with a swift motion, he slashed at the white ape. Instantly, a golden sword aura shot forth, slicing into the creature's arm. Splat! Blood erupted as the white ape's wrist was wounded, forcing it to relinquish its grip on Sun Dong. Witnessing this, Sun Rong rushed over to support her brother. Meanwhile, Lin Mo engaged the white ape in a fierce battle wielding the exorcising sword. To subdue a spirit beast, one must first conquer it. Otherwise, the magical artifact is at great risk of destruction. The prior reckless attempt by Sun Dong to ensnare the spirit beast had resulted in failure, serving as a cautionary example. Lin Mo's swordplay was swift, creating a flurry of afterimages. Dust swirled around, and the air crackled with energy. In mere moments, the white ape bore numerous gashes. Its body drenched in blood, a truly pitiful sight. Gasping for breath, the white ape regarded Lin Mo with a mixture of respect and fear. No longer daring to act recklessly, surrounded by what seemed to be Lin Mo's myriad figures, the creature could not discern which was the true form. Having ruled over Centipede Ridge for many years, it was the first time it encountered a cultivator as formidable as Lin Mo beside them. Sun Dong and Sun Rong stared blankly at the conflict, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Lin Mo, merely a first-level Qi cultivator, could possess such formidable combat prowess. With nothing but a single sword in hand, he drove the white ape back, rendering it utterly defenseless. It is worth noting that this was no ordinary beast, but a mutated creature known as the golden-eyed white ape. Perceiving that the time was ripe, Lin Mo hurled the jade gourd towards the white ape. The gourd expanded rapidly in midair, generating a tremendous force that sought to draw the creature inside. Roar! The white ape bellowed, desperately bracing itself against the gourd's opening. Wretched beast, why do you not submit? Lin Mo infused the gourd with golden spiritual energy, amplifying its suction power to the extent that nearby stones and trees were drawn into it. Moments later, the white ape could no longer withstand the pressure and, with a pained shriek, was ensnared within the gourd. Lin Mo grasped the gourd in his right hand, leaning in to observe. The white ape was thrashing violently within, attempting to escape its confines. Regrettably, the powerful formation within the gourd firmly restrained the great white ape, rendering any possibility of escape utterly futile. Henceforth, you shall be called Little White. Remain inside and cultivate your spirit until I sense your temperament has mellowed. Lin Mo gently shook the gourd, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, the great white ape is a beast of the wild, brimming with untamed nature, and it requires extensive taming to transform into a spiritual companion. As Lin Mo stowed the gourd into his storage pouch, Sun Rong finally regained her composure, her exquisite eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Witnessing Lin Mo's prowess had been nothing short of astonishing. Not only had he rendered the great white ape defenseless, but he had also effortlessly confined it within the gourd. This magical gourd was evidently far superior to a spirit beast collar. How splendid it would be to possess such a treasure. She exchanged glances with Sun Dong, both harboring thoughts of acquiring the jade gourd. Previously, Sun Dong's spirit beast collar had been damaged, and he was eager for a magical item capable of subduing spirit beasts. Little junior brother, oh no, I should address you as senior instead. Thank you immensely for your timely intervention. Were it not for your aid, my life would have surely been forfeit. Sun Dong and Sun Rong expressed their gratitude as they approached Lin Mo. The earlier battle had been profoundly shocking. The three of them had struggled in vain against the great white ape's defenses, yet Lin Mo had resolved the situation with remarkable ease. At that moment, both understood that their strength paled in comparison to Lin Mo's. In the realm of cultivation, power dictates status, and they naturally felt compelled to refer to Lin Mo as senior. Lin Mo, sheathing the exorcising sword, shook his head. Please, just call me little junior brother. I am accustomed to it. Besides, calling me senior makes me feel older than both of you. It was his first experience being addressed as senior, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Very well, then. May I inquire how you plan to deal with the great white ape? Sun Rong tentatively ventured, her thoughts clearly hinting at a desire for a share of the spoils. Lin Mo immediately grasped her intentions, recognizing her avarice. Logically, the great white ape had been subdued solely by him, and there was no obligation to share its bounty. However, recalling the harrowing struggle they had endured, where both had nearly lost their lives, he felt compelled to offer some form of compensation to alleviate their fright, albeit modestly. Considering the value of the great white ape, it was worth at least several hundred to 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and decided that offering each a shard of spirit stone would suffice. Though it was a mere token gesture. Cough. The great white ape is now under my control, and here are 2 shards of spirit stone for you to take, he announced. But this is unacceptable, Sun Dong protested, yet his hands had already grasped the shards. Brother, how can we accept your spirit stone shards without first expressing our gratitude for saving our lives? Sun Rong remarked, her expression tinged with disdain for such meager offerings, secretly resolving to secure a more substantial reward. Previously, she had believed that Lin Mo's flying sword was the most valuable item he possessed, only to realize that the gourd was the true treasure. Her inner greed was swiftly swelling. I also wish to repay your kindness, but we have nothing of value to offer. Perhaps, little Rong, you could. Sun Dong glanced at his exceptionally beautiful sister and then at Lin Mo, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Upon hearing these words, Sun Rong's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. I would indeed be willing to offer myself, yet I fear I might be deemed unworthy. Sun Rong displayed a demure demeanor, and upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo was taken aback. Such a money-driven woman was not someone he dared to pursue. It was merely a trivial act on his part. There was no need for the 2 of you to take offense. We should hasten our journey to the market. It is prudent to arrive there sooner rather than later. His sole focus was on reaching the marketplace, lest he fall victim to the schemes of these 2. Hearing his words, Sun Rong and Sun Dong could only nod in agreement. After a brief rest, the trio continued on their way. Sun Rong approached Lin Mo and began to engage him in conversation. Junior brother Lin, I never anticipated your strength. You truly embody the prowess of a disciple from the esteemed Qingyun Sword Sect. Is every disciple there as formidable as you? Indeed. There are many like me within the Qingyun Sword Sect, Lin Mo replied with a faint smile, not placing much significance on her words. The Spirit Beast sect was not particularly renowned, so it was understandable that they were unfamiliar with the Qingyun Sword Sect. Earlier, when I mentioned offering myself, did I come off as too forward? Or perhaps you simply do not find me appealing? Sun Rong's cheeks burned as she spoke, her gaze lowered. Senior sister Sun, I have already stated that there is no need for concern. It is not that you are lacking in any way. Lin Mo struggled to articulate his thoughts. Observing his earnest attempts to clarify, Sun Rong's expression softened considerably. What is happening to me? Why am I harboring such thoughts about him? This is quite inappropriate. If my master were to find out, he would surely chastise me for my wavering resolve. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she fell silent, her gaze cast downward. Surely, she could not genuinely wish to offer herself to him. Lin Mo felt a flutter of anxiety at the thought that matters had escalated. It was not that he found Sun Rong lacking in beauty. On the contrary, she was exquisite, both in countenance and figure. Her upper body, encased in animal hide, was voluptuous, swaying enticingly with her every step. A mere glance in her direction sent his heart racing, his gaze involuntarily lingering on her fair skin. As he looked further down, her slender waist was devoid of any excess, showcasing a figure that could only be described as devilishly captivating. Sun Rong exuded an alluring blend of confidence and grace. A beauty of her caliber was indeed a rarity, even within the Qingyun Sword Sect. As long as she harbored no intentions of plundering his belongings, he would not mind forging a friendship with her. Chapter 30. Green Dragon Meet. Noticing Lin Mo's gaze fixated upon her, Sun Rong felt a twinge of discomfort. Junior brother Lin, do you find me attractive? She inquired, her eyes sparkling as she flashed a flirtatious smile. Caught off guard by her question, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shifted his focus away from her alluring form. You are indeed beautiful, he acknowledged with a nod, speaking candidly. At that moment, Sun Dong approached them. Haha, Junior brother Lin certainly has discerning taste. Xiao Rong is renowned as a beauty within the Spirit Beast sect. That arrogant fellow is truly despicable for abandoning us. Had it not been for Junior brother Lin's intervention, both Xiao Rong and I might not have survived. I see that you are quite the catch, Junior brother. And my sister seems to be smitten with you. Why not consider becoming partners in the Tao? His words astonished both Lin Mo and Sun Rong. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Sun Rong is certainly not someone who cannot find a suitor. She keeps casting her gaze downward, as though she wishes to vanish into the ground. I am grateful for brother Sun Dong's kind intentions. However, I, Lin Mo, possess modest abilities and currently have no plans to seek a partner. Lin Mo delicately declined the offer. You are far too humble, Junior brother Lin. With your strength, you could easily ascend to the inner sect rankings of our Spirit Beast sect. Knowing that Xiao Rong is with you brings me great peace as her elder brother. Please give it serious consideration, Sun Dong persisted, undeterred. Lin Mo felt a twitch in his eyelid. He had not anticipated that the siblings would be so earnest. By the way, we have traversed Centipede Ridge for quite some time. How much longer until we reach the market? He was eager to arrive at the marketplace and part ways with the two siblings. The pursuit of wealth has led many to peril, and he truly wished to avoid creating opportunities for these siblings to scheme against him. It was rather difficult for him to contemplate taking action against such a beautiful woman as Sun Rong. We shall arrive soon. I estimate we will reach the marketplace by tomorrow morning. We can rest here on Centipede Ridge tonight, Sun Dong remarked, glancing around. As the cries of demonic beasts echoed in his ears. Upon closer inspection, he could also hear the sounds of a fierce battle nearby, indicating that cultivators were engaged with the beasts. What? Resting here on Centipede Ridge? Lin Mo questioned, incredulous. This place was rife with ferocious creatures. Falling asleep could spell disaster. Even more alarming, the two siblings were likely to seize the opportunity to strike during their rest. What? Are you afraid that my sister will devour you? Sun Rong teased with a charming smile. That is not the case. It is merely that Centipede Ridge is fraught with danger, and it hardly seems a suitable place for rest, Lin Mo replied, not anticipating that they would be delayed here for the night. Having thought they would soon reach the marketplace, he harbored suspicions that the marketplace was not far off, and that the siblings were deliberately taking a longer route to find an opportunity to act against him. If that were truly the case, he would show no mercy. While there is a psychological burden in confronting such a beautiful young woman, he would not hesitate to defend his life if it came to that. Junior brother Lin. You have it backward. Demonic beasts are more active at night. Finding a place to rest is actually much safer. Sun Rong laughed carefreely, her eyes glinting with a greedy light, as if she could already envision seizing Lin Mo's flying artifact and gourd. Despite Lin Mo's formidable strength, he was still young and would find it difficult to withstand the measures employed by the spirit beast sect. After walking a bit further, Sun Dong spotted a large stone, taller than a person, and decided to set up camp there. Soon, the three of them were leaning against the stone, igniting a bonfire. Sun Dong retrieved a considerable amount of food from his storage bag and savored it heartily. Sun Rong, sitting nearby, nibbled on a piece of fruit, her gaze fixed dreamily on Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo was attending to the white giant ape within his gourd. Initially, he tossed an esteemed bun, but the ape refused to eat it. Next, he threw in some fruit, which the ape bit into and then discarded. This is compelling me to bring out my most prized possessions, he thought, taking a deep breath as he prepared to extract the green serpent meat he had collected earlier. The green serpent was a treasure in its entirety, and he had originally intended to sell this meat at the marketplace. Now, it would be offered to the white giant ape instead. Although a portion of the meat's spiritual energy had been extracted by Zhu Xie, a considerable amount still remained. Such flesh, not only would it be a feast for the white giant ape, but it would also serve as a substantial nourishment for cultivators. The storage bag was well sealed, completely isolating the contents from the outside air, and coupled with the prior addition of ice for preservation, the meat retained its exquisite flavor. He tossed a small piece and to test it. At first, the white giant ape, in its pride, hesitated to partake, merely sniffing at it. However, upon sensing the powerful spiritual energy contained within the green serpent meat, its eyes lit up, and it eagerly began to devour it. It is unseemly to eat raw meat. Allow me to roast it for you, Lin Mo said as he skewered a piece of the green serpent meat onto a twig and placed it over the campfire, rotating it continuously to ensure even cooking. Soon, the meat began to sizzle and exude an enticing aroma. He sprinkled some cumin and salt over it, transforming it into a dish that was visually appealing and fragrant. This meat is incredibly aromatic. Sun Dong inhaled deeply, unable to contain his salivation. It smells delightful. I wonder what kind of meat this is. Sun Rong inquired curiously. It is merely ordinary meat, Lin Mo replied, examining the meat, and upon deeming it sufficiently cooked, he placed it in the gourd for the white giant ape to enjoy. Indeed, the roasted meat was far more delectable, and the white giant ape, elated, began to leap about in excitement. If I could feast on such meat every day, who would still bother with wild beasts? It was the first time in many years that it had tasted cooked food, and it was astonishingly delicious. After consuming the meat provided by Lin Mo, the white giant ape finally lowered its defenses and settled comfortably within the gourd. Its wildness gradually diminished, becoming considerably more docile. To aid the white giant ape in its cultivation, Lin Mo tossed a few spirit stones into the gourd to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within. Naturally, he executed this discreetly, lest the two siblings become envious upon seeing the intact spirit stones. Junior brother Lin, we shall arrive at the market tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Sun Dong asked curiously, gazing at Lin Mo. The sect is soon to hold a grand competition for outer disciples, and I intend to visit the treasure pavilion to procure some useful items, hoping to achieve a commendable rank, Lin Mo expressed. He believed that although possessing the divine weapon Zhu Xia was advantageous, an abundance of disposable items was equally essential for success. Each treasure served a unique purpose, and having resources at hand would ensure flexibility in choices. Just as in today's scenario, had I not had the jade gourd to capture the white giant ape, I would have had to eliminate it, resulting in a considerable loss. As he spoke, he divided a portion of the leftover meat from the white giant ape to share with the two. Junior brother Lin's strength will undoubtedly secure him an impressive ranking. This meat is truly delightful, Sun Dong praised, giving a thumbs up as he savored the meat. This meat, infused with such potent spiritual energy, is extraordinary, Sun Rong remarked, her surprise growing as she delicately enjoyed her share. That brash fellow Zhang Kuang is indeed unfortunate to miss out on such fine meat, Sun Dong boasted with a smirk. Humph. Upon hearing this, Sun Rong let out a cold snort, her expression filled with disdain. Those who are cowardly and flee in the face of danger are not worthy of my sight. Otherwise, I would thrash him without hesitation. It was evident that she harbored a genuine animosity towards Zhang Kuang. However, it is understandable that, under such circumstances, one might flee at the last moment, nearly endangering their companions. Anyone would harbor deep resentment. Lin Mo was taken aback by how beautiful Sun Rong appeared when she was angry, and he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The perilous situation at Centipede Ridge left his survival uncertain. Perhaps it would be best to let him fend for himself. I shall not concern myself with him. In any case, I will not show him any mercy upon our next encounter. If it weren't for Lin Mo's timely intervention, I would have long since perished. Sun Rong remained indignant, casting a grateful glance towards Lin Mo. When she noticed his gaze fixed upon her, she momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson. Intentionally shifting closer, she settled beside Lin Mo. A glance at his profile ignited an unusual spark in her beautiful eyes, stirring her heart. Lin Mo's appearance was undoubtedly striking, but it was his aloof demeanor and formidable strength that left Sun Rong somewhat breathless. She found herself developing a fondness for him, contemplating that if they could naturally come together, there would be no need for treachery. Although Lin Mo's gaze lingered on her, his eyes lacked the predatory intensity typical of the disciples from the Spirit Beast sect. Instead, his expression conveyed admiration, a recognition of beauty that she could distinctly feel. At the moment Lin Mo subdued the white giant ape, she sensed her own heart being captured, her perception of him taking on an unusual nuance. In the realm of cultivation, the powerful always shone brightly, exuding an irresistible allure. As Sun Rong's gaze on Lin Mo grew increasingly entranced, she unconsciously leaned her head against his shoulder. Ahem, I shall check the effectiveness of the formations we've set up to see if any beasts have intruded. Sun Dong, recognizing the need for privacy, stood up, granting the two an opportunity to be alone. After all, Lin Mo had just saved them, and it was evident that his sister had taken a liking to him. He naturally wished to facilitate their budding connection. Chapter 31. Reaping what one sows. Feeling the warmth of the woman's gaze upon his shoulder, Lin Mo found himself frozen in place. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Why had Sun Dong not returned yet? What? Are you truly afraid that my sister might consume you? Sun Rong teased, suddenly taking action. With such a stunning sister, I certainly have no fear. However, we are in Centipede Ridge, where beasts may appear at any moment, and I worry for your safety, sister. Lin Mo's heart raced slightly. He had encountered beautiful women before, but none had matched Sun Rong's combination of beauty and boldness. Flatterer, my brother has already set up barriers in the vicinity. No beasts will intrude. Rest assured, aside from you, no one could possibly devour me. Sun Rong playfully lifted his chin with her finger, her actions increasingly daring. Under the moonless sky, the crackling campfire illuminated their faces in a warm glow. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the darkness. A beast. Lin Mo's keen senses detected it. By channeling golden spiritual energy into the Qi refinement stage, his consciousness surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. He remained outwardly calm, eager to observe what antics these siblings were up to. Meanwhile, Sun Dong observed the situation from a distance, waiting for the two to engage. However, after a prolonged wait, he noticed Lin Mo's composure and couldn't help but feel a tinge of impatience. Damn it, this fellow truly possesses remarkable restraint. He scratched his head and glanced sideways. A colossal king cobra raised its head and flicked its tongue, fixating its gaze upon the two individuals by the fire. This was a first-tier venomous beast that he had painstakingly captured. A single bite could spell doom even for those in the foundational stage of cultivation. Since time immemorial, heroes have faltered before the allure of beauty, and he believed Lin Mo would be no exception. Regardless of Lin Mo's prowess, he remained merely a disciple in the Qi refinement stage, and a bite would leave him with no hope of survival. Although this course of action would place his sister in a difficult position, the sacrifice was trivial compared to the allure of the flying artifact and the gourd that could contain spirit pets. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo had already sensed the commotion and had been biding his time in silence. He had not intended to harm the siblings, but the temptation of the artifact proved too strong, compelling them to strike. Sun Rong, with her delicate hands, explored recklessly, pushing him to the brink of endurance as he clutched the evil-subduing sword tightly. "Junior brother Lin, don't be anxious. Lower your sword," she cooed, attempting to pry his fingers away from the weapon. "The sword is as good as its wielder." Lin Mo's expression grew grave, his gaze sharpening as he regarded her. Sun Rong trembled slightly, feigning calmness with a smile. "Is this sword even usable, given its rust?" "Indeed, it could startle you," he retorted. "Is it truly that formidable?" "I am curious to see," she replied, her hands growing ever more restless. In that moment, Lin Mo stood like a statue, the primal energy within him nearly ready to erupt. The hissing sound drew nearer. He realized Sun Dong was eager to make his move. Meanwhile, Sun Rong increased her efforts to distract him. Lin Mo closed his eyes, his consciousness already aware that the king cobra lurked just 10 paces behind him. Sun Dong crouched low, employing his abilities to pacify the serpent, seeking the opportune moment to strike. He undoubtedly understood that failure would lead to dire consequences for both of them. Hence, they had but one chance to ambush, and it must be executed flawlessly. By the campfire, Lin Mo felt the primal energy within him becoming increasingly difficult to contain, his scalp tingling. It must be said that Sun Rong possessed considerable talent in this regard. Her delicate hands ignited a sense of yearning. Observing Lin Mo's breathing quicken, she gracefully retreated to the fire, beginning to dance, her movements fluid and alluring. This dance was enchanting and seductive, reminiscent of a sinuous serpent, imbued with an exotic flair. Sun Rong's entire being appeared ethereal as she posed and swayed, striving to divert Lin Mo's attention. Sun Dong sensed the moment was ripe and began to maneuver the king cobra closer with precision, while Sun Rong danced with renewed vigor. A gust of night wind swept through, sending sparks from the fire flying, intensifying the atmosphere. "Junior brother Lin, do you find my dance beautiful?" she provocatively inquired, twirling as she spoke, anticipating that upon her return, she would witness Lin Mo being bitten by the cobra. A subtle smile graced her lips. Once Lin Mo met his demise, the flying artifact and the gourd containing the white giant ape would rightfully belong to them. Perhaps they would even uncover spirit stones and numerous cultivation resources from the storage bag, securing their standing within the spirit beast sect. Splendid. Lin Mo's sword struck with a swift motion, and a flash of white light pierced the darkness. The king cobra, lunging towards his neck, was cleaved in two by a single stroke of his blade. Beside him, Sun Dong, startled, swung his iron fist towards Lin Mo's head. In the next moment, Sun Rong turned around and was taken aback by the scene before her. She had not anticipated that their ruse would be uncovered, leaving them with no choice but to fight desperately. With a crack, she lashed out with her whip, aiming for Lin Mo's back. Faced with attacks from both directions, Lin Mo remained unfazed. If he could easily handle the white giant ape, dealing with these two would be a trivial matter. He executed the sky-treading step, skillfully evading the iron fist and the whip. Caught off guard, Sun Dong was struck in the face by the whip, instantly leaving a long, gaping wound that traversed both sides of his face, rendering his left eye a bloody mess. Sun Rong fared no better. A blow from the iron fist sent her tumbling into the grass, where she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fresh blood, caught by the night breeze, attracted nearby beasts within several hundred meters. The sound of hissing grew louder as a swarm of snakes surged towards them. Pitifully, Sun Dong and Sun Rong, once disciples of the spirit beast sect, now found themselves encircled by a mass of serpents, reaping the consequences of their actions. The more they fought to slay the venomous snakes, the more the snakes multiplied. The stench of blood thickened, spreading ever wider, drawing in more formidable beasts. Lin Mo soared above on his sword, showing no inclination to assist. Just moments ago, they had sought to kill and seize treasures. Any rational person would hesitate to intervene at this juncture. "Lin Mo, save me," Sun Rong cried, dispatching several venomous snakes with her whip, yet more continued to flood in. "We, disciples of the spirit beast sect, have never feared snakes," Sun Dong exclaimed, retrieving a pouch of powder from his storage bag and sprinkling it in a small circle around them. This powder, known as beast-repelling powder, was composed of waste materials from high-tier beasts, feces, bones, and fur, burned into ash, possessing a strong deterrent effect against ordinary venomous snakes. Indeed, the snakes recoiled in fear from the powder, congregating outside and frantically flicking their crimson tongues, unwilling to breach the circle. The two sighed in relief, believing themselves temporarily safe. However, the surrounding area was densely populated with snakes, making escape far from easy. Listening to the incessant hissing, Sun Rong felt a shiver run down her spine. Her eyes filled with terror. She did not wish to perish at such a tender age, bitten by a horde of venomous serpents. Glancing up at Lin Mo, who hovered in the air with no intention of aiding them, she noted his curious gaze as he observed their predicament. In moments like these, the significance of flying artifacts became apparent. Had they possessed such means, they would not be trapped and unable to flee. Lin Mo, I beseech you as a senior sister, she implored. We were wrong to covet your possessions earlier, but if you would save us, I promise to grant you anything you desire. Chapter 32. The celestial centipede Lin Mo sat cross-legged atop the spirit wind sword, diligently cultivating the Qingyun Sword technique. This was a skill practiced by outer disciples, and as a member of the Qingyun Sword Sect, mastering it was imperative. When confronting an adversary, the mere sight of the Qingyun Sword technique prompts others to recognize the practitioner as a disciple of the esteemed Qingyun Sword Sect, inciting a sense of trepidation. After all, within the realm of cultivation in Qi country, the Qingyun Sword Sect stands as a prestigious sect of exceptional repute. Vivid images of azure figures swiftly executing sword techniques flicker through the mind, stirring the vital energies of heaven and earth to coalesce around the sword's body. The practice of the Qingyun Sword technique offers numerous mystical benefits, the most significant of which is the enhancement of foundation establishment probabilities. The higher the mastery of the sword technique, the greater the chances of success. It is said that once one achieves the pinnacle of the Qingyun Sword technique, there exists a possibility of establishing a foundation without the need for foundation establishment pills. Thus the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect hold this technique in high regard. The Qingyun Sword technique comprises 12 levels, and he has only just begun, having mastered the first level. He can already perceive the advantages of the technique, as the elemental energies of the world rapidly converge towards him, far surpassing the efficiency of the introductory techniques he practiced previously. Moreover, it is rumored that the Qingyun Sword technique encompasses a formidable formation known as the Qingyun Sword Array. Once deployed, even nascent soul stage cultivators must exercise caution. Regrettably, the Qingyun Sword Array has long been lost to time, and even the sect leader, Wang Xianyi, speaks of it with great reticence. This array is notoriously difficult to master, requiring a plethora of rare materials for forging, such as dragon horns and centipede wings. Furthermore, the array's inflexibility and lengthy setup time render it unlikely for opponents to unwittingly fall into its trap. Upon hearing Sun Rong's voice, Lin Mo opened his eyes and glanced downward. Sun Rong trembled slightly, clearly terrified. The circle of beast-repelling talismans surrounding them, now thinned by the night breeze, offered little comfort. Should this stalemate persist, it is all too predictable that the venomous snakes would soon surge forth. Sun Rong had previously witnessed the gruesome fate of those who fell victim to snake bites, which only contributed to her fear. Lin Mo's mind conjured the image of Sun Rong dancing moments before. The thought of such a beautiful woman meeting a tragic end would be a significant loss to the world of cultivation. Calm down, I must remain composed. How could I possibly intervene to save those who sought to harm me moments ago? The schemes of Sun Dong and Sun Rong are utterly despicable. The thought of their sinister intentions furrowed Lin Mo's brow as he grappled with his moral dilemma. He understood that where there is one, there will inevitably be another. They would certainly seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack in the future. Moreover, the commotion they had caused had roused the entire menagerie of beasts on Centipede Ridge. These poisonous snakes were merely the visible threat. Lurking in the shadows were countless formidable creatures yet to be revealed. All he wished was to conduct transactions in the market, without entangling himself in conflicts. It would be best to let them fend for themselves. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to leave on his flying sword. At that moment, the appearance of a beast caught his attention. A dark silhouette soared above Centipede Ridge, and as it approached, he discerned its form, a colossal centipede, nearly 100 feet in length. Its entire body was a deep crimson, adorned with numerous pairs of wings. With each flap of its wings, arcs of lightning crackled, accompanied by a thunderous roar that exuded immense pressure. Even Lin Mo, with his exceptional composure, was startled by this centipede beast, a third-tier beast, the sky-soaring centipede. He could not help but gasp in astonishment. The name of Centipede Ridge was derived from this very creature, and who would have thought it would make an appearance? Although the celestial centipede is merely a third-tier beast, its strength is nearly indistinguishable from that of a fourth-tier creature, capable of effortlessly vanquishing a group of foundation establishment cultivators. Even those in the core formation stage would not dare to confront this formidable beast head-on. At this moment, Lin Mo, still in the Qi refinement stage, would be nothing more than a sacrificial lamb. The only reason he managed to defeat the green flood dragon was due to its severe injuries, his unyielding courage, and the enhancement of the exorcising evil sword. Now, with the celestial centipede in its prime, even his master would hesitate to engage it in battle, let alone himself. The numerous venomous snakes became the perfect sustenance for the celestial centipede, which devoured dozens in a single gulp. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo comprehended that it was a chain reaction. Sun Rong and Sun Dong's injuries had drawn smaller beasts, which in turn attracted the celestial centipede to feast upon them. In this instance, the two siblings found themselves fortuitously benefiting from misfortune, as the surrounding snakes were consumed by the centipede, some perishing while others fled. Under the cloak of night, the siblings seized the opportunity to escape with fervor, their figures darting across Centipede Ridge as if gliding effortlessly. Alas, against such a top-tier third-tier beast, the chance of escape was virtually non-existent. In a sudden burst, the celestial centipede lunged and bit down on Sun Dong's arm, immediately beginning to chew with a sickening crunch. Sun Rong, horrified, fell to the ground in shock, witnessing the dreadful fate of her brother being devoured by the beast. She realized that no matter how swift their flight, they could never outrun the celestial centipede. Just when she believed all hope was lost, a flying sword swooped down. Come up. Lin Mo reached out, pulling her onto the sword as it soared into the sky. Reaching the market would require guidance, and with Sun Dong's tragic demise, the siblings had already faced their due punishment. Having grown up in the humble Qingyun village, Lin Mo held a pure heart, his mother having instilled in him the importance of kinship, friendship, and love in one's lifetime. He believed that without these bonds, what was the point of seeking immortality? If this journey could yield the discovery of friendship, it would be a significant gain. A howl erupted as the celestial centipede, enraged at having its meal snatched away, gave chase. Feeling the beast closing in, Lin Mo pressed his palm against the Lingfeng's sword, infusing it with a continuous stream of golden spiritual energy. Instantly, the sword's speed surged, yet the celestial centipede remained relentless in its pursuit. Hold on tight, Lin Mo called out, regaining her composure. Sun Rong wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing closely against his back. Lin Mo felt a soft warmth envelop him, momentarily taken aback by her tight embrace. However, with the celestial centipede in hot pursuit, there was no time for such thoughts. He pressed down on the Lingfeng sword once more, channeling even more golden energy into it. The sword accelerated again, finally leaving the celestial centipede far behind. As the distance grew, the sounds of pursuit faded into silence. Lin Mo extended his consciousness, sensing that the celestial centipede had not followed, and gradually slowed their flight. The night breeze tousled their hair as Sun Rong brushed aside a strand from her temple. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet she hesitated. Previously, when she and Sun Dong had faced the white giant ape, it was Lin Mo who had gallantly intervened, only for them to have plotted against him. The two individuals faced the consequences of their actions, pursued by a flying centipede, only to be rescued by Lin Mo. They found themselves at a loss for words. Should they express their gratitude, or perhaps reproach Lin Mo for the death of Sun Dong? Were it not for Lin Mo, not only Sun Dong, but also she herself might have perished at the hands of the white giant ape. In that moment, her feelings of gratitude overshadowed her resentment. I am sorry for not being able to save your brother. Lin Mo spoke first, his voice laced with regret. Sun Rong's lips parted slightly, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged pause, she finally uttered, Lin Mo, is my brother truly dead? She still struggled to believe that Sun Dong was gone, a vibrant life extinguished so recently. Yes, grieve, but also move forward, Lin Mo nodded solemnly. The cultivation realm is indeed merciless. Without sufficient strength, death may strike at any moment. He guided his flying sword, gliding slowly beneath the starry expanse. Under different circumstances, Sun Rong would have marveled at the beauty of the night sky, yet now her spirit was dimmed. Wholly immersed in sorrow, time passed, and Sun Rong spoke softly. I do not understand how we provoked the flying centipede. Biting her lip and clenching her fists, she felt a deep sense of discomfort. It was a chain reaction. Blood attracted serpents, which in turn summoned the centipede. Lin Mo offered a brief explanation as he landed his sword beside a small creek. Hearing his words, Sun Rong nodded in agreement. Dismounting the sword, she washed her face in the stream, feeling somewhat refreshed. Lin Shitty, why must you go to the market? She inquired. With the upcoming outer sect competition, I need to procure some useful treasures, he replied. I see. I wish you great success, she said. Thank you, Senior Sister Sunday. The two sat on the ground, conversing for quite some time, and gradually, Sun Rong's spirits began to lift. She informed Lin Mo that the entrance to the market was nearby and promised to take him there at dawn. The market was bustling and vibrant, far surpassing even the most opulent imperial cities. As they approached the outskirts of the market, Sun Rong felt a faint pain in her calf, a remnant of a snakebite sustained during their escape, which she had been silently enduring. She had hoped that her spiritual energy would temporarily suppress the venom until she reached the market for treatment. However, the pain intensified, leaving her weak and breathless. On the brink of fainting, "We have arrived at the market's perimeter, and we will soon part ways. Lin Chen, do you have anything you wish to say to me?" she asked, feeling a twinge of reluctance after having shared such trials together. "No," Lin Chen replied, wishing to avoid entanglements that might affect his path in the future. Sun Rong blinked in surprise, feeling a pang of loneliness. "However, I have something to convey. I am sorry for my previous actions. I hope you do not perceive me as a woman with a heart of venom. The harshness of the cultivation world is known only to those who endure it. The pursuit of life and treasure is the very creed of my spirit beast sect." She forced a smile. "I understand," Lin Chen nodded, not dwelling on it. He had already grasped this reality. Otherwise, he would not have come to her aid. Their meeting had blossomed from conflict into camaraderie. After resting for a while, Lin Chen suggested they continue their journey. Sun Rong nodded, and upon rising, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her steps unsteady. "Are you injured?" Lin Chen immediately sensed her condition. "It's just a minor wound, nothing to worry about." Sun Rong insisted, attempting to appear strong, but in the next moment, she fainted into Lin Mo's embrace. In a haze, she felt herself laid upon a large stone, 3 fingers resting on her right wrist. She had anticipated his medical knowledge. Her affection for Lin Mo deepened, and she soon lost consciousness entirely. Time passed, though she could not discern how long, until she was roused by the sound of a heated argument. "You bastard, what have you done to junior sister Sun Rong?" The voice belonged to the reckless cultivator named Zhang Quang, who had abandoned his companions the previous day. "Isn't it obvious? Junior sister Sun Rong lies in disarray, unconscious. He must have sullied her," a female cultivator remarked, her expression tinged with malicious glee. Lin Mo chose not to engage in a dispute, but surveyed the others present, a group of 6. The location was near the marketplace, and cultivators were gradually gathering. This diverse assembly included Taoist priests, scholarly figures, and monks, each adorned in distinctive attire. "My fellow cultivator," upon entering the marketplace, a few spirit stones would easily procure the company of numerous female cultivators. Why resort to such base acts here? A Taoist priest, appearing around 25 or 26, with a dignified face and no beard, shook his head disapprovingly. "Why bother with such chatter? Just let me cleave him in two with my axe." A burly man wielding a large axe declared, his countenance resolute. "I perceive something amiss. It would be prudent to await junior sister Sun Rong's awakening to clarify matters," suggested a fair-faced Taoist maiden, smiling gently at Lin Mo, indicating a favorable disposition. "Ba, what sister who has said rings true? I too believe we should ascertain the facts first," a stout monk interjected. Outnumbered, and with Zhang Quang inciting trouble, a confrontation seemed imminent. Instinctively, Lin Mo stepped back, his foot landing on his spirit sword, prepared to flee. At that moment, he felt something soft against him. Turning around, he saw that Sun Rong had regained consciousness. Her lips were pale, her eyes vacant, resembling one just recovering from a serious illness. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, thankful to have pulled her back from the brink of death. The male Taoist, named Cui Ping, was a disciple of Feiyun Palace at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Zhang Quang, whom she had encountered the previous day, was also at the 3rd level. The female Taoist, Hu Rou, was the most skilled among them. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, though merely a wandering cultivator from the Screen Wind Valley, the female cultivator beside Zhang Quang, named Lu Min, was a disciple of the Water Cloud sect at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. The monk, a disciple of the Diamond sect named Wei Yang, was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The burly man with the axe, Qiu Yunhai, was a wandering cultivator from the Great Wushan, also at the 2nd level. Individually, they might not pose a threat, but their numbers were formidable, thus, caution was warranted. "Allow me to handle this. If we clarify the situation, all will be well." Sun Rong communicated quietly before stepping forward. "Dear brothers and sisters, I was injured earlier, and Lin Chen was merely attending to my wounds." Upon hearing these words, the group furrowed their brows. "Healing? Must one undress to such an extent? I perceive something amiss. Indeed, it is possible that this fellow has inflicted the injury. How could a mere 1st-level Qi cultivator harm Sister Sun Rong? It is likely a sneak attack. How despicable. I never imagined that the Qingyun Sword Sect would harbor such a disciple. Sister Sun Rong, do not be afraid. Speak the truth, and we shall advocate for you." Upon hearing their remarks, Sun Rong hastily offered further explanations. "I was bitten by a venomous snake. It has nothing to do with junior brother Lin. You must believe me. It was indeed junior brother Lin who rescued me. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, scrutinizing Lin Mo closely. Zhang Kuang whispered to the burly Qingyun Hai. Is it true that this boy possesses a flying artifact? Of course it is true. Besides the artifact, he also has numerous spirit stones. What are we hesitating for? Let us join forces to eliminate him and divide the treasures. Zhang Kuang fervently urged, having discerned the close bond between Lin Mo and Sun Rong. He felt both envy and hatred. Do not act recklessly. The Qingyun Sword Sect is not to be trifled with, especially since Sister Sun Rong is protecting this lad. Hu Rou cautioned. What are you afraid of, Sister Hu? Worried that the matter will be exposed? If it comes to that, we can deal with Sun Rong as well. Lu Min remarked with a sly smile, eager to make her move. There has long been animosity between her and Sun Rong, all instigated by Zhang Kuang. Now, she saw the perfect opportunity to showcase her prowess before Zhang Kuang and utterly eliminate Sun Rong. You all only know how to resort to violence. Is it not just for the treasures that lad possesses? My disciples from Feiyun Palace excel in such matters. Watch me. Daoist Cui Ping said with a cunning smile as he approached Lin Mo's spiritual sense far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, allowing him to overhear their conversation clearly. And he prepared himself accordingly. Feiyun Palace is not particularly strong in the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, but when it comes to thievery, none could claim the top position. Feiyun Palace possesses a technique known as Feiyun Shou, also called Feiyun Touching Gold Hand, which, when cultivated to the utmost, enables one to directly steal complete spirit stones from or mines without the need for slow extraction, a truly remarkable skill. With the aid of this technique, disciples of Feiyun Palace, despite their relatively weak cultivation, thrive remarkably well. However, Feiyun Palace only holds fragments of the complete technique. The true Feiyun Shou is called Feiyun Sacred Hand and encompasses alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and puppet mastery, among other profound skills. After Sister Sun Rong's explanation, it appeared to be a mere misunderstanding. I am Cui Ping from Feiyun Palace. If junior brother Lin does not mind, shall we become friends? No sooner had Daoist Cui spoken than he feigned a fall, swiftly darting to Lin Mo's side, a sly smile gracing his lips as he stealthily grasped Lin Mo's storage bag. Friendship is welcome. But brother Cui need not go to such lengths, Lin Mo replied with calm composure, pretending to assist Cui Ping while subtly releasing his spiritual power to suppress him. The entire assembly was astonished. Before the eyes of all, Cui Ping inexplicably knelt before him. Few noticed that with lightning speed, Lin Mo reclaimed his storage bag while simultaneously securing Cui Ping's as well. In an instant, Cui Ping was left utterly bewildered. Cough. It is indeed peculiar. Upon meeting Lin Shitty, I cannot help but feel compelled to perform a gesture of reverence, perhaps due to the instant rapport we share. Cui Ping has yet to realize that his storage pouch has mysteriously vanished. Chapter 34. Preserving life. Lin Mo had no intention of continually suppressing his opponent. Once he retrieved the storage pouch, he promptly withdrew his spiritual energy. Cui Ping exhaled a long sigh of relief before rising to his feet. He felt a tinge of astonishment, not expecting Lin Mo, with his mere first level of qi refining, to exhibit such formidable suppression. In the moments of restraint, he had struggled several times, but found himself utterly unable to break free. Although he had not exerted his full strength, the pressure Lin Mo exerted was undeniably shocking. Returning to the ranks, Cui Ping remained shaken, casting a wary glance towards Lin Mo. Ha, a treasure seeker indeed. Caught red-handed, you deserve it. Hu Xinggu mocked with a hearty laugh. This individual is extraordinary. It is my first encounter with failure, Cui Ping conceded reluctantly, as the evidence was irrefutable. You have not merely failed. What of your storage pouch? Hu Xinggu reminded him. Heavens! This lad actually Cui Ping, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, was left dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this person, with only first-level qi refining, would possess such acute senses? Not only thwarting your attempt to pilfer the storage pouch, but also appropriating yours as well. Hu Xinggu exclaimed in awe. Since the gentle approach has proven futile, it seems I must resort to force. I shall take action, boomed the burly Qingyun Hai, brandishing his massive axe, eager for a fight. Qiu, your cultivation level is the lowest here. It is not your place to decide. Hu Xinggu, what do you propose we do now? Inquired the stout monk, seeking her counsel. As all eyes turned towards her, after a brief moment of contemplation, Hu Xinggu stepped forward and addressed Lin Mo loudly. You, with your mere first level of qi refining, are outmatched by our second-level practitioners. The disparity in strength is simply too great, and your chances of victory are non-existent. We shall not waste words with you. Surrender your flying artifact and storage pouch, and relinquish Sister Sun Rong. In return, we may spare your life. Hu Xinggu, We cannot allow him to leave. We are still unaware of what he has done to Sister Sun Rong. Zhang Kuang interjected, gritting his teeth in indignation. To think he still harbors thoughts of Sister Sun Rong. Let it not be said that I lack resolve. The female cultivator Lu Min shot him a glance, further reinforcing her determination to eliminate Sun Rong. If we dispose of this brat, I am willing to forego my share, Zhang Kuang proposed, revealing his bargaining chip. At his words, the others were stirred, as having one less person to divide the spoils meant a greater share for themselves, all eyes converging on Hu Xinggu. In truth, Hu Xinggu felt a flicker of temptation at this notion. Having been elevated to a leadership role among this group, it was only natural to seek greater gains. After a moment's hesitation, she cast her gaze upon Lin Mo, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Since you have yet to acquiesce, do not blame me for altering my stance. Your life and all your possessions shall remain here. Now attack. As her words fell, Qingyun Hai, unable to contain himself, was the first to charge forward with his axe, the others swiftly following suit. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He held little regard for these chi-refining disciples. With only Hu Xinggu, at the 5th level, and the stout monk, at the 4th level, posing any real threat. It was an opportune moment to test the mettle of his Qingyun sword technique. He brandished the Zhuxia sword before him, adopting the initial stance of the Qingyun sword technique. In the next instant, he unleashed a swift blue afterimage, striking towards Qingyun Hai with a single stroke. The speed was so astonishing that none present could react in time. You dare to resist. Caught off guard, Qingyun Hai hastily raised his large axe in defense. The Zhuxia sword collided with the axe, producing a sharp crack, and the axe shattered instantly. The onlookers were left in shock, realizing the sword possessed remarkable power, further solidifying their desire to kill and seize treasures. Unrelenting, Lin Mo continued his assault, sending forth a blue afterimage as he thrust his sword towards the forehead of the burly Qiu. Seeing this situation, Zhang Kuang, positioned behind, decisively intervened, employing his iron claws to block the lethal strike. Unexpectedly, his claws were pierced by the Zhuxia sword, causing him to retreat several meters in fright. Impressive. How powerful. Zhang Kuang gasped. His claws were forged from ancient cold iron, exceptionally resilient, yet they were effortlessly penetrated. After fleeing yesterday, he had not witnessed Lin Mo confronting the white giant ape, rendering him unaware of Lin Mo's formidable strength. Initially, upon seeing Lin Mo and Sun Rong alive, he found it hard to believe, presuming both had perished long ago. At this moment, the realization dawned upon him, understanding why they had survived. Lin Mo disregarded the retreating Zhang Kuang, maintaining his fierce assault on the group. The reason he refrained from employing the Qingyun sword technique was that he deemed them unworthy. Since successfully taming the white giant ape, he had gained a profound understanding of his own strength, recognizing that ordinary chi refining stage cultivators were no match for him, especially under the enhancement of the Zhuxia sword, which could easily dismantle their weapons. Indeed, the skirmish unfolded as he anticipated. These individuals were no match for him. The Zhuxia sword unleashed a flurry of blue afterimages, relentlessly attacking the group, and it struck the shoulder of the female cultivator Lu Min, drawing blood. Min'er, the stout monk Wei Yong, enraged, bellowed as he charged forward. Lin Mo, your audacity knows no bounds. A mere first-level chi refining disciple dares to act so brazenly before me. Wei Yong hurled his Buddha beads, which instantly radiated with resplendent light, emanating an exceptionally potent wave of spiritual energy. Lin Mo thrust his sword at the beads, only to find them igniting into a towering inferno, rebounding his sword back, forcing him to retreat 2 or 3 meters to regain his footing. Witnessing this, the expressions of the onlookers transformed into smiles, their anxiety alleviated. After all, he was merely a first-level chi refining cultivator. How formidable could his swordplay truly be? Wei Yong scoffed derisively. Humph. If my attack cannot be withstood, what would happen if Madam who were to strike? You would surely perish on the spot. Wei Yong chuckled self-importantly. Let us put it to the test. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, preparing to charge again, only to be restrained by Sun Rong. Junior brother Lin, they are numerous. We should flee. The market is nearby. Safety awaits within its confines. Sun Rong implored earnestly, concerned for his well-being. Lin Mo turned to her, gradually regaining his composure. Remembering his mother's admonitions, he realized that preserving his life was paramount. If one were to exert their utmost effort, the possibility of victory is not entirely absent. After all, even the formidable white giant ape has been subdued. However, these individuals are backed by several powerful sects, and given his current precarious position, provoking these sects would be unwise. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to temporarily let these individuals go. Nodding affirmatively, He stepped onto the spirit wind sword and soared into the sky alongside Sun Rong. Pursue. This lad intends to seek refuge within the market, he commanded. The market belongs to the treasures pavilion, where any form of conflict is strictly prohibited. Once one enters, it becomes a troublesome affair. Madame Hu summoned her flying sword and swiftly followed suit. The rotund monk Wei Yong, standing upon his blazing Buddha beads, also joined the chase. The remaining few, lacking the financial means to acquire flying artifacts, resorted to skimming across the ground. The market lies just ahead. Sun Rong pointed towards a fog-enshrouded gorge, pulsating with powerful spiritual energy. Local villagers, who inadvertently wandered into the gorge while tending to sheep, had met their demise by divine lightning, leading the common folk to shun the area. Without a second thought, Lin Mo guided the spirit wind sword into the gorge. Upon entry, he sensed the enveloping force of a formation, a palpable resistance. Looking up, he beheld a colossal blue light barrier encasing the entire gorge, with the market situated within. One must traverse through the blue barrier to access the market. However, a forceful breach would be ill-advised. Be careful not to collide, Sun Rong cautioned urgently. Just as the spirit wind sword, carrying the two of them, approached the barrier, it ascended straight into the air. Simultaneously, Madame Hu and Wei Yong positioned themselves to block their escape. This lad clearly has never been to the market before. He hasn't even prepared the necessary talisman for entry. Madame Hu chuckled triumphantly, relishing the opportunity to prey upon such a novice. Fortune favors me. Once I eliminate this lad, the treasure shall be disregarded. I only desire that woman. The rotund monk gazed at Sun Rong with gleaming eyes, his true nature laid bare. You can discuss that with Zhang Kuang. She is his junior sister. Let us first unite to eliminate this lad. With a stern expression, Madame Hu produced a parasol-shaped artifact from her possession and hurled it towards Lin Mo. This was her prized artifact, the Thousand Leaves Parasol, a rarity for a rogue cultivator. Very well, let us dispatch this lad first. Behold my blazing Buddha beads, Wei Yong proclaimed without hesitation, casting his beads forth. The two artifacts radiated with a resplendent glow, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surging forward. The Thousand Leaves Parasol spun incessantly, unleashing a barrage of leaf-shaped spiritual projectiles that darkened the skies. Flames ignited upon the Buddha beads, forming a towering wall of fire that relentlessly approached Lin Mo. They were caught in a perilous predicament. At that critical moment, Sun Rong produced a talisman and affixed it to the blue barrier. Chapter 35, Senior Sister Qin acquires a sword. Ripples cascaded across the blue barrier, revealing a circular opening. Without hesitation, Lin Mo stepped onto the spirit wind sword and darted through the opening, which promptly sealed behind him. Madame Hu and the rotund monk retracted their artifacts and furiously struck the spot where the opening had vanished, their hearts seething with indignation. Cursed be it. That lad has escaped. It is not so simple. Sooner or later, he will emerge, and we shall remain vigilant outside. The two glanced downwards, just as the other four arrived at the same spot, and thus they descended to convene and devise a strategy. That young man possesses a flying artifact, making him a prime target that must not be overlooked. Moreover, he has wounded Sister Lu Min, and this debt must be repaid. Once he enters the market, he will undoubtedly reappear. We can afford to wait a few days, and we will surely capture him. Yes, I support watching over him. I concur. The six of them reached a unanimous decision to keep an eye on Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was astounded by the bustling splendor of the market, where magnificent buildings towered above, far more exquisite than the earthen dwellings of Qingyun village. The broad streets were teeming with cultivators of all sects, alongside numerous solitary practitioners, young and old, all moving in orderly fashion. The Duobao Pavilion enforced strict regulations against fighting within the market and prohibited the use of flying artifacts. Aside from their distinctive attire, these individuals bore little difference from the vibrant districts of mundane cities. Do you see that tallest building in the distance? That is the Duobao Pavilion, Sun Rong remarked as she tucked away her travel talisman. Lin Mo gazed upward, the Duobao Pavilion soaring into the clouds, estimated to be around 15 or 16 stories tall. Truly, the Duobao Pavilion is a bastion of wealth and power, he mused inwardly, as they strolled through the streets. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. Freshly made elixirs, come and taste even if you don't buy. Water-repelling pearls, an essential artifact for sheltering from rain, only 2 spirit stones. Flying talismans, just as effective as flying artifacts, now at a 10% discount. Spirit pet treasure mice, a must-have for treasure hunting, come and purchase. Premium alchemy furnaces assist you in becoming a master alchemist for just 15 spirit stones. Lin Mo glanced at these items. While they held their unique appeal, their quality seemed rather mediocre. Between cultivators, Bartering is permitted, provided that items of equivalent value are offered, and both parties are satisfied with the trade. However, to purchase from the Duobao Pavilion, one must use spirit stones, as they exclusively accept such transactions. Lin Chen, is there anything you fancy? Whatever catches your eye, I shall buy it for you. After all, you have saved me 3 times, Sun Rong offered, her head shyly bowing. Nothing in particular, Lin Mo replied, his gaze fixated on a striking figure, utterly captivated. Sister Qin, I didn't expect to find her here. His heart leapt with joy, and he hastily stepped forward to see what Sister Qin was purchasing. Sister Qin stood at a weapon stall, attentively examining a long sword. She delicately flicked the blade, which immediately emitted a vibrant azure aura, quite breathtaking. The craftsmanship of the sword was exquisite, with an intricate arrangement of formations that clearly bore the mark of a high-tier artifact smith, rivaling even the quality of the Qingyun swords issued by sections. If she were to acquire this sword as a gift for Lin Chen, he would undoubtedly be pleased, perhaps even replacing his rusty iron sword. Sister Qin's face brightened as she held the long sword, reluctant to part with it. This scene was keenly observed by the diminutive owner of the weapon shop, who thought to himself that he could make a substantial profit. Shopkeeper, does this sword have a story? Sister Qin inquired, her curiosity piqued. This esteemed companion possesses remarkable discernment, instantly recognizing my prized possession. This sword, once wielded by the illustrious founder of the Qingyun Sect, was instrumental in vanquishing legions of demons, rendering its bearer invincible. By sheer happenstance, I came into its possession. I sense a connection between you and this sword. Should you desire it, 80 spirit stones shall suffice. The shopkeeper concluded. Observing her reaction, the Qingyun Sect? I am not familiar with it. The sword is indeed exquisite, yet 80 spirit stones seem excessively steep. Qin Ziyue was no novice. She understood that shopkeepers often inflate their prices. Look closely, this blade is crafted from heavenly crystal and fish scale iron. Adorned with a formation inscribed by a high-ranking artifact smith, the cost alone exceeds 100 spirit stones. Selling it for 80 is a complete loss for me. If not for the recent downturn in business, I would not part with this sword at such a low price. The shopkeeper lamented incessantly. Qin Ziyue paused, realizing the proprietor was unwilling to lower the price. Nonetheless, she genuinely wished to acquire the sword, especially since she believed Lin Mo would appreciate it. How about this? I shall offer you 30 spirit stones. It is all I possess. With a resolute heart, Qin Ziyue decided to make the purchase. Having promised Lin Mo a new weapon, the sect's internal affairs department does not issue replacement weapons, compelling her to procure one herself. 30 spirit stones? Are you jesting? The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, promptly seized the sword back, muttering curses under his breath. He had anticipated encountering a lucrative client, but was disappointed to find her only willing to offer 30 spirit stones, barely covering the cost of materials. Please, I implore you, sell it to me for 30 spirit stones. I am in dire need of this sword. Qin Ziyue pleaded earnestly. This scene caused Lin Mo's heart to tremble. He had not anticipated the usually aloof Qin Ziyue would resort to begging for the sword, yet he too lacked the 80 spirit stones. It would be futile to beseech me. The lowest I can go is 35 spirit stones. Add 5 more, and it shall be yours. The shopkeeper finally relented. Splendid. You must not renege on the agreed 35 spirit stones. Allow me to count my stones. Qin Ziyue, having successfully bargained, felt a childlike joy as she hurriedly retrieved her storage pouch to tally her stones. However, her elation was short-lived. Her expression suddenly turned icy upon realizing she was insufficiently equipped with spirit stones. Shopkeeper, I possess only 30 spirit stones. Please sell it to me. I truly require this sword. Tears glistened in her eyes as she desperately pleaded. Regrettably, how can I sell it to you if I cannot even cover my costs? 35 is the absolute minimum. Had you not been wearing the garb of an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, I would have demanded at least 50. However, as I frequently source materials from your sect's mines, I have offered you this reduced price out of goodwill. The shopkeeper sighed helplessly, but suddenly his gaze brightened as he noticed something among the items Qin Ziyue had just counted. This talisman appears rather unique. If you are willing to include it, I shall waive the 5 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziyue felt a mix of amusement and dismay. This was her most treasured possession. A genuine talisman crafted by a formidable master, valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones, and the weapon shopkeeper dared to suggest trading it for 5 spirit stones. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo pursed his lips, resolved to make his entrance. Though he lacked the 80 spirit stones, he did possess 5. Junior Lin, do you know that senior sister? Sun Rong, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. Yes, that is senior sister Qin. Please wait here for me. I shall return shortly. He took out 5 spirit stones and strode forward. Just as he was about to greet her, he noticed another man appearing beside senior sister Qin. This individual, also clad in the garb of an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, seemed to be acquainted with her, as their conversation indicated. Junior sister Ziyue, do you fancy this sword? I shall purchase it for you, the man declared, producing a handful of spirit stones and handing them directly to the weapon shop owner. Before picking up the sword to examine it, indeed, it is a fine sword. Your taste is impeccable, junior sister Ziyue. It is now yours. He then extended the sword toward Qin Ziyue. However, she hesitated, visibly uncertain. This man was none other than Zhou Tsong, the brother of Zhou Ran, who had persistently pursued her. Accepting the sword would complicate their relationship beyond measure. Chapter 36. Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators. Zhou Tsong had recently ascended into the top 100 of the inner sect rankings of the Qingyun Sword Sect, garnering the attention of many elders. For reasons unknown, he was determined to apprentice under Elder Qin Wanli of the Medicinal Garden and relentlessly pursued his granddaughter, Qin Ziyue. Qin Ziyue had always held a disdain for these scions of influential families, abhorring their oppressive actions against ordinary disciples. She longed to free herself from Zhou Tsong's entanglements, yet had not found an opportune moment to express her feelings. Senior brother Zhou, your timing is fortuitous. There is something I wish to clarify with you. Please refrain from pursuing me any further, as I already have someone dear to my heart. I do indeed admire this sword, but I cannot accept it. Thank you. With that, Qin Ziyue turned and melted into the crowd, her rejection resolute and unambiguous. Standing at the entrance of the weapon shop, Zhou Tsong stared at her retreating figure, utterly bewildered and momentarily speechless. She has a love interest? Who could it be? If I find out, I shall make short work of him. Qin Ziyue, just wait. No one else shall claim you but me. This matter is far from over. Zhou Tsong clenched his fists, simmering with indignation. Spending 35 spirit stones on a sword stung his wallet, yet the thought of winning over Qin Ziyue momentarily dulled his discomfort. He never anticipated such a rejection. For one so proud, who had just entered the inner sect's top 100, this was an undeniable humiliation. Give me back my spirit stones, Zhou Tsong demanded, flinging the sword back to the weapon shop owner in an attempt to refund his purchase. My friend, I specialize in selling weapons and do not accept returns. The shop owner replied decisively. How infuriating. Zhou Tsong seethed, struggling to contain his wrath. Fine, I shall sell it to you for a discount. You bought it for 35 spirit stones. You can have it for 30. The sword he wielded was a prize from the inner sect competition, far superior to this one, making it more prudent to liquidate it. My friend, I truly have no such policy. Perhaps you could set up a stall and sell it. You might find someone willing to pay a high price. What? You expect me, an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, to peddle goods like a wandering cultivator? Do you wish to see your stall demolished? Do not be agitated, my friend. I have duly paid for my stall at the Duobao Pavilion. Should you act recklessly, there are those who will advocate on my behalf. The shopkeeper, emboldened by the backing of the Duobao Pavilion, showed little regard for the inner sect disciple before him. Observing the quarrel from a distance, Lin Mo could not help but shake his head. This individual was likely Zhou Tsong, a descendant of the Zhou celestial clan. As mentioned by senior sister Qin, having offended this person, she would need to exercise caution in the future. Yet, it led him to ponder, who was senior sister Qin's beloved? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Mo made his way back to where Sun Rong awaited. From afar, he noticed Sun Rong engaged in conversation with a young and handsome male cultivator, indicating she had encountered an acquaintance. Before he could approach, Sun Rong spotted him. Lin Shitty, over here, she called out cheerfully, waving to ensure he would not get lost. Senior sister Sun has been waiting for me. She is quite amiable. With the recent demise of Sun Dong, Lin Mo wondered how she would navigate her future without her brother's protection. Truly a pitiable fate. As he approached, he observed the male cultivator beside Sun Rong, who appeared refined and elegant, holding a folding fan in a manner that exuded grace. Sun Rong introduced him, saying, "This is Lu Fucking, senior brother from the Taishu sect. The Taishu sect is not far from the Spirit Beast sect. Once, when I faced peril while capturing a demon beast, it was senior brother Lu who rescued me. His cultivation is quite advanced. He is a foundation establishment stage cultivator and often guides my brother and me in our training. Alas, my brother is no longer with us." Upon mentioning Sun Dong, who had tragically perished from a sky-scaling centipede's bite, Sun Rong's expression turned somber, and she lowered her head to silently wipe away her tears. A foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Mo remarked, scrutinizing Lu Fucking closely. Lu Fucking, dressed as a scholar, possessed a handsome and confident visage, his demeanor radiating an air of sophistication. Please accept my condolences. Junior sister Sunday, focus on your cultivation. One day, you shall have the opportunity to avenge senior brother Sun Dong. The sky-scaling centipede, formidable as it is not invincible. Indeed, senior brother Lu speaks wisely, Sun Rong replied, dabbing her tears as her spirits lifted slightly. She then continued with the introduction, by the way, this is Lin Mo. My junior brother. We just met at Centipede Ridge. Although he is merely at the first level of Qi refinement, his strength surpasses that of many disciples at the second or third levels. The arrogant individual who previously abandoned my brother and me would have surely led to our demise had it not been for Lin Shidi's timely intervention. In truth, though we have only known each other for a little over a day, he has already saved me thrice. I fear I may never be able to repay such kindness. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo quickly interjected, Senior sister, it is the duty of cultivators to assist those in need. There is no need for you to concern yourself over it. As senior brother Lu wisely stated, focus on your cultivation and seek the chance to avenge senior brother Sun Dong. I have faith that you will succeed. Yes, Sun Rong replied, her tears transforming into a smile, and her mood finally brightened. Meanwhile, senior brother Lu observed Lin Mo intently, nodding in approval. Junior brother Lin's Qingyun Sword technique appears to have reached a considerable level. The aura of Qingyun's spirit energy envelopes you. At such a young age, your understanding of swordsmanship is remarkably profound. I believe you may very well pursue the path of the sword and achieve great success. Indeed, the ethereal energy of the Qiyun is of the water attribute, and I highly recommend that you, brother Lin, enhance your cultivation with water attribute spirit stones for optimal results. Lu fucking, with no reservations, immediately discerned Lin Mo's exceptional talent in the sword arts and generously lavished praise upon him. Although Lin Mo had been aware of brother Lu's guidance, it nonetheless brought him considerable joy. It was evident that brother Lu, from their very first encounter, was an open-hearted individual who freely shared his insights. Thank you, brother Lu, for your invaluable advice. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, recognizing that sincere guidance is a rarity among peers, in contrast to those like Zhou Ran, who required caution. This made brother Lu appear all the more admirable and worthy of friendship. No need for formality. By the way, what plans do you both have moving forward? Brother Lu inquired, glancing at the two. Lin Mo and Sun Rong exchanged glances, each harboring their own concerns. A few individuals of a higher cultivation level were blocking the entrance, making a swift departure impossible without provoking a fierce confrontation. Sun Rong, now without her brother, felt vulnerable and feared being bullied by her seniors upon returning to the Spirit Beast sect. The bustling and warm atmosphere of the market felt inviting, offering a sense of comfort. Seeing the silence between them, brother Lu continued, if you have no immediate plans, why not come and stay with me for a while? We can strategize later. I frequently visit the market for trading resources and have invested heavily in a small building equipped with all the necessary amenities for alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, or meditation. Chapter 37. Exploring the market. Considering brother Lu's proposal, Lin Mo contemplated for a moment before deciding to explore the market first. After all, it was his inaugural visit to such a place, and the novelty of many items could potentially lead to valuable discoveries. Moreover, with a plethora of treasures from the Green Serpent in his storage pouch, he was eager to convert them into spirit stones to ensure he had sufficient funds for any desired purchases. Surveying the numerous stalls along the street, Lin Mo resolved to thoroughly explore, hoping for a serendipitous encounter with Sister Qin. Thank you, brother Lu, but I wish to wander the market. Perhaps I can find some necessary items, he replied. In that case, take this passage talisman. After your exploration, you can find us in the building across the way. Brother Lu kindly offered, presenting a talisman and gesturing towards a nearby small building. Understood. Lin Mo accepted the talisman and carefully stored it in his pouch. Brother Lin, allow me to accompany you, Sun Rong suggested, having surmised Lin Mo's eagerness likely stemmed from a desire to meet the female cultivator he had encountered earlier. A hint of jealousy unexpectedly stirred within her, leaving her both astonished and unable to suppress her feelings. Before Lin Mo could respond, brother Lu interjected, Sister Sun, your energy appears scattered, and your vitality seems diminished. Perhaps you should come with me for some recuperation. But I also wish to explore the market. I worry about brother Lin wandering alone, especially since it is his first visit, Sun Rong replied, feeling reluctant to part from Lin Mo's side. Rest assured, the Duo Bao Pavilion enforces a strict no-fighting policy within the market. Brother Lin will be safe, brother Lu assured them, exuding an understanding demeanor. Sister Sun, I believe brother Lu is correct. Given your current frailty, it would be wise for you to focus on your recuperation. I shall seek you out after I finish my exploration of the market. Lin Mo also expressed a desire to act independently. Upon hearing this, Sun Rong could only nod in agreement. Very well, but remember to come find us. Here, Take this communication talisman. Should you lose your way or encounter any difficulties, you can contact us through it. Communication talisman? Lin Mo examined the talisman closely. The inscriptions upon it were exquisitely crafted, emanating a radiant glow. He had attempted to forge such talismans during his time in the Spirit Herb Valley. The materials were not overly expensive, yet the crafting process was exceedingly challenging, particularly for high-grade communication talismans. Indeed, this is merely a low-grade talisman, effective within a radius of 10 miles. It should work well within the market. To use it, you only need to infuse it with your spiritual consciousness and energy. Moreover, this is a standard talisman, not a treasure, and is considered a consumable. It will be expended after a single use. Sun Rong provided a brief explanation. It wasn't due to a lack of resources. She genuinely wished to provide Lin Mo with several of these talismans. Their value was considerable, and only affluent cultivators could afford them. It was the first time Lu, senior brother, had witnessed sister Sun showing such concern for another. Lin Mo, you are indeed fortunate. Lu smiled slightly, as if seeing through everything. Brother Lu, please refrain from making wild assumptions. Lin Mo and I are merely friends. Sun Rong's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing his words. I merely stated an observation. Why do you appear so guilty, my dear? Lu chuckled, amused. Who claims that the thoughts of young maidens are hard to decipher? It is quite evident. Then I shall wander about alone for a while. Afterward, I will certainly find my way to the pavilion. Lin Mo clasped his hands respectfully towards Lu Fucking and Sun Rong. Lin, my junior, regardless of what happens, do not engage in any conflict within the market. For the consequences from the treasure pavilion will be severe. A rogue cultivator once disregarded the rules and was left utterly devastated. It was truly a grim fate. Sun Rong intended to say more, but was pulled away by Lu Fucking. All right, Junior Lin is astute and will be fine. Do not worry. We shall proceed ahead. Come join us as soon as you can. I will prepare some exquisite wine for us to enjoy together. Lin Mo, witnessing their interaction, offered them a radiant smile before turning to blend into the throng. Sun Rong, with a furrowed brow, cast a glance back, her heart still tinged with concern. Why must I worry? He is not someone of significance to me. She endeavored to master her emotions, but could not help but dwell on her thoughts. Pouting as she followed Lu Fucking into the small building, Lin Mo sensed a subtle shift in Sun Rong's demeanor towards him, an inclination towards dependency and care. However, he dismissed it from his mind, perceiving her instead as a pitiable girl who had recently lost a loved one. As he contemplated this, he approached a stall for exchanging spirit stones, where various sizes and qualities of stones were displayed. He was somewhat astonished, realizing that spirit stones could be categorized in such diverse ways and could be exchanged. The stall was bustling with activity, as numerous cultivators gathered nearby, presenting various spirit stones and haggling with the vendor, creating an atmosphere of lively commerce. The garments worn by these monks are exceedingly austere, and their cultivation is rather rudimentary, primarily consisting of those who have recently embarked upon the Qi refinement stage, many of whom remain unfamiliar with spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are imbued with the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, serving to assist cultivators in enhancing their prowess. Without the aid of these stones to absorb the purest form of spiritual energy, it becomes exceedingly difficult to attain significant advancement. Hence, wealthy cultivators invariably rely on spiritual stones for their training, leading to swifter progress. The paramount utility of spiritual stones, however, transcends mere cultivation. Their consumption in alchemy, artifact crafting, and the deployment of talismans and formations is even more pronounced. The successful creation of a fine elixir, a potent magical artifact, or a formidable formation talisman is profoundly influenced by both the quantity and quality of spiritual stones utilized, with superior stones markedly improving the likelihood of success. Furthermore, during the casting of spells, spiritual stones not only replenish magical energy, but also amplify the potency of incantations, enabling the practitioner to perform feats that would otherwise be beyond their natural capabilities. For these myriad reasons, spiritual stones have become the unequivocal currency of the cultivation realm, with the quantity of 1s spiritual stones serving as a reflection of a cultivator's strength. Prominent cultivation families may resort to forcibly enhancing their progeny's abilities through the use of spiritual stones. Naturally, such individuals may appear to possess elevated realms, yet they often lack a solid foundation akin to Lin Mo's, rendering their practical combat capabilities questionable. It is noteworthy that for mortals, spiritual stones are a rare treasure. Should a mortal consume powder derived from spiritual stones or incorporated into herbal concoctions, the effects would be remarkably potent. Over time, practitioners have categorized the quality of spiritual stones into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. Generally, when speaking of spiritual stones, 1 refers to low-grade stones. 10 fragments of spiritual stones equate to 1 low-grade stone, 10 low-grade stones to 1 medium-grade stone, and 10 medium-grade stones to 1 high-grade stone. Depending on the inherent attributes of spiritual energy, spiritual stones are further classified into various types, including gold, wood, water, earth, fire, wind, thunder, and dark spiritual stones. At this juncture, astute cultivators have discerned a lucrative opportunity. Some stones lie in the ambiguous space between low and medium grades, raising questions of valuation. Furthermore, certain stones possess rare attributes that complicate their exchange with others. This discrepancy has fostered a market for trading spiritual stones, where individuals seek to exchange inferior stones for superior ones, broken stones for intact ones, or those of gold affinity for those of wood affinity, with profits or losses dependent solely on individual discernment. However, the margins of profit are not as substantial as one might presume, and in many instances, losses are incurred. Generally, disciples of established sects disdain such transactions, leaving the gathering of impoverished wandering cultivators, each harboring dreams of sudden wealth. Some cultivators, nonetheless, engage in these exchanges to procure stones that align more closely with their cultivation techniques. Having received meticulous guidance from Senior Sister Qin in the spiritual herb valley, Lin Mo possesses a profound understanding of spiritual stones. After observing the scene for a while, he approached a nearby talisman stall, resolved to purchase a market access talisman, as it would greatly facilitate his comings and goings in the marketplace. As he approached, he noticed 2 cultivators embroiled in a heated dispute over a talisman, with a throng of onlookers surrounding them. If it were an ordinary talisman, such fervent contention would be unlikely. What could possibly make this particular talisman so exceptional? Intrigued, Lin Mo squeezed into the crowd to uncover the truth. Chapter 38. Sword Rain Talisman. 2 cultivators had their eyes set on a Sword Rain Talisman, a type of talisman capable of delivering a wide-ranging attack, unleashing a torrential downpour of swords with immense power upon activation. Crafting such a talisman requires an extraordinary mastery of talismanic arts, and encountering a Sword Rain Talisman in the market is a rarity, hence the fierce competition for it. Lin Mo glanced at the stall owner, who turned out to be a petite girl of merely the 2nd level of chi refinement, with sparkling eyes and a delicate, charming nose. He had dabbled in talisman crafting for a period, guided by insights from the medicinal garden, and could attest that even ordinary talismans are not easily forged, let alone a sophisticated talisman like the Sword Rain. Though his focus during that time had solely been on drawing chi into his body rather than dedicating himself to talisman crafting, it was evident that the art of talisman making was not an effortless endeavor. The Tao of heaven is flawed, and perfection leads to destruction. This girl, possessing such remarkable talent in talisman crafting and beauty, likely harbored imperfections in other aspects, as her complexion suggested a frail constitution. As Lin Mo pondered, the contention between the 2 cultivators over the Sword Rain Talisman intensified, escalating into a loud quarrel. I laid eyes on this Sword Rain Talisman first. Why should I relinquish it to you? Preposterous. You may have seen it first, but I was the one who paid first, so it rightfully belongs to me. You are being unreasonable. Owner, who should this Sword Rain Talisman be sold to? I've already paid, so it must be sold to me. Hand it over. The 2 cultivators tugged fiercely at one end of the talisman, refusing to yield to one another. Cease your bickering. This Sword Rain Talisman was merely a casual creation of mine. Its power is not particularly formidable. I shall return tomorrow with better ones for you. The talisman-making girl observed their absurd dispute over her ordinary Sword Rain Talisman, finding it both amusing and vexing. Identical talismans can exhibit vast differences in potency depending on their quality, and this particular Sword Rain Talisman was merely an experimental endeavor. She had not anticipated such a fierce competition over it. Not wishing for the situation to escalate into violence, as the stall owner, she feared being implicated. Should the multiple treasure pavilion investigate, the repercussions could be severe. In truth, she excelled more in formations than in talisman crafting. The energy and resources consumed by formations are substantial, yielding superior results. Strictly speaking, talisman crafting was merely a pastime for her, a means to unwind while constructing formations, and a way to earn some spirit stones to supplement her work. If she were to offer her meticulously crafted formations for sale, these cultivators would likely fight even more fiercely over them. However, generally speaking, she did not sell her formations at stalls. Rather, she collaborated directly with the multiple treasure pavilions auction house, where they often fetched astronomical prices, far beyond the means of these low-level cultivators. Everyone step back. I fear this talisman may explode. The release of spiritual energy could be catastrophic. Sustaining injuries would be a minor concern. But if the guards of the multiple treasure pavilion misinterpreted it as a brawl, the consequences would be dire. To ensure the prosperity of the market, the multiple treasure pavilion had long prohibited fighting within its confines. These two were truly reckless. That cannot be denied. This is an exceedingly rare sword rain talisman, and sold at such a low price. Had I seen it, I too would have coveted it, but they simply got to it first. This was indeed the truth. A quality talisman could significantly enhance a cultivator's strength and, at times, serve as a means of life preservation. In comparison to one's life, spending a few more spirit stones seems trivial, provided the talisman is of sufficient quality. Behold, it is emitting smoke. An explosion is imminent. The crowd watched as white smoke billowed from the talisman, accompanied by a hissing sound of electricity. Each person hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. The two individuals grappling for the talisman had become red-eyed, each stubbornly clutching the charm, unwilling to relent. I am a disciple of the feathered immortal sect. You must release it at once. If the people from the treasure pavilion arrive, you shall regret it. Why should I let go first? Your sect may be formidable, but my longevity valley is not insignificant either. You release it first. Both were acutely aware that causing a disturbance in the market was unwise, yet neither could concede. To do so would adversely affect their resolve and potentially cultivate inner demons along their path of cultivation. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, any fallout would inevitably tarnish their sect's reputation. Should the talisman explode and attract the attention of the treasure pavilion, the repercussions would be equally severe, leaving them in a precarious dilemma. At that moment, Lin Mo approached, forcefully grasping their hands. A young lady is conducting business here. The one who offers the highest price rightfully purchases the item, rather than relying on brute strength. He pried their hands apart and returned the damaged sword rain talisman to the young talisman maker. The two disputants were momentarily taken aback. Despite Lin Mo being merely at the first stage of chi refinement, his strength was unexpectedly formidable, leaving them momentarily stunned. Observing the young talisman maker, she sighed in relief upon retrieving the sword rain talisman. She had no desire for a disturbance to jeopardize her collaboration with the treasure pavilion. Fortunately, someone had intervened. The world of cultivation was not entirely devoid of compassion, and such warm-hearted practitioners existed. At that moment, she regarded Lin Mo with newfound admiration. Seeing an opportunity to step back, the two rivals felt a sense of relief. This junior brother is correct. In business, the highest bidder prevails. I, Feng Ziyu of the Feathered Immortal Sect, shall offer 2 spirit stones. Feng Ziyu proudly displayed 2 spirit stones to the crowd. I, Ding Tao of Longevity Valley, offer 3 spirit stones. Ding Tao grimaced as he produced 3 spirit stones. It pained him to part with them. Typically, a standard talisman could be acquired for a single fragment of spirit stone, making 3 complete spirit stones for the sword rain talisman an exorbitant price. But for the sake of Longevity Valley's reputation, he had to comply. For stones, Feng Ziyu cautiously extracted more spirit stones from his storage bag, his resources dwindling. The price for such a single-use talisman had escalated to an astonishing 4 spirit stones. Truly remarkable. This was no longer a mere rivalry between 2 disciples. It had escalated into a contest between the Feathered Immortal Sect and Longevity Valley, a matter of sect prestige that warranted fierce competition. It remained uncertain whether Ding Tao could continue to raise the stakes. Longevity Valley had risen rapidly in recent years and had established itself as a noteworthy sect. What more can you add? Do you not see that the sword rain talisman is damaged? Even a damaged sword rain talisman can still wield a portion of its power, far surpassing ordinary talismans. Acquiring it would not be a loss. That is a valid point. I lack sufficient spirit stones, otherwise I would join in the excitement. The surrounding cultivators murmured among themselves, and soon the two had driven the price even higher. I offer 5 stones. I offer 6. I offer 7. Have you lost your mind, Ding Tao? Are you truly willing to part with 7 spirit stones for a single sword rain talisman? When did the Valley of Longevity become so affluent? Could it be that a spirit stone mine has been discovered? Humph. The profound heritage of my Valley of Longevity is beyond your comprehension. Either continue to bid, or yield to me. My Valley of Longevity shall never be overshadowed by your Feathered Immortal Sect. Ding Tao felt a heavy weight upon his heart. The 7 spirit stones he possessed were all his wealth. If he continued to bid, he would inevitably have to concede. Spirit stones can be earned again, but lost face is not so easily regained. He was a man of great pride, deeply desiring victory. Feng Ziyu's heart raced anxiously. Offering 7 spirit stones for a disposable talisman was an outrageous price, and he had too few spirit stones left to dare compete any further. Humph. Ding Tao, consider yourself shrewd this time. The rain sword talisman belongs to you. Ha! The Feathered Immortal Sect is merely mediocre. Upon hearing this, Ding Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Just as he reached out to claim the rain sword talisman, a steady voice interrupted. Wait. I bid 8 spirit stones. Chapter 39. The auction approaches. All eyes turned to Lin Mo, the one who had placed the bid. I possess only these 8 spirit stones. May no one dare to raise the price further. While Lin Mo maintained a calm exterior, uncertainty gnawed at him internally. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although he was the oriole, who could guarantee there were no hunters lurking? Scanning the crowd, he noticed many high-level cultivators, all eager for the rain sword talisman. Had it not been damaged and pushed to such an exorbitant price, many would have surely fought fiercely for it. Friend, why is it you again? Ding Tao clenched his fists in frustration, teeth grinding. It was unbearable to see something so nearly his snatched away. Ha ha, well done. In purchasing, the highest bidder prevails. Ding Tao, if you are dissatisfied, continue to raise your bid. Feng Ziyu wore a look of schadenfreude. Originally unable to compete with Ding Tao, he now relished the idea that neither would succeed, regaining a measure of face. He nodded in acknowledgement to Lin Mo, his gaze imbued with goodwill. Fine. You are indeed formidable. We shall see. Ding Tao flung his sleeve and sulked back into the crowd, harboring resentment towards the two. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and reached for the rain sword talisman, but the talisman maker suddenly withdrew her hand and reclaimed the talisman. Just as he felt puzzled, the talisman maker spoke. Big brother, you just saved me from embarrassment. How could I sell you this damaged talisman? No worries. I dabble in the art of talisman crafting myself. I shall find a way to restore it for use. Lin Mo had already resolved that the rain sword talisman was exceedingly rare, and even in its damaged state, it must be obtained. He could gradually devise a means to repair it, perhaps even employing it in the upcoming outer sect competition. Absolutely not. While you may not mind, I do. I often set up stall here. I cannot tarnish my reputation. If others discover that I sold a damaged talisman to you, how could I continue my business? Surprised by the girl's tenacity, Lin Mo found her intriguing and could not help but smile as he inquired, Little sister, what do you wish for then? Are you suggesting that Big Brother came to the market to attend the auction at Duobao Pavilion in 3 days? The enchanting eyes of the talisman maker assessed him thoroughly. The auction at Duobao Pavilion is set to commence in 3 days? Lin Mo, being new to this place, was unaware of many things. Indeed, Duobao Pavilion regularly holds auctions, with the most recent one occurring in 3 days. Cultivators seeking to trade genuine treasures invariably opt for the auction. The talisman maker patiently elaborated on this. That sounds splendid. I shall attend this auction, Lin Mo contemplated. It was prudent to remain in the market for a few more days, considering that the crowd outside might still be lingering. Furthermore, he had a plethora of treasures from the third-tier demon beast to liquidate, which were quite valuable and beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Participating in the auction thus emerged as a more favorable choice. If he encountered desirable items, he could also engage in bidding. The talisman maker had indeed provided him with invaluable information. How wonderful. That means you will stay in the market for at least 3 days. During this time, I shall refine a rain of swords talisman for you. What do you think, big brother? By the way, my name is Lu Ping. And you? She inquired, her demeanor brightening. I reside at the Faxian Tavern nearby. You are welcome to visit me any time to discuss the art of talisman crafting. Lin Mo introduced himself. I am Lin Mo. Here are 2 spirit stones as a deposit. I shall return for the talisman in 3 days. He generously handed her the 2 spirit stones. The stalls in the market were managed by Duobao Pavilion, and any disputes could be resolved through them, alleviating any concerns that Lu Ping might abscond with the 2 spirit stones. After all, it was a legitimate stall, and the losses for the merchant would be far more significant. Thank you, big brother. Lu Ping responded without hesitation, accepting the spirit stones. The crafting of talismans and formations was exceedingly resource-intensive, and she could never have enough spirit stones. By the way, how much is a market pass talisman? Lin Mo asked, glancing at the array of talismans on display, his gaze resting upon a stack of market pass talismans. Quite inexpensive, just a fragment of a spirit stone. Here, I shall give you one, Lu Ping said, promptly offering him a market pass talisman. Thank you. Lin Mo accepted the talisman and placed a fragment of spirit stone down. He did not wish to incur a debt over a mere fragment, and it was evident that this Lu Ping was a commendable person. I am Feng Ziyu from Yuhua Immortal Sect. May we become friends? Feng Ziyu from Yuhua Immortal Sect approached them. I am Lin Mo of Qingyun Sword Sect. Lin Mo replied. Wow. Qingyun Sword Sect is a prestigious sect, exceedingly difficult to enter. I was not selected and thus joined Yuhua Immortal Sect. Your spirit root must be quite impressive to gain admission, Feng Ziyu remarked. Alas, my spirit root is rather ordinary. Lin Mo thought to himself that revealing his pseudo-spirit root might cause Feng Ziyu to be infuriated. The two continued their conversation while wandering through the market. As their figures faded into the throng, Lu Ping momentarily lost her focus. Big Brother spent 8 spirit stones, a staggering price for the Reign of Swords talisman. I must craft the finest talisman to match this value, Lu Ping resolved, preparing to close her stall and return to refining talismans. Though some talismans remained unsold. With only 3 days left to craft, she needed to act swiftly. Although the common talismans can be crafted with relative ease, the Sword Rain talisman is a different matter entirely. It is akin to a miniature formation, exceedingly challenging to forge. Junior Lin, I am grateful for your assistance earlier. Otherwise, I would have suffered a tremendous loss of face before that fellow in the Valley of Eternal Life. Feng Ziyu addressed him as a junior, having noted his cultivation at the first level of Qi refinement. In the realm of cultivation, status is determined by strength. Should Lin Mo's realm surpass his in the future, he would have to refer to Lin Mo as senior. It was merely a trivial effort. Brother Feng need not dwell on it. Lin Mo dismissed the matter lightly, for he had merely sought to acquire the Sword Rain talisman, and aiding Feng Ziyu was merely a fortuitous occurrence. One cannot say that. Spending 8 spirit stones for a damaged talisman is a considerable expense. Only you, Junior Lin, possess such audacity. The elders standing nearby, with their ample spirit stones, remained silent, far inferior to your boldness. These individuals were short-sighted, believing the damaged Sword Rain talisman to be unworthy of such a sum, unaware that it could indeed be repaired. They could hardly fathom that Miss Lu Ping possessed such integrity, willing to refine a new Sword Rain talisman for you. Junior Lin, truly a fortunate turn of events. Feng Ziyu regarded him with admiration. I would say it's a minor profit. I never anticipated Miss Lu Ping's character to be so commendable. Willing to reforge a Sword Rain talisman for me. Lin Mo felt somewhat surprised. Most merchants are driven by profit to the point of forsaking righteousness. It is indeed a rare treasure to find someone like Miss Lu Ping. As the two conversed, they meandered through the marketplace, unknowingly covering a considerable distance. Through their idle chatter, Lin Mo learned that Feng Ziyu was a scion of the Feng clan, originally without spiritual roots and thus ineligible to join the Yuhua Immortal Sect. However, his father, the current clan leader, doted on him greatly and, in conjunction with several clan elders, forcibly opened the 3 spiritual roots of wind, water, and fire for him, allowing him entry into the Immortal Sect. Although 3 spiritual roots do not compare to those of heavenly or unique roots, he was content. It is worth noting that the vast majority of rootless mortals do not have the opportunity to reshape their roots, making him undeniably fortunate. I never knew that spiritual roots could be reshaped. Lin Mo was somewhat astonished, feeling as though he had acquired yet another peculiar piece of knowledge. This outing had proven fruitful, broadening his horizons considerably. The offspring of noble families were indeed different. The ability to reshape spiritual roots is something ordinary people would not dare to contemplate, let alone achieve, yet they could accomplish it with such ease. At that moment, both were drawn to a stall showcasing magical artifacts, where one item emanated an exceptionally potent wave of spiritual energy. Many cultivators had already sensed it, gathering around the stall to investigate further. Chapter 40. Fragments of magical artifacts. The stall owner was an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in the attire of an outer disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised to encounter a fellow sect brother in this place and took a closer look at him, noting his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Is it possible that my senior, at this age, has only attained the 5th level of Qi refinement? Could he be like me, a pseudo-spiritual root? He felt a tinge of confusion, but was not overly concerned. There were many such individuals in the cultivation world. For various reasons, countless people remained at the Qi refinement stage throughout their lives. Cough, cough. The elder coughed twice, appearing exceedingly frail. Do not touch if you do not intend to purchase. This item is quite precious, and I await a destined individual. The elder, with a stooped back, struggled to straighten, his visage contorted with pain. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing that his senior brother was in a dire state, likely nearing the end of his lifespan. Should he fail to reach the foundation establishment stage soon, he might meet his demise. The lifespan during the Qi refinement stage ranges from 1 to 200 years, merely a slight extension compared to ordinary mortals. However, reaching the foundation establishment stage could extend one's life beyond 300 years. The core formation stage grants even greater longevity, surpassing 500 years. Attaining the nascent soul stage results in a dramatic leap, with lifespans exceeding a millennium. Hence the term nascent soul old monster. To avoid the inevitability of aging and death, one must diligently cultivate and seize every opportunity to elevate their realm. Lin Mo's attention was drawn to an object on the stall, radiating an unusual wave of spiritual energy, suggesting it was no ordinary item. It was not a complete magical artifact, but rather a fragment, resembling a tortoise shell. Judging from the emanating spiritual energy, this item must have been a formidable treasure before its destruction. Regrettably, once reduced to a fragment, its value often plummets to a fraction of its former worth. Much like an invaluable antique, once shattered, it instantly loses its worth. However, fragments of magical artifacts differ from antiques due to their potent spiritual energy. Many cultivators are inclined to purchase such fragments to absorb the embedded spiritual power as if they were spirit stones. This item is merely a fragment of a magical artifact. How expensive could it truly be? And yet, one is prohibited from touching it. It seems unlikely they could sell it. With so many individuals present, not a single bid had been made. How about this? I'll offer 3 pieces of spirit stone fragments for it. Laughter erupted among the surrounding cultivators, and upon hearing such words, the elder was visibly incensed. What? 3 pieces of spirit stone fragments? I assure you, this is a remnant of a true treasure, procured at the risk of my life. I shall not sell for less than 30 complete spirit stones. Cough, cough. The elder, somewhat agitated, coughed again. The nearby cultivators exchanged glances and promptly pretended to engage in bidding. This was indeed a fine item, yet 30 spirit stones seemed excessive. How about this? I'll offer 15. Upon hearing the bid, the elder's eyes brightened momentarily, only to shake his head in refusal. 15 is insufficient. You must offer more. A cunning smile crossed the face of a nearby cultivator. Very well, I'll raise it to 18. Stingy. I'll offer 20. I'll bid 25. I possess a spirit stone mine. I'll offer 100. Do not compete with me. This treasure shall be mine. I bid 300. Huh. I'll bid 3,000. The cultivators shouted extravagant bids, each one laughing heartily. Initially, the elder was secretly pleased with the rising offers, but gradually, he realized that these individuals were merely toying with him. You are all fools, lacking vision. I have stated that this is a treasure fallen from a true artifact, containing immense spiritual energy. Were it not for my urgent need for spirit stones to purchase a gathering spirit pill for a breakthrough, I would not endure such humiliation from you. Since no one values it, I shall endure a little longer and wait to sell it at the treasure pavilion auction. Then you shall all understand the true worth of this item. The elderly man, with a fiery disposition, declared as he began to pack up. At that moment, a cultivator raised 3 fingers with earnestness. My friend, do not be upset. Though they lack vision, I do not. I, Ding Tao from the Longevity Valley, am willing to offer 3 spirit stones for this fragment of a magical artifact. Ding Tao proudly displayed his 3 fingers, showcasing them to the crowd. When his gaze swept over Lin Mo, it swiftly returned, fixating on him. What a nuisance. Why does this fellow always appear? Is he here to thwart my plans again? His eyes darted with concern. Noticing that Lin Mo showed no intention of bidding for the time being, he felt a slight relief, hoping fervently that he would not be outbid. However, upon reflection, Lin Mo had just purchased the Sword Rain Talisman. Even if he had some spirit stones left, it likely wasn't a substantial amount. Even if he attempted to bid, he probably wouldn't prevail. With this thought, he regained his confidence and smug smile. What? You are only willing to offer 3 spirit stones? The elder appeared quite troubled, feeling a sense of reluctance. He understood the value of this item and had no desire to part with it for such a meager sum. Yet, with a breakthrough imminent, he desperately needed spirit stones to purchase a spirit gathering pill. If he could achieve this breakthrough, he might extend his days a little longer, potentially reaching the foundation establishment stage. He was uncertain whether his lifespan would last until the treasure pavilion auction, should he not make it. Selling this fragment would no longer merely be a matter of loss, but could be a matter of life and death. Selling the tortoiseshell here was the safest option. Scanning the surrounding cultivators, he found that only this individual had made an offer. Reluctantly, he accepted the situation. 3 spirit stones were far too little. I initially intended to sell it for 30. Can you not offer a bit more? The elder's stubbornness persisted, hoping for a better price. This tortoiseshell was hard-earned. He had nearly lost his life witnessing a fierce battle between 2 high-level cultivators and spent several days searching in the soul-devouring abyss before finding this fragment. Very well. For spirit stones, no more than that. You see, there are no other bidders here. I am already offering the highest price. Ding Tao gritted his teeth and added another stone. The elder, resigned to his fate, knew he could only sell for this amount. And he couldn't help but wipe away his tears with his sleeve, appearing quite pitiful. The surrounding cultivators mostly wore indifferent expressions. Such was the nature of the cultivation world. When one was strong, many would curry favor, but when weak, it was already a stroke of luck if others did not kick them while they were down. Just as he prepared to resign himself to selling this exceedingly precious fragment for a mere 4 spirit stones, Lin Mo stepped forward. Lin Mo, a newly admitted outer disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, greets you, senior brother. Lin Mo? The elder was taken aback, scrutinizing him closely before offering a bittersweet smile. It is regrettable for junior brother Lin to witness me in such a disheveled state. I, Zhong Baihe, have brought shame to the sect. Senior brother Zhong. Do not speak so. It is merely a temporary setback that anyone could encounter. Thank you, junior brother Lin. Hearing this, Zhong Baihe felt somewhat comforted and couldn't help but regard Lin Mo with a newfound respect. By the way, senior brother Zhong, I heard you are selling this fragment of a magical artifact for a pittance due to your urgent need for spirit stones to purchase a spirit gathering pill? Indeed. The sect deems my aptitude lacking and my progress in cultivation slow, resulting in a diminishing allocation of resources. My senior brother has reluctantly resorted to this course of action. Brother Zhong, how many spirit gathering pills do you require to achieve your breakthrough? I am on the verge of a breakthrough myself and need only a couple, perhaps 2 or 3, to succeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately smiled. What difficulty lies therein? I have been working for Elder Qin at the Spirit Herb Valley and have accumulated some elixirs. If Brother Zhong does not mind, I would gladly gift you 5. This should suffice for your breakthrough. Is this truly your word, junior brother? Zhong Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with renewed hope. I can't shake the feeling that this lad is attempting to seize my possessions. The rivalry is indeed palpable. Ding Tao, overhearing their conversation, sensed the growing tension and swiftly produced 4 spirit stones to offer to Zhong Baihe, aiming to secure his advantage. You too may reminisce at your leisure. According to our earlier agreement, please hand over the fragments of the magical artifact. Chapter 41. The ice turtle shell. To think that a mere 4 spirit stones could buy my artifact fragments is sheer folly. Zhong Baihe, without hesitation, shoved Ding Tao's hand aside, causing the spirit stones to scatter across the ground. You old fool, we clearly agreed on a price. How can you not uphold your word? As Ding Tao scrambled to retrieve the scattered stones, he suddenly noticed one rolling beneath someone's foot, firmly pinned down. Looking up, his anger flared as he recognized the individual as Feng Ziyu, a disciple from the Yuhua Immortal Sect, who had previously contended with him for the Rain Sword Talisman. Brother Ding Tao, what a delightful coincidence to see you again. Feng Ziyu crossed his arms, wearing a grin that barely masked his mockery. The thrill of competition invigorated him. Relishing the sight of Ding Tao's frustration and helplessness, Feng Ziyu, move your foot, otherwise, I shall not be gentle with you. Huh. This is the territory of the Treasure Pavilion, where it is expressly forbidden to engage in conflict. Who are you attempting to intimidate? If you possess the courage, go ahead and strike me. Ding Tao glared at him, suppressing his inner fury while grappling with his thoughts. Even a formidable cultivator in the core formation stage would hesitate to act recklessly within the Treasure Pavilion's domain. As a mere Qi refinement stage practitioner, I would only invite trouble upon myself. It seems today I must concede defeat and lose a spirit stone without the artifact fragments. What a stroke of misfortune. Not only did I fail to acquire the artifact fragments, but I am also bullied by Feng Ziyu. And that Lin Mo from the Qingyun Sword Sect. I shall not let either of you escape unscathed. Though Ding Tao felt a surge of indignation, his expression suddenly contorted into a forced smile. What is 1 spirit stone? I shall not regard it with disdain. If you desire it, take it freely. He feigned generosity to extricate himself from the situation and promptly turned to blend into the crowd. Thank you, Brother Ding Tao. Feng Ziyu raised his hand, snatching the translucent spirit stone with a triumphant air. 1 spirit stone equates to 10 fragments. In this market, it can procure numerous valuable items or even afford a lavish meal at the Facian Tavern. I shall not let this opportunity slip by. How infuriating. I shall eventually take my revenge on these 2. Otherwise, the turmoil within my heart will hinder my cultivation. As Ding Tao melded into the throng, his demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists, trembling with rage. His innate talent for cultivation was exceedingly high, and he was regarded as a treasure within the Eternal Life Valley, with the elders proclaiming that he had a significant chance of establishing a foundation. However, upon leaving the valley, he found himself utterly disregarded, repeatedly subjected to humiliation. At the stall, Lin Mo presented 5 gathering spirit pills to Zhong Baihe, refraining from mentioning the matter of the fragment of the magical artifact. The quality of these pills was far superior to the ordinary ones. He believed that with just 1 or 2, he could transcend his current realm. Thank you, junior brother Lin, Zhong Baihe said, his face alight with gratitude as he clasped his hands in appreciation. There is no need to be so courteous, senior brother Zhong. We are all fellow disciples and should assist one another, Lin Mo replied, wishing him a swift breakthrough, confident that with time, he would surely succeed in establishing a foundation. Lin Mo bit his lip, encouragingly gazing at him. By chance, his eyes fell upon the turtle shell-like fragment of the magical artifact, and he hesitated to speak. This fragment shimmered under the moonlight, exuding a white chill akin to ice crystals, possessing an extraordinary allure. He surmised that it must be imbued with an exceptionally rich essence of icy spiritual energy, which the malevolent slaying sword, yearning for spiritual power, would surely appreciate. However, to directly express his desire to purchase it would, given Zhong Baihe's current situation, inevitably raise suspicions of taking advantage of him. Zhong Baihe noticed this moment and immediately grasped the unspoken understanding. Despite being fellow disciples, there was no such thing as a free favor. Moreover, the value of a single gathering spirit pill was nearly equivalent to that of a spirit stone, rendering the worth of the 5 pills far exceeding 4 spirit stones. By the standards of bidding, Lin Mo had offered the highest price and was thus entitled to claim the turtle shell fragment. Thank you for your kind words, Junior Brother Lin. By the way, if you desire this fragment of the magical artifact, I shall gift it to you, he declared. Grasping the fragment and presenting it directly to Lin Mo swallowed hard. It was impossible not to be tempted. What cultivator would not covet such a treasure? Yet, simply taking it would imply that his earlier assistance was merely a means to acquire the fragment, lending an air of opportunism that was unbecoming of him. Furthermore, his earlier generosity stemmed from a genuine concern for his fellow disciple, not wanting Zhong Baihe to sell such a fine treasure for a pittance. Seeing Lin Mo hesitate to take the fragment, Zhong Baihe understood. This junior brother was indeed different from others, not one to kick a man when he was down, and he felt a newfound respect for him. Junior Brother Lin, if you refuse, I shall be troubled in my heart, he insisted, forcibly grasping Lin Mo's hand and pressing the fragment into it. Feeling the icy spiritual energy emanating from the fragment, Lin Mo was invigorated, recognizing it as a remarkable item. Senior Brother Zhong, does this fragment have any history? He inquired, examining the shard, its icy blue light casting a glow across his face. Certainly. During my trials in the abyss of soul devouring, I chanced upon a fierce confrontation between a male and a female high-level cultivator. I hastily concealed myself to observe. Their cultivation levels were far beyond my comprehension. The battle was cataclysmic, shaking the very foundations of the realm, as if the abyss itself were fracturing. I nearly found myself buried in the cave where I hid, truly a brush with death. In that critical moment, I witnessed them each summon their true treasures. One transformed into a colossal ice turtle, larger than a mountain, while the other morphed into a fiery phoenix of a similar size. Ultimately, I could not discern the victor, only that the tumult eventually subsided. After they departed, I spent several days scouring the abyss and discovered this shard of the ice turtle's shell. Regrettably, I could not locate the fiery phoenix's fragment, but I shall seek it again when the opportunity arises. Zhong Baihe succinctly recounted the events. Who would have thought it was indeed a fragment of a true treasure? We misjudged its value. Had I known, I would have emptied my coffers to acquire this shard. It is truly a pity. This young man has benefited from our oversight. My friend, do you still intend to sell that treasure fragment? I am willing to offer 10 spirit stones, and I assure you, this is a sincere offer. I shall bid 20 stones. I offer 30 stones. Upon hearing the uproar among the cultivators, Zhong Baihe remained unfazed. While some recognized the origin of the ice turtle shell and genuinely wished to purchase it, the fragment was now in Lin Mo's possession, and he had no authority to make decisions regarding it. Brother Zhong, take these 2 bottles of elixirs. One contains Baiyang Dan, and the other, Yuchui Dan. Both will help solidify your current cultivation level. Lin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment for taking such precious items, knowing the risks Zhong Baihe had faced to acquire them. Thus, he also presented 2 bottles of Qi refining stage elixirs to Zhong Baihe. Moreover, with the fiery phoenix fragment still unfound, should Brother Zhong venture into the abyss again, acquiring that piece would undoubtedly be much easier. This is too generous, Zhong Baihe exclaimed, his expression one of shock. The value of these elixirs was considerable, and he had never anticipated receiving such a bounty. He was accustomed to receiving elixirs sparingly at the Qingyun Sword Sect, hardly enough to accumulate. And now he felt a sense of sudden wealth, invigorated by the prospect of truly establishing his foundation. As he glanced at Lin Mo, a warm feeling blossomed in his heart, fostering a sense of camaraderie. For Lin Mo, these elixirs were of little consequence. After all, the spiritual herb valley specialized in concocting elixirs. Not to mention, senior Sister Qin had always shown him special consideration, often providing him with more than his fair share during distributions, and he himself had refined a considerable amount. This explains why those prominent clans in the cultivation world spare no effort or expense to send their offspring to the spiritual herb valley for training. I wonder what Chun has been up to lately. Lin Mo mused, realizing it had been quite some time since he last saw Chun. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Zhong Baihe, he melded into the crowd, intending to return to the loft to find senior brother Lu and son Rong. As he walked, he raised his hand to examine the ice turtle shell, and the Zhuxia sword behind him quivered slightly, seemingly sensing its next meal and eager to feast. After absorbing the spirit energy of the green flood dragon, he had noticeably felt the Zhuxia sword grow stronger, capable of effortlessly breaking through the defenses of even the formidable white giant ape, which had previously been impervious to 3 Qi refining stage cultivators. Uncertain of the transformation that might occur in the exorcising sword after absorbing the precious fragment of the frost turtle shell, Lin Chen paused, calling out to his companion. "Wait for me, Feng Ziyu. I have just acquired a spirit stone. Allow me to treat you to drinks at the flying immortal tower." Feng Ziyu, brimming with enthusiasm, caught up from behind. As a scion of a prominent family, he was quite adept in social interactions. Chapter 42. The Flying Immortal Tower. The wine at the Flying Immortal Tower is renowned. During his previous visit to Red Leaf Peak to pay respects to his master, he had heard his master casually mention it. His greatest passion was indulging in fine wine, and bringing some back would surely delight him. With this thought in mind, he halted and turned to Feng Ziyu. After all, he was a bit hungry and eager to sample the delicacies of the Flying Immortal Tower. "I have 2 friends. You don't mind, do you, brother Feng?" He presumed that Lu Shixiang and Sun Rong had yet to dine. Cultivators often absorb the essence of heaven and earth, relying on elixirs as sustenance, venturing to taverns only when craving struck. "Nonsense. The more, the merrier," Feng Ziyu replied, though a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. The Flying Immortal Tower was reputed throughout the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, frequented by many cultivators, yet its prices were steep. A single spirit stone for 2 people was already a stretch. With the addition of 2 more, it would likely require 2 or 3 spirit stones to cover the cost. "Very well, this meal is on me," Lin Mo declared, producing a communication talisman to summon Lu Shixiang and Sun Rong to the Flying Immortal Tower. The talisman, as expected, was a one-time use item. Once activated, its spiritual energy was depleted, rendering it mere scrap. Such talismans are quite valuable. When I next see Miss Lu Ping, I must find a way to procure several more as reserves. With these thoughts, he and Feng Ziyu entered the Flying Immortal Tower, ordering an exquisite spread: 5 flavors steamed spirit fish, 8 treasures immortal soup duck, and crystal shark fin. Each dish was infused with spiritual energy, not only tantalizing the senses, but also beneficial for cultivation. Before long, Lu Shixiang and Sun Rong ascended the stairs together. "Lin Shitty," Lu fucking called out as he approached. Beside him, Sun Rong wore a radiant smile, nearly leaping toward him. During Lin Mo's absence, she felt as if she had endured an eternity, her heart in torment. She could not comprehend why, but the desire to see him and be in his presence brought her peace. "Lu Shixiang, allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Feng Ziyu from the Yuhua Immortal Sect." Lin Mo rose to introduce him, and after exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Sun Rong intentionally scooted her chair closer, nearly pressing against Lin Mo. Observing this, the worldly-wise Feng Ziyu immediately grasped the situation. "Sun Shimi, you and Lin Shitty seem remarkably well-matched. Why not consider becoming partners in cultivation?" At these words, Sun Rong accidentally spewed a mouthful of spirit rice onto his face, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Brother Feng, please don't jest. Lin Shitty and I are merely friends." "That is perfectly fine. After all, aren't partners often born from friendships? The path of cultivation can be lonely. Having a partner makes it far more bearable. I have one at the Yuhua Immortal Sect, another in a different sect, and I'm acquainted with a solitary cultivator as well." Feng Ziyu spoke with ease, causing Sun Rong's face to redden even further. She couldn't fathom why she felt this way. She had never been so bashful before, but it was only in Lin Mo's presence that she felt this peculiar affliction. Indeed, she was unwell, quite severely so. Previously, Brother Lu had taken her pulse and prescribed numerous elixirs for her to consume punctually. She covertly glanced at Lin Mo beside her, noticing he was engrossed in his meal, as if truly famished. In reality, Lin Mo was not particularly hungry. Rather, the cuisine at Feixian Tower was exceptionally delectable. It far surpassed the simple fare of Qingyun Village, and even outshone the provisions from Lingyao Valley. More importantly, he was at a loss on how to respond to Feng Ziyu's words. Matters of romantic partnership were not within his current considerations. His sole aspiration was to successfully establish his foundation and ascend to the inner sect as a disciple, so he could bring his sister to the mountain. "Lin Shitty, you ought to speak up. A man should take the initiative," Feng Ziyu insisted, resolutely determined to match the two. "With my lowly cultivation, how could I be worthy of Sister Sun?" Lin Mo replied, only to find that Sun Rong took his words seriously. "That is all right. I am not that tall either." Lin Mo inadvertently spewed a mouthful of spiritual rice onto Brother Lu's face. What is this fuss about? It's merely a matter of becoming partners. Such occurrences are commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Why make such a big deal out of it? Brother Lu remarked, appearing quite worldly as he cleaned the rice from his face. How many partners have you had, Brother Lu? Feng Ziyu immediately inquired of Lu Fucking upon hearing this. Lu Fucking's eyes widened in shock, nearly spraying Feng Ziyu with rice. Fortunately, his formidable cultivation allowed him to swallow it down. Brother Lu practices the Tai Su Dao and does not require a partner. Sun Rong chuckled quietly from the side. Come, esteemed brothers and sisters. Allow me to toast to you all. To ease the awkwardness, Lin Mo took the initiative to raise his cup, and the three stood in unison. Lin Shitty. While drinking is permissible, you must first take a big gulp. Feng Ziyu remarked, holding his cup aloft. Why? Lin Mo queried, somewhat perplexed. It's obvious even to the blind that Sister Sun harbors feelings for you. Is that not reason enough? Furthermore, you've acquired the frost tortoiseshell today. A rare treasure indeed. I believe you should take 2 substantial gulps first. Feng Ziyu, being a scion of a prominent family, possessed a keen understanding of the customs at the drinking table. Very well, I shall drink. Lin Mo conceded, unable to counter the argument, and raised his cup to down it in one go, followed by a second. The rich flavor enveloped him, with spiritual energy coursing through his limbs. The wine at Facian Tower was indeed extraordinary. Good drinking capacity. The wine here is not to be trifled with. It packs quite a punch. Drinking should be done heartily, with large swigs. The patrons in the tavern buzzed with excitement, clearly pleased. Lin Shitty, 2 cups are not enough. Another round. Feng Ziyu insisted. This 3rd cup is to celebrate our acquaintance. In such a vast realm of cultivation, our meeting is fate, thus you must drink. He filled Lin Mo's cup once more. Sister Sun, I believe you should perform a dance to liven the atmosphere. Brother Lu interjected. All right. Sun Rong gladly obliged. As she was quite adept at dancing, her graceful movements drew the attention of those around, many of whom were left salivating. As Lin Mo watched her dance while consuming his 3rd cup, his vision began to blur. Contemplating the potency of the wine at the flying immortal tower, he found himself quite intoxicated after merely 3 cups. Promptly, he began to channel the Qingyun Sword technique to alleviate the effects. In his mind, a diminutive figure danced, leaving trails of afterimages as it wielded a sword, and he felt a profound sense of fluidity in his movements. Gradually, clarity returned to his thoughts. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Qingyun Sword technique possessed the remarkable ability to counteract the effects of alcohol. Furthermore, after imbibing, the techniques might seem to amplify. He raised his cup, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight. The Qingyun Sword technique was merely a facet of the devouring sky technique, and consuming a bit of wine was trivial by comparison. If you're not drunk, how can I facilitate your union with Sister Sun? Noting his sobriety, Feng Ziyu harbored doubts and began to devise further methods to persuade him to drink. Brother Lu was unfazed, considering the tower was just nearby. If Feng became inebriated, they could simply assist him back. As Feng Ziyu contemplated a casual pretext to encourage another drink, he was interrupted by Lin Mo. This 4th cup shall be shared by all. His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, prompting everyone in the tavern to lift their cups. Witnessing this, Sun Rong danced joyfully, a gentle smile gracing her lips, deepening her affection for him. In the latter part of the night, the group supported Feng Ziyu out of the flying immortal tower. I'm not drunk. I can still drink, he declared, though his steps trembled, swaying unsteadily. His capacity for alcohol was pitiful next to Lin Mo's prowess. Lin Mo felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Soon, they arrived outside Brother Lu's tower. Lin Mo glanced upward at the quaint 3-story building, elegantly adorned with the inscription "Fucking Cottage." A protective formation enveloped the exterior, surrounded by a luminescent barrier that yielded pleasantly upon contact. Brother Lu affixed a passage talisman, opening a pathway through which they carried the inebriated Feng Ziyu. Lin Mo sensed the Zhu Xie sword vibrating more intensely behind him, eager to devour the spiritual energy contained within the ice turtle shell. Chapter 43. The spiritual energy of ice. Selecting a room on the 3rd floor, Lin Mo settled in. The chamber appeared spacious, infused with the aromatic sweetness of dragon's saliva incense. The floor was laid out in a bagua formation, featuring a massive refining cauldron, alongside a smaller alchemical furnace and various sundries. A table by the window was adorned with talisman papers, dansha, brushes, and materials for formations, confirming Brother Lu's assertions that an array of tools was at hand. Additionally, the room housed a bed made of cold jade. Brother Lu's resources were indeed substantial. The value of this exquisite building alone was considerable, and the bed was beyond his means. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. The expenses at the flying immortal tower exceeded his expectations, and his storage bag had run dry of spirit stones. He found himself envious of the small vendors at the market, who, despite their modest cultivation and labor, possessed ample spirit stones in their storage bags. It seemed imperative to master commercial skills such as talisman crafting and weapon refining to augment his wealth. After all, with his innate advantage as a 5-element root, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. He resolved to hone these skills in the days leading up to the auction, but first, he would feed the ice turtle shell to the Qingyun sword. You must be anxious. Here, let me provide you with sustenance. He settled onto the icy bed, folding his legs, and laid the evil-slaying sword upon his knees. Then, with 2 fingers, he extracted a chill-emitting turtle shell from his storage bag and forcefully pressed it against the sword. The shell seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing incessantly, and he exerted considerable effort to subdue it. Furrowing his brow, he projected his consciousness into it, guiding the icy spiritual energy into the evil-slaying sword. As the spiritual power flowed in, the sword radiated with vibrant light, illuminating an increasing number of formations. The entire loft was enveloped in a circle of white chill, drawing the attention of passing cultivators who gazed in awe. Such potent, icy spiritual energy must harbor extraordinary treasures. It felt more akin to someone in the midst of cultivation, as the overwhelming spiritual power overflowed. Such a magnificent surge of spiritual energy was a rare occurrence. Could it be a formidable cultivator at the core formation stage? Were it not for the prohibitions against fighting in the treasure pavilion, many cultivators would undoubtedly succumb to their curiosity and venture inside to investigate. At that moment, on the 13th floor of the treasure pavilion, a formidable core formation cultivator surveyed the bustling marketplace below. He was none other than Qingyun Sword, the proprietor of the treasure pavilion, who once was merely a foot soldier on the battlefield between immortals and demons, with his greatest idol being the undefeated sword immortal Lin Chen of the Qingyun Sword Sect. In that fateful year of the immortal demon war, when Lin Chen fell from grace, Shen fortuitously discovered a spiritual stone mine that began to flourish. 30 years had passed, and the once humble soldier had transformed into a regional titan, leveraging immense wealth to carve his path, ultimately achieving core formation with his 5 spiritual roots. Although he still lagged behind the ancient nascent soul masters in cultivation, even they treated him with respect. He had truly become the embodiment of what cultivators aspired to be. He did not lack the desire to break through to the nascent soul stage, but most of his energy was consumed by wealth accumulation, making further advancement an arduous task. Thus, he had his gains and losses. Each day, he would stand atop the lofty treasure pavilion, surveying the territory he had built over decades. Soon, his attention was drawn to the icy spiritual energy, the aura of genuine treasures. Where could that be? He recognized it at a glance, realizing that the situation was not simple. Reporting to the treasure master, it is from the fucking cottage, where a foundation establishment cultivator named Lu fucking resides. A female disciple respectfully responded from behind. A foundation establishment cultivator? How could there be genuine treasures? He furrowed his brow in confusion. Even as the esteemed master of the treasure pavilion, genuine treasures were a rare sight. Perhaps it is merely a fragment of a genuine treasure. I heard someone was selling it in the marketplace, the female disciple quickly added. A fragment of a genuine treasure? That makes sense. Qingyun Sword relaxed. As a mere fragment was not worth his concern, he turned to glance at the female disciple, adorned in the purple robes of the treasure pavilion, which elegantly accentuated her graceful form. Her expression was composed and serene, her beauty striking, and her gaze resolute. Warner, how long have you been at the treasure pavilion? Reporting to the treasure master, Warner has been with the treasure pavilion since childhood, totaling 11 years. 11 years, and you have yet to break through to foundation establishment? What will others say about our treasure pavilion? Master, please do not dismiss Warner. I will certainly double my efforts in cultivation and strive to break through to foundation establishment soon. You misunderstand. Your diligence and loyalty have always been commendable. Why would I dismiss you? This bottle of foundation pill is sufficient for you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. With a casual wave, Qingyun Sword let a bottle of foundation pill fall before her. Thank you, esteemed master. I, Warner, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Duobao Pavilion. Jiang Wan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, tightly clutching the foundation pill in her hand, warmth flooding her heart. In her childhood, she had wandered the streets and once nearly lost her life fighting over a bun discarded by a wealthy man. It was Qingyun Sword who passed by and saved her, taking her under his wing as if she were his own daughter. Although her cultivation was modest, She managed numerous affairs of the Duobao Pavilion and earned great respect in the marketplace. In the Fulling Cottage, senior brother Liu and Feng Ziyu had indulged in too much wine and were sound asleep. In a third-floor room, Lin Mo continued to channel the chilling spiritual energy from the tortoise shell into the exorcising sword. Due to the overwhelming spiritual power, the released icy energy enveloped the entire room in a frigid atmosphere. As this immense spiritual force flowed into the exorcising sword, it began to transform. The previously rusty blade shimmered with tiny, luminous white particles, each containing a lit array of magical formations. Each array consisted of hundreds, if not thousands, of powerful formations. And it was these formations that endowed the exorcising sword with its formidable power. A swirling chill coiled around the blade, growing denser and more menacing, with the faint sound of howling winds echoing through the air. This swirling coldness added an air of mystery to the formerly unremarkable iron sword, making it evident that it was no ordinary weapon. The rust that once served as a disguise could no longer conceal the sword's brilliance. The surging spiritual power stirred the surrounding air, creating whirling, vaporous white spirals, from which sharp ice spikes emerged. Lin Mo was equally astonished by this overwhelming spiritual force. Realizing that this was the effect achieved without consciously harnessing the energy, he marveled inwardly. This tortoise shell was indeed a fragment of a true treasure, containing a reservoir of spiritual power even more potent than the energy he had absorbed from the green flood dragon. He felt he had truly struck gold. Recalling what Zhong Baihe had mentioned, he pondered the possibility of finding shards of the soul-devouring abyss and the fiery phoenix. He must seize the opportunity to search for them. Just as he was fully focused on channeling energy into the exorcising sword, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Shitty, I've brought you some hangover soup. May I come in? Sun Rong stood at the door, holding a bowl of soup. Upon seeing the entire room encased in a layer of frost, she was taken aback. Lin Shitty, are you all right? Sun Rong inquired with concern, patiently holding the hangover soup. But after a long wait, there was no response from within. Lin Mo was entirely absorbed in infusing the icy spiritual energy into the exorcising sword. The force was so overwhelming that any distraction could result in backlash. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Rong knocked vigorously on the door, her anxiety mounting as she feared something might be amiss. Though Fulling Cottage was protected by formations, Lin Shitty's room was exceedingly strange. What if something were to happen to him? I must see for myself. Resolving her thoughts, she could no longer hesitate and decided to force her way in. Lin Shitty, I'm coming in. Her palm gathered spiritual energy as she forcefully pushed open the door. With a sharp crack, the ice on the door shattered, and she stepped over the fragments to enter. There, she found Lin Mo sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed, eyes closed and utterly still. She reached out to check for his breath, which brought her a sense of relief. It seemed that Lin, in his deep meditation, had been so engrossed that she had momentarily feared something was amiss. How diligent he was to practice despite having consumed so much alcohol. No wonder he possessed such formidable combat prowess at the first level of chi refinement. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder the nature of this icy spiritual energy. At that moment, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. He wished to keep the secret of the exorcising sword hidden and, fortunately, had just completed the infusion of icy spiritual energy before Sun Rong entered. Sister Sun, what brings you here? He feigned surprise. I saw you had quite a bit to drink earlier, so I brought you some hangover soup, Sun Rong replied, extending the bowl toward him. Thank you, sister. But I feel perfectly fine and have no need for it. This is my specially brewed concoction. You must at least have a little, she insisted with a gentle smile. Sister Sun, I truly don't require it. If you don't believe me, just watch. Lin Mo sprang to his feet and bounced a few times, stretching his body, which indeed seemed to be in excellent condition. Could it be that you're afraid my soup is poisoned? Sun Rong's gaze turned somewhat hurt as she scrutinized the bowl. Without waiting for a response, she raised it and drank it all in one go, displaying the empty bottom with a smile. Now, you must trust me, right? You've saved me 3 times. I would never wish you harm. Sister Sun, that is not what I meant. Lin Mo hadn't anticipated her sensitivity, as he had not considered it from that perspective. No matter, I understand you may hold a prejudice against me. It is entirely my fault for coveting your possessions, which has led you to be wary of me. Rest assured, I will gradually prove to you that I, Sun Rong, am not as unworthy as you perceive. Her grip tightened with determination. For a moment, Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. He had not given this matter much thought. As he had thwarted Sun Rong and Sun Dong's schemes, he had not realized that this past had lingered in her heart. By the way, Lin Mo, what is the nature of the icy spiritual energy in this room? Sun Rong glanced around, feeling the biting cold, with some areas even coated in ice. I purchased a piece of ice turtle shell at the market, intending to use it for cultivation, but the released spiritual energy proved uncontrollable and froze the entire room. I apologize for the inconvenience. Lin Mo did not deny utilizing the turtle shell for his practice, as it was already known among them that he had acquired a fragment of a true treasure. Now I understand. I actually have a method to assist you in better controlling the icy spiritual energy. She produced a tome on ice-based techniques, her expression softening with a gentle smile. Lin Mo took the manual on the ice spike technique and examined it. Indeed, it was a low-level spell, one that many sects possessed in abundance. He had been troubled by the surging icy spiritual energy within the exorcising sword, unsure of how to harness its power. Much like a brute endowed with sheer strength, who only knows how to charge forward recklessly, one's combat prowess undoubtedly suffers. With the mastery of the ice spike technique, one can harness the chilling essence of ice to cast formidable ice spells. Upon mastering the fundamentals of this technique, one may further innovate and enhance their repertoire of ice-related spells. Previously, the exorcising sword was limited to physical attacks. Now, it has transcended to the realm of magic, heralding a significant enhancement in combat capability. I have practiced the ice spike technique before, Lin Shitty. Allow me to guide you, if you will. Sun Rong blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly pleading. Certainly. Lin Mo felt a surge of affection for her. Throughout the entire night, under Sun Rong's tutelage, he diligently studied the ice spike technique, page by page. It must be said that having guidance made the comprehension much smoother. By dawn, he had nearly mastered the method of casting the ice spike technique. Lin Shitty, have you learned it all? Sun Rong inquired, tilting her head and blinking her large eyes. Channel the ethereal dark energy, gather it into ice, manifest the ice spikes, and guide them with your consciousness. Lin Mo recited the incantation, confidence swelling within him. After all, this was a low-tier spell, and mastering it was not overly challenging. Excellent. Now, let us test it in practice. Do be cautious. With a resounding thud, Sun Rong summoned her entire spiritual energy, unleashing a palm strike that conjured an ice spike towering to half her height, glinting with a menacing sharpness. Fortunately, Lin Mo was agile enough to execute a backflip, narrowly evading the lethal spike that would have pierced him. Lin Shitty, this is the ice spike technique. It does consume a fair amount of spiritual energy, and at my current level, I can only manage such a strike. Sun Rong, slightly breathless, smiled as she brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, clearly having exerted herself to the fullest. Did you observe closely just now? Now it's your turn. Indeed. Be careful, senior sister Sun. With that, Lin Mo silently activated the ice spike technique and struck towards Sun Rong with his sword. Aware of the overwhelming icy essence contained within the exorcising sword, he restrained his strength to avoid harming her, though the outcome exceeded his expectations. Crack, 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 crack. The sword strike unleashed ice spikes that spread over several yards, causing Sun Rong to pale in fright and hastily retreat, inadvertently colliding with the door and tumbling down from the second floor. Senior sister Sun, Lin Mo gasped in alarm and rushed outside to check. Thankfully, she was caught in the arms of Lu Shixiao, who had just awoken and was stretching. Both were momentarily bewildered. After some inquiries, it became clear that Sun Rong had been practicing with Lin Mo. Seeing her unscathed, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the enhancement of the exorcising sword was indeed substantial. Even a mere basic ice spike technique wielded such formidable strength that Sun Rong, at the second level of artifact forging, could not withstand it, even with his restrained power. What would have happened had he unleashed his full strength? Soon, Lu Shixiang and Sun Rong ascended to the third floor. Senior sister, are you alright? He asked as he approached. I'm fine. Lin Shitty. That move you performed was incredibly powerful. How did you achieve it? It was merely a matter of harnessing the energy within the ice tortoise shell. He modestly attributed the success to the shell. I pondered the remarkable power at play, only to realize that it was the enhancement from the ice turtle shell amplifying the spell's potency. Sun Rong nodded in acknowledgement, not delving deeper into the matter. Lin Shitty, what is the name of this spell? Its power is truly extraordinary. Lu Shixiang expressed his admiration as he gazed at him. It is merely the ice spike technique, augmented in strength by the ice turtle shell, Lin Mo replied, concealing the exorcising sword, wishing to avoid drawing Lu Shixiang's attention. Yet, Lu Shixiang, being so astute, could hardly miss such details. Oh, this sword of yours appears somewhat different from yesterday. It is enveloped in a chill, a phenomenon characteristic of magical artifacts. I had previously thought it was merely an ordinary weapon, but it seems you have refined it into a magical tool. Chapter 45. Artifact Refinement in the Tianxian Continent. Weapons wielded by mortals, no matter how sharp, are merely referred to as ordinary tools. Only when a formation is established and infused with spiritual energy can they be deemed magical artifacts. Even the most inferior magical artifact surpasses ordinary tools significantly, as there is a fundamental qualitative distinction. Upon hearing Lu Shixiang declare that this sword is a magical artifact, Lin Mo felt elated and readily acknowledged it. Indeed, I have recently been studying the path of artifact refinement, and I decided to test this sword. To my surprise, I succeeded. I never expected Lin Shidi to possess such a remarkable aptitude for refinement. I toiled extensively to grasp the intricacies of artifact crafting and spent years merely brushing the surface of this profound art. It became evident that Lu Shixiang was a master of refinement, explaining the comprehensive facilities present here. I cannot claim mastery in artifact refinement. There is a certain Miss Lu Ping in the market who is the true virtuoso, a rare talent in a century. She is not only adept in the art of refinement, but also excels in talisman crafting, alchemy, and formations. I have sought her counsel before. She is exceptionally amiable and often sells exquisite goods at reasonable prices in the market. You might have the opportunity to meet her. I have already encountered Miss Lu Ping. She has promised to craft a sword rain talisman for me, to be delivered in 3 days. Lin Mo was taken aback to hear Lu Shixiang sing praises of Miss Lu Ping, confirming her prowess in the field. The fact that Miss Lu Ping is willing to craft a sword rain talisman for you signifies that she holds you in high regard. The creation of such a talisman is quite challenging. I am still contemplating it. Even Miss Lu Ping, I fear, may require considerable time to complete it. Lu Shixiang, you are recognized as an esteemed master of artifact refinement in the Taisu sect. Would you be so kind as to guide Lin Shidi in his endeavors? Sun Rong interjected. I would be honored to receive your guidance, Lin Mo added, clasping his hands in respect. Having benefited from the guidance in his ice spike technique, he could not overlook the opportunity to learn from Lu Shixiang, a master of refinement. While I do not consider it guidance per se, I can share my insights on artifact crafting. The essence of refinement lies predominantly in the quantity and arrangement of formations, which directly dictate the quality and potential of a magical artifact. Different materials can accommodate varying numbers and types of formations, thus making material selection paramount. Numerous artisans dedicate their entire lives to enhancing the density of formations inscribed upon their magical artifacts, tirelessly seeking rare materials from the heavens and earth in pursuit of the ability to accommodate more powerful arrays. However, masters like Miss Lu Ping transcend the constraints of materials. Even with the most mundane substances, she can craft formidable formations. Her original Tianxiang array can produce the equivalent power of 1,000 formations using only 100. Remarkably, junior brother Lin has demonstrated the extraordinary talent to inscribe arrays upon a rusted iron sword. One wonders how many formations are currently etched upon the blade. Senior brother Lu has always harbored a curiosity about the Zhuxia sword, sensing that this weapon possesses an unusual quality, yet concealed beneath the rust. Even he cannot discern its true nature. As for the number of formations, Lin Mo recalls the countless arrays on the Zhuxia sword, akin to the stars in the sky. An infinite quantity that defies enumeration. The formations currently illuminated converge into luminous white filaments, and he estimates there are at least a few thousand. With modesty, Lin Mo claimed to have inscribed just over 300 arrays, not wishing to overly astonish senior brother Lu. What? Over 300? Senior brother Lu exchanged astonished glances with Sun Rong, still taken aback. After a considerable pause, he remarked, Junior brother Lin, it is truly a pity that you do not pursue artifact crafting. Generally, weapons used by entry-level disciples of the sect possess only a few dozen formations. Yet you, at the onset of your crafting journey, can inscribe hundreds. Your talent surely rivals that of Miss Lu Ping. Senior brother Lu gazed at him with great admiration. Indeed, junior brother Lin, such talent in artifact crafting is a waste to leave untapped, Sun Rong concurred, her eyes reflecting increasing admiration. Lin Mo felt 3 black lines form on his forehead. He had intended to remain low-key, yet he seemed to have drawn attention instead. His skills in artifact crafting were merely nascent, while he had made modest progress in alchemy, having already learned to concoct advanced elixirs such as the pure yang pill under the guidance of senior sister Qin. Very well. I shall take advantage of senior brother Lu's place to diligently pursue the path of artifact crafting for a few days, he mused. Considering that there were 3 days until the auction began, an opportune moment to refine his skills and earn some spirit stones. Junior brother Lin, there is no need for formality between us. Feel free to practice your craft here at your leisure. I will provide all necessary materials. Thank you, senior brother Lu. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to the art of artifact crafting. Lin Mo felt genuinely touched. In this treacherous world of cultivation, Encountering someone as kind as Senior Brother Lu was indeed a stroke of fortune. Excellent. I have a spirit beast to gift you, which will assist you in your crafting endeavors. With a wave of his hand, Senior Brother Lu summoned a fire-breathing toad, towering at half his height, which settled beside the crafting cauldron, puffing out its bright red cheeks, as if poised to unleash flames at any moment. Whether in alchemy or artifact crafting, flames are indispensable. Some utilize natural geothermal fire, yet its fixed location proves inconvenient for crafting at will. Others resort to igniting the cauldron with spirit stones, though the cost is prohibitively high, inflating the expenses of crafting artifacts and elixirs. My choice is this fire-breathing spiritual beast, which is both convenient to carry and remarkably cost-effective. It can absorb spiritual energy on its own and, when needed, expel flames to assist in the crafting of artifacts, perfectly controlling the heat to alleviate the troubles of the artificer. This is a first-tier demon beast, its combat power comparable to several innate experts among mortals. Despite its unseemly appearance, it never takes the initiative to harm others, rendering it utterly non-threatening and making it an excellent companion for artificers. Now, it belongs to you. Senior Brother Lu, how can this be? Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Once a demon beast is tamed, it is referred to as a spiritual beast, and such creatures, particularly those with unique abilities, are quite costly in the marketplace. The fact that Senior Brother Lu would generously offer it to him was a kindness that was difficult to repay. Junior Brother Lin, Lu have few friends, and you are one of them. As long as you consider me a friend as well, please do not refuse. Lu smiled slightly, indicating that his intention to gift the fire-breathing toad was sincere. As a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, he possessed the strength to tame second-tier demon beasts as spiritual companions, making a first-tier spiritual beast somewhat trivial for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Mo decided to accept the fire-breathing toad. Then I thank you, Senior Brother Lu. He then produced a vial of pure yang pills, stating, "These will greatly aid Foundation establishment cultivators. Please be sure to accept them." While the Qi refinement stage required gathering spirit pills, he had no immediate use for the pure yang pills intended for the Foundation establishment stage. Initially, he planned to sell them at the auction, but given Lu's generosity, he decided to present the pills instead. The medicinal garden boasted a plethora of materials, and it would not be a daunting task to concoct more later. This was the advantage of working in the medicinal garden, having easy access to what others deemed precious. Pure yang pills. I did not expect Junior Brother Lin to possess not only remarkable talent in artifact crafting, but also astonishing aptitude in alchemy, already able to refine pure yang pills. Lu was greatly surprised, carefully accepting the vial and pouring out one pill to examine it. The pure yang pill radiated a dazzling golden light akin to the sun between his fingers, precisely what every Foundation establishment cultivator yearned to obtain. He could sense that the quality of this particular pure yang pill far exceeded that of ordinary ones, its value naturally considerable. This entire vial of pure yang pills, if traded, would be sufficient to procure the fire-breathing toad. Junior Brother Lin, my gift of the fire-breathing toad was merely to assist your advancement in the art of artifact crafting. I never expected you would present me with such a precious gift as the pure yang pills. I truly find myself at a loss for words, Lu said. His emotions quite complex. Lin Mo's loyalty and righteousness paled in comparison to those cultivators who prioritize personal gain above all else. No wonder Junior Sister Sun Rong has taken a liking to this fellow. The way she looks at him is unlike how she regards others. At this moment, Lu held Lin Mo in even higher esteem, feeling an urge to do something in return. There is no need for formality, Senior Brother. Alchemy is my forte, but I have only just begun learning artifact crafting, and I still require your guidance. That is a trivial matter. Let me first teach you how to utilize the fire-breathing toad and how to refine materials. Pay close attention. With that, Lu pointed at the artifact crafting cauldron, tossing a piece of crafting material into it. With a gentle pat on the head of the fire-spitting toad, a fierce flame erupted and surged into the furnace. Lin Mo observed that the intensity of the flame could be modulated by the force of his strike. A harder tap produced a greater fire, while a softer touch yielded a gentler blaze. The convenience of employing this fire-spitting toad for refining tools was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, the toad possessed only a first-tier intellect, incapable of fully comprehending the thoughts of the cultivators, and could only adjust the flame's strength through this rudimentary means. Should it ascend to a second-tier beast, Lin Mo could wield greater control over the flames with his divine sense, allowing for a more precise manipulation, along with a certain combat capability that could prove life-saving in critical moments. As Brother Lu directed the flames, he spoke, after a moment. The materials within the refining cauldron transformed into a liquid state, with a layer of grayish impurities surfacing. Lu Brother abruptly intensified the blaze, causing the grayish impurities to dissipate into nothingness. This process was repeated several times until the material emerged free of impurities, becoming exceedingly pure and ready for use in crafting. Lin Mo understood that these seemingly tedious procedures were the very foundation of tool refinement. This meticulous approach, born from Lu Brother's years of accumulated experience, would undoubtedly save him from many detours, a clear advantage of having a mentor. Upon completing his demonstration, Lu Brother imparted numerous fire-controlling techniques to Lin Mo, ensuring that even without the fire-spitting toad, he could still engage in refining. Practice diligently. I shall check if the spoiled disciple of Yuhua Xianzong has awakened, Lu Brother declared as he made his way to the door. Lin Brother, I will bring you some food upon my return. Sun Rong smiled at him before following Lu Brother outside. Following Lu Brother's instructions, Lin Mo attempted to pat the fire-spitting toad once more, and with a resounding roar, a flame burst forth. Thrilled, he quickly placed a piece of refining material into the cauldron and began to purify it according to Lu Brother's teachings. Regrettably, he miscalculated the heat, reducing the first piece to a charred lump of waste. It seemed that even the simplest purification process was not as straightforward as he had hoped. Undeterred, he tossed another piece into the cauldron and continued the refining process. After 3 consecutive failures, he finally grasped the essence of purification. If Lu Brother were to learn of this, he would surely be astonished. This process, though appearing simple, was crucial to every subsequent step. While ordinary refiners might fail dozens of times before achieving understanding, Lin Mo managed to attain similar proficiency to Lu Brother after only 3 attempts, distinguishing himself remarkably among the refiners of qi. Of course, this was also attributed to his formidable foundation in alchemy, as the saying goes. Mastery in one discipline facilitates understanding in others. Alchemy, tool refinement, formations, and talismans share commonalities, and proficiency in one greatly benefits the learning of another. Before long, Lu Brother returned to assess Lin Mo's progress, astonished by the quality of the refined product. I did not expect your control over the flames to be so precise. You truly are a promising talent in tool refinement, Lu Brother marveled, holding the remarkably pure material in his hands, his eyes filled with awe. While these materials were quite ordinary and not particularly difficult to purify, they nonetheless highlighted Lin Mo's innate talent and solid foundation. To call him a genius in tool refinement would not be an exaggeration, if one could devote oneself to the art of forging. Perhaps one day their achievements might indeed surpass those of Lu Ping. Controlling fire and concocting elixirs are essential skills. Sister Qin has imparted the fundamental principles to me. Are you referring to Qin Ziyue from the Qingyun Sword Sect? Indeed. Does Brother Lu know Sister Qin? It is no wonder then. Sister Ziyue is an adept alchemist, and her grandfather, Qin Wanli, is an elder of the Spirit Herb Valley. There was a year when the supply of spirit herbs to the disciples of the Taishu sect dwindled, and so I, along with the senior sister, visited Elder Qin at your Qingyun Sword Sect, which is how I became acquainted with Sister Ziyue. However, opportunities to meet have been scarce since then, the last being during the trial at the Zetan Sacred Land. The Zetan Sacred Land trial? Lin Mo recalled an incident. Once, De Chun returned in a fit of rage, lamenting that the sect had denied him the chance to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Only the top 100 participants could qualify for the once-in-a-decade Zetan Sacred Land trial, and he yearned to enter the sacred site. Compared to the rewards of the Outer Sect competition, the opportunity to access the Zetan Sacred Land is far more precious, given it only opens every 10 years. Indeed, it opens once every decade, and in 2 years it will be time again. For us cultivators, 2 years pass in the blink of an eye, and many sects have already begun preparations for this trial. Within lie numerous fortuitous encounters, the most coveted being the Zetan flower, which, even when consumed directly, can significantly enhance the success rate of foundation establishment. When refined into elixirs, its efficacy is magnified, boasting a success rate several times that of the foundation establishment pill. It was during the last trial that I secured a Zetan flower, enabling my successful foundation establishment. Cultivators in the qi refining stage all aspire for this. Yet the sacred trial is fraught with peril, having claimed the lives of many during previous excursions. Consequently, the major sects have reached a consensus. Only qi refining outer sect disciples may enter the Zetan Sacred Land, and they may send no more than 100 participants. Lin Shidi, I believe you have a significant chance. Brother Lu encouraged him with an approving glance. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lin Mo felt a surge of ambition. Although the outer sect is brimming with talent, only those who rank in the top 100 during the outer sect competition can enter the Zetan Sacred Land. This is a rare opportunity. While he may be far from foundation establishment, it is wise to prepare, as this opportunity arises only once every decade. I have brought you some materials. You may forge freely as per the methods I have taught you, without concern for wasting resources. A skilled forger is cultivated through experience with materials. Sister Sun Rong asked me to accompany her to the market, claiming she wishes to purchase fabric to craft you new garments. It seems she genuinely holds affection for you. Do not let her down, Brother Lu remarked with a knowing smile. Brother Lu, I have just arrived and my cultivation is still rudimentary. Considering a partner is not within my current contemplation, Lin Mo felt quite awkward. Yes, I understand, this is wise. I have conveyed the same to Sister Sun Rong. Yet she remains unyielding. Now, focus on your forging. I shall return to check on your progress later. Brother Lu patted his arm and exited with a smile. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, Brother Lu would occasionally visit to assess the results of his forging and offer guidance. Lin Mo successfully crafted numerous low-tier magical artifacts, including swords, robes, and spirit accessories. Though the majority were deemed unsatisfactory, a fair number proved useful. Sun Rong took the successfully forged items to the market to sell, and after accounting for materials used and costs deducted, they made a profit of over 10 spirit stones. Lin Mo could not help but sigh. Never to underestimate the small vendors who set up stalls. They often earn more than many disciples of the sect. Chapter 47. A fortunate event in recent days. Lin Mo had been engrossed in both cultivation and the art of crafting. So much so that he declined an invitation from Feng Ziyu to go out for drinks. He was acutely aware of the significance of resources in cultivation, and crafting was undoubtedly an excellent method to acquire them. A little more toil in crafting could lead to accelerated progress in cultivation. On the day the auction was approaching, Feng Ziyu barged into the crafting room with an unfamiliar elder in tow. The elder had a hawk-like nose and piercing eyes, giving off an intimidating aura. Junior Brother Lin, I have excellent news for you, he said with a smile, pulling Lin Mo aside to whisper for a while. Over time, the two had grown to be good friends, their interactions devoid of excessive formality. Meanwhile, the elder scrutinized the entire room, occasionally touching the crafting cauldron or examining the talismans on the table with an air of disdain. Lin Mo turned to assess the elder, whose profound cultivation was inscrutable to him. According to Feng Ziyu, this elder was Yu Wenin, a senior from the Chongqing Valley. He had inadvertently acquired some high-quality crafting materials and intended to forge a superior artifact, the Chongqing Sword, for the upcoming auction, hoping to obtain spirit stones for cultivation. Unfortunately, during the crafting process, he had mismanaged the heat, resulting in a slight flaw that prevented the sword from meeting the standards of a superior artifact. The price difference between superior and medium artifacts was substantial, exceeding tenfold, which constituted a significant loss. After some contemplation, Lin Mo concluded that the flaw was not insurmountable. If it could be repaired, the sword's value would soar. Unable to remedy the situation himself, he sought assistance, initially intending to approach the renowned crafter, Miss Lu Ping. However, after several fruitless days of searching for her at her stall, he learned from Feng Ziyu that she was in seclusion, crafting a sword rain talisman for Lin Mo. Recalling Lin Mo's recent foray into crafting, and having heard his senior brother Lu lauding him as a prodigy in the art, Feng Ziyu brought the elder here. Thus, I implore you, junior brother Lin, to lend your expertise. Upon completion, Elder Yuwen is willing to reward you with 20 spirit stones. Feng Ziyu said, lowering his voice as if to emphasize the significance of the opportunity. I'm not misleading you. This is a tremendous opportunity. 20 spirit stones could cover several meals at the Feishan Pavilion, he added, his enthusiasm palpable. Feng Ziyu, you truly have a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Lin Mo chided him, giving his head a light slap. He recalled that he had spent all his spirit stones during their last visit to the Feishan Pavilion, and the memory still stung. Such establishments were not frequented by cultivators at his level. 20 spirit stones were no trifling matter. They could be used to purchase talismans, which would serve him well. In times of inadequate combat prowess, talismans could provide essential support. Compared to treasures worth hundreds or thousands of spirit stones, talismans were affordable and practical disposable tools, indispensable for a Qi refinement stage cultivator, and could prove life-saving in critical moments. What? You're not interested in earning spirit stones? This is an entire 20. Feng Ziyu questioned, perplexed by Lin Mo's reluctance. Who wouldn't he desire spirit stones? The crux lies in one's capabilities. I've only recently begun my studies in crafting, and my skills in refinement and crafting are still lacking. I believe you should seek out senior brother Lu instead. After much contemplation, Lin Mo found himself reluctantly thrust into a predicament by senior brother Lu, who had surprisingly suggested that he was capable of handling the task at hand. What? Senior brother Lu thinks I can manage this? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. sensing that he was being pushed into a perilous situation. If the flaw truly was as minor as Elder Yuan had claimed, he could rectify it himself without seeking assistance from others. There were two possibilities for Lu's insistence. Either he genuinely believed Lin Mo could mend it, thereby testing his recent accomplishments in crafting, or he was entirely incapable of fixing it himself and was passing the burden on to him. After considering both scenarios, Lin Mo concluded that both possibilities held merit. Senior brother Lu was generally a decent person, and if there were truly no chance of repair, he would not have passed it along to Lin Mo. It was clear that Elder Yuan had not been entirely truthful. The flaw was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Of course, Lu had been mentoring him closely in the art of crafting over the past few days, often extolling Lin Mo's talents and comparing him favorably to the esteemed Miss Lu Ping. Why else would I seek you out? Fun Ziyu asserted, his expression brimming with hope. Lin Mo frowned, glancing again at Elder Yuan, who was scrutinizing the crafting chamber. This elder was not one to be trifled with. He certainly did not wish to court disaster. Losing his life over 20 spirit stones was not worth the risk, despite having made some progress in crafting under Lu's guidance. He had no confidence in his ability to elevate this medium-grade magical artifact to a superior one. A failed repair could lead to the destruction of rare materials or even downgrade the artifact to a low-grade level. I think it would be prudent for you and Elder Yuan to seek someone more accomplished, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Fun Ziyu grew anxious, urgently imploring Lin Mo. The auction is about to commence, and Elder Yuan is counting on selling this sword. You must not decline. We share a bond. Is it too much to ask for this small favor? It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but the risks are simply too great, Lin Mo replied. He had no desire to offend a formidable cultivator like Elder Yuan over a mere 20 spirit stones, as a failed repair would surely provoke a swift and brutal backlash. At that moment, Elder Yuan interjected, very well, if you succeed in the repair, I am prepared to offer you 50 spirit stones. He extended his hand, displaying 5 fingers. Lin Mo felt both bemused and exasperated. 50 spirit stones were an astronomical sum. He had only earned 12 after toiling day and night, and that was if he managed to survive the endeavor. Elder Yuan, that is not what I meant. He began, but was cut off by the elder. I have no desire to engage in further discussion. The terms are set, and you should comprehend the consequences of refusing me. Elder Yuan's voice was laced with barely contained fury, his threat unmistakable. Had it not been for Fun Ziyu, he might have acted upon his anger already. In the eyes of such a powerful cultivator, a Qi refinement stage practitioner was hardly more than an insect, easily crushed. Lin Mo, you must agree quickly, Fun Ziyu urged, his anxiety palpable as he feared Elder Yuan's wrath. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and a Qi refinement practitioner was but an insignificant creature before someone of Yuan's stature. Lin Mo inhaled sharply, casting a wary glance at Fun Ziyu, and sent a discreet message through their bond. Is this truly a fortunate occurrence? Feng Ziyu's lips twitched, betraying a hint of embarrassment. You need only to successfully repair it, and all will be well. Rest assured, Elder Yuan is a man of his word. The promise of 50 spirit stones is as good as guaranteed, I can assure you. Elder Yuan cast a glance at the two, sensing their discreet communication, and expressed his impatience. Aside from my assurance, do you possess any other options? Fear not. I understand the bond you share with Feng Ziyu. As long as you earnestly assist me in the repair, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you. Even in the event of failure, it matters not. Upon a successful restoration, the 50 spirit stones I promised will indeed be delivered. Elder Yuan employed both persuasion and pressure. Gesturing grandly as a collection of materials and a mid-grade Chongqing sword fell beside the refining cauldron. Very well, Lin Mo conceded, casting a glance at the Chongqing sword and the materials, resigning himself to the task. Fortune often resides within misfortune, and misfortune can conceal fortune. Such transformations are indeed plausible. Should the repair succeed, a reward of 50 spirit stones would be a remarkable boon. Of course, with great profit comes considerable risk. He would not naively assume that failure would go unpunished. He must prepare for the possibility of retreating in the event of a mishap, especially since 6 individuals were already stationed at the entrance, making Elder Yuan merely one among many. He surveyed the table cluttered with talisman-making tools, recalling that he had taken the time over the past few days to craft a few travel talismans, hoping fervently that they would not be necessary. Chapter 48. The repair. Once the two departed, Lin Mo immediately set to work. He did not hastily place the Chongqing sword into the refining cauldron. Instead, he held it in his hands, scrutinizing it closely to identify the underlying issues. The sword's blade, smooth as jade, reflected a clear image, with the intricate formations meticulously arranged upon it. Each minuscule array pulsed with potent energy, and from any angle, This Qingyun sword possessed the potential to ascend to a superior grade artifact. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, the spiritual energy within the formations was obstructed, unable to circulate smoothly. Akin to a stagnant pond bereft of vitality, relegating its quality to that of a mid-grade artifact. The vast array of formations expanded before his eyes, revealing bright white lines. These were the conduits responsible for the flow of spiritual energy, akin to riverways. Presently, the riverbed lay dry, indicating that the issue lay upstream. By tracing the channels, one could uncover the source of the blockage. He followed the formation's lines, meticulously seeking the origin of the obstruction, and after some time, his pupils contracted sharply. He had found it. He noticed several small black specks on the blade, which directly impeded the internal circulation of spiritual energy, preventing the artifact from advancing to a superior grade. Peering in with his spiritual consciousness, he discerned that these black specks were not the result of poor control over the forging process, but rather impurities inherent in the materials themselves. This flaw should have been eliminated during the initial refinement stage, but due to Elder Yuan's lackluster refinement skills and other factors, it had been overlooked, ultimately affecting the quality of the Qingyun sword. With the problem identified, a wave of relief washed over him. Knowing the issue meant the path to resolution was clear. He finally understood why Brother Lu had entrusted this task to him. While he may not excel in other aspects of forging, his refinement skills were unparalleled, a fact that even Brother Lu had to concede. With a sigh of relief, he recognized that the next step was to proceed with the repair. It appears that the path of weapon forging and cultivation share a fundamental similarity. Establishing a solid foundation is of paramount importance. Otherwise, one might suffer from flaws akin to those left by Elder Yuan, where a minor misstep incurs substantial costs to amend. He collected all the forging materials into his storage pouch, considering it an unexpected gain. The restoration of the eternal life sword merely required the extraction of impurities. The surplus materials, deemed supplementary for the crafting of high-grade magical artifacts, were of commendable quality and could potentially be worth several dozen spiritual stones, a modest profit, indeed. Subsequently, he placed the eternal life sword into the forging cauldron and summoned a fire-breathing toad to unleash fierce flames, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the refinement of the sword. This process proved significantly more challenging than the initial refinement stage, where no formation had yet been inscribed, permitting the materials to be burned indiscriminately. Now, with the sword fully formed and adorned with intricate formations and patterns, any lapse in attention could result in damage. Achieving precise purification of the impurities was a formidable task, perhaps the very reason Elder Yuan found it insurmountable. Lin Mo possessed a natural advantage in this endeavor, for he could simultaneously refine while utilizing icy spiritual energy to cool the surrounding formations, safeguarding them from destruction, a feat beyond the capability of an ordinary forger. At this moment, he finally comprehended the wisdom imparted by his master, Li Juanhao, regarding the significant advantages possessed by those with 5 spiritual roots in the realms of alchemy, weapon forging, and formation crafting. Indeed, it was as he had observed. After more than 2 hours of meticulous refinement, several black specks on the eternal life sword transformed into white ash, vanishing instantaneously under the blaze, signaling the successful completion of the refining process. Yet, the task was far from over. The removal of these impurities merely rendered the formation circuits slightly more fluid. The sword still bore several pitted and damaged formations, severely restricting the flow of spiritual energy. To elevate the eternal life sword to high-grade status, a complete restoration of the formations was imperative, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate freely. All the knowledge of weapon forging had been imparted by Senior Brother Lu, for which Lin Mo felt a profound gratitude. He retrieved the eternal life sword and continuously cast incantations upon its blade, repairing the spiritual energy circuits, which began to flow with increasing velocity. At last, as he executed the final incantation, the formation was entirely restored, and the entire blade shimmered with the radiant essence of a high-grade magical artifact, a stark contrast to its previous mid-grade appearance. Is this what constitutes a high-grade magical artifact? He sat weakly upon the icy bed, raising the eternal life sword to scrutinize the arrangement of each formation, utterly awestruck. Although he had successfully restored this high-grade artifact, his current abilities were insufficient for the genuine crafting of such items. Nevertheless, this experience would undoubtedly aid him in his future endeavors in high-grade artifact forging. At that moment, Feng Ziyu entered, carrying a lunchbox and a bottle of wine from Feishan Tower, clearly intending to make amends. Junior Brother Lin, you have worked hard. It is already noon, and you have yet to eat. Please dine first, and we shall resume the repairs in the afternoon. He mistakenly believed Lin Mo had not completed the restoration. This is wine and cuisine from Facian Tower. You have gone to great lengths, senior brother Feng. Lin Mo, feeling no need for formality, began to eat heartily. The effort expended in restoring the sword had left him utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away, and he desperately needed a nourishing meal to recuperate. Observing his gluttonous demeanor, Feng Ziyu sat beside him, his expression somewhat despondent. Alas, it is my fault for underestimating the difficulty of restoring this sword, should the restoration fail. Elder Yuan's temperament would certainly not be forgiving. Here, take this mist concealment talisman. Use it only after escaping the bounds of the market, so that Elder Yuan's spiritual perception cannot detect you. To Feng Ziyu's surprise, he offered a life-saving talisman, leaving him feeling both exasperated and amused. Who said I was planning to flee? Rest assured, I have already discovered the method to restore this sword, and will complete it before the auction. It is merely that the consumption of spiritual energy is quite taxing. Lin Mo knew that upon returning, Feng Ziyu would undoubtedly be questioned by Elder Yuan regarding the progress of the Eternal Life Sword's restoration. He intentionally concealed the fact that the sword had already been restored, ensuring that Elder Yuan would perceive the task as challenging, thereby justifying the expenditure of 50 spirit stones. Otherwise, if he claimed it was completed by noon when it could have been done before the auction, the value would seem diminished, and even if one were willing to pay, it would feel unjust. I have 2 spirit stones here. Let us replenish your spiritual energy, junior brother Lin. Feng Ziyu gritted his teeth, producing his only 2 spirit stones. Do not worry, I can still manage. Lin Mo smiled and stood, patting his shoulder. It was evident that Feng Ziyu was a friend worth cultivating. Not only did he consider Lin Mo's well-being, but he was also willing to think of Lin Mo in critical moments. Despite his fondness for spirit stones, he could not accept them under such circumstances. What are you smiling about? Do you find it insufficient? Feng Ziyu asked, puzzled. Certainly not. Do not overthink it. Now, time is of the essence. I must begin the restoration. When refining, it is paramount to avoid interruptions, so I kindly ask you to step outside and wait. Very well. Then do your best. Do not overexert yourself. Should the restoration fail, you may flee without hesitation. I shall find a way to delay Elder Yuan here. And you should run as far as you can. Understood. Will you not hurry outside? Your rambling affects my restoration progress. Do you wish for me to charge you 50 spirit stones? Lin Mo forcibly pushed him out, feeling quite gratified within. He felt fortunate to have encountered 2 good friends, Lu Shixiang and Feng Ziyu, amidst the treachery of the cultivation world. As soon as the door closed, he retrieved a spirit-gathering pill and consumed it, sitting cross-legged to practice the Qingyun Sword technique. While others might take the pills one by one, he could not afford to be stingy in this regard. Fortunately, the alchemical garden provided ample resources, leaving him well supplied with elixirs. The outer sect competition loomed near, and achieving a breakthrough to the 2nd level of qi refinement before then would be most advantageous. Although the Qingyun Sword technique may not rival the Thousand Shadows Sword technique, its principles significantly enhance the success rate of foundational cultivation, making it exceptionally suitable for qi refinement practitioners. Chapter 49. Rewards after feeding the white giant ape and gorged some meat from a 3rd-tier demon beast. Lin Mo devoted himself to the practice of the Qingyun Sword technique. Due to the excessive consumption of spirit-gathering pills, abundant Qingyun spiritual energy began to emanate from his body. Yet this energy was not wasted. The Eternal Life Sword and the Evil Exorcising Sword soared into the air, vying for it. After ascending to the upper-grade magical tool tier, the Eternal Life Sword was but a step away from becoming a spiritual tool, already beginning to cultivate spiritual intelligence. After absorbing the spiritual energies of the medicinal garden, the green flood dragon, and the turtle shell, the exorcising sword activated a multitude of formations, simultaneously nurturing its own intelligence. The 2 swords engaged in a fierce struggle for the essence, intertwining like battling serpents, with the longevity sword clearly at a disadvantage. Pursued relentlessly by the exorcising sword as it darted around the room. Suddenly, the exorcising sword radiated a brilliant white light, poised to sever the longevity sword. At that moment, Lin Mo opened his eyes. The 2 swords, like startled mice caught in a ruckus, halted their clash and fell onto the icy bed. Sensing something amiss, Lin Mo picked up the 2 swords for examination. Earlier, when he entered his meditative state, his consciousness had detected their skirmish, with the exorcising sword evidently gaining the upper hand. Fortunately, the longevity sword remained intact. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. He exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he regarded the fully restored longevity sword, resolved to test it. He pointed the sword and executed the sword control technique, causing the longevity sword to whirl swiftly above the room, leaving behind a graceful azure trail. Indeed, It was flawless. It should be ready for Elder Yuan. Soon. He descended to the hall on the first floor, where Elder Yuan and Feng Ziyu were pacing anxiously, awaiting his arrival. Upon hearing footsteps, they immediately looked up. Junior Lin, how did it go? Was the longevity sword successfully repaired? Feng Ziyu inquired hastily, though Elder Yuan had yet to voice it. It was evident he too yearned for an answer. Apologizing for keeping them waiting, Lin Mo declared triumphantly, "Fear not, the longevity sword has been successfully restored." He raised the sword, infusing a touch of spiritual energy, which instantly surged into a brilliant azure light, the sword's aura shimmering with formidable energy. Witnessing this spectacle, the two men were instantly beaming with joy, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. Elder Yuan took the longevity sword, brandishing it slightly, and immediately, the sword's brilliance erupted, its aura suffusing the entire hall with resplendent spiritual energy. Indeed, it has been successfully restored. It is now a genuine top-tier magical artifact. Lin Mo, you have not disappointed me. Well done. It is a pity you have joined the Qingyun Sword Sect. Otherwise, I would have gladly taken you as my disciple. Elder Yuan remarked, his countenance radiant with joy, inexplicably omitting any mention of the promised 50 spirit stones. Remarkable, Junior Lin, you have succeeded. Feng Ziyu exclaimed, rushing to Lin Mo's side, his face alight with elation. Previously concerned that Lin Mo might falter and flee, he now breathed a sigh of relief. Receiving the reward is what truly constitutes success, Lin Mo remarked sagely, already sensing that Elder Yuan seemed reluctant to part with the spirit stones. Rest assured, Elder Yuan is a man of great integrity. He will certainly honor his word, Feng Ziyu assured him without a hint of worry. Let us hope so, Lin Mo replied, stepping before Elder Yuan and bowing respectfully. Restoring this artifact nearly cost me my life. I fear it may take me 10 days to recover my spiritual energy. I hope Elder Yuan will honor his promise and bestow upon me the 50 spirit stones, so I may expedite my recovery. Lin Mo spoke with reason and humility, subtly invoking sympathy, hoping for a smooth resolution. After all, his counterpart was a formidable cultivator in the core formation stage, a status far beyond his own as a mere qi refining novice, and achieving a favorable outcome would be most desirable. Elder Yuan toyed with the eternal life sword, casting a sidelong glance at him, and sneered, "Ah, young lad. You are already here to collect your debts. Are you concerned that I might renege on my word? You ought to inquire around. Yuan have been an elder of the Eternal Life Valley for over a decade. How could I possibly be short on your paltry spiritual stones?" Yuan appeared somewhat irked, his words laced with disdain. The junior dares not presume, but merely seeks to restore strength with the spiritual stones, lest I find myself defenseless against ill-intentioned individuals. Lin Mo replied, now that the Eternal Life sword has been repaired, I kindly request Elder Yuan to fulfill our prior agreement and provide the spiritual stones. He had no choice but to employ a mix of soft persuasion and insistence. He knew he could not overpower the elder, and he had to tread carefully with his words, feeling a tinge of bitterness. After all, this was something rightfully owed to him. In the marketplace, fighting is strictly prohibited. Where are these ill-intentioned individuals you speak of? You are merely pressing me to hand over the spiritual stones, Yuan remarked. Considering you have just assisted me in restoring the Eternal Life sword, I shall let this matter slide this time, but let it be known it shall not happen again. He shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance before continuing. I am a cultivator of the core formation stage, a figure of considerable renown across the Tianxian continent. What are 50 spiritual stones to me? I have never valued them. However, I am currently in a crucial phase of breakthrough that requires a substantial number of spiritual stones, so I must delay a few days before I can provide them. I still need to attend the auction to sell the sword. Let this suffice for now. As Yuan spoke, he was about to take the Eternal Life sword to the auction. Lin Mo, raising an eyebrow, stood directly in his path. Fully aware that he could not trust the elder's promise to return, it was highly unlikely he would see the spiritual stones again. Elder Yuan, we did not agree upon any delay. According to the marketplace rules, payment must be made up front upon delivery. The repaired Eternal Life sword is now in your possession. You should provide the spiritual stones to me at once. He estimated that even someone of Yuan stature would not dare to contravene the prohibition against fighting enforced by the Duobao Pavilion within the marketplace. Should this escalate, it would not bode well for the elder. The Duobao Pavilion has always been unforgiving towards those who disrupt the order of the marketplace. If this confrontation were to occur outside the marketplace, Lin Mo would not have the audacity to demand spiritual stones from a core formation cultivator, as life is far more valuable than mere stones. Yet, within the marketplace, 50 spiritual stones were not an insignificant sum and would greatly aid his cultivation. He had to take the risk to fulfill the 3-year promise made to his sister. You insolent brat, you seek your own demise. Elder Yuan's anger flared, and he raised his hand to strike. A dignified core formation cultivator, despite being somewhat impoverished, had never faced such humiliation, being pursued by a mere chi refinement cultivator for debts. How could he save face if this were to spread? Sensing the escalating tension, Feng Ziyu immediately stepped between the two. Elder Yuan, please do not be enraged. My brother here is simply naive and stubborn. Allow me to speak with him. Feng Ziyu nodded and bowed, but Elder Yuan swiftly retaliated with a slap. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Were it not for my urgent need to restore the eternal life sword, I would not require the guidance of an outer disciple of the feathered immortal sect. You are clearly in cahoots, joining forces to deceive me out of my spirit stones, claiming that repairing a sword requires 50 of them. Those who are wise should quickly step aside, otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre today. After uttering these words, Elder Yuan scrutinized the two individuals, eager to discern whether his intimidation had taken effect. Feng Ziyu, frightened, immediately retreated to a corner, while Lin Mo, for reasons unknown, stood resolutely unmoved. Elder Yuan, do not resort to empty threats. We both know that violence is prohibited in the market. Any disputes can be resolved at the treasure pavilion. Lin Mo asserted. Aren't you on your way to the treasure pavilion for the auction? It would be prudent to clarify matters there and ascertain which side the pavilion supports. Lin Mo was resolute in his pursuit of rightful compensation. Observing that his intimidation had failed, Elder Yuan quickly softened his stance. Such trivial matters do not necessitate the intervention of the pavilion. We can resolve this ourselves. As I previously mentioned, I will surely compensate you. How about this? Once I sell the sword, I will promptly give you the 50 spirit stones. How does that sound? Chapter 50. Treasure Pavilion. How can I trust that you will indeed provide the spirit stones after selling the sword? Lin Mo scrutinized Elder Yuan, suspecting him to be the poorest elder in the Tianxian continent. Even his master, Li Juanhao, despite his hardships, had at least a mountain peak to his name. Hearing the commotion from the hall, Brother Lu and Son Rong peered down from the upper floor. Lin Jr. Brother, what is happening? Brother Lu inquired with concern. Nothing of consequence. The auction is about to commence, and we are preparing to attend, Lin Mo replied, sparing Elder Yuan some dignity by refraining from publicly exposing his intent to default on their agreement. The elder sensed this, and his gaze softened slightly. Let us do this. You sell the sword on my behalf, and once the deal is concluded, you may keep your share while giving me the remainder. Elder Yuan proposed a compromise, clearly not wishing to escalate the situation. That is indeed a reasonable solution. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, assured that he would ultimately receive his due compensation. Although it would take a little longer, it seemed reliable enough. After all, Elder Yuan was a core formation cultivator, and it would be unwise to press too hard. Securing the promised reward was a victory in itself. Shortly thereafter, Brother Lu and Son Rong arrived in the hall. Greetings, Elder Yuan. They both respectfully bowed. Even Brother Lu, a foundation establishment cultivator, dared not act presumptuously in the presence of a core formation elder. Spare the formalities, Elder Yuan replied, his mind preoccupied with the sale of the sword, dismissing all other concerns. Lin Mo, this Chongqing sword was repaired by you, enabling its successful advancement to a superior magic weapon. You are, in essence, one of its forgers, making you the most suitable candidate to sell it. He continued, however, remember that superior magic weapons are exceptionally challenging to forge. I have invested considerable effort and materials into its creation. Based on past auction experiences, the price for superior magic weapons typically exceeds 1,000 spirit stones. Do not accept less than this. With that, he handed the sword to Lin Mo, a hint of reluctance in his gaze. Rest assured, Elder Yuan, I will publicly showcase this sword, allowing cultivators to appreciate its exceptional quality. I am confident that there are many discerning individuals who will ensure it fetches a handsome price. Lin Mo personally restored this sword, being intimately acquainted with the operation of each formation and the intricate spiritual patterns within. Indeed, it is a rare and exquisite weapon, and he harbors great confidence in its potential market value. Excellent. If the selling price exceeds 2,000 spirit stones, the surplus shall belong entirely to you. I, Yuan, am not one to be stingy. However, I find myself in need of resources for a recent breakthrough, and my finances are somewhat strained at present. In the past, a sum exceeding 10,000 spirit stones would have posed no challenge for me. In any case, if you exert yourself to secure a favorable price for this sword, rest assured, old man will not treat you poorly. A subtle, cunning smile crept upon Yuan Yin's lips. Having traversed the realms of cultivation for many years, he is well aware of the value of magical artifacts. He estimates that selling this sword for around 1,500 spirit stones would be commendable. 2,000 spirit stones is merely a fanciful dream meant to spur Lin Mo to strive for a more favorable deal. Thank you, Elder. Lin Mo clasped his fists in gratitude, inwardly cursing the old man's shamelessness. His skill in weaving grandiose promises was indeed remarkable. Such a lofty ambition was difficult to realize. Although he had never participated in an auction and knew little of the prices for high-grade artifacts. The smile on Yu Wenyin's face indicated that fetching 2,000 spirit stones would prove to be a formidable challenge. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that the price of an item is determined by multiple factors beyond its intrinsic quality. The item's reputation, the buyer's financial capability, and the timing of the sale are all critical elements that influence its market value. Just as a painting by a renowned artist commands a soaring price, an article of clothing sold within the royal palace naturally fetches a handsome sum. He blinked, reminiscing about his days as an apprentice at Uncle Chi's pharmacy. Herbalists, clad in tattered garments and burdened with bamboo baskets, would painstakingly scale treacherous cliffs to procure rare medicinal herbs, selling them for meager sums. Yet, once branded with the esteemed name of Chi's revitalizing hall, these herbs would skyrocket in value, attracting affluent customers and filling Uncle Chi's coffers to overflowing. Regrettably, as a novice in the art of crafting, he currently lacks any renown in the realm of weaponry, leaving him to tread cautiously. Successfully selling the sword and acquiring the 50 spirit stones that rightfully belong to him would be a notable achievement. Any additional profit would be a welcome bonus. Shortly thereafter, a gathering of individuals arrived at the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a bright hall capable of accommodating over 100 patrons, resplendent with counters and furnishings crafted from precious golden Nanmu wood, exuding an air of opulence. Attendants clad in the pavilion's signature purple attire stood at the ready, prepared to assist customers of all cultivation stages, be they Qi refinement, foundation establishment, or core formation, treating each with equal courtesy and grace, thus creating an atmosphere of genuine hospitality that eclipsed the petty vendors of the marketplace. The purple-clad attendants were seen explaining various offerings to inquisitive guests, and if necessary, they would personally escort customers to their desired locations. The treasure pavilion serves thousands of cultivators, soaring several stories high, with each level offering a unique array of wares. The higher one ascends, the more enigmatic the offerings become, often necessitating an attendant's guidance for newcomers. Elder Yuan, well acquainted with the establishment, effortlessly made his way to the third floor to await the commencement of the auction. He harbored no concerns that Lin Mo, a mere Qi refining stage cultivator, would dare to flee with a sword. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Mo possessed numerous treasures from the Green Serpent, eager to liquidate them. He resolved to seek an audience with the personnel of the treasure pavilion, ideally facilitating a direct sale, though participating in the auction was also an option. Brother Liu and his companions meandered through the treasure pavilion, each procuring items of necessity, as most goods could be acquired without participating in an auction. Only rare items were designated for bidding. As Lin Mo visited for the first time, his gaze wandered, filled with curiosity, as he beheld an array of eclectic objects displayed at the counters, ranging from basic alchemical and artifact crafting materials to finished talismans and magical tools. A smile graced his lips. Indeed, this was the most prestigious trading venue in the Qi Kingdom, and the treasure pavilion did not disappoint. At that moment, a striking woman clad in purple caught sight of him and approached with an inviting demeanor. Esteemed fellow cultivator, I presume this is your first visit to our treasure pavilion? Is there anything I can assist you with? Whether you wish to purchase, sell, or even commission something, our pavilion is your optimal choice, guaranteed to meet your satisfaction. The woman, exuding charm, radiated an enchanting aura, her eloquence and attire clearly distinguishing her from the other attendants. Lin Mo had previously caught a fleeting glimpse of her, noting the respect the counter manager displayed in her presence, indicating her significant status. Noticing Lin Mo's silence, she continued with a smile, "By the way, I am Jiang Wan, responsible for all matters below the 13th floor. I am Lin Mo, a disciple of the outer sect of the Qingyun Sword Sect, and I possess some valuable items I wish to sell to your pavilion." Lin Mo replied directly, not wishing to linger on formalities. "Oh, may I inquire what treasures you possess, junior brother Lin?" Jiang Wan, upon learning he was merely an outer sect disciple, did not exhibit any disdain. Adhering to the pavilion's protocols with poise and confidence, clearly accustomed to handling such matters over 1,000 times. "I have treasures from a third-tier demon beast, the Green Serpent, as well as a sword," Lin Mo stated, producing a fragment of the beast's shattered bone as a sample. "Items from a third-tier demon beast," Jiang Wan exclaimed, taking the fragment in her hand and inhaling sharply. Its abundant spiritual energy signified it as an exceptional material for artifact crafting. She regarded Lin Mo with astonishment, unable to fathom how a mere chi refining stage disciple could possess such valuable items. At that moment, she did not consider that Lin Mo might have slain the beast. Instead, she assumed he was selling on behalf of another or had fortuitously stumbled upon the finds. According to the pavilion's regulations, transactions involving treasures from third-tier demon beasts were conducted in the VIP room. Junior brother Lin, please follow me, she requested. May I ask where you acquired the treasures from the third-tier demon beast? Jiang Wan inquired casually as she led the way. It was merely a stroke of luck. I happened upon them, Lin Mo replied. Lin Mo chuckled softly, striving to maintain a low profile. To claim that he had slain the green serpent to acquire its treasures would inevitably lead to explanations, potentially exposing the secret of the exorcising sword. He envied the fortune of his junior brother, for a third-tier demon beast like the green serpent could pose a challenge even to formidable cultivators in the core formation stage. The demand for materials from such third-tier beasts in the cultivation world was immense. Their bones served as core components for many formations, while their blood and venom were essential for various elixirs. The most valuable part was the unique horn atop its head, worth more than high-grade magical artifacts. Jiang Wan enthusiastically elaborated, then turned to him with curiosity. By the way, may I ask which part of the materials you have collected? If it's merely a few fragments of bone, they may not fetch a considerable sum. At her words, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the treasures from the green serpent would be valuable, but he had not realized they would be this precious. Just the horn alone was worth more than a superior magical artifact. The cumulative worth of all its materials must surely reach astronomical figures. He pondered how Jiang Wan would react if he revealed that he possessed the entirety of the green serpent's materials. After much contemplation, he decided to sell only a portion, enough to participate in the upcoming auction. To be frank, I possess several vials of venom, a few fangs, and several bones, Lin Mo estimated, confident that they should command a respectable price. How many vials exactly? Jiang Wan inquired, leading him into the VIP room. Lin Mo glanced around the chamber, noting the abundant spiritual energy indicative of a gathering array, making it vastly superior to the main hall. The ambience was indeed befitting a VIP room, adorned with elegantly crafted antique tables and chairs, creating a distinctly comfortable atmosphere. In one corner, fragrant incense burned, further enriching the air with spiritual essence. 3 vials of venom, 2 fangs, and 1 large bone, Lin Mo declared, laying his items upon the table, particularly showcasing the bone, which was not only thicker than an arm, but also comparable in length to a thigh, leaving Jiang Wan astounded. This is the spine of the green serpent, she exclaimed. Please, take a seat, Lin Mo. Let us discuss the specifics. Are you inclined to sell directly to our treasure pavilion? Or would you prefer that we assist in auctioning these superior materials? Jiang Wan's demeanor shifted dramatically as she personally brewed a pot of exquisite yinfeng tea for him. I am still deliberating, Lin Mo replied. He lifted the teacup and took a sip, instantly feeling a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, far surpassing the tea he had tasted on Red Leaf Peak from his master. Is this your first visit to the treasure pavilion, Lin Mo? Jiang Wan inquired with a warm smile. Indeed, it is my inaugural visit. It is said that the treasure pavilion is the premier trading venue across the 36 nations of the eastern state in the Tianxian continent. I hope it lives up to such a claim, Lin Mo remarked, intentionally embellishing the reputation of the pavilion to secure advantageous terms in their forthcoming negotiations. Rest assured, Lin Mo, while we cannot claim to be the absolute best across the entire Tianxian continent, we are undoubtedly your finest choice in the eastern state. With prices that are fair and reasonable, Jiang Wan asserted confidently. The success of the treasure pavilion over the years was built on the principle of fairness. If the prices are reasonable, then selling directly to the treasure pavilion would indeed be preferable. I also hope that you could assist in appraising the value of my items. Lin Mo concluded. Lin Mo picked up a jade vial containing venom and examined it, feeling utterly uncertain about its potential worth. Rest assured, junior brother Lin, Jiang Wan said with a smile, the valuation provided by our duobao pavilion may not be absolutely precise, but it will undoubtedly surpass what you could fetch in the market. After all, our pavilion boasts numerous formidable cultivators. With a knowing nod, Lin Mo acknowledged her words. In the realm of commerce, the same item can yield vastly different prices. The connections behind the scenes are of paramount importance. Having operated in the eastern state for many years, Duobao Pavilion has established relationships with many esteemed cultivators. If the quality is high, selling at a premium is hardly a concern. In that case, I entrust you to assess the items, Chief Jiang, Lin Mo stated. Recalling the lessons he learned as an apprentice at Uncle Chi's pharmacy, Jiang Wan, with a keen insight, remarked, "It seems you are rather impatient, junior brother Lin. If I am not mistaken, you intend to participate in the auction and acquire some valuable treasures." Lin Chen nodded graciously in affirmation. "Please allow me a moment to examine them closely," she added, diligently inspecting the items. At times, she opened the vial to scrutinize the venom, tested the sharpness of the fangs, and employed incantations to gauge the difficulty of inscribing formations on the spinal bone. Her methods were varied and complex. Leaving Lin Chen patiently sipping tea as he awaited her assessment. After a considerable duration, Jiang Wan returned everything to its original place, indicating that her evaluation was complete. "The quality of this venom is exceptional and the quantity ample. We at Duobao Pavilion are willing to offer 200 spirit stones per vial, totaling 600 for 3 vials. These 2 fangs can serve as essential materials for the 10,000 poisons array and various formations. We are prepared to pay 350 spirit stones each, amounting to 700 for both. This spinal bone is a premium material for weapon refining, and if entrusted to a master refiner, it holds great potential to be crafted into a high-grade magical artifact. After thorough assessment, and considering the current market conditions, I am prepared to offer 800 spirit stones for it. In total, the items amount to 2,100 spirit stones. Please take your time to consider this offer. If you believe the price is too low and wish to seek other buyers, Duobao Pavilion will not hinder you and can even assist in connecting you with potential clients, though a 10% fee will apply," Jiang Wan confidently stated. Her fingers interlaced as she regarded Lin Chen, recognizing that this was his first time selling. She surmised that he might still possess superior items, thus her offer was reasonable, slightly elevated to entice him into future dealings. 2,100 spirit stones. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, striving to suppress the frantic beating of his heart. He could scarcely believe that such a modest collection could command such a fortune. Truly, he had struck gold. It appeared that his perilous decision to vanquish the green flood dragon had proven to be remarkably wise, for fortune favors the bold. "Since you are selling directly to Duobao Pavilion, you shall retain the full 2,100 spirit stones without the 10% fee," she concluded. "Certainly. Should you opt to participate in the auction, the final selling price may indeed be slightly elevated. However, after accounting for the 10% associated fees, the net gain of spirit stones would be quite similar." Jiang Wan succinctly elucidated the rules. The Treasure Pavilion, after all, is not engaged in charitable endeavors, but rather in the pursuit of profit. The extensive operational costs necessitate such fees, which is entirely justifiable. It makes sense. I choose to proceed with a direct transaction. By the way, speaking of the auction, I almost forgot about one particular item. This. Lin Chen produced the Eternal Life Sword and placed it upon the table. A superior grade magical artifact. Upon seeing the sword, Jiang Wan immediately became animated. Chapter 52. The Imperial Refiner. Upon beholding the sword, Jiang Wan's expression turned to one of astonishment. "This superior grade Eternal Life Sword, where did you acquire it?" Perhaps realizing her inquiry was somewhat abrupt, she hastily clarified, "To speak candidly, it is requisite under the rules of the Treasure Pavilion to ascertain the origin of such treasures to avert unnecessary complications, especially with items of extraordinary nature. There was an instance when a disciple from the Taishu sect pilfered a Taishu cauldron from the sect's plaza to auction it, only to have the sect's master arrive in person with a multitude of elders to seek retribution before it could be sold. The Treasure Pavilion, in light of such events, established this guideline. As far as I know, the Eternal Life Sword is an artifact wielded by the elders of the Eternal Life Valley, and it is implausible that it could be easily crafted. I hope Lin Shidi can enlighten me regarding its origins." Jiang Wan appeared exceedingly cautious, recognizing that this sword was not merely ordinary. "Not at all. It is merely a coincidence. The Eternal Life Sword crafted by Elder Yuan from the Eternal Life Valley possessed a flaw, resulting in it being of medium-grade quality." Lin Chen nodded in understanding and recounted the circumstances surrounding the restoration of the Eternal Life Sword, including how Elder Yuan agreed that any compensation exceeding 2,000 spirit stones would be his to keep, leaving Jiang Wan momentarily speechless. Lin Shidi, with a cultivation level of merely Qi Refinement Stage 1, possesses the ability to restore a superior grade magical artifact. "You truly are a prodigy in the art of refinement," Jiang Wan remarked, astonished. Indeed, while a refiner does not require exceptionally high cultivation, being able to restore superior grade artifacts at such a nascent stage is indicative of remarkable talent, well suited for a career in the refining profession. Whether I am a prodigy is of little consequence. My sole desire is to claim the 50 spirit stones I am owed as remuneration, nothing more, Lin Chen replied, savoring a sip of tea, relishing this complimentary beverage. In the market, one could find tea houses of similar quality, yet a pot would cost several spirit stones. The treasure pavilion's offering of such tea signifies that they indeed regard him as a valued guest. Retrieving compensation should not pose a challenge. Given the high quality of the eternal life sword, I believe it could fetch as much as 1,500 spirit stones. Have you considered how to sell this sword for over 2,000 spirit stones to maximize your profit? Jiang Wan remarked with a teasing smile. The higher the selling price of the sword, the greater the commission the treasure pavilion would receive. Naturally, she wished for a higher sale. I have contemplated it. Yet being new to this realm of refinement, I possess no reputation. It is easier said than done to command a high price, Lin Mo replied with a rueful smile. Fully aware of the current situation and holding no lofty expectations. Do not lose heart. I have a solution. Although Lin Shidi has just entered the world of artifact forging, he has already exhibited extraordinary talent in this craft. The Duobao Pavilion holds great promise for you. Should you choose to collaborate with us and become the exclusive artisan of Duobao Pavilion, you will not only receive a handsome monthly income, but any artifact you forge will bear our esteemed mark. It is vital to understand the reliability of artifacts. Any failure in critical moments could be fatal. Consequently, cultivators highly favor the artifacts produced by Duobao Pavilion and are willing to pay a premium for peace of mind. An artifact bearing our mark commands a vastly higher price than one without it. Once you become our exclusive artisan, the value of anything you forge will multiply significantly. Selling this Chongqing sword for over 2,000 spirit stones will be effortlessly achievable. Jiang Wan gently set down the Chongqing sword, her smile enchanting. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo's mind raced, finding the reasoning compelling. It was akin to the days when his uncle's pharmacy sold medicine. Many only recognized the sign of Huichun Pharmacy. With the Duobao Pavilion mark, the worth of this Chongqing sword would soar, perhaps even doubling. If he could indeed become the exclusive artisan of Duobao Pavilion, it would be a splendid opportunity. He had heard rumors of monthly spirit stone distributions, which sounded incredibly enticing. What must I do for Duobao Pavilion? He inquired, not rushing to agree, aware that all things come at a cost. Quite simply, any items you forge must be prioritized for us at Duobao Pavilion, with no other conditions. Jiang Wan stated plainly. Is it truly that simple? Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, struggling to believe it. Indeed, it is straightforward. Duobao Pavilion conducts significant daily transactions, necessitating a vast array of items. Establishing a stable partnership is mutually beneficial, Jiang Wan elaborated. That makes sense. I am willing to become the exclusive artisan of Duobao Pavilion. Lin Mo quickly resolved. Excellent. However, we must first conduct a small test. Jiang Wan expressed her delight. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. What kind of test? Lin Mo frowned, having anticipated this moment. The aspect of forging is not my responsibility. I will need to summon Master Fong to confirm everything is in order, she replied. You need not worry. As long as what you stated is truthful, and you indeed repaired this sword yourself, you will surely pass the test. With that, she called out towards the entrance. Come in. As her words fell, a high-ranking attendant clad in purple appeared at the door like a specter. Upon seeing this individual, Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing he had been present all along without noticing. Upon closer inspection, he could not discern the attendant's cultivation level, but estimated him to be a foundational stage cultivator. It was astonishing to think that a foundational stage cultivator was merely an ordinary attendant here, underscoring the extraordinary foundation of Duobao Pavilion. Jiang Wan, as a chi refining stage cultivator, could command such an individual, further illuminating her esteemed position within Duobao Pavilion. Lin Mo could not help but regard the capable woman Jiang Wan with newfound admiration. Backed by Duobao Pavilion, it was clear that in due time, her cultivation would undoubtedly surpass the chi refining stage. Quickly summon Elder Fong and inform him that a newly emerged genius in the art of weapon forging requires his esteemed validation. Jiang Wan commanded with solemnity. Immediately, the attendant's shadow vanished from the room, employing a technique of cultivation that rivaled even Lin Mo's own mastery of the sky-treading step. While awaiting Elder Fong's arrival, Jiang Wan compensated Lin Mo with the spirit stones owed to him and engaged in a congenial conversation. From his humble beginnings in Qingyun village to the realm of spirit herbs, they exchanged stories without reservation, and Jiang Wan recounted her past experiences of hardship on the streets. To Lin Mo's astonishment, her background was so pitiable. Now a formidable woman, she bore no trace of her former struggles, a testament to her immense perseverance. Lin Mo felt an added sense of respect for her. Before long, an elderly man with graying hair, supported by the attendant, slowly entered the VIP room. Jiang Wan immediately rose to assist him, revealing the high regard in which Elder Fong was held within the Duobao Pavilion. The elder, frail and moving with difficulty, seemed to be clinging to life, sustained only by the strength of the pavilion. Is this the young talent in weapon forging you spoke of, Warner? Elder Fong wheezed, scrutinizing Lin Mo. While he is indeed youthful, I am not so certain about the genius part. As a master in the craft, Elder Fong naturally held a discerning eye, and Lin Mo was mentally prepared for such skepticism, thus remaining unfazed. This is why I requested Elder Fong's presence. You know my understanding of forging is merely superficial. Jiang Wan replied, her cheeks flushing as she appeared almost like a granddaughter before the elder. Have you truly received my genuine teachings, yet still claim to possess only a superficial understanding? Does that not imply I am an unseeing old fool? Elder Fong chuckled self-deprecatingly, trembling as he settled into a chair. Please, Elder Fong, lend your discerning eye, Jiang Wan urged, promptly presenting the Qingyun sword. Elder Fong refrained from excessive commentary, narrowing his eyes and focusing intently on the arrangement of the formation and the intricacies of the spiritual inscriptions. Occasionally, he would tap his fingers, holding them to his ear to listen closely. Lin Mo, having personally restored this sword and fully aware of its quality, remained composed in his seat, undisturbed by Elder Fong's examination. He pondered Jiang Wan's earlier words. Could the Duobao Pavilion seal truly elevate the value of any item so dramatically? The notion was almost too delightful to fathom. Though he had witnessed his uncle profit immensely from branding medicinal materials with the Rejuvenation Hall's insignia, he still felt a twinge of astonishment. Regardless, the upcoming auction would soon reveal the truth, and he hoped Elder Fong would complete his appraisal swiftly to avoid missing the event. Otherwise, dealing with the wrath of Yuan Yin could prove troublesome. In stark contrast, Jiang Wan stood beside Lin Mo, her arms crossed in front of her, eyes fixed intently on Elder Fong, her expression a complex tapestry of tension, anticipation, and anxiety. As a key figure in the Duobao Pavilion, she was acutely aware of the high expectations placed upon her. Any decision she made could not afford to falter. Old Fong's health is deteriorating day by day, and the matter of recruiting a dedicated craftsman must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, it will undermine the confidence of cultivators in the Duobao Pavilion. It would be a laughingstock for such a grand trading center to lack its own appointed craftsman. In a certain sense, the symbolic significance of a dedicated craftsman outweighs its practical utility. After all, with the multitude of transactions occurring daily at the Duobao Pavilion, it is impossible for each item to originate from the appointed craftsman. Rarity enhances value, leading cultivators to hold items bearing the Duobao Pavilion seal in even higher esteem. It has been a long time since a new dedicated craftsman has joined the Duobao Pavilion. Old Fong's standards are exceedingly rigorous. One can only hope that Lin Mo can meet them. At last, Old Fong slowly returned the Qingyun sword to Jiang Wan, then stroked his beard thoughtfully. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Indeed, this is a rare and exquisite superior-grade magical artifact. It has been many years since I have encountered such a masterful arrangement of formations. I refer specifically to the dozen or so formations located 3 inches along the sword's body. They are the key to elevating the entire sword to superior-grade status. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan could not help but feel a surge of joy. Old Fong, those formations were inscribed by junior brother Lin. She briefly recounted the restoration process Lin Mo had previously mentioned. Remarkably, to think of utilizing icy spiritual energy to lower the surrounding temperature and protect the formations from damage. Old Fong feels truly humbled. He exclaimed in admiration, not out of modesty, but because he lacked a water spiritual root within his own constitution, making such an endeavor unattainable for him. If he were to undertake the task, he would likely rely on the icy spiritual energy stored within talismans for cooling, yet this would not be as adept as using one's own spiritual energy. And one misstep could ruin the formations entirely. He could seek assistance from a cultivator with a water spiritual root, but that would prove even more challenging. Unless there is a deep connection between the two, the risk of destroying the formations remains high. There have been precedents in the crafting community where 2 artisans, their spiritual roots complementary, became partners in crafting, achieving great synergy through their close companionship. However, none of this compares to the innate advantage of possessing all 5 spiritual roots. Did Old Fong truly agree to make junior brother Lin the dedicated craftsman of the Duobao Pavilion? Jiang Wan was overjoyed. I agree, Old Fong declared, rising to his feet. After a few coughs, he was assisted by his attendants as he exited the VIP room. Farewell, Old Fong. Jiang Wan could hardly contain her excitement. She had finally found a dedicated craftsman for the Duobao Pavilion. It is worth noting that Old Fong has an exceptionally discerning eye. Even the renowned artisan, Miss Lu Ping, did not catch his favor. The reason is simple. Although Miss Lu possesses extraordinary talent in crafting, she, like him, has only 4 spiritual roots, which are not optimal for the path of crafting. Among those with 5 spiritual roots whom he had assessed, he found them to be either incompetent or of little worth. Today's acknowledgement of Lin Mo is indeed a cause for celebration. Junior brother Lin, from this day forth, you shall be the dedicated craftsman of the Duobao Pavilion, with a monthly salary of 13 spirit stones. Here is your token. With this token, all attendants below the 13th floor of the Duobao Pavilion shall heed your command, and you shall enjoy discounts when purchasing items. In times of peril, it may even serve to preserve your life, so take care to safeguard it. Thank you, Manager Jiang. Lin Mo received the token and examined it. Inscribed with the character for treasure, it allowed him to effortlessly ascertain his identity as a designated alchemist simply by infusing it with his consciousness. Now that we both serve the Duobao Pavilion, please call me Sister Jiang, Jiang Wan said, her gaze fixed on him, brimming with anticipation. Very well, Sister Jiang, Lin Mo replied, feeling a sense of relief. Establishing a connection with the Duobao Pavilion would undoubtedly bolster his standing within the realm of cultivation. Even if, by some misfortune, he were to inadvertently violate sect rules and be expelled, he could still seek employment at the Duobao Pavilion, a prudent plan for any savvy individual. The benefits of the token, which granted him discounts and a monthly stipend, were a delightful surprise. This echoed the words of his master, Li Juanhao, who often remarked that there are no born failures, only treasures misplaced. While possessing 5 elemental roots might seem disadvantageous in cultivation, they nonetheless provided a natural edge in alchemy, artifact forging, and array crafting. Sister Lin, first you should refine the token, and then you can inscribe a unique mark on this sword. Once marked, even a seemingly ordinary weapon will draw considerable interest, Jiang Wan said with a bright smile. Following her instructions, Lin Mo pricked his finger to draw blood for the refinement process, then aligned the token with the Qingyun sword, successfully imprinting it with the Duobao Pavilion's mark. By channeling his consciousness into the mark, cultivators could access relevant information, confirming that this sword was crafted by Lin Mo, the pavilion's designated alchemist. Sister Jiang, the auction must have already commenced. Shall we discuss the auctioning of this sword? I wonder if there are any discounts for a designated alchemist of the Duobao Pavilion? Lin Mo inquired, anxious not to miss the auction. Are you inquiring about the 10% fee? Unfortunately, according to the Duobao Pavilion's regulations, it must still be paid, but you will only need to cover 5%. Jiang Wan explained. That means a discount of 5%. If the sword sells for 1,000 spirit stones, I would save 50 stones, at 2,000, 100 stones. This is quite advantageous. Lin Mo calculated briefly, feeling pleased with the arrangement. Indeed, if there were no such benefit, I doubt you would find the title of designated alchemist appealing, Jiang Wan remarked with a smile, enjoying the ease of their conversation and wishing to continue it a while longer. However, knowing the auction had indeed begun, she recognized Lin Mo's impatience. Sister Lin, I will take you to register this sword. A specialist will handle the auction, and you need only await the spirit stones, she said. May I personally present it? He inquired. You may, but it is not strictly necessary. Our auctioneers are professionals who will showcase the sword to its fullest potential, so rest assured, she replied. As they conversed, they walked toward the hall. Jiang Wan personally handed the Qingyun sword to the counter attendant for registration, specifically instructing that Lin Mo's identity as a designated alchemist be revealed during the auction. The counter attendant was taken aback, astonished that the Duobao Pavilion had welcomed such a young designated alchemist into its ranks. Surrounded by murmurs from the surrounding cultivators, the news of Lin Mo becoming the designated alchemist for the Duobao Pavilion spread rapidly throughout the entire market. Lin Mo paid little heed to it. After all, alchemy was merely a means to amass spirit stones, facilitating his cultivation. Regardless of the esteemed status of an alchemist, it paled in comparison to the formidable figures within the realm of cultivation. Cultivators outwardly treated alchemists with courtesy only due to their own needs, while inwardly, they held a profound disdain for those of lesser cultivation. During a brief interlude for item registration at the auction, he contemplated purchasing some talismans for protection. Jiang Wan suggested he seek better options at the auction, suggesting that there might be delightful surprises. Reflecting on her words, he agreed, now possessing over 2,000 spirit stones. It was indeed time to invest in quality items. Procuring reusable talismans would undoubtedly prove superior to their one-time use counterparts. Upon completing the registration, the two ascended directly to the 3rd floor to partake in the auction. Chapter 54, The Auction. At the entrance of the 3rd floor auction, 2 high-ranking attendants clad in purple stood guard, both cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Lin Mo cast a brief glance at them, astonished. Even foundation establishment cultivators were relegated to mere gatekeepers here. The strength of the Duobao Pavilion was truly unfathomable. No wonder Jiang Wan mentioned that holding the Duobao Pavilion token could be a lifesaver in critical moments. It indeed carried substantial weight. Whether among the 36 nations of the Eastern State or the numerous immortal sects and hundreds of cultivation families, all had some degree of trade interaction with the Duobao Pavilion. Jiang Master, the auction has commenced. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, the two immediately bowed and clasped their fists in greeting. Jiang Wan paid them no mind, instead pushing open the gilded doors and ushering Lin Mo inside. The two purple-clad attendants exchanged glances. According to protocol, once the auction began, no one was allowed entry. Yet neither dared to speak up to impede them. As they entered the auction, Lin Mo was immediately captivated by the grandeur of the expansive hall before him. A crimson carpet adorned the floor, white jade walls lined the sides, and luminous pearls filled the ceiling, while exquisite female attendants stood in each corner, imparting a profound sense of ceremony. Numerous cultivators soared through the air on their swords, listening intently to the auctioneer's introduction of the items. While rows of tables and chairs occupied the ground, some munched on spirit seeds, others sipped immortal tea, and whispers filled the air. All eyes fixated on the items held by the auctioneer. As Lin Mo surveyed the crowd, his expression shifted drastically, and a cold sweat broke out upon him. The majority of these individuals were inscrutable in their cultivation levels, with only a few at the foundation establishment stage and a mere handful at the Qi refinement stage. Those capable of attending the Duobao Pavilion auction were certainly not to be trifled with. Competing for treasures among such individuals would prove exceedingly challenging. How reckless! 3 dark lines appeared on Lin Mo's forehead. He had initially thought that with over 2,000 spirit stones, he could navigate the auction with ease. But it seemed that securing even a single item would be quite an accomplishment. Junior brother Lin, feel free to find a place to sit. If you see a treasure you fancy, do not hesitate to bid. At Duobao Pavilion, the highest bidder wins. I have matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to it. Understood, senior sister Jiang. Lin Mo watched as Jiang Wan departed from the auction. What? This lad dares to address Jiang Master as senior sister Jiang? Could he be a disciple of the Duobao Pavilion? Yet, that could not be. The lowest requirement for disciples of the Duobao Pavilion was the 5th layer of Qi refinement, and this person was evidently at the 1st layer. Not to mention, he was not even wearing the pavilion's attire. It is indeed peculiar. One must keep a vigilant eye on this individual, for he surely possesses a noteworthy background. It is unlikely that just anyone could be addressed as senior sister Jiang by the esteemed Jiang himself, who personally ushered him in. The cultivators murmured among themselves, many having taken notice of Lin Mo's arrival. Junior brother Lin, we are over here, Sun Rong exclaimed, setting down the spirit melon seeds in her hand, rising to wave at him cheerfully. Junior brother Lin, you have come. Lu Shixiang nodded with a smile. Finally, you have arrived. Elder Yuan was about to go out in search of you. Feng Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Elder Yuan, Lin Mo greeted politely. Please, take a seat. Fortunately, you have shown wisdom and did not flee with the eternal life sword, Elder Yuan remarked, glancing at him with a stern expression, seemingly in a rather foul mood. Just moments ago, Elder Yuan had participated in the bidding for treasures, only to be defeated and ridiculed after each round. Huh? Sun Rong whispered to Lin Mo, sharing a light-hearted moment before flashing a playful smile. Lin Mo, however, chose to disregard her, as he sensed the atmosphere in the hall was quite tense, with a palpable hint of powdery tension hanging in the air. Bidding events are inherently fraught with potential trouble. While one may remain safe within the market, the same cannot be said for the outside world. Yet, faced with the allure of enigmatic treasures, no cultivator could resist the temptation. They were here to bid, after all, and had no reason to relinquish their chances to others. Lin Mo focused intently on the stage, eagerly anticipating the appearance of a treasure that would catch his fancy. The auctioneer, a middle-aged man with a rosy complexion and lively spirit, spoke with fervor. Esteemed friends, the previous glazed divine light vase sold for 800 spirit stones. The next item is even more extraordinary. With a flourish, the auctioneer unveiled a delicate, elongated treasure box covered with a red cloth. The rules for this auction remain unchanged. I will announce a starting bid, and everyone is free to bid as they see fit. Now, allow me to introduce this remarkable item. Unlike previous auctions, the seller has explicitly instructed that the box must not be opened, thus the bidding will be conducted blindly. The amount you are willing to bid depends solely on your insight and courage. The auctioneer's enthusiastic declaration ignited a flurry of excitement among the attendees. What is this? A blind auction? Is there some trickery afoot? Such circumstances occasionally arise at auctions, primarily to enhance the air of mystery. It is not uncommon. Sometimes valuable items emerge, while at other times, they do not. It's all a matter of luck. Typically, such obscured items do not fetch high prices. One wonders what the seller is thinking. If only some additional information could be provided, I would indeed be interested in participating, such as who the seller is. The cultivators engaged in lively discussion, some intrigued while others shook their heads. The auctioneer, having anticipated this reaction, proclaimed loudly, "Now, let us welcome the owner of the treasure, Princess Pei Yuruo of the Lan Kingdom." As soon as the words were spoken, a tall, graceful woman adorned in a sheer gown, exuding an ethereal charm and stunning beauty, stepped onto the stage. Upon sighting her, many cultivators could not help but be captivated, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, she is a princess of the realm, possessing unparalleled beauty." It is likely that many are already aware of the ongoing war between the Lan Kingdom and the Tsang Kingdom. Princess Yuruo has come to procure military supplies for her nation. The treasure contained within the ornate box is undoubtedly the national treasure of the Lan Kingdom. Many have likely surmised its identity, so I shall refrain from elaborating too much, as this is a blind auction. What I wish to convey is that whoever secures this precious artifact shall have the honor of returning to the Lan Kingdom alongside Princess Yuruo. Am I correct, Princess Yuruo? The auctioneer discreetly sought confirmation from the woman beside him. Indeed, Pei Yuruo's succinct response was tantalizing, evoking a sense of longing among the onlookers, with some cultivators feeling their resolve beginning to waver. Such is the situation. The starting bid is set at 200 spirit stones, and we shall commence the bidding now. Upon concluding his introduction, the auctioneer plunged directly into the proceedings. The cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, weighing the merits of placing their bids. Could it be that the Lan Kingdom's national treasure is indeed that particular item? Legend has it that a great cultivator from the Lan Kingdom once crafted a talisman of immense power, known as the Heavenly Fire Talisman, rivaling genuine treasures in potency. If it were indeed a true treasure, a starting bid of over 10,000 spirit stones would be expected. Thus, the modest starting bid of merely 200 spirit stones raises suspicions of hidden intricacies. Certainly, there are mysteries at play. Otherwise, what could justify the term blind auction? The auctioneer only referred to it as a national treasure, omitting details regarding its completeness. According to lore, this talisman was damaged in a great battle long ago and has since vanished. Its sudden reappearance certainly raises eyebrows. Setting aside the artifact itself, even the beauty of Princess Yuruo is worth such a sum in spirit stones. "I bid 200, declared one cultivator, raising his paddle. "Fool." The surrounding cultivators cast scornful glances in his direction. 200 spirit stones is not an insignificant amount. It could fund a small war for these earthly dynasties. To their eyes, spending such a sum on a mortal woman is utterly unwarranted, even for a princess, unless one genuinely aspired to become a consort. For cultivators who seek to transcend the heavens, such behavior is undoubtedly akin to self-diminishment. Princess Yuruo is truly exquisite. Were I to possess such wealth, I would certainly partake in the bidding, mused Feng Ziyu, a scion of a noble family, unabashedly revealing his desire. Upon hearing the bid of 200 spirit stones, Pei Yuruo's expression remained composed. Such a sum would hardly turn the tide for the Lan Kingdom in this conflict, especially since she herself was at stake. Am I truly so inexpensive? She bit her lip lightly, her gaze sweeping across the assembled cultivators, hoping for someone to offer a higher price. By chance, her eyes met Lin Mo's. Noticing he was merely a first-level qi refining cultivator, she quickly averted her gaze. "Lin Shitty, with such beauty as Miss Yuruo possesses, why not place a bid as well?" Sun Rong half joked. "Humph, he is even poorer than I. What could he possibly contribute to the bidding?" Elder Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Little did he know that Lin Mo possessed 2,100 spirit stones, already poised for action. Chapter 55. The Heavenly Fire Talisman. At this moment, Lin Mo pondered whether the exquisite box was truly worth the investment. If, as the nearby cultivator suggested, it contained nothing more than a damaged talisman, he would be at a significant loss. Conversely, if it housed a complete talisman, the rewards would be immense. The dichotomy between wealth and poverty is a delicate balance. Bidding is indeed an art form, as the auctioneer aptly stated. The decision to participate in this auction and the willingness to expend spirit stones requires both keen insight and audacity. He fixated intently on the ornate box, endeavoring to penetrate its depths with his spiritual awareness, determined to seize the opportunity should it contain a complete talismanic treasure. Regrettably, as this was a blind auction, the treasure pavilion had long since established barriers around the box, rendering any inspection impossible. Retracting his consciousness, he surveyed the crowd beside him, observing the expressions of anger and confusion etched on the faces of many, reflecting their similar frustrations. On stage, the auctioneer wore a knowing smirk, having anticipated that the cultivators would attempt to probe with their spiritual senses. Would there be any higher bids? The box contained the national treasure of the Lan Kingdom, and it was also associated with the favor of Princess Yu, a veritable two-for-one opportunity not to be overlooked. The auctioneer strived to elicit a higher price, scanning the room for any signs of movement. As silence lingered, he announced, "I shall begin the countdown. If there are no further bids after 3 counts, the auction will conclude. 200 spirit stones for the first time. 200 spirit stones for the second time. 200 spirit stones." Just as the auctioneer was about to finish the countdown, a voice interrupted. "I bid 300 spirit stones." Elder Yuan hesitated, finally mustering the courage to make his offer, then lowered his head, repeatedly stroking his beard to alleviate his embarrassment. Upon hearing a new bid, Princess Yu's spirits lifted, and she eagerly looked up, only to scowl upon recognizing it was an old man, feeling that fate was indeed cruel. The attractive yet lower-ranked cultivators dared not bid. And now, encountering a higher-ranked contender, it was an unkempt elder. Nevertheless, for the survival of the Lan royal family, she had to endure the humiliation. With the kingdom embroiled in unfavorable warfare, she was their only hope for resurgence. "Who would have thought it was this impoverished wretch?" murmured the crowd. "This man consistently disrupted the auctions, causing her to expend a considerable amount of spirit stones previously. Can he truly afford 300 spirit stones?" The cultivators voiced their discontent regarding Elder Yuan's meddling. However, due to his status as a formidable cultivator in the core formation stage, they only dared to express their grievances verbally. "Elder Yuan, did you not claim to be out of funds?" inquired Sun Rong with curiosity. "Didn't Lin Mo arrive? Once that eternal life sword is auctioned off, I shall possess wealth once more," Elder Yuan replied, his gaze fixated on the form of Princess Pei Yu, swallowing hard. Seeing this, the crowd understood that his interest lay not in the treasures within the box, but rather in Princess Yu herself. 300 spirit stones for the first time. 300 spirit stones for the second time. The auctioneer dutifully continued the countdown, and soon the bid rose to 350 spirit stones. True to form, Elder Yuan made yet another futile attempt, clenching his fists and muttering in frustration. Yet, given his capabilities, he could not afford to act ostentatiously. He could only bid once for the thrill, fearing that if he were to win, he might be overwhelmed. As each spirit stone was invaluable to him at this critical juncture, uncertain of the contents within the treasure box, he resolved to refrain from squandering spirit stones recklessly. At that moment, the sword of exorcism behind him stirred unexpectedly, urging him to participate in the bidding. While the spiritual awareness of these cultivators could not penetrate the barriers, it posed no challenge to the sword of exorcism, which had sensed that the treasures within were extraordinary. "Exorcism, have you discovered something remarkable?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, recalling a similar experience from the past. When he encountered the icy turtle shell at the market, the evil extermination had similarly issued a prompt, and it turned out that purchasing it was indeed the right choice. The evil extermination had an insatiable appetite for exquisite treasures, eagerly urging Lin Mo to acquire items imbued with abundant spiritual energy. 350 spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? 350 spirit stones once. 350 spirit stones twice. The auctioneer, sensing this was the highest offer, lifted the gavel, ready to strike and conclude the transaction. Just then, Lin Mo extended 5 fingers and declared loudly, "I bid 500 spirit stones." By raising the price so significantly, he aimed to deter any competitors. A gradual increase in price could lead to excessive costs, making it less worthwhile. A clean and decisive bid was far preferable. Indeed, upon announcing 500 spirit stones, the room fell into silence. After weighing the pros and cons, no one dared to counter with a higher bid. While a beautiful woman was indeed appealing, 500 spirit stones were far rarer, as every cultivator knew that spirit stones were not easily come by. "You little brat, seeking the limelight, are you? Do you even possess 500 spirit stones?" Yuan turned his head, gazing at him with indignation. "You need not worry, Elder Yuan. I would not bid without the means," Lin Mo replied calmly, focusing on the auctioneer as the countdown commenced. 500 spirit stones once. 500 spirit stones twice. 500 spirit stones 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer struck the gavel decisively. "Congratulations, esteemed friend. This brocade box and Princess Yu are now yours." "Thank you." Lin Mo paid little heed to the surroundings, ascended the stage to exchange spirit stones, and directly took hold of the box, seemingly oblivious to Pei Yu. "This guy?" Pei Yu clenched her delicate fist, contemplating a sneak attack from behind, yet ultimately restrained herself under the watchful eyes of the crowd. No one had ever dared to dismiss her so lightly, especially as a first-level Qi refinement cultivator. Upon descending from the stage, Lin Mo noted that Pei Yu had made her intentions clear, following closely under the escort of 2 attendants. The auction continued. and Lin Mo paid little attention to her, his curiosity piqued by the brocade box. Given that even a mere gatekeeper at the treasure pavilion possessed foundational cultivation, he felt assured that no one would covet the treasures within the box. At least within the market, he was safe. Feng Ziyu and Sun Rong quickly gathered around, urging him to open it, as both were there merely for the spectacle, while Lu Shixiang maintained a more composed demeanor. You rascal! Where did you acquire 500 spirit stones? Did you secretly sell my eternal life sword? Yuan Yin still could not comprehend the situation. I would not dare. Merely sold some miscellaneous items for a handful of spirit stones, Lin Mo humbly explained, carefully opening the box. As he peered inside, his heart raced. Indeed, there lay a talisman treasure. A solitary talisman rested within, depicting a vividly lifelike fiery phoenix, as if it could burst forth at any moment. The quality of this talisman was unparalleled. Regrettably, the upper left corner of the talisman was missing a piece, the break remarkably uniform, as if cleaved by a sword. To spend 500 spirit stones on this, a damaged talisman could hardly unleash its true power, at best offering a slight advantage over an ordinary talisman. In my view, spending a few spirit stones to acquire some flame talismans is far more practical than this trinket. Elder Yuan wore an expression of derision, yet for some reason, he felt a flicker of satisfaction within. Indeed, 500 spirit stones seemed a considerable loss. I doubt even 50 spirit stones would be worth it. I had anticipated this, which is precisely why I refrained from bidding. This cultivator, who could produce 500 spirit stones at the first level of artifact refining, must possess a remarkable background. 500 spirit stones. Who knows how long it would take to earn such an amount? This friend of the Tao has truly suffered a loss. Surprisingly, the surrounding cultivators unanimously agreed with Elder Yuan for the first time, all believing Lin Mo had incurred a loss. However, Lin Mo remained steadfast in his belief that the warning against evil was unfounded. He picked up the heavenly fire talisman and examined it closely, his mind racing with thoughts. Could the missing piece be in the possession of Princess Yurua? If he could complete this talisman, not only would this auction not be a loss, but it would be a tremendous gain. Chapter 56. Talisman Treasures. Princess Pei, noticing the expression in his eyes, approached him immediately. Do you have a question for me? It was unexpected how perceptive Princess Yurua was. May I inquire about the origin of this talisman? This is the national protective talisman of our Lan Kingdom. The Heavenly Fire Talisman, crafted by an ancient nascent soul ancestor 300 years ago. Unfortunately, it lost a fragment during a battle with the Tsang Kingdom. Though it remains functional, you would not be at a loss for the 500 spirit stones you spent. Princess Pei Yurua appeared quite confident in the talisman's value. So it is a talisman crafted by a nascent soul master. No wonder the formation and spiritual patterns are so exquisitely intricate. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, regarding this talisman with even greater esteem. You also understand talismans? Princess Pei Yurua scrutinized him, a hint of condescension in her gaze. I do not fully comprehend. My senior brother Lu is more knowledgeable in this area. Lin Mo was aware that senior brother Lu enjoyed grandiloquent discussions. Sure enough, upon hearing this, senior brother Lu immediately stepped forward. I merely possess a smattering of understanding. Talisman treasures are exceedingly mysterious, rumored to be crafted solely by advanced cultivators, employing secret methods to encapsulate their own spell powers within specially made talismans. Other cultivators can temporarily harness the immense power of these spells through the talismans. Due to the unique materials used in crafting talisman treasures, they are often composed of rare heavenly treasures, and the spell powers contained within far exceed those of ordinary talismans, possessing characteristics of both talismans and magical artifacts. Hence, cultivators refer to them as talisman treasures. The potency of talisman treasures is formidable. They can shake the heavens and rattle the earth, unleashing cataclysmic forces. A powerful talisman could obliterate an entire sect without difficulty. For this reason, nearly every cultivator yearns to possess one, as it can significantly enhance their combat abilities, especially during tribulations when they can use the treasures to mitigate a portion of the overwhelming power, not only avoiding backlash from the heavenly path, but also empowering the talisman, rendering it a coveted treasure among cultivators. However, talisman treasures also have their drawbacks. Their scarcity is a significant issue. Encapsulating spell powers within a talisman often results in a substantial loss of cultivation for the creator, requiring extensive time to regain the ability to wield the same power again. This presents a rather self-sacrificial dilemma, which seems imprudent. Thus, most creators only craft such treasures when faced with impending demise, motivated by specific reasons. It appears this nascent soul elder forged the heavenly fire talisman to protect the Lan Kingdom. Regrettably, he miscalculated. The formidable power of the talisman consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy, requiring an extraordinary quantity of spirit stones for recharging, an expense beyond the means of ordinary individuals. During the prosperous era of the secular dynasty, it could barely be sustained, but once it wanes, it becomes an insurmountable burden, posing a latent threat. It is not so simple for cultivators to obtain such a talisman. They would refrain from using it in combat unless absolutely necessary. This reluctance stems from two reasons: the rarity of the talisman, which cultivators are loath to reveal, and the grim reality that employing it signifies a fight to the death. Leaving no avenue for retreat, Brother Lu spoke with remarkable clarity, leaving those around him in astonishment, unaware that there were such intricate nuances surrounding talismans. Pei Yuru was particularly taken aback, astonished by Lu's profound understanding of talismans. Previously, she had wondered why, during the great conflict between the Lan Kingdom and the Tsang Kingdom, they did not restore the talismans to repel their foes. Now she comprehended that it was not a matter of desire, but of capability. Pei Yuru furrowed her brow, coming to understand why this talisman had appeared here. Years of warfare had eroded the might of the Lan Kingdom, rendering it incapable of unleashing the talisman's full potential. Thus, it could only be sold to capable cultivators, hoping they might rescue the Lan Kingdom. Truly a twofold objective. Yet, cultivators are not easily swayed. What motive do they have to assist the Lan Kingdom? This understanding elucidated why the royal family treated her as a mere bonus gift alongside the talisman, a web of intrigue, making it challenging for even cultivators to refuse. Many cultivators, disillusioned with the path to enlightenment, seek solace in the mundane world, relishing the life of royalty. The royal family of the Lan Kingdom had cleverly anticipated this, declaring before the auction their intention to assist the kingdom. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" she asked, feeling a growing fondness for Brother Lu. "I am Lu Fucking, a disciple of the Taishu sect. These are my friends, Lin Mo of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Sun Rong of the Spirit Beast Sect, and Feng Ziyu of the Yuhua Immortal Sect." Brother Lu replied with a courteous gesture, briefly introducing his companions. It turned out they were all disciples of prestigious sects. Pei Yuru felt reassured that marrying into the Qingyun Sword Sect would not bring disgrace to the royal family. What? Lin Mo was taken aback, struggling to grasp her meaning. The others exchanged bewildered glances, equally shocked. "According to our prior agreement, whoever acquires this talisman, I shall marry him. Did you ever mention this?" Lin Mo's expression turned dark. He had merely sought to gather information and devise a plan to repair the talisman. But now the situation had escalated dramatically. "Indeed, I heard it with my own ears," Pei Yuru affirmed. Sun Rong chimed in, teasingly nudging Feng Ziyu with her shoulder. "Oh, yes, I heard it too." Feng Ziyu raised his hand. "Ahem, I believe I also heard that. When shall we celebrate your wedding, Brother Lin?" Brother Lu's face broke into a grin, joining in the playful banter. "This matter requires careful consideration. Let us first proceed with the auction. As my superior grade artifact is about to be presented," Lin Mo hastily redirected the conversation, feigning focus on the auction stage. Uft. Sun Rong could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Just when they thought the matter had reached a conclusion, Pei Yuru, undeterred, stated, "I invite Brother Lin to accompany me back to save the Lan Kingdom. Once our mission is accomplished, I shall certainly marry you." Pei Yuru unexpectedly knelt down, leaving everyone in utter disbelief, aware that the situation was far from simple. This matter pertained to the survival of an entire nation, a matter that should never be taken lightly. "Your Highness, please rise quickly. I, Lin Mo, am merely at the first level of qi refining and possess no capability to save your Lan Kingdom. Nor do I have the qualification to wed a princess of your esteemed nation." Lin Mo promptly assisted her to her feet, his fingers brushing against hers. Feeling as delicate and smooth as jade, he momentarily froze, for such a scenario had never even crossed his mind in the past. Yet now, this princess knelt before him, imploring him to intervene and save Lan Kingdom, all the while professing her desire to marry him. Indeed, after becoming a cultivator, many things had changed, including his status. "Lin Shitty, do you find me unattractive?" Pei Yuru inquired, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She was lauded as the most beautiful woman in Lan Kingdom, yet now, it seemed that even her affections were unwanted. "I never stated such a thing. However, to save Lan Kingdom, I must possess the requisite strength, which I currently lack. I am only at the first level of qi refining, and you are already beyond me," Lin Mo replied, feeling utterly helpless. Even if he had the ability, he was unable to act, as the outer sect competition was imminent, an event he was obligated to participate in. Should Lan Kingdom endure for a few more years, he might consider intervening. He was unfamiliar with the wars of the secular dynasties, only knowing that the Qi and Chu nations had been embroiled in conflict for decades without resolution. Observing Lan Kingdom's anxious demeanor, with both the national protective talisman and the princess engaged, It was evident that they had reached a critical juncture, perhaps too pressing to wait for years. I had not anticipated that this talisman would fall into your hands. According to the calculations of the Lin royal family, the one capable of acquiring such a talisman must likely be a formidable cultivator at the core formation stage. Pei Yuru lightly bit her lip, feeling a tinge of sorrow. The heavy burden of saving a nation weighed heavily upon her shoulders, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Indeed, there is such a cultivator. Sun Rong pointed towards Elder Yuan, who was intently observing the auction. Sun Rong, do not jest. Miss Pei is already in distress. Brother Lu expressed his deep sympathy for Pei Yuru. However, as disciples of the sect, they were not permitted to meddle in worldly affairs. Of course, should they choose to intervene secretly, the sect would find it difficult to prevent them, though it was officially discouraged. I do have an idea that could not only save Lin Kingdom, but also assist Lin Shidi in restoring this talisman, Feng Ziyu suggested, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes. Chapter 57. A promise. What method? Everyone turned their curious gazes towards him. If I am not mistaken, the missing piece of the talisman must be in Princess Pei's possession, Feng Ziyu confidently declared, fixing his gaze upon the princess. Indeed, it is in my possession. If Lin Shidi agrees to accompany me back to Lin Kingdom to lend his aid, I can immediately provide him with the missing fragment of the talisman, Pei Yuru admitted, realizing she had been seen through. Am I to involve myself, as a mere first-level qi refining cultivator, in the conflict between two nations? Is that not courting death? Lin Mo pondered deeply, concluding that he absolutely could not go to Lin Kingdom, at least not while still at the qi refining stage. Princess Pei, this request is somewhat unreasonable, is it not? If I may speak frankly, Brother Lin has invested a considerable sum of 500 spirit stones to purchase the talisman treasure. Thus, you ought to present him with the missing portion rather than using it as leverage to compel him to assist in the affairs of the Lin nation. Brother Lu has spoken a just truth. Indeed, it is unreasonable to impose such a burden upon him. The conflict between the two nations is a matter of your secular world, and it is illogical to expect Brother Lin to intervene on your behalf. Should the sect become aware of this, it would surely result in severe reprimands. Sun Rong, with her unwavering sense of justice, voiced her concerns, despite the playful banter. She understood the importance of choosing the right side in critical moments. This arrangement was agreed upon prior to the auction. How can it be deemed unreasonable? If you are unwilling to assist me, that is one matter, but to act in such a tyrannical and unreasonable manner is unacceptable, relying on sheer numbers to bully me. Princess Pei, feeling a deep sense of injustice, was on the verge of tears, wishing to weep out loud were it not for the presence of so many onlookers. Calm yourself, princess. I have a solution that ensures the best outcome for all parties involved, Feng Ziyu stated mysteriously. What solution? The crowd inquired in unison. It is quite simple. Since Brother Lin has expended 500 spirit stones, you must provide him with the missing piece. Even if we take a hypothetical step back, once he repairs the talisman treasure, he will be in a better position to aid the Lin nation. He cannot receive the missing piece if he does not return with me. Princess Pei was adamant. Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish my thoughts. He will indeed return with you, but not at this moment. The talisman treasure is of a unique nature and not easily repaired. You must grant Brother Lin some time. Once he has restored the talisman, he will naturally come to assist the Lin nation, Feng Ziyu concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Mo. Indeed, I require time to mend the talisman. Lin Mo understood and quickly aligned with Feng Ziyu's intent. The priority was to secure the missing piece of the talisman, and whether or not he would assist the Lin nation thereafter would depend on the circumstances. Despite Feng Ziyu's usual frivolity, he displayed remarkable acumen when it mattered most. Upon hearing this, Princess Pei furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. Something felt amiss, but she could not articulate it. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. What if he repairs the talisman and does not come to our aid? Cultivators are most wary of internal demons. If Brother Lin were to break his word, his future cultivation could very well be plagued by such torment. I trust he would not take that risk. He will surely fulfill his promise to assist us. For Princess Pei herself is a cultivator and should comprehend this principle. Feng Ziyu reasoned. That is true, Princess Pei conceded, nodding in agreement. If he publicly vows to vanquish the internal demons and will indeed come to our rescue, I shall provide him with the missing piece of the talisman. At last, Princess Pei softened her stance, willing to grant him the missing fragment. Princess, you must urge Lin Mo to swear an oath. Sun Rong prompted from the side. Brother Lin, do not worry. I shall accompany you to provide assistance. Brother Lu assured, recognizing Lin Mo's apprehension and offering his support. Indeed, Brother Lu is a foundational period cultivator. With his assistance, the Tsang nation would be easily subdued. If you do not mind, I too can lend you a hand, Feng Ziyu added. offering his aid while quietly reminding Lin Mo that both Song and Lan nations are relatively minor and can be easily dealt with. And I am here as well. Sun Rong raised her hand. Seeing his companions rallying in support, Lin Mo could only nod in acceptance. I, Lin Mo, solemnly vow to the heart demon that I shall, in due course, extend my hand to aid the Lan kingdom. Should I break this promise, let the heart demon retaliate and halt my cultivation. With that, he raised his hand to swear the heart demon oath. Very well, you must adhere to your promise, for the retribution of the heart demon is no trifling matter. Princess Pei observed this scene, biting her lip as she reluctantly retrieved the missing fragment of the talisman. Upon seeing the fragment, all present were instantly invigorated. With this piece, the restoration would become considerably easier, and once restored, the talisman would unleash formidable power, skyrocketing in value. It would not be merely 500 spirit stones. Perhaps even 5,000 would be within reach. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding cultivators lamented, regretting their previous indecision in acquiring the damaged talisman. What a miscalculation! Who would have thought the fragment could be restored? How infuriating! This young disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, at the first level of Qi refinement, has struck an incredible bargain. Whether he truly gains from this remains to be seen, dependent upon his ability to repair it, for talismans are not easily mended. Indeed, they concurred, should the artifact remain unrepaired, the resources consumed could impede his cultivation, rendering the endeavor futile. The cultivators engaged in lively discussion. Lin Mo reached for the fragment, but Princess Pei resolutely held on, gazing at the piece as if it were the last hope for the Lan kingdom. You have yet to specify when you will come to our aid. Do not make me wait a decade or more. Our kingdom cannot endure that long. She looked at him with a pitiful expression. Let us set a term of 2 years. I shall certainly arrive in the Lan kingdom to provide assistance. Lin Mo assessed that if he could successfully establish his foundation in 2 years, the prospect of aiding the Lan kingdom would be far more promising. Moreover, with his friends Lu Shixiang, Feng Ziyu, and Sun Rong willing to lend their support, the odds would increase even further. It is a promise. I shall await your arrival. Princess Pei finally released her grip, sighing in relief. It is settled. Lin Mo at last secured the fragment of the talisman, placing it upon the heavenly fire talisman where it fit perfectly, confirming it was indeed the missing piece. However, the method of restoring the talisman still required study. Perhaps it would be wise to consult the talented array master, Miss Lu Ping. He carefully stored both parts of the talisman in his storage bag and resumed watching the auction. Next on the block was a 500-year-old Wu Jing grass, a core ingredient in the crafting of protective pulse elixirs. Cultivators in need should not miss this opportunity. The auctioneer unveiled a red cloth, revealing a jade dish upon which lay a pitch-black herb, indeed, the Wu Jing grass. Heavens, this is truly a 500-year-old Wu Jing grass. It is no wonder that the Duobao Pavilion possesses such treasures. Only here could one procure something so extraordinary. Even in the Zetan sacred land, herbs boast only 200 to 300 years of potency. This 500-year specimen is exceptionally rare. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the starting bid would be. He was inclined to participate. Such a valuable item would surely incite a frenzy among bidders, particularly those who desperately needed it, willing to pay any price. Indeed, predicting the final bid is quite challenging. The cultivators debated. Wu Jing grass. Lin Mo recalled his master's words before descending the mountain. His master's wife required a 1,000-year-old Wu Jing grass for her ailment. Although this one was merely 500 years old, it was still exceedingly precious, and he must secure it. He calculated the spirit stones in his possession, having spent 500 previously, leaving him with over 1,600. He pondered whether this would suffice. Chapter 58. Thunderous Pearl. The auctioneer swiftly announced the base price of 50 spirit stones, which, in comparison to the 500-year-old medicinal herb, was not excessively high. As anticipated, numerous bidders clamored for it, and after several rounds of fierce competition, the price escalated to 120 stones, more than double the initial bid. However, it was evident that the increments in each round were modest, indicating that the value of this herb had nearly reached its limit. The primary distinction between medicinal herbs and treasures lies in the latter's unpredictable value fluctuations. Once the age and efficacy of an herb are established, its worth is fixed. 120 spirit stones. Is there any further bidding? This is a 500-year-old Wu Jing grass, exceedingly rare. If there are no more bids, I shall commence the countdown. 120 spirit stones, going once. 120 spirit stones, going twice. Just as the auctioneer finished the countdown, a female cultivator raised her hand. I bid 125 spirit stones, she declared, a smile gracing her lips, convinced of her impending victory. The value of such an herb seemed to have reached its zenith, making it unlikely for anyone to raise the price further. Were it not for her urgent need for this particular herb, she would never have offered such a substantial amount. The voice of the cultivator sounded somewhat familiar to Lin Mo, who turned to look and was taken aback. Wasn't she Lu Min, one of the individuals who had besieged him earlier at Centipede Ridge? Lin Mo recognized her at once. Lu Min had already spotted him and turned with a cold smile. You little brat, I have been searching for you in the market for days. So, you were hiding here. Zhang Kuang and Hu Xinggu have been waiting outside. Unless you choose to remain here indefinitely, you will not escape if you venture out. Lu Min recalled the battle on that day, where Lin Mo had inflicted a wound upon her shoulder with a sword, which still ached faintly. Do not worry. Senior Sister Lu would not dare to act in the market, Sun Rong interjected, having noticed Lu Min's presence. I am not worried, Lin Mo replied, having recently made significant progress in his cultivation, rendering him unconcerned about Lu Min. 125 spirit stones, going once. 125 spirit stones, going twice. 125. Hearing the auctioneer's countdown, Lu Min decisively stood up, preparing to claim the Wu Jing grass. Just then, Lin Mo called out a price. Wait, I bid 130 spirit stones. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, even more astonishing than his previous bidding for the talisman treasure. The value of talismans was well established. Even a damaged item selling for 500 spirit stones was quite normal. However, for a medicinal herb to reach 130 spirit stones was unprecedented, likely to influence the future price trajectory of Wu Jing grass. How infuriating. Where did this brat emerge from? How does he possess such a wealth of spirit stones? This is merely an herb, not a finished elixir. Has he mistaken it for a higher value? Could he possibly be an alchemist? It was conceivable. A cultivator at the first level of qi refinement would rarely have access to such a significant amount of spirit stones, suggesting he was likely a practitioner focused solely on alchemy. I believe he is named Lin Mo. I shall remember him. I must not encounter him in the future at the Zetan Holy Land in 2 years, or Chun Guanming from the Blood Shadow Sect shall not let him off easily. What? You are from the Blood Shadow Sect? The crowd instinctively recoiled in fear from the Blood Shadow Sect cultivator. Since ancient times, celestial beings and demons have never coexisted harmoniously. The Blood Shadow Sect, as a branch of the demon sect, has remained exceedingly low-key following the demise of the main sect 30 years ago and the disappearance of the sect leader, the old demon Tianqing. Its disciples seldom reveal themselves in the realm of cultivation. However, in truth, the demon sect has been quietly active, showing signs of a resurgence. The auction continued, and Lu Min was taken aback when someone outbid her. Just as she hesitated to raise her bid, the gavel struck. Watching Lin Mo ascend the stage to exchange spirit stones, her teeth ground in frustration. Cursed. I must eliminate this brat and seize all his treasures. She had long suspected his wealth, but now it was evident that it was far more substantial than she had imagined. There was no way she could let him escape unscathed. Lu Min clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with fury as she scrutinized Lin Mo's every move. After successfully exchanging 130 spirit stones, Lin Mo acquired the 500-year-old black essence grass. With this herb, his master and mistress would surely be delighted. Had it not been for his master's intercession, he would never have been able to work at the Spirit Herb Valley. And spending a few spirit stones to procure this grass was trivial in comparison. As he contemplated, he stowed the black essence grass in his storage pouch and returned to the crowd. Lin Mo, have you struck it rich? I never realized you possessed such prowess. Feng Ziyu exclaimed in astonishment. Just a small fortune, Lin Mo replied, reluctant to elaborate further. The auction continued, showcasing several more treasures, yet he refrained from bidding. It was not until a black orb appeared that his interest was piqued. Dear friends, this is the penultimate item of today's auction. Those who have yet to acquire a desired treasure should seize this opportunity. The auctioneer proclaimed. This orb is known as the Thunderous Pearl, possessing immense power comparable to a top-grade magical artifact. Foundation establishment cultivators cannot withstand its might, and even nascent soul masters must tread carefully around it. It is an exceptionally rare treasure that must not be overlooked. The auctioneer spoke eloquently, and the usually boisterous auction house fell into an unusual silence as all the cultivators held their breath, eagerly gazing at the Thunderous Pearl. Now, let me demonstrate the capabilities of this magical artifact, the auctioneer declared, forming a spell with his hands as the Thunderous Pearl levitated before him. Lightning crackled around it, illuminating the entire auction house and casting reflections upon every face. Suddenly, boom. The Thunderous Pearl erupted with a thunderous roar, sending ripples of electricity radiating outward. All cultivators were momentarily stunned by the sound, their hearts racing involuntarily. Those closest to the pearl turned pale with fear, instinctively raising their hands to shield themselves. If struck by the thunderous pearl, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, and those of lesser cultivation might even meet their demise on the spot. At that moment, the auctioneer, with a glimmer of amusement in his smile, forcefully retrieved the thunderous pearl. As an auctioneer of the renowned multi-treasure pavilion, he possessed considerable skill. His name was Qingyun Sword, a mid-stage nascent soul master. Dear friends, you must already be aware of the formidable power of this thunderous pearl. It is undoubtedly a significant asset on your path of cultivation. He then recounted the origin of the thunderous pearl, revealing that it was crafted from the bones of a third-tier demon beast known as the thunderous bird, naturally imbued with lightning attributes and capable of storing vast amounts of lightning energy, hence its astonishing power. The bones of a third-tier demon beast can indeed be refined into such remarkable treasures? After listening to the introduction, Lin Mo recalled selling that green dragon spine. No wonder Jiang Wan offered such an exorbitant price. The starting bid for the Thunder Pearl was set at 200 spirit stones. The auctioneer, Qingyun Sword, held up 2 fingers. I bid 300 spirit stones. I bid 350 spirit stones. I bid 400. I bid 700. 800. The enthusiasm among the cultivators was palpable, rapidly escalating the bidding from 300 to 800, with no signs of slowing down. Yu Wenin, who relished the excitement, had shouted 400 spirit stones, only to be immediately overshadowed and relegated to the role of a mere spectator. The cultivators present at the Treasure Pavilion auction were all somewhat prepared. When confronted with genuine treasures, they would not hesitate to splurge on hefty bids. At this moment, the Thunder Pearl, comparable to a high-grade magical artifact, ignited their fervor, prompting each to unleash their full strength in bidding. If such a bidding frenzy ensued over an item merely likened to a high-grade artifact, how frenzied would the competition be for the life-extending sword, a true high-grade magical artifact? Lin Mo estimated that this was the penultimate item up for auction, with the life-extending sword next in line. I bid 1,000 spirit stones. He could no longer resist making his move. Spirit stones, no matter how plentiful, must be spent to reflect their true value. He still possessed over 1,400 spirit stones, ample to contend for this item. With the outer sect competition imminent, possessing the Thunder Pearl would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities, making his selection for the Zetan Sacred Land almost certain. Perhaps he could even secure a commendable rank and receive rewards from the sect. After all, his master had mentioned that the prizes for this competition were quite substantial. Chapter 59, Jishio Lin Shidi. Just how many spirit stones do you possess? Sun Rong and the others were utterly astonished, gazing at him with incredulity. Who would have thought he could bid 1,000 spirit stones for the Thunder Pearl after purchasing 2 items? Truly, a hidden gem. It was unexpected that Lin Shidi's financial resources were so abundant, making them feel quite inadequate. Lu Shixiang smacked his lips and shook his head, deeply impressed. I heard that several elders of the Qingyun Sword Sect have illegitimate children. Lin Shidi Wunti happened to be Feng Ziyu's eyes gleamed as he refrained from finishing his thought. Initially, he assumed Lin Shidi, being merely at the first level of qi refinement, lacked any significant prowess. Now, it appeared he had overestimated himself. No wonder Lin Shidi had previously refused the marriage proposal. With such strength, perhaps there was hope for our Lan Kingdom. Upon returning, I must inform His Majesty of the truth and urge him to endure for 2 more years until Lin Shidi can provide assistance. Princess Pei, brushing her hair back, inadvertently revealed a hint of bashfulness, her heart fluttering at the sight of Lin Mo. Do not harbor wild thoughts. I merely sold some miscellaneous items from the demon beast, exchanging them for a modest amount of spirit stones. In truth, I do not possess many spirit stones myself. Lin Mo did not wish to flaunt his wealth. Yet, given the auction setting, he had to place bids to acquire the treasures he desired. Whom do you think you're fooling? What sort of miscellaneous items from a demon beast could fetch such a sum? Don't tell me it was a third-tier demon beast. Feng Ziyu nudged him, clearly unconvinced. Lin Mo forced a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The auction remained his priority. This lad is exceptionally adept at concealing his true capabilities, managing to produce such a wealth of spirit stones. Previously, he even pressured me for a reward of 50 spirit stones. Truly not a decent fellow. Elder Yuan cast a glance at him, his heart brimming with indignation. I offer 1,200 spirit stones. A dashing young cultivator clad in green raised his hand while sipping tea. He was none other than Jishio, the heir of the Inyang Pavilion, a branch of the demonic sect. Although he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he was accompanied by 2 golden core attendants, signifying a lineage of remarkable distinction. 1,200 spirit stones. Thank you for your generous offer, young master of the Inyang Pavilion. The auctioneer, Qingyun Sword, unexpectedly bowed and expressed his gratitude with the obsequious demeanor. This auction was indeed lively. Who would have anticipated that the Yingyang Pavilion would also partake? I lack such abundant spirit stones. Otherwise, I would certainly strive to uphold the honor of the Immortal Sect and not allow the demonic sect to act with such arrogance. Although it was said that 1,200 spirit stones was already a considerable sum for a quasi-supreme magical artifact, being 6 times the starting bid, it seemed somewhat unwise to proceed at this point. There is no question of loss. We must suppress the demonic sect. You cultivators of the Immortal Sect, silence yourselves. If you lack strength, do not dare compete with our young master Ji Xiu for treasures. The audience murmured among themselves, and Qingyun Ming, a disciple of the Blood Shadow sect who had previously vowed to assassinate Lin Mo at the Zetan sacred land, approached to ingratiate himself. Young master, you must secure this thunder pearl. These immortal cultivators lack the capability to contend. Qingyun Ming bent slightly, his face a mask of flattery. Who could argue otherwise? Ji Xiu was about to laugh heartily when he suddenly stiffened, hearing a higher bid. 1,250 spirit stones. Lin Mo declared, resolute in acquiring the thunder pearl, willing to exhaust all his wealth. What, that brat? Ji Xiu clenched his fists in anger, turning to glare at him. Young master, that person is unworthy. I've disliked him from the start. Allow me to teach him a lesson once we leave the market. Qingyun Ming sought to curry favor, unwittingly stepping on a landmine. Smack. Ji Xiu retaliated with a slap. How dare you presume to educate anyone on my behalf? Yes, young master, I apologize. The ruthless Qingyun Ming of the Blood Shadow sect not only took no offense, but instead promptly admitted his fault, causing many to gasp in astonishment. This Ji Xiu is merely at the foundation establishment stage. What is so remarkable about him? Ah, but you are unaware. As the heir of the Yingyang Pavilion, he cultivates the sect's signature technique, the reverse Yingyang art, a method of extraordinary dominance. Not only the living but even the dead would fear it. Is the reverse Yingyang art truly so formidable? Indeed, 30 years ago during the War of Immortals and Demons, the master of the Yingyang Pavilion used this technique to single-handedly contend against 8, vanquishing a multitude of cultivators of the same realm from the Immortal Sect. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Taoist Hong Chun from the Qingyun Sword Sect, the eastern state you see today would not be flourishing under the Immortal Sect, but rather witnessing the rise of the demonic sect. To think it could contend against 8. The reverse Yingyang art is indeed powerful. The crowd could not help but be awestruck, feeling a tinge of apprehension towards Ji Xiu, the heir of the Yingyang Pavilion. While the eastern state currently thrived under the Immortal Sect, the demonic sect still harbored ambitions for revenge over their past defeat, and their strength remained formidable. 1,300 spirit stones. Ji Xiu raised his hand once more, refusing to allow the treasure he coveted to slip away. This fellow possesses a fair degree of strength, Lin Mo thought, his brow furrowing as he approached the limit of his spirit stones. 1,350 spirit stones. With a firm resolve, he raised the bid once more. He truly desired this thunder pearl. 1,400 spirit stones. Ji Xiu unhesitatingly increased the offer, revealing his formidable financial prowess. Lin Mo touched his storage bag, which contained a total of 1,483 spirit stones. Although he could continue to bid, it would be futile. The opponent's wealth was clearly vast, and he would undoubtedly raise the stakes again. In comparison to this young master of the demonic sect, his current financial resources were utterly inadequate. Noticing Lin Mo's hesitation, Ji Xiu burst into laughter. Huh, is there anyone who can surpass this young master? Without this treasure, all shall belong to me. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer, Qingyun Chuan, immediately began the countdown. 1,400 spirit stones once. 1,400 spirit stones twice. The reason why the Duobao Pavilion thrived in the eastern state, catering to both immortal and demonic factions, lay in its ability to avoid offending either side. Observing the situation, it was evident that Ji Xiu was determined to acquire the item, and thus, some deference was warranted. As Ji Xiu heard the countdown and noticed no one else was bidding, a sinister grin of triumph spread across his face. 1,500 spirit stones. A woman's voice resonated from the entrance. Shock enveloped the crowd. Everyone turned to see that the new bidder was none other than Jiang Wan, the steward of Duobao Pavilion. Initially, Ji Xiu, upon hearing an increase in the bid, slammed the table and stood up in a fit of rage, but upon recognizing Jiang Wan, he immediately adopted a smiling demeanor. Who could it be? Ah, it is Steward Jiang. I did not expect you to be interested in this thunder pearl as well. Indeed, I am quite intrigued, Jiang Wan replied as she gracefully walked forward, with cultivators rising to show their respect. Ji Xiu's mind raced as he considered the implications. He could never compete with Jiang Wan in terms of financial capacity, given that she represented the entire Duobao Pavilion. It would be wiser to cultivate goodwill instead. In that case, I shall concede the thunder pearl to Steward Jiang. Our Yin Pavilion has always maintained a cordial relationship with Duobao Pavilion, and I hold you in the highest regard. I will rely on you to provide us with cultivation resources in the future. Ji Xiu's politeness astonished those surrounding them. Such an arrogant individual, now utterly deferential before Jiang Wan, demonstrated the principle that even the mighty can be subdued. There is no need for such courtesy, young Master Ji. I cannot accept your generosity merely due to my status. According to the rules of Duobao Pavilion, the highest bidder shall prevail. As I am currently bidding, I am simply an ordinary customer. Please, feel free to raise your bid, Jiang Wan stated confidently, unyielding to his overtures. Ji Xiu hesitated momentarily. Despite the allure of the treasure, offending Duobao Pavilion was not a wise choice, especially considering that Jiang Wan was his ideal partner. Cough. 1,500 spirit stones is rather excessive. What I truly wish to acquire is a genuine top-tier magical artifact, and this Thunder Pearl does not merit such a price. In search of an exit, he concluded and took his seat again. A smile played at the corners of Jiang Wan's lips. She had anticipated this outcome. For even the young master of the demonic sect dared not challenge the financial might of Duobao Pavilion. Under the gaze of all, she produced 1,500 spirit stones and claimed the Thunder Pearl. For the final item of the auction, I shall personally oversee the proceedings. You may take your leave now. While toying with the Thunder Pearl, she added this remark. As you command. Xie Yinchuan bowed respectfully and withdrew. Esteemed friends, the next and final auction item is a genuine top-tier magical artifact, crafted by our esteemed alchemist of Duobao Pavilion. With a serene smile gracing her face, she surveyed the entire venue, exuding an air of professionalism. Truly, this was the renowned Duobao Pavilion, where even a casual auction could unveil exquisite magical artifacts. The products of the imperial craftsmen undoubtedly guaranteed quality. One could not help but wonder who this esteemed artisan was. Regardless of their identity, being the designated craftsman for Duobao Pavilion was no small feat. Master Jiang, please commence the auction. My anticipation is palpable, and I yearn to discover the nature of this grand finale item. The cultivators were all aflame with excitement, eagerly awaiting the unveiling of the crimson cloth. Do not rush. I shall reveal it shortly, she assured. This final auction item is none other than the superior grade artifact, the Qingyun Sword. With a swift motion, Jiang Wan pulled back the crimson cloth, revealing the Qingyun Sword elegantly displayed upon a jade pedestal, shimmering with the essence of a top-tier magical artifact. Chapter 60. Concerns of the Demon Sect. Indeed, it was the Qingyun Sword. When did I become the designated craftsman of Duobao Pavilion? No, she was referring to Lin Mo. Elder Yuan, taken aback, quickly turned to gaze at Lin Mo. What secrets does this young man harbor? Fortunately, I had not turned against him earlier. One cannot afford to offend someone like him. At that moment, Lin Mo sensed something amiss and turned to look, forcing a smile in an attempt to be amiable. What is the matter with Elder Yuan? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, feeling a tad perplexed, yet chose to dismiss it and continued observing the auction. To showcase the formidable power of the Qingyun Sword, Jiang Wan deliberately produced a massive black iron shield. With a resounding crash, two Foundation establishment cultivators clad in purple struck the black iron shield with all their might, only to be sent flying. Immediately after, with a smile playing at her lips, Jiang Wan pointed her sword, sending the Qingyun Sword soaring towards the black iron shield. With a thunderous roar, it pierced a gaping hole through the shield, heightening the auction's excitement to its zenith, leaving the cultivators utterly astonished. The Qingyun Sword whizzed across the stage, leaving behind a beautiful azure trail, its resonance rippling through the air. Bravo! Ji Xiu exclaimed, leaping to his feet in applause, granting Jiang Wan the recognition she deserved. Chen Guaning and others nearby quickly joined in, applauding fervently. This treasure rightfully belongs to the young master. Chen Guaning seized the moment to flatter. Indeed, Ji Xiu replied with a charming smile. Having just experienced a setback in the bidding for the Thunder Pearl, he was eager to reclaim his dignity. As the young master of the Yin Pavilion, his every action bore the weight of reputation, and he was determined to uphold it. Had it not been for Jiang Wan's intervention, he would never have relinquished the Thunder Pearl so easily. This sword possessed immense power. The once indomitable black iron shield was rendered utterly helpless before it, its quality far surpassing that of an ordinary superior grade artifact. Truly, it was a testament to Duobao Pavilion's excellence. Such superior grade artifacts are rare and coveted, especially those produced by Duobao Pavilion. This treasure shall be mine. I have prepared a substantial sum of 2,000 spirit stones. Eagerly awaiting this moment, let those who wish to contest step forward. The cultivators, eager and poised, readied themselves for the bidding war. Jiang Wan, having achieved her objective, casually returned the Qingyun Sword to its jade pedestal. The starting bid for the Qingyun sword is set at 2,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. Her face bore a faint smile, radiating calmness and confidence, as though the outcome was already assured. What? The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones? Is there a mistake? This is simply too expensive. Even if it is produced by the Duobao Pavilion, such a price is unreasonable. I had hoped to raise my banner and participate, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. The cultivators murmured among themselves, many taken aback by the opening bid, which soared directly to 2,000 spirit stones. The cultivator who had prepared 2,000 in capital fell silent. With such a high starting price, would anyone dare to bid? Let us hope it doesn't go unsold. Lin Mo felt uncertain as it was his first time attending an auction. Just then, someone made a bid. I offer 2,000 spirit stones. I bid 2,005. 3,000. I'll bid 3,000. This sword shall be mine. How absurd. You think you can acquire this sword for just 3,000? You underestimate the Qingyun Pavilion. I bid 5,000 spirit stones. Ji Xiu promptly raised the price to 5,000 spirit stones, causing an uproar in the audience. 5,000 spirit stones. Truly, the air of the Qingyun Pavilion is formidable. One would think that the demon sect had completely waned, yet here we see such strength. Rumor has it that the Qingyun Pavilion recently discovered a spirit stone mine. 5,000 spirit stones are mere trifles. It appears this Ji Xiu comes from a family of wealth, a force to be reckoned with. The cultivators were all astounded, rendered speechless by Ji Xiu's boldness. It's astonishing that a mere 5,000 spirit stones could intimidate this crowd. The strength of those from the Immortal Gate is not as formidable as I thought. The resurgence of the demon sect is imminent. Ji Xiu felt a surge of ambition and fervor. I underestimated the financial prowess of those at this auction. So many participants indicate that Jiang Wan was indeed correct. Once the golden emblem of Duobao Pavilion is attached, prices soar. Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. With the 5,000 price, he would receive 3,000 as per their agreement, thus making a considerable profit. Elder Yuan will undoubtedly be furious. As expected, Elder Yuan clutched his chest, swaying precariously, his mind buzzing. I miscalculated. I had no idea this fellow would leverage his status as a royal refining master to inflate the price of the longevity sword so high. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have consented to any amount beyond 2,000. I have truly shot myself in the foot. What should I do now? He has outbid me significantly. This is a monumental loss. Yuan Yin felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his vision darkening. Despair gripped him. It took considerable effort to regain his composure. All the cultivators were wary of Ji Xiu, and upon reaching 5,000, they hesitated to bid further. Recognizing it as a substantial sum, 5,000 spirit stones once, 5,000 spirit stones twice, 5,000 spirit stones thrice. Sold. Jiang Wan struck the drum decisively. The dust settled. Under the gaze of all the cultivators, Ji Xiu straightened his robes and strode proudly onto the stage. Jiang, here are 5,000 spirit stones. This young master has reserved the entire flying immortal tower. I wonder if you would join me for a drink after the auction, perhaps to enjoy the moonlight? As Ji Xiu handed over the spirit stones, he looked at her with eager anticipation. Young Master Ji, I shall gladly accept your invitation. Jiang Wan smiled gently. Such a valued patron must be cultivated. Surely, in the territory of Duobao Pavilion, he would not employ any tricks. Ha! With great delight. Let us gather tonight at the flying immortal pavilion. Ji Xiu, brandishing the Qingyun sword, returned to the center of the gathering with a hearty laugh. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired a superior magic weapon, Chen Guanming hastily complimented, bowing with obsequiousness. However, Ji Xiu soon composed himself. You are mistaken. The true congratulations are not for acquiring this sword. A mere superior magic weapon is of little consequence to me. What brings me the greatest joy is that Master Jiang has finally agreed to enjoy the moonlight with me. This is a significant advancement. Chen Guanming, have you not always desired a fine sword? I bestow this one upon you. Ji Xiu smirked disdainfully, tossing the sword into Chen Guanming's arms. Chen Guanming hurriedly caught it with both hands, his face a mask of disbelief and elation. Thank you, young master. Thank you. I, Chen Guanming, shall always be at your service. His heart swelled with joy. After years of flattering the young master, he finally reaped the rewards and resolved to continue his efforts. The crowd was taken aback. They could hardly believe that Ji Xiu had casually tossed the Qingyun sword, acquired for the exorbitant price of 5,000 spirit stones, as if it were refused. Even more astonishing was Chen Guanming, a formidable expert of the Blood Shadow sect, completely subservient to Ji Xiu, displaying utter shamelessness. While it is true that the demonic sects tend to exhibit a degree of unity, as they are branches of the Sun and Moon Demon sect, Such blatant sycophancy was excessive. It was evident that Ji Xiu was deliberately cultivating an alliance. For even a superior magic weapon is a valuable asset to those in the core formation stage. The branches of the Sun and Moon Demon sect were once again consolidating, a matter that warranted vigilance. Indeed, the Yin-Yang Pavilion is rising too swiftly, nearly achieving unification of the demon sections. Next, we may find ourselves in peril, whispered the members of the Celestial sect, aware of the looming threat. Chen Guanming, overjoyed, examined the Qingyun sword repeatedly, probing its essence with his spiritual sense. Indeed, he confirmed the presence of the Duobao Pavilion seal, authentic. Yet, this sword was produced by the imperial craftsman Lin Mo. What was the meaning of this? Lin Mo? Isn't he that novice of the Qi refinement stage? This fellow is more formidable than he appears, Chen Guanming thought, suddenly turning to Lin Mo, astonished. Chapter 61. The Treasure Master. Young Master, behold. I had not anticipated that this imperial craftsman would be Lin Mo, Chen Guanming pointed out, indicating the seal on the Qingyun sword. How could it be this fellow? Ji Xiu exclaimed, his expression sharpening as memories of Lin Mo competing with him for the Thunder Pearl resurfaced. Though the rules of Duobao Pavilion permitted anyone with spirit stones to participate in the bidding, Lin Mo's continuous price hikes clearly indicated his disregard for Ji Xiu. However, the thought of sharing drinks with Jiang Wan at the Flying Immortal Pavilion quelled his anger. A mere disciple of the Qi refinement stage was hardly worthy of his concern. He could easily eliminate him. His focus remained on Jiang Wan, fixating on the beautiful and poised woman on stage, his mind spiraling into a myriad of impure thoughts. In the past, whenever he had invited Jiang Wan out, she had declined due to her busy affairs with Duobao Pavilion. Now, she had finally acquiesced. As long as she arrives, I shall transform raw grains into a sumptuous feast. At that moment, I shall wield the art of reversing yin and yang. What reason have I to fear her disobedience? Haha. The thought brought a smile to his face. After the auction concluded, Lin Mo and his companions approached the counter to settle their spirit stones. Elder Yuan, here are your spirit stones. After deducting the 10% handling fee and my 50 spirit stones as remuneration, the total comes to 1,750 spirit stones. Please confirm if this is correct. Lin Mo handed over the storage bag brimming with spirit stones, deliberately omitting the fact that the royal refiner enjoyed a 5% discount on fees. Indeed, that amount is accurate. You are quite the clever lad, Elder Yuan remarked, peering into the bag with a knowing smile. Logically, he should have felt jubilant about receiving several hundred spirit stones more than anticipated. Yet his heart was a tumult of mixed emotions. The painstaking effort expended in refining magical artifacts, only to see another reap the greater rewards, would dampen anyone's spirits. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lin Mo had ascended to the position of the royal refiner at the Duobao Pavilion. He could not afford to offend him, thus he forced a smile. Elder Yuan, should such fortuitous opportunities arise in the future, do remember to seek me out, Lin Mo suggested, weighing another bag of spirit stones that was evidently heavier than the one given to Elder Yuan. After deducting the 5% handling fee, he would receive 4,750 spirit stones. Given that he had already provided Elder Yuan with 1,750 stones, it meant he held a staggering 3,000 spirit stones, twice the amount Elder Yuan possessed. Furthermore, with the additional 1,483 spirit stones he had remaining, he now boasted a total of 4,483 spirit stones, an increase from before the auction. To his surprise, he had not only spent little at the auction, but had also made a substantial profit. The only downside was that the thunderous pearl had eluded him. He was curious about what Jiang Wan intended to do with it. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, Jiang Wan's figure appeared in the distance. Junior Brother Lin, the Treasure Master requests your presence. Jiang Wan beamed, gesturing for him to follow. The Treasure Master? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. Indeed, as the newly appointed royal refiner of the Duobao Pavilion, it is customary for the Treasure Master to meet you, Jiang Wan stated casually, striving to alleviate his anxiety. Given the Treasure Master's esteemed position in the Eastern States cultivation realm, those who met him often felt a sense of trepidation. Even Jiang Wan herself felt the pressure. Understood. I shall come at once, Lin Mo replied, informing his three companions of the situation. They expressed their understanding and agreed to reconvene at the Fulling Cottage before departing the Duobao Pavilion. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Mo proceeded with Jiang Wan to meet the Treasure Master. On the 13th floor, the Treasure Master stood as ever by the window, surveying the empire built over decades. His corpulent figure and opulent attire unmistakably marked him as a man of wealth. Treasure Master, Lin Mo has arrived, Jiang Wan announced as they entered the room, bowing respectfully. Though she shared a father-daughter-like bond with the treasure master, a sense of wariness lingered in her heart. The success of the Duobao Pavilion, which had grown to encompass hundreds of trading venues, was not founded on mercy. The Duobao Pavilion covertly seeks out formidable individuals. Having established an organization known as the Dark Moon, its influence spans from the changes of secular dynasties to the rise and fall of immortal clans, leaving its mark on both. The Master of Treasures appears amiable on the surface, yet harbors a chilling intent, which is the very reason for Jiang Wan's constant trepidation. Understood. You may leave now. I wish to speak privately with Lin Mo, the Master of Treasures declared, turning to Lin Mo with a congenial smile that filled the room with warmth. Lin Mo was taken aback, never expecting the master to be so approachable. Indeed, Jiang Wan replied, retreating with apprehensive steps. Soon, only Lin Mo and the Master of Treasures remained in the chamber. Please, take a seat. The Master of Treasures gestured to the table, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Mo. Thank you, Master, Lin Mo replied, feeling a mix of anxiety as he sat across from him. There is no need for formalities. I am aware that you are the disciple of the undefeated sword immortal, Li Juanhao. It has been decades since he took on a disciple, and your acceptance speaks volumes of your exceptional abilities. The master lifted his cup, savoring a sip of tea, his demeanor exuding tranquility. The undefeated sword immortal. Lin Mo was astonished to hear his master referred to in such a manner. In the Qingyun Sword Sect, his master was widely regarded as ineffectual, and Lin Mo had also borne the brunt of such disparagement, often labeled as the most inept. It was only after arriving at the market that he began to perceive his own worth, excelling in the art of forging and forming meaningful friendships with like-minded individuals. Did your master not mention this to you? The Master of Treasures inquired, a knowing look in his eyes. It is indeed remarkable how a once prominent figure has become so humble. The intricacies of this world are truly fascinating. My master has indeed not spoken of it. Nor do I wish to dwell on the past, Lin Mo replied, feeling that regardless of his master's former glory, one must live in the present. Observing the affection shared between his master and mistress upon Red Leaf Peak was indeed a source of envy. Allow me to enlighten you. Your master, Li Juanhao, was once the most distinguished sword immortal of the Qingyun Sword Sect, possessing late-stage core formation prowess that could easily overwhelm those in the nascent soul realm. Such a feat is unparalleled in the annals of Eastern States cultivation history. One must understand that the chasm between cultivation realms is immense. A mere difference of one realm often equates to a tenfold disparity in strength. Your master, however, is an exception. The master spoke eloquently, revealing his admiration and reverence for Li Juanhao. Even though Li Juanhao had now fallen from grace, he remained the unrivaled, undefeated sword immortal in the master's heart. Indeed, my master was truly formidable, Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Had these words come from another, he might have dismissed them as mere jest. For cultivators are well aware of the formidable constraints of realm suppression. How could anyone of core formation prowess defeat a nascent soul elder? Yet, spoken by the Master of Treasures, such claims became undeniably credible. Your words, however, underestimate your master. He was not merely formidable in the past. He remains formidable even now. Whenever he wishes, he could ascend to be the foremost sword immortal of the Qingyun Sword Sect once again. Still the dashing figure who defeated nascent soul elders with a single stroke of his sword. The Master of Treasures took another gentle sip of tea, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as if he were privy to some hidden truth. Chapter 62, The Thunderous Pearl Acquired. What could this imply? Lin Mo felt somewhat perplexed. Although the entire sect claimed that his master was incompetent, he was suddenly summoned. You should inquire about this from your master yourself. The reason I called you here is to hand you something, the treasure master said, placing the thunder pearl on the table. Isn't this the pearl that senior sister Jiang captured previously? Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise and delight. Indeed, she knew of your fondness for it. So she bid on your behalf. As for the auction fee of 1,500 spirit stones, it will be deducted from your monthly stipend. Is that agreeable? The treasure master inquired with a smile. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Lin Mo nodded in agreement immediately. This arrangement was far more economical than simply handing over 1,500 spirit stones outright. After attending the auction, he had gained a keen understanding of the significance of spirit stones. Having a few extra on hand could provide substantial leverage in critical moments. The treasure master's gesture was evidently intended to extend him considerable care. Now that you have received the thunder pearl, tell me about your master's recent activities. The treasure master appeared to be quite interested in Li Juanhao. Certainly, esteemed master. My master mostly resides at Red Leaf Peak and seldom ventures out, Lin Mo spoke animatedly, sharing much about his master's current circumstances. The treasure master listened with great interest, nodding occasionally. Upon hearing that Elder Zhu had dispatched disciples to verbally berate those at Red Leaf Peak, he erupted in indignation. Bang! This Zhu Mingyuan is utterly outrageous. Henceforth, he shall lose his privileges at my Duobao Pavilion. No item shall be afforded any discounts. The treasure master was filled with righteous anger, as though he himself had been insulted. This reaction left Lin Mo astonished. He wondered if the treasure master and his master shared a deep camaraderie. He resolved to inquire further upon returning. While the two conversed, Jiangwan had already made her way to Flying Immortal Tower for her appointment. Although this was a marketplace and unlikely to present any surprises, her typically cautious nature compelled her to bring along a contingent of foundation-building period purple-clad attendants, both for security and to bolster her presence. The strength of Duobao Pavilion was indisputable, yet even the mightiest force must be showcased for others to recognize it. Occasionally demonstrating their power would ensure that others acknowledged Duobao Pavilion's authority and adhered to its established rules. As she soared above the marketplace accompanied by her entourage of purple-clad attendants, a tremendous stir ensued. The multitude of cultivators perusing the market paused, awestruck by the might of Duobao Pavilion. Look, Duobao Pavilion has come forth to maintain order. It's the purple-clad attendants. My goodness, they're all foundation-building cultivators. But wait. Why is the leader merely at the Qi refining stage? You're unaware? That's Manager Jiang. She oversees everything below the 13th floor of Duobao Pavilion. She once personally attended to me and was exceptionally kind. I've heard that the true power of Duobao Pavilion lies not with the purple-clad attendants, but with the Dark Moon assassins. Hush! Where did you hear that? Be discreet. It could easily lead to dire consequences. Why is Manager Jiang in such a hurry? Where could she be headed? The cultivators buzzed with speculation until they soon witnessed Jiang Wan and her party arriving at Flying Immortal Tower. At that moment, the entire third floor of Flying Immortal Tower had been reserved, with disciples from the Yin-Yang Pavilion guarding every entrance, causing patrons to navigate around them to access the upper levels. A table was laden with the signature dishes of Flying Immortal Tower, where Ji Xiu sat at the head, patiently awaiting their arrival, flanked by two nascent soul cultivators. As long as she dares to come tonight, I have 100 ways to assist the young master in capturing her. Chen Guanming, crouching nearby, wore a sycophantic expression. Slap. Ji Xiu swiftly delivered a backhanded blow to him. You insolent fool, do you think this young master stoops to your level? My apologies, young master. Chen Guanming quaked and immediately knelt down. Rise, Ji Xiu said lightly. It is not entirely your fault, after all. Few in this world comprehend the intricacies of the reversal of yin and yang technique. He took a gentle sip of wine and continued. This technique requires a harmonious union of heaven and man, allowing no room for error. If she does not genuinely cherish this young master, it will only lead to a backlash of the method. Go check if Jiang Wan has arrived. Yes, young master. Just as Chen Guanming turned around, he spotted Jiang Wan soaring towards them on her sword, accompanied by a multitude of Foundation establishment cultivators. Young master, the manager Jiang has arrived. Indeed she has. But something feels amiss. She comes with such a large entourage of Foundation establishment attendants, clearly wary of me. Ji Xiu downed a cup of wine, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Do not worry, young master. The wine of Faxian Tower is renowned for its exquisite taste. Once everyone is merry, feelings will naturally blossom, Chen Guanming said with an ingratiating smile. Exactly. You're quite astute. As long as you serve me well, this young master will not neglect you. Ji Xiu's furrowed brow relaxed as he filled his cup once more. Thank you, young master. Chen Guanming hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Soon, Jiang Wan stormed in with her entourage. Manager Jiang, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence, fearing you might not come. Please, take a seat. How could I decline a drinking invitation from the young master? Jiang Wan replied, swiftly raising a cup and downing it in one gulp. Excellent. What a refreshing spirit. Chen Guanming, why are you still standing there? Hurry and invite the brothers to drink. Ji Xiu shot a knowing glance at Chen Guanming. Understanding immediately, Chen Guanming took the wine and approached the attendants. To his surprise, the attendants remained expressionless, neither engaging in conversation nor partaking in the wine, creating an awkward atmosphere. Manager Jiang, why won't your people drink? Are they afraid this young master has poisoned the wine? Ji Xiu's displeasure was palpable as he deliberately pressed Jiang Wan. Of course not, Jiang Wan replied with a forced smile, then earnestly instructed her attendants. The wine at Faxian Tower is truly delightful. The young master has extended his kindness. So please, let us all sit and enjoy. Upon her words, the attendants finally relaxed, taking their seats and beginning to drink. Momentarily, the third floor of Faxian Tower was alive with merriment, the sounds of clinking cups resonating throughout the space. Chen Guanming busied himself, striving to elevate the spirits of the group. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly congenial, a servant flew in on his sword, swiftly approaching Jiang Wan to whisper something in her ear. Understood. Go inform the treasure master that I shall be there shortly, Jiang Wan stated, rising with a look of regret. I sincerely apologize, but the treasure master requires my attention on urgent matters. I will have to postpone our moon viewing and drinking with the young master to another day. No worries. Matters of the treasure master cannot be delayed. Please, do as you must, Manager Jiang. Ji Xiu knew he could not retain her, forcing a smile as he stood, his mind already piecing together the circumstances at hand. In this world, how could it be such a coincidence that just at a crucial moment, someone would come looking for him? The person who entered moments ago was clearly arranged by Jiang Wan in advance. Watching the retreating figures of Jiang Wan and her companions, he could not help but erupt in fury. It was utterly outrageous that he, the young master, was treated with such distrust. Jiang Wan, one day, I shall have you willingly become my woman. With that, he violently overturned the table. Hearing the sound of shattered dishes behind him, Jiang Wan furrowed her brow. The young master of the Yinyang Pavilion was indeed audacious to act so recklessly in the marketplace. It seemed prudent to have brought so many attendants. Or else extricating himself would not have been so easy. The demonic sect had been unusually active recently, growing bolder in their actions. This matter required reporting to the treasure master. With her resolve firm, Jiang Wan directed her flying sword upwards, soaring towards the 13th floor of the Duobao Pavilion. At this moment, Lin Mo had just exited the Duobao Pavilion and looked up to see her flying on her sword beneath the round, luminous moon. Jiang Shiji had returned so soon from drinking with that young master of the demonic sect. He had initially intended to join in for a drink. Previously, Miss Lu Ping had promised to complete the sword rain talisman within 3 days, and by now, it should be ready. Miss Lu Ping resided in the Feishan building, and he was just preparing to collect it. Chapter 63. Collecting the talisman within a guest room of the Feishan building, Lu Ping meticulously examined the completed sword rain talisman, its intricate spiritual patterns flowing with a verdant luminescence, illuminating her youthful visage. At last, it was finished. This talisman had achieved the standard of a pseudo-talisman treasure, capable of being used repeatedly up to 9 times, representing the highest quality of talisman she had crafted to date. Had better materials been available, it could have been even more exceptional, but alas, they were unattainable. Lu Ping glanced up and saw a woman seated at the table, sipping tea. The woman bore some resemblance to her, but appeared more mature and composed. What can you buy with just over 100 spirit stones at the auction? I had intended to bid on a 500-year-old black essence herb to concoct the Qingyun pulse protection pill for you, but it was snatched away by someone else. How infuriating. Lu Min, recalling the black essence herb that Lin Mo had claimed, felt her temper flare and hastily took another sip of tea to cool herself. It's all right. Even if I manage to concoct the Qingyun pulse protection pill, it may not cure my extreme inconstitution. After all, it's not a grave ailment. I merely need to refrain from venturing out at night, and I have managed thus far. Lu Ping appeared quite optimistic and carefree. My foolish sister, do you not wish to know what it feels like to have the sun on your face? Do you not long to stroll beneath the sunlight with your beloved? If only we had sufficient spirit stones, we could procure rare herbs to surely concoct a remedy for your extreme body. Is that the reason you enjoy associating with that group of robbers? Of course not. Do not let your imagination run wild. I rob others because I find it enjoyable, not for your sake. Lu Min pressed her lips together, the memory of being pierced in the shoulder by Lin Mo's sword resurfacing, causing a dull ache to throb. She instinctively placed her hand on her shoulder. I am now a renowned formation master in the marketplace. You need not worry about me resorting to robbery anymore. Lu Ping felt a profound sense of concern for her sister. From a young age, the two siblings relied on each other for survival. Had it not been for the elder sister's tender care, the younger would have perished long ago. On one occasion, as rain poured down in torrents, they shivered from the cold, their dire situation exacerbated by several days of hunger, causing Lu Ping to faint from starvation. In a daze, she saw Lu Min knocking on the door of a wealthy household. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Lu Min returned, tears streaming down her face, bearing some food. Later, Lu Min was selected by the Water Cloud sect, becoming a cultivator herself. Subsequently, that affluent household was annihilated overnight. Though Lu Min said nothing, Lu Ping understood that it was her sister's doing. Indeed, her sister had flourished, capable of crafting a pseudo-talisman, in Lu Ping's eyes. It would be better to auction it at the treasure pavilion, surely fetching a handsome price. Lu Min's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the rain sword talisman in her hand. This rain sword talisman was crafted specifically for my elder brother. He has already paid a deposit, so it cannot be given to anyone else. Lu Ping hurriedly concealed it behind her back. Very well, for your elder brother. You fasted for 3 days and nights to forge this talisman. He will undoubtedly be moved upon learning of your dedication. Lu Min sighed, feeling exasperated. Her younger sister, blissfully naive to the perils of the cultivation world, might one day find herself sold without realizing it. The talismans she crafted were of exceptional quality, capable of commanding high prices, yet she consistently sold them at modest rates. Had she the heart to be a ruthless merchant, she could have purchased her own home in the market long ago, instead of residing in this humble flying immortal tower. I have arranged to collect the talisman in 3 days, and now that the time has elapsed, he may be on his way. Sister, if someone knocks, you must hide under the blanket. Do not let him discover you. Lu Ping glanced at the bed draped with curtains, prompting Lu Min's immediate displeasure. What? Are you embarrassed by your sister's exploits? Were it not for my acquisition of that formation manual, you would not have become a master of formations. Now you dare to feel shame, you ungrateful wretch. Lu Min, in a fit of anger, pressed her finger firmly against Lu Ping's forehead. Not at all, sister. You are so beautiful that I worry he might lose his composure upon seeing you. Lu Ping knew precisely what her sister cherished. At these words, Lu Min's face lit up with delight. Am I truly that beautiful? Then why does Zhang Kuang favor that vixen's son roam over me? At that moment, a figure appeared outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Lu Ping, the 3-day period has elapsed. I have come to collect the talisman. May I inquire if the Rain Sword talisman has been successfully crafted? Lin Mo's voice resonated from beyond the threshold. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Ping was immediately flustered, hastily shoving Lu Min towards the bed. Sister, hurry and hide. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Lu Min reluctantly concealed herself behind the bed curtains, covering herself with a thick quilt. He's here. Please wait a moment, elder brother. Lu Ping quickly checked her reflection in the mirror, adjusting her appearance. Satisfied, she scurried to the door, opening it with a bright smile. Elder brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please come in. She tilted her head to gaze up at him, her petite frame still not fully developed, forcing her to look up. In Lu Ping's room, an enchanting fragrance lingered in the air, but upon closer inspection, it seemed there were 2 distinct scents. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, sensing the presence of another person in the room. A swift glance around revealed something amiss behind the bed curtains. No, it was just Lu Ping and her elder brother. Lu Ping feigned accidentally knocking over a box of rouge. Surely, it must be the scent from this box. Giggling playfully, Lin Mo shot her a sideways glance. Pondering to himself, this girl, lacking in the art of deception, must be attempting to fabricate her first lie. The aroma hinted that a woman was concealed behind the curtains. However, he found it perplexing why she would choose to hide. He decided to prioritize obtaining the talisman instead. Lin Mo redirected his gaze, settling into the seat previously occupied by Lu Min, only to notice 2 cups of tea on the table. I relish tea. 1 cup is insufficient. I must indulge in 2, giggling. Lu Ping seized the dregs of tea and eagerly drank from the cup, showcasing it triumphantly upon finishing. Lin Mo chose to turn a blind eye, pretending he had seen nothing. Lu Ping, here are the remaining spirit stones, he stated, placing several stones upon the table. Thank you. This is the sword rain talisman I crafted for you. I have made some improvements. It can be used up to 9 times. Talisman can be reused. Doesn't that make it a talisman treasure? She chuckled. Not quite. It is far from being a true talisman treasure. At best, it can only be considered a pseudo-talisman treasure. If your elder brother can acquire higher-grade materials to continuously enhance this talisman, its quality may elevate further. Perhaps one day, it might become a genuine talisman treasure. Even as a pseudo-talisman treasure, that is still quite remarkable. Lin Mo examined the sword rain talisman closely, astonished, and marveled at Lu Ping's prowess in formations, as she had crafted a pseudo-talisman treasure from the most ordinary materials. He glanced at the spirit stones on the table, feeling that he had offered too little, and thus withdrew a few more. What are you doing, elder brother? These spirit stones are sufficient. We had agreed on this previously. Lu Ping appeared slightly flustered, hastily pushing the excess stones back towards him. Lu Ping, the quality of the sword rain talisman you crafted has greatly surpassed our prior agreement. Therefore, it is only fitting that I provide more spirit stones, especially as I wish to request your assistance. Very well then. What would you like me to do, elder brother? I will certainly help you with anything within my capability. Lu Ping, in dire need of spirit stones, refrained from further protest. I would like to request your assistance in examining how to repair this talisman treasure. Lin Mo produced the heavenly fire talisman he had acquired earlier, along with the damaged piece. Chapter 64. The study of talisman treasures. This is a talisman treasure. Lu Ping held the heavenly fire talisman in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she meticulously observed every detail. The arrangement of the formation and the intricacies of the spiritual patterns were nothing short of exquisite. Talisman treasures were exceedingly rare, Even as a master of formations, she had never encountered a true talisman treasure before, having only gleaned snippets of knowledge from ancient texts. Indeed, this is the heavenly fire talisman forged by a nascent soul ancestor from the Lan Kingdom. Alas, it has suffered damage in battle, rendering it, at best, a pseudo-talisman treasure unless it can be repaired. While I possess some understanding of talismans, my expertise in formations is limited. The extensive damage to this heavenly fire talisman's formation necessitates your guidance, Lu Ping, on how to restore this talisman treasure. Lin Mo's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, for he was indeed seeking assistance. There is no need for such formality, my dear elder brother. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my stall would certainly have faced penalties from the Baobao Pavilion. As for the restoration of this talisman, I shall endeavor to the best of my ability, Lu Ping said with a gentle smile, revealing 2 delicate dimples that enhanced her sweetness. Thank you, Miss Lu Ping. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief. With Miss Lu Ping's involvement, the restoration of the talisman held a glimmer of hope, for the reputation of the array masters was not without merit. Elder brother, take this talisman of heaven's fire back with you. It may prove useful in battle. I shall keep this small fragment to study the array and materials. The intricacy of this talisman's array was astonishingly superior to his own creation. The fragrant array and the materials were entirely unfamiliar, suggesting a prolonged research endeavor. No matter. How long do you anticipate it will take? I estimate that it should take about 6 months. I will compile the findings of the array and the necessary materials into a book, and you may come to collect it then. Even you, Miss Lu Ping, require such a duration? It seems this talisman is indeed extraordinary, Lin Mo mused, inwardly grateful for Lu Ping's assistance. While the timeline seemed lengthy, it was ultimately a beacon of hope for the talisman's restoration. Had he attempted the research alone, achieving results in a decade or more would have been a fortunate outcome. For each discipline has its own experts, and Miss Lu Ping was proficient in this field. 6 months was merely an estimate. It was quite possible that no definitive results would emerge even then. Lu Ping smiled shyly, lacking confidence in her ability to restore the talisman. No matter. I will certainly return in 6 months. Consider these 100 spirit stones as research funding, and I will provide another 100 upon collecting the book. With a wave of his hand, Lin Mo piled 100 spirit stones into a small mountain upon the table, their brilliance shining forth. The value of the restored talisman could soar 100-fold, easily fetching tens of thousands of spirit stones. In comparison, 200 spirit stones were a trifling sum. Elder brother, you are far too generous. I only require half. Lu Ping pushed back half of the spirit stones. Though she delighted in spirit stones, she adhered to her principles. The opportunity to study the talisman would greatly enhance her own array skills, a rare chance indeed. She felt she ought to offer Lin Mo spirit stones instead. At that moment, Lu Min could no longer resist emerging from her cocoon of blankets. Sister, are you foolish? You're refusing free spirit stones? Just accept them. Lu Min exclaimed, swiftly gathering the spirit stones into her storage pouch. It's you. Lin Mo gasped in astonishment, instinctively reaching for the sword of exorcism at his back. Glancing between Lu Min and Lu Ping, he was taken aback to discover they were sisters, which explained their striking resemblance. Indeed, it is I. At the auction, you seized the herbs I purchased for my sister's treatment, and now you have the audacity to seek her assistance? I have never encountered someone so shameless. Lu Min glared defiantly at him. So you are Miss Lu Ping's sister. In that case, I shall temporarily overlook this matter, Lin Mo said, releasing his grip on the sword's hilt. After all, he was in need of assistance, and it would be unwise to engage in a confrontation here, especially since marketplace regulations forbade violence. Ah, big brother, it turns out you and my sister are already acquainted, Lu Ping exclaimed with delight, unexpectedly thrilled that they knew each other. Not only were they acquainted, but they had also clashed before. Lin Mo recalled the ambush at Centipede Ridge and felt a lingering indignation. Sister, have you forgotten what I just mentioned? This person stole your Wu Jing grass. You must be cautious. Lu Min urged Lu Ping, pulling her aside earnestly. Sister, big brother is a very kind person. This must be a misunderstanding, Lu Ping insisted. Breaking free from her grasp, Lin Mo toyed with the Wu Jing grass, only to discover that Miss Lu Ping also desired this herb, unfortunately. His master's wife needed it too. If only it could be divided in two. Could it be that Miss Lu Ping, like my master's wife, is afflicted by a chronic ailment, requiring this Wu Jing grass to concoct the Qingyun Sword? What does that have to do with you? Lu Min shot Lin Mo a glare before Lu Ping could respond. Sister, be a bit more respectful to big brother. Lu Ping pleaded, shaking her hand. What big brother? His name is Lin Mo. He is merely a minor cultivator at the first level of qi refining. Lu Min spoke with disdain, casting a cold glance at Lin Mo. This fellow, who could casually produce 100 spirit stones without batting an eye, was lavishly spending at the auction. If he were captured by the likes of Hu, what a waste that would be. With 6 individuals sharing the resources, my portion would be minimal. It would be better if I could divert Hu and her companions and find a way to eliminate this guy to monopolize the resources. Then, the spirit stones and treasures, especially that talisman, would all belong to me. I could even help my sister retrieve the sword rain talisman. It would be utterly perfect. The more Lu Min contemplated, the more pleased she became, unable to suppress her smile. Miss Lu Ping, I entrust you with the research on talisman restoration. I shall return in half a year, Lin Chen said, clasping his hands in preparation to take his leave, not wishing to get entangled with Lu Min any further. Stop. Where are you going? Hu and her companions are waiting at the door. If you go out, it will only lead to your demise. Lu Min called after him with a forced smile, her tone seemingly softened. What concern is my life or death to you? Lin Chen glanced back at her, not forgetting her earlier alliance with Hu to ambush him. Why would I let you go to your death when you are my sister's friend? I cannot just stand by and watch. Lu Min's smile grew increasingly sinister. What exactly did this person intend? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, uncertain of Lu Min's motives. Yet, it was clear that she and his sister Lu Ping were entirely different types of individuals, and she would certainly not harbor good intentions. No need to be anxious. Sister means well. Given your impressive abilities and your friendship with my sister, I would like to propose a transaction. I can help divert Hu and her group, claiming I saw you flying away on your sword. What do you think? Lu Min looked at him with unwavering confidence, convinced he would agree. Chapter 65, Advancement Big Brother. Please take these talismans. I feel quite embarrassed for the numerous spirit stones you previously gave me. Consider this a token of compensation. Lu Ping rushed over, clutching a handful of talismans, forcefully stuffing them into his hands. Silly girl, those talismans are worth quite a sum. Are you just giving them away like that? Lu Min seized her sister, infuriated. Sister, please mind your own business. Lu Ping retorted. What? Now you resent my concern for you. If it weren't for my guidance in your childhood, you would have perished long ago. That is not my intent. I am aware of the kindness you have shown me. Dear sister, the two continued their quarrel incessantly, observing the talismans in his hand. Explosive talismans, concealment talismans, swift movement talismans, bathing talismans, divine arrow talismans, and image retention talismans. Lin Chen noted the variety among the dozens of talismans he possessed. The most remarkable of all was undoubtedly the image retention talisman, which, with merely an infusion of spiritual energy, could preserve visual information, thus facilitating communication. Many cultivators resorted to image retention talismans to express their affections. Thank you, Miss Lu Ping. Lin Chen smiled gently at her before exiting the room. I can divert Hu and her companions for just 10 spirit stones. Is that not a fair offer? Lin Chen, please consider it seriously. Lu Min's voice called out from behind, but Lin Chen chose to disregard it. With the talisman of heavenly fire in his possession, coupled with the pseudo-talisman of rain, and especially with the enhancement of a thunder bead, he had absorbed the spiritual energy of the ice tortoiseshell to master the ice spike technique. His strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. He had previously dismissed the combined efforts of 6 individuals. How could he regard them now? As for Lu Min, he deemed even a single spirit stone excessive, let alone 10. His only current limitation might be his cultivation level, and he resolved to enter seclusion for a period to strive for the second level of chi refinement, subsequently returning to partake in the outer sect competition. In the fucking cottage, senior brother Lu and the others awaited his return, immediately surrounding him upon his arrival. Lin Chen, what did the treasure master want with you? Remarkable. The Qingyun sword sold for 5,000 spirit stones. Elder Yuan was so incensed that his beard bristled. That Jiang manager seemed quite familiar with you. Is there something between you two? Each of the three had different focal points of concern, leaving Lin Chen momentarily unsure of how to respond. Lin Chen must be weary. Let him rest in his quarters, Lu Shixiang suggested. Indeed, rest well. Tomorrow we shall explore the market together, Sun Rong added, increasingly eager to draw closer to him. Having earned so many spirit stones today, I hope to treat you at the Feixian Tower, but perhaps another day, Feng Ziyu remarked, placing a hand on his shoulder. In truth, I did not speak much with the treasure master. He is an old friend of my master and inquired about my master's recent circumstances. As for the spirit stones, Feng Shixiang is correct. It is indeed time to treat you all. Choose a time that suits you. And regarding my acquaintance with Manager Jiang, we have merely just met. What could possibly transpire? If there are no further matters, I shall return to my room to cultivate. Lin Chen swiftly addressed the trio's inquiries, smiled faintly, and made his way to his room on the 3rd floor. Upon returning, he immediately retrieved a vial of spirit-gathering pills, consuming the entire contents in one go, and then sat cross-legged to practice the Qingyun sword art. While others typically consumed the pills one by one, he could not afford to be frugal in this regard. He regularly took them by the handful, having no other choice with his pseudo-spiritual root. With substantial financial resources now, possessing over 4,000 spirit stones, he indulged himself fully and swallowed the entire vial. Driven by the potent medicinal power, his internal spiritual energy surged chaotically, presenting a risk of losing control. He promptly focused on the Qingyun sword art to assimilate this influx of energy. His entire being simmered with fervor as his temperature climbed. Enveloped in a veil of white mist, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his cultivation rapidly ascended. Finally, after circulating several complete cycles, he felt a wave of relief as he successfully digested the gathered spiritual energy. It was indeed a close call. Fortunately, the golden spiritual energy had fortified my meridians, otherwise the outcome would have been unthinkable. Upon introspection, I found that the spiritual energy within me had become more refined and pure, significantly enhancing my cultivation level. With faint signs of a breakthrough emerging, a surge of joy filled my heart. The consumption of an entire bottle of gathering spirit pills had finally yielded returns. To facilitate the flow of spiritual energy further, I rose and practiced swordsmanship for a while, creating ethereal azure silhouettes, as the azure cloud sword technique matured day by day. Before long, I sheathed my sword and returned to the side of the cold jade bed, retrieving the jade gourd. It was time to nourish the white giant ape, the fire-spraying toad, and the exorcising sword with spiritual stones. I took out several translucent spiritual stones and tossed them into the gourd, followed by placing a few on the exorcising sword. In addition to relying on medicinal pills for cultivation, I had discovered that I could also absorb the golden spiritual energy from the sword. Over time, I realized that the golden spiritual energy would deplete after repeated absorption, at which point it sufficed to nourish it with items containing spiritual energy to continue generating golden spiritual energy. Though I did not comprehend the principle behind the transformation of ordinary spiritual energy into golden spiritual energy, it did not hinder my ability to absorb the latter. The spiritual stones placed upon the exorcising sword rapidly lost their energy, crumbling to dust at a mere squeeze. I resumed my cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, I prepared to absorb the golden spiritual energy, this time employing a different technique. Through prolonged practice, I discerned a peculiar aspect. The azure cloud sword technique was remarkably inefficient at absorbing golden spiritual energy, far inferior to the Thousand Shadows sword technique. Thus, whenever I sought to absorb golden spiritual energy, I would switch to the Thousand Shadows sword technique. After several days of seclusion, the spiritual energy within me underwent a qualitative transformation, finally breaking through to the second level of qi refinement. My meridians and dantian had greatly expanded, and my spiritual energy was now more than tenfold compared to before. With a gentle lift of my hand, an ice wall stood before me. With another gesture, ice spikes filled the entire room. Spells that were once challenging to execute now flowed effortlessly from my fingertips. It was undeniable that the second level of qi refinement was a realm apart from the first. Opening the jade gourd, just as I was about to continue nourishing my two spiritual beasts with green serpent meat and spiritual stones, a brilliant light flashed before my eyes. They had advanced. Both spiritual beasts had ascended from first to second tier. My heart swelled with delight. The investment in green serpent meat and spiritual stones had proven worthwhile. Occasionally, in a good mood, I allowed the two beasts to share a bit of golden spiritual energy, their capacity for absorption depending on their respective abilities. In such a rich environment for cultivation, enhanced by the jade gourd's exceptional conditions, the two spiritual beasts finally lived up to expectations and both leveled up. It is worth noting that the golden-eyed white giant ape was a mutated beast with second-tier strength comparable to that of a third-tier entity. Even in its first tier, it could effortlessly fend off a group of qi refinement cultivators. Now, it possessed the power to contend with a group of foundation establishment practitioners. This was still in the early stages of its ascension. Once it reached the pinnacle of the second tier, even core formation cultivators might find themselves at a loss. Clearly, the invaluable green serpent meat had not been wasted. I observed that the golden light in the white giant ape's eyes was now more pronounced than before, even capable of projecting a distance of several inches. Perhaps, with further cultivation, it might eventually wield that golden light as a means of combat. The fire-spraying toad appeared significantly larger than before, with its skin adorned with numerous patterns reminiscent of volcanic magma, clearly indicating it was no ordinary spiritual beast. A moment of serendipity has graced him, and he feels an overwhelming sense of confidence. This forthcoming external competition is destined to be his triumph. Drawing a deep breath, He exhales a plume of white vapor and rises from the cold jade bed, invigorated and with his senses significantly heightened, effortlessly penetrating the layers of restrictions to discern the happenings within the fucking cottage. Chapter 66. A surprise attack. The second floor now hosts several unfamiliar cultivators. A blend of Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist practitioners. It appears that senior brother Lu has made numerous new acquaintances. Lu, along with son Rong and Feng Ziyu, are absent from the room, their whereabouts unknown. He had intended to bid farewell to everyone before returning to the sect, but it seems that will not be feasible. He produces a recording talisman, leaving behind a brief message to explain the situation, along with a few bottles of medicinal pills as a token of gratitude for the disturbances of recent days. With a flick of his right hand, a path is swiftly carved through the icy spikes before him, and he strides forth. In the marketplace, lanterns are aglow, and throngs of people bustle about, mirroring the vibrant scene he encountered upon his arrival. However, at that time, he was merely at the first level of qi refinement, appearing rather inexperienced. Now, not only has his cultivation ascended to the second level of qi refinement, but he has also become the designated alchemist for the treasure pavilion, burdened with a plethora of treasures. The reputation of the prodigious alchemist has already begun to circulate. Upon his return to the sect, he may very well be addressed as senior brother and be presented with materials for crafting magical artifacts. With this thought, a subtle smile graces his lips. It feels gratifying to be in demand. Yet, he wonders if Sister Qin has returned to the sect. She has incurred the ire of the inner sect disciple Zhou Tsang, and he hopes no unfortunate incidents have transpired. Nevertheless, he must focus on his own affairs first. Having previously declined Lu Min's proposal, it is likely that Gu Xiangu and others are still lurking outside, foretelling an inevitable confrontation. Given his precarious position, engaging in a fierce battle near the densely populated marketplace is unwise. If ambushes are indeed afoot, he must lure them to a more secluded area to resolve the matter decisively. With that thought, an unprecedented ruthlessness glimmers in his eyes. He neither provokes trouble nor fears it. If these individuals are intent on courting death, he will oblige their wishes. Mercy towards one's enemies is not within his character. I must prepare for a potential ambush, just in case. He casts a protective talisman, and 3 golden shields envelop him, providing substantial defense, though regrettably, their duration is limited to the span of a single incense stick, as they are merely ordinary talismans, not treasures. Subsequently, he invokes the ice armor technique, granting himself an additional layer of protection as 3 brilliant white ice armors swirl around him. The ice armor technique, honed from his mastery of the ice spike technique, utilizes the essence of icy spiritual energy, offering superior defense compared to the protective talisman. He glances at the jade gourd, contemplating whether to release his 2 spirit beasts for assistance, but after a moment's deliberation, he deems it unnecessary. His current strength should suffice to handle Gu Xiangu and her associates. Having readied himself thoroughly, he affixes a passage talisman to the barrier, which immediately reveals a circular opening. Without hesitation, he takes to the skies on his sword, but as the passage behind him begins to close, an immense pressure descends from above. Bang! Caught off guard, he is struck and plummets straight down. The protective shield upon his body had shattered, yet the ice armor remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. It was the obese monk's fiery Buddhist beads. Indeed, these individuals were still on guard, but fortunately, he had anticipated this. For reasons unknown, the monk possessed an uncanny ability to launch a surprise attack, and there were only 2 silhouettes nearby. Where had the others vanished? As he plummeted, he swiftly contemplated, his consciousness capturing the figures of the obese monk and Lu Min, both wearing sinister smiles, convinced of their triumph. In an instant, he comprehended that during their encounter at the flying immortal pavilion, he had inadvertently been marked with a tracking imprint by Lu Min. This woman was truly ruthless. She must have realized that a single person could not vanquish him, hence sought the monk's assistance. Lin Mo's figure suddenly surged upward, commanding his flying sword toward the distant horizon. Following the previous strategy, he intended to lead the 2 to a desolate mountain range, far from human habitation. Though you are the sister of Miss Lu Ping, your treachery leaves you with no path but demise. Lin Mo's gaze was resolute, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. The obese monk and Lu Min stood momentarily frozen, their smiles faltering as they watched Lin Mo's retreating silhouette, still processing the situation. What a clever lad, having made preparations in advance. The monk retracted his Buddhist beads, fidgeting restlessly. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pursue him. He possesses numerous treasures worth thousands of spirit stones. Lu Min urged anxiously. Do not fret, Min heir, he shall not escape my grasp. The monk confidently hurled his beads, transforming them into a flying artifact, mounting it to give chase. Lu Min, lacking a flying artifact, was compelled to pursue on foot, occasionally glancing upward to ascertain their positions. Indeed, they were closing in, albeit at a sluggish pace. Lin Mo reduced his flight speed slightly, ensuring the two would not lose track of him. After advancing hundreds of miles, he sensed no other cultivators nearby, at which point he descended slowly into the dense forest. Here, he would deal with the two of them. For wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds fall. Do not blame me, Lin Mo, for my ruthless heart. Lin Mo produced a puppet talisman and cast it forth, transforming it into a replica of himself, seated against a large tree, feigning rest and nourishment. This puppet talisman resembles me perfectly. The mechanism is astonishing. Lu Ping truly deserves her title as a master of formations. He mused inwardly, then concealed himself behind nearby bushes, enhancing his disguise with a concealment talisman. To prevent these two from losing track, he intentionally refrained from extinguishing the tracking imprint, waiting until he saw the obese monk hovering above on his fiery beads before extinguishing the mark. Where has that lad vanished? The monk searched the skies for a considerable time, failing to spot Lin Mo, and decided to descend into the forest to investigate. He must be unable to fly and is hiding within the trees. Let me see how I can root you out. The monk swiftly landed and, from a distance, spotted Lin Mo's puppet sitting on the ground, munching away, which filled him with ecstatic delight. Ha ha ha. Minner remarked that this fellow was not to be underestimated and advised caution. Yet, it now appeared he was nothing but a coward, resting beneath a tree without any protective measures set in place. It was only fitting that he met his demise at my hands today. The stout monk's jowls trembled as he clasped his prayer beads and approached the puppet-like figure of Lin Mo. When the distance was nearly sufficient, he hurled the beads, sending forth a dozen fiery projectiles toward Lin Mo. The puppet, who had been indulging in food, suddenly widened his terrified eyes, caught completely off guard by the blazing beads. Boom! The puppet, along with the great tree behind him, was engulfed in roaring flames. Was that it? The stout monk sensed something amiss, having clashed with Lin Mo previously. He knew the adversary was not so easily dealt with. Could it be a puppet talisman? He began to grasp the situation, but alas, it was too late. A blue figure darted past him, swiftly piercing through his body with a sword. Caught in a counter-ambush, he struggled to comprehend the turn of events. After all, he was a formidable practitioner of the 4th level of Qi refinement. It was not so simple to extinguish his life. With a swift motion, he retaliated by unleashing a massive golden handprint toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo could have withstood this blow, yet with victory within his grasp, there was no need to take such risks. He nimbly evaded, executing a stylish backflip to dodge the strike, but the great tree behind him was not as fortunate. Crash! The colossal trunk was utterly pierced, leaving an imprint in the shape of a hand. One could only imagine the consequences had that blow landed upon a person. How despicable! The stout monk, clutching his punctured chest, pointed a trembling finger at Lin Mo, unable to believe what had transpired. Chapter 67. Counterattack. The despicable one is you. Just after exiting the market, you ambushed me. Fortunately, my life is not yet forfeit, though some may not be so lucky. Lin Mo smirked, his expression darkening. What are you planning? The stout monk, bloodied and panicked, felt the life ebbing away from him, realizing that although the previous strike was not fatal, it was nonetheless draining. If he exerted all his energy to heal now, he might preserve his life. Unfortunately, Lin Mo appeared intent on not letting him escape, slowly closing in. Lin Mo, spare me. Take whatever you desire. The stout monk retreated, his face a mask of fear. I want your life. Lin Mo extended his right hand, fingers splayed. Spear, spear, spear. Ice spikes erupted from the ground, racing toward the stout monk, who turned and fled in terror. I have just mastered the ice spike technique. How fitting to test it on you. Lin Mo chuckled mockingly, then waved his fingers, launching 3 ice spikes in rapid succession. As the spikes were about to pierce the stout monk, Lu Min's figure suddenly appeared, slicing through the 3 spikes with her sword. Finally, she had arrived. Lin Mo turned to Lu Min, a smile gracing his lips. Lu Min gasped, sensing the gravity of the situation. The stout monk, a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator, was utterly at his mercy, while she, a mere 2nd-level practitioner, was courting disaster. Lin Mo, I am not in league with him. Please do not misunderstand. Lu Min regretted her earlier decision to intervene, biting her lip in self-reproach. Lin Mo stared intently at Lu Min, incredulous. Had she betrayed her allies so swiftly? A misunderstanding? Is leaving a tracking mark on me also a misunderstanding? Lin Mo's voice was chilling, showing no intention of sparing her. I was wrong. For the sake of my sister. Could you possibly let me go? Lu Min pleaded earnestly. Miss Lu Ping is so kind. How could her sister be so cruel, repeatedly attempting to bring about my demise? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. Ultimately, he decided to grant her a chance, considering Miss Lu Ping's kindness, for no one is born a killer. This is a one-time reprieve. Now get out of my sight. Upon hearing this, Lu Min unexpectedly laughed. Huh, do you truly believe I would beg for mercy? You are delightfully naive. No wonder my sister is fond of you. To be frank, I was merely stalling for time. Attack. Her demeanor shifted abruptly as she bellowed. Lin Mo was taken aback, suddenly realizing the situation was amiss. It turned out there was a third person present, aside from the stout monk and Lu Min. Just as he contemplated his next move, a sound erupted from beneath his feet, and a pair of iron hands, gleaming with an eerie cold light, shot up from the ground, seizing his feet in a vice-like grip. He was immobilized instantly, unable to break free no matter how hard he struggled. This brat possesses formidable spiritual power and has made significant progress. Lu Min, why are you dawdling? Quickly, stab him with your sword. Zhang Kuang shouted, holding Lin Mo's feet tightly. Lin Mo, with your feet restrained, let us see how you evade my blade. Lu Min's face twisted into a smug grin as she lunged at Lin Mo's chest with her sword. Why should I evade? Lin Mo dismissed her attack with indifference. A mere thought summoned an overwhelming chill throughout his body. Even before the sword reached him, it began to freeze, gradually enveloped by a layer of white frost. Witnessing this, Lu Min's expression changed dramatically, yet the blade was already in motion, and she gritted her teeth to continue her thrust. Crack, crack, crack. The sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. How could this happen? Lu Min, clutching the remaining hilt, wore a look of disbelief. I can't hold on any longer. Zhang Kuang rolled aside. But the iron hands had turned to solid ice, still gripping Lin Mo's feet tightly. Before he could react, Lin Mo's azure spiritual energy surged, shattering the iron hands effortlessly. The three of them gathered, astonished and furious. This brat had made such terrifying advancements in just a few days. The chilling spiritual energy he wielded could not possibly have been cultivated in such a short time. He must have acquired some treasure. The wealth of treasures he possessed was staggering, yet it seemed today they would not have the opportunity to seize any. The trio muttered among themselves. Lin Mo raised his right hand, and an ice spike rapidly formed in his palm. Zhang Kuang, you betrayed your allies. Sun Rong and Sun Dong nearly perished because of you, and now you wish to kill me for treasure. You truly deserve your fate. With a forceful push of his right hand, the ice spike hurtled toward Zhang Kuang at breakneck speed. Having just witnessed the might of Lin Mo's icy energy and now bereft of the iron claws, Zhang Kuang had no means to defend himself and hurriedly sought refuge behind Lu Min and the stout monk. You go to your doom. Do not drag us down with you. The stout monk forcibly pulled him aside. The sharp ice spike struck him, piercing through his body. Zhang Kuang fell to his knees with a thud, blood gushing forth and soaking the surrounding grass. To his astonishment, the traitor was ultimately pushed out by his teammates to meet his demise. After dealing with the arrogant foe, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the plump monk and Lu Min, for in his lexicon, there was no room for mercy. It is your turn now. Do you have any final words to impart? He regarded the duo with disdain. Lu Min was clearly no match for him, and as for the plump monk, who was at the 4th level of chi refinement and the only potential threat, he was already on the brink of collapse after being struck through by a sword. At this moment, both were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Unbeknownst to them, the roles of hunter and prey had long since been reversed, and it was far too late for the three to realize this. Lin Mo, please don't kill me. My sister, Lu Ping, is still assisting you with the research on the talismans. She would never forgive you if she found out. Lu Min's face turned pale with terror as she pleaded for her life. The death of the arrogant one had finally opened her eyes to reality. The three of them were no match for Lin Mo, and her sole desire now was to survive. For reasons unknown, she recalled the time when her family had wiped out over 300 members of a rival clan in a single night. Cultivators possess powers far surpassing those of mortals, and they have never regarded ordinary people with respect. Their hands are stained with blood to varying degrees. Even someone as righteous as Lin Mo could not escape this fate. I have already given you a chance, which you did not cherish. Do you truly believe I would show you mercy now? Lin Mo's expression was grim as he fixed his gaze upon her. The trials he had endured had made him acutely aware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. To survive, one must never show leniency. My sister truly cares for you. Please take care of her for me. And do not inform her that I was killed by you, for she would hate you for eternity. Lu Min, in despair, had come to terms with her impending death and closed her eyes. Lin Mo said nothing further and threw an explosive talisman towards her. As Lu Min sensed danger draw near, her body trembled, revealing her lack of the courage she had imagined possessing. Unable to resist, she opened her eyes, instinctively attempting to flee, only to discover her legs were encased in ice, rendering her immobile. A piercing scream echoed through the vast forest. Countless shards of ice, along with the flames of the explosion, scattered within a radius of several dozen meters. Lin Mo stepped forward, extinguishing the flames, granting her a semblance of dignity in death, which he considered his final act of mercy. Witnessing the tragic demise of the two, the already pale and weakened plump monk realized his own fate was sealed. At that moment, he attained enlightenment. As it is cause, so it is effect. This is all a result of the greedy thoughts of this humble monk. He sat cross-legged, incessantly fiddling with his prayer beads, reciting scriptures. Master, please live a good life in the next incarnation. With a swift motion, Lin Mo unleashed a massive fireball that enveloped the plump monk, who soon turned to ashes. After eliminating the three, Lin Mo scoured the battlefield, discovering 3 storage bags containing numerous materials and elixirs, along with over 30 spirit stones, a modest yet welcome addition to his current finances. The flame Buddha beads were quite commendable. He picked them up from the ground and placed them into his storage bag, replenishing a few elixirs before preparing to continue his journey. At that moment, he sensed 2 cultivators rapidly approaching. Someone is coming. He quickly concealed himself behind a patch of grass, regrettably realizing that his concealment talismans had already been expended. The speed at which the 2 individuals approached was astonishing, akin to a relentless chase. In a brief moment, he discerned the figures of a man and a woman. Sister Qin. Chapter 68. The Iron Fiend of the Demon Sect. Sister Qin descended gracefully upon the wind, lightly treading on fallen leaves as she alighted beside a still-burning tree. Clad in the azure robes of her sect, her skin glowed like freshly fallen snow. Her captivating eyes and serene visage rendered her akin to a celestial being, exuding an ethereal charm. Observing the devastation around her and inhaling the metallic scent of blood in the air, her brow furrowed in dismay. Having been pursued, she had hoped that the sight of flames would signal assistance, only to be confronted with a scene of chaos. At that moment, a plume of black smoke descended, revealing a male cultivator draped in a black robe and wearing an iron mask. The aura emanating from him unmistakably marked him as a disciple of the demon sect. Qingyun, cease your futile resistance and accompany me to the soul-devouring abyss. The sect master has inquiries for you. His voice was hoarse, unsettling to the ear. Iron Fiend, there is no need for your words. I am unaware of anything. Qingyun seethed with indignation, finding it absurd that the Iron Fiend of the soul-devouring sect had fixated upon her, demanding information regarding the disappearance of the ancient demon from 30 years past. She had not yet been born. How could she possess any knowledge? Nevertheless, she sensed something amiss. The soul-devouring sect would not pursue her without reason. You need not elaborate. The sect master will discern the truth through his soul-searching technique. My duty is to escort you back. The Iron Fiend's demeanor was resolute. From their exchange, Lin Mo gleaned the situation. The Iron Fiend intended to abduct Sister Qin. He had once heard Chun mention the soul-searching technique, noting its severe side effects. Those subjected to it often succumb to madness, rendering it a method to be used with great caution. Sister Qin must not fall into the hands of the Iron Fiend. Lin Mo clenched his fists. Who? The Iron Fiend suddenly turned his gaze toward the underbrush, where he unexpectedly spotted Lin Mo. An ominous feeling enveloped Lin Mo as he prepared to flee, but a cloud of black mist struck his chest. Fortunately, the ice armor technique had not yet dissipated, absorbing much of the impact. In a flash of inspiration, he let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground, feigning death. Junior brother Lin. Sister Qin recognized his voice. Iron Fiend, if you have a grievance, direct it toward me. Do not harm the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Upon witnessing his attack, Sister Qin drew her sword in fury. Still wishing to contend with me? Hasn't the outcome already been determined? A chilling laugh escaped the Iron Fiend, who regarded Sister Qin with disdain. I shall not yield to your demon sect. Sister Qin declared resolutely, thrusting her long sword toward the Iron Fiend, a vibrant azure light trailing in its wake. It was evident that her Qingyun sword technique had reached a remarkable level, each strike imbued with lethal precision. The azure glow seemed almost sentient, continually clashing against the demonic energy exuded by the Iron Fiend. Enough. Do not compel me to take your life. The soul-searching technique need not be performed on the living. The Iron Fiend deftly evaded her strikes, maintaining a nonchalant posture with his arms crossed. You are despicable. Sister Qin, incensed, vanished from sight in a ghostly manner, only to reappear behind the Iron Fiend, her long sword flashing azure as it aimed for his back. In that moment, hope flickered within her, Yet alas, it seemed all in vain. Clang! The longsword struck fiercely against the back of the Iron Fool, producing a metallic clang that proved futile, leaving Sister Qin momentarily stunned. The Iron Fool turned around, arms crossed, and suddenly unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending Sister Qin hurtling away, soaring over Lin Mo's head before crashing into a colossal tree. As she fell, it was evident that the tree split instantaneously and was splattered with considerable blood, indicating that Sister Qin had sustained grave injuries, yet she still staggered to her feet. Sword in hand. Have you had enough? I had no intention of killing you. Do not compel me to do so. The Iron Fool, equally exasperated, had never encountered such a stubborn woman. No, you have slain junior brother Lin, and I demand your life in recompense. Sister Qin, wielding her longsword, ascended once more, re-engaging the Iron Fool in battle, her every move imbued with lethal intent. The Iron Fool, his gaze sharp and wary, did not dare underestimate her. He stomped the ground fiercely and leapt into the air. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant your wish. Blood Soul technique. With both hands pressed down, a surging orb of crimson light erupted, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp blood waves. Sister Qin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily summoned her protective artifact, the Qingyun Bell, enveloping herself within its confines. As the granddaughter of Elder Qin, while her offensive capabilities may not be her forte, her defensive prowess was formidable. The Qingyun Bell, a top-tier magical tool, boasted exceptional defensive strength and could accumulate and rebound the damage it absorbed, posing a significant threat to any careless adversary. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless crimson waves battered against the azure bell, generating a cacophony of violent impacts. Sister Qin silently calculated the bell's limits, poised to launch a counteroffensive when the accumulated power reached its zenith. Qin Ziyue, you are truly obstinate. Today I shall return with your corpse to report back. The Iron Fool intensified his assault with the Blood Soul technique against the Qingyun Bell, fully aware that no defensive artifact was invincible. With sufficient force, it could be shattered. Given Sister Qin's grievous injuries, should she lose the protection of the Qingyun Bell, she would be utterly vulnerable. Indeed, with each successive strike, the Qingyun Bell began to manifest fine cracks. Seeing the fissures, the Iron Fool's excitement surged, and he launched even more fervent attacks, his blood energy surging. Naturally, as a battle-hardened disciple of the demonic sect, he was not without his own defenses. A crimson aura enveloped him, forming a protective shield that would allow him to escape unharmed should any unforeseen circumstances arise. If he were facing an ordinary disciple of the demonic sect, Sister Qin would have already counterattacked. However, the Iron Fool was no trivial opponent, being a late-stage Foundation establishment master. Only when the Qingyun Bell had amassed its power to the utmost would she have a chance to turn the tide against him. As the bombardment continued, the cracks in the Qingyun Bell widened, nearing its breaking point. Seeing the bell on the verge of shattering, Sister Qin furrowed her brows, resolved to launch her counterattack. Now is the moment. She formed a hand seal, promptly redirecting the Qingyun Bell's formation from defense to offense, releasing all the power she had gathered. A formidable beam of bloodlight sliced through the air, aimed directly at the Iron Fool's midsection. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness. The expansive coverage of the bloodlight left the Iron Fool with no option for evasion. He could only brace himself for the impact. As the wave of blood surged toward his abdomen, the Iron Fool felt an unsettling flutter in his eyelids, for the first time sensing that death was alarmingly close. Bang! 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 He unleashed his full strength, and in an instant, the crimson shield was fortified by numerous layers. Despite this, he still felt incapable of withstanding the overwhelming force of the rebound, his body involuntarily retreating. As he fell back, he continuously increased the layers of the crimson shield in hopes of resisting the returning bloodlight. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed. His waist garments were ripped apart, and a gash was carved into his body by the bloodlight, causing blood to flow profusely. Iron Ugly broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had underestimated the power of the Qingyun Bell. With mere physical strength, he could no longer deter the bloodlight. Should things go awry, it could very well lead to his demise. The only viable strategy was to find a way to dissipate the force. With this thought, he forcefully stomped his right foot down, propelling himself backward like a flying arrow. Sister Qin showed no intent of letting him off, emerging from the Qingyun Bell to launch a swift attack towards Iron Ugly, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, unleashing a flurry of fierce sword energy. If she did not seize this opportunity to claim his life, the chance for a reversal would be lost forever. You dare to challenge me? You are not worthy. Iron Ugly countered, dispelling the sword energy with a wave of his hand, ready to turn defense into offense when he suddenly sensed something amiss behind him. A sharp sound pierced the air, Something had plunged into his back. Chapter 69. Allies against the enemy caught between foes. Iron Ugly was thrown into disarray. With a powerful swing of his iron hand, he struck Sister Qin away. Just as Qin Ziyue attempted to rise, she coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Forced to kneel on one knee, using her sword for support, dark magic energy surged from the blood, spreading outwards, causing the flora within a several-meter radius to wither away. When she looked up, she was taken aback to see that the one who had ambushed Iron Ugly was none other than Lin Chen. Stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her, both joy and astonishment. Lin Chen was alive. How wonderful. After repelling Qin Ziyue, Iron Ugly turned to face Lin Chen. His expression one of disbelief. A second-layer Qi refinement cultivator, who had withstood my strike and survived. He could hardly fathom that Lin Chen had been feigning death all along. Despite being in the late stage of foundation establishment, he thought even a first-layer foundation establishment cultivator like Qin Ziyue would not withstand a blow from him. What shocked him even more was that despite having the Blood Soul shield for protection and wearing the obsidian iron armor, he could withstand an attack from a foundation establishment expert without being breached. The sword in Lin Mo's hand had actually harmed him. This sword possesses great significance. He glanced down to see the rusted blade, imbued with chilling spiritual energy and still dripping with blood, alongside shattered ice on the ground. In that moment, he comprehended why Lin Chen had not perished earlier. The ice magic must have mitigated the damage. What a remarkable lad. A mere second-layer Qi refinement cultivator managing to endure my strike. I wonder what other skills you possess apart from feigning death and ambushing. With a sudden movement, he swatted the exorcising evil sword aside, and then charged at Lin Chen, engaging him in fierce combat. Cursed be it. The exorcising evil sword was so close to absorbing spiritual energy. Lin Chen executed the Qingyun Sword technique, fighting while retreating, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that Iron Ugly, despite being grievously injured and pierced by a sword due to the rebound effect of the Qingyang bell, would still possess such ferocity. Each strike aimed to kill with immense force, truly embodying the prowess of a foundation establishment expert. Iron Ugly, I have already sent a message to the nearby sect disciples. You cannot escape. Qin Shiji furrowed her brows and shouted aloud. She had intended to rush forward with her sword to support Lin Chen, but alas. Her injuries were too severe, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Her vision was blurred, and she had to consume several medicinal pills while sitting cross-legged to heal. Hoping to quickly regain some of her strength to assist, Tai Chao's previous strike was formidable. Demonic energy had already infiltrated her body, leaving her unable to gather even a shred of spiritual power. After several attempts, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, with black blood seeping from her mouth. Ha! Spare me your empty words. What if there are disciples of the celestial sect nearby? I shall slay one if they come, two if they dare. I, Tai Cho, am not easily intimidated. Once I capture you and present you to the sect leader, I shall earn great merit, perhaps even a chance to ascend to elder status. In that case, I might just owe you my gratitude, Fairy Ziyue. Tai Cho sneered, utterly unfazed by her words. However, his excitement, coupled with the strain of battling Lin Chen, exacerbated his injuries. The wound on his abdomen throbbed painfully, and the sword hole piercing through his chest gushed blood, hampering his ability to fight at full strength. Despite this, he still maintained the prowess of a late-stage foundation establishment expert, pushing Lin Chen into a defensive retreat. Should you wish to capture Qin Shiji, you must first contend with my sword. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, parrying attacks while rapidly contemplating his options. If he were to turn and flee now, it was likely that Tai Cho, in his current state, would struggle to pursue him. However, this would leave Qin Shiji in dire straits, likely to be captured and subjected to the soul-searching methods of the soul-devouring abyss, potentially driving her mad. Recalling the moments spent beside the bamboo cottage in the medicinal garden, where Qin Shiji patiently taught him to read and study alchemy, stirred a deep resolve within him. He vowed that he could not allow Tai Cho to succeed. It seemed he had no choice, as Lin Chen was forced to retreat repeatedly by Tai Cho. He decided to unleash the Thousand Shadows sword technique, his trump card, for Tai Cho's cultivation level warranted such a response. His figure paused briefly before rapidly changing his stance. With his foot striking the ground and fingers forming the sword seal, numerous afterimages materialized around him. Tai Cho was taken aback, witnessing the sword shadows converging from all directions. In a panic, he raised his iron hand to defend, only to be struck by a blade from behind. Thousand Shadows sword technique. Are you of the demonic path? Tai Cho broke into a cold sweat, realizing the intricacy of the sword technique, long thought lost to the demonic sect. To his astonishment, someone had mastered it. In his flustered state, he became vulnerable, and Lin Mo seized the opportunity to inflict several wounds upon him. Do I resemble one? Lin Mo, now wielding the Thousand Shadows sword technique, turned the tide of battle, seamlessly transitioning from defense to offense with apparent ease. Whether you admit it or not, your previous ambush was more demonic than the demonic path itself. With your exceptional swordplay, why not join me in returning to the soul-devouring abyss? I assure you, I will recommend you before the sect leader, and with your skills, you shall ascend to elder status in no time. Seeing that he could scarcely withstand the Thousand Shadows sword technique, Tai Cho resorted to verbal deception, though inwardly he seethed with frustration. Damn it! Were it not for my grievous injuries preventing me from condensing the blood soul technique, I would have already crushed this brat. How dare a mere chi refinement stage cultivator be so audacious before me? Are all the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect so reckless? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, and with a swift slash of his sword, the clash of steel echoed in the air. A towering ice spike erupted from the ground, relentlessly thrusting towards Tai Cho. Such childish deceptions are hardly effective on me. Not only do I lack interest in becoming one of your demonic elders, but even if I were inclined, my ambition would be to ascend as the sect leader. What? You believe you can claim that title? Such arrogance is astounding. With a swift motion, Tai Cho struck down, shattering the ice spikes before him, splattering them with a pool of crimson. Almost immediately, the two adversaries charged at each other once more, their clash resounding with the metallic ring of swords and the fierce energy of blood. To my astonishment, junior brother Lin's swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Tai Cho, a formidable expert in the late Foundation establishment stage, despite sustaining severe injuries, was still a powerful force. The fact that junior brother Lin could engage him for such an extended duration without faltering is indeed a miracle. Observing this scene, Sister Qin, who was tending to her wounds, felt a mix of surprise and joy, her heart swelling with deeper affection for him. She realized that, given Lin Mo's skills, escaping would not be a challenge. Yet, he chose to remain and fight, revealing a singular motive. Junior brother Lin does not wish for me to fall into the hands of the demonic sect, and I cannot bear the thought of him getting hurt. I must intervene. I cannot allow him to battle alone. If any misfortune were to befall him, I would carry that regret for a lifetime. Furrowing her brows, Qin Ziyue contemplated the duel before her, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. Although the healing she had undergone did not expel the demonic energy within her, it had restored some measure of her spiritual power. With a deft flick of her wrist, she gathered a sphere of azure energy, swiftly forming it into a long sword with a series of intricate hand seals. Pointing the blade towards Tai Cho, she unleashed it with a decisive thrust. Seeing Qin Ziyue abandon her recovery to launch a surprise attack, Tai Cho let out a strange, shrill laugh. How is it that every disciple of the celestial sect seems to favor ambushes? Truly, this world has changed. Engaged in fierce combat with Lin Mo, evading the surprise strike would expose him to vulnerabilities with dire consequences. Reluctantly, he activated his blood soul great technique, enveloping himself in a shield of sanguine energy. Clang, clang, clang. The azure sword struck against the shield, trembling violently as it sought to penetrate. Chapter 70. A sword to shatter the shield. What was even more dire, Lin Mo combined several sword shadows into one, unleashing a powerful strike. The two coordinated their assault with remarkable synergy, and Tai Cho, now at his last gasp, realized that if the blood soul shield were to crumble, he would be left with no escape. The might of Lin Mo's sword was irresistible. Though it appeared to be a single strike, the collision between the blade and the blood soul shield sent forth countless razor-sharp sword energies, mercilessly tearing at the shield until it was in tatters. Meanwhile, Sister Qin found her spiritual energy depleted, weakened to the point of near fainting, and hastily consumed several pills. As the granddaughter of Elder Qin, she may not have had an abundance of spirit stones, yet she was never lacking in medicinal elixirs. Watching Lin Mo unleash his unparalleled attack, a tidal wave of force crashing forward, she felt a profound sense of awe. This strike from junior brother Lin is astonishingly powerful, far surpassing the Qingyun sword technique by 100-fold. As the blood soul shield neared its breaking point, Tai Cho's mind was a chaotic storm. He had never anticipated that he would one day be vanquished by a mere chi refining stage disciple. His eyelids twitched violently, his heart gripped by terror, as blood surged from his chest, compelling him to hastily cover the wound. Through the fragmented, blood-red shield, he exchanged a fierce glance with Lin Mo, etching this young cultivator into his memory. A notion of escape began to surface in his mind, yet a sense of reluctance compelled him to fight with all his might. His right hand abruptly opened, and a surge of blood energy erupted wildly, instantly mending the torn blood soul shield. The price for this was that blood gushed from both front and back of his pierced body, should he persist in this reckless endeavor. It could very well cost him his life. Ignoring the peril, he fixated on Lin Mo, relentlessly pouring blood energy into the shield. He believed that if he could withstand this strike, he would mount a counterattack and emerge victorious, unaware that this was merely the beginning. Remarkably, the shield had begun to reassemble. If one strike was insufficient to shatter it, then another would surely suffice. Lin Mo unleashed another strike, with countless sword shadows converging into this one blow, fiercer than the last. With a thunderous crash, the blood soul shield was cleaved apart, leaving no chance for it to coalesce again. This is bad. Tai Chao's eyes locked onto the descending sword edge. If he did not flee now, he might very well perish here. As a formidable foundation-building expert, being slain by a mere chi-refining cultivator would be a source of ridicule. Immortalized in the annals of the Eastern States cultivation community, while there had been prodigies who transcended realms in the past, never had he encountered such a vast disparity in cultivation levels as today. At this moment, he could not help but recall the undefeated sword immortal, Li Juanhao, renowned for his penchant for challenging those above his level, feeling that this individual before him rivaled even Li Juanhao of yore. With no time for further contemplation, as the sword edge approached his face, he hastily gathered his blood energy and retreated rapidly, almost instantaneously appearing atop a large tree several dozen meters away. Well done, young man. You truly have skill to breach my blood soul shield. Though I am gravely injured, your ability to achieve this is commendable. Perhaps you should give my proposal some serious thought and accompany me to the soul-devouring abyss? Tai Chao's complexion was pale, yet a hint of a smile graced his lips, as he felt a sense of relief after narrowly escaping. To think he would still try to persuade Lin Mo to join him in the soul-devouring abyss at such a time. Senior, I appreciate your kind offer. But as a disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, I shall never betray my sect, Lin Mo replied, fully aware that Tai Cho was unable to subdue him. Pressing him further might lead to mutual destruction, so he had no intention of obstructing his escape. Seeing this unfold, Sister Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief and rose, her face tinged with bitterness. Had it not been for Lin Mo's selfless intervention, she surmised she would have been captured by Tai Cho and her fate uncertain. Lin brother, do not waste words with him. Seize the moment while he is injured and take him down. Otherwise, it will be difficult to eliminate him once he escapes. Sister Qin advised fiercely, urging Lin Mo to continue his pursuit. At this moment, Lin Mo felt a weight upon him. The two powerful strikes he had unleashed had already drained his spiritual energy, leaving the outcome of any further battle uncertain. As a second-layer chi-refining cultivator, those two strikes had been the extent of his capabilities. Sister Qin, you should focus on recuperating, Lin Mo responded, undeterred, adhering to his own pace. Fairy Ziyue, your Lin brother is quite disobedient. Does this disappoint you? In truth, you ought to express gratitude towards him. You are nothing more than a defeated opponent in my eyes. Had he not appeared today, you would have long accompanied me back to the abyss of soul devouring. During the brief respite of the wretched Iron Ugly, the grievous wound upon his chest was mending rapidly. This fiend, it seems, is merely biding his time to recuperate. He remains obstinate in his pursuit of Sister Qin. What secret could she possibly hold? Regardless, preserving one's life is paramount, and I must flee before he regains his strength. Lin Mo approached Sister Qin, applying a healing talisman to her wound. Sister, this demon is formidable. If he recovers, we shall surely perish. We must escape at once. Lin Mo communicated telepathically. Understood. Sister Qin nodded, having also noticed Iron Ugly's swift recovery. It is over. None of you shall escape. Iron Ugly, not waiting for his injuries to fully heal, launched another assault. He kicked off a tree trunk, propelling himself towards the pair like a cannonball, his iron fists emanating a crimson aura. A sinister grin etched across his face. Iron Ugly's preemptive strike caught them off guard. In a moment of desperation, Sister Qin hurled her azure sword, which transformed into a beam of chilling light, aimed directly at Iron Ugly's face. He sidestepped, granting them a fleeting moment to escape. Sister, get on, Lin Mo urged, standing atop the spirit wind sword. Without hesitation, Sister Qin leapt onto the sword before Iron Ugly could reach them. A thunderous explosion erupted behind them, sending dust swirling into the air. Ignoring all distractions, Lin Mo focused solely on maneuvering the spirit wind sword through the sky with utmost speed. In such dire circumstances, there was no room for error. Sister Qin glanced back to see Iron Ugly, fists clenched amidst the swirling dust. His gaze fixed on them with an intensity that chilled her. Damn you! You cannot escape, he shouted, launching a medium-sized divine wind boat, climbing aboard in pursuit. Sensing the overwhelming force behind them, Lin Mo warned, Sister Qin, brace yourself. Understanding his intent to accelerate, Sister Qin tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How disgraceful, being rescued by Lin Chen, she thought, her emotions a tumultuous blend, as Lin Mo felt her embrace. A surge of energy propelled them skyward. Curse it. Even a slight manipulation of my spiritual energy feels like fire searing my chest. I must heal soon. But you shall not evade my grasp. Nearby disciples of the soul-devouring sect received his orders to pursue the 2 disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect, who had fled towards the Valley of Ghost Spirits. Observing their diminishing figures, Iron Ugly realized it would be challenging to catch up. He retrieved a communication talisman, tossing it into the air, where it trembled and ignited, vanishing swiftly. Simultaneously, disciples of the soul-devouring sect within 100 miles received his message. Chapter 71. Valley of Ghost Spirits. Less than an hour after Lin Mo and his companions departed, Hu Xinggu, Daoist Cui Ping, and the burly man Xiao Yunhai, wielding a massive axe, arrived by the smoldering tree. Gazing at the devastation and inhaling the heavy scent of blood in the air, the trio exchanged knowing glances. Fully aware that a fierce battle had recently transpired here, Hu Xinggu approached the lifeless body of Zhang Kuang, crouching down to examine it closely. He had perished from the ice spike technique, whose mastery could reach such formidable heights. Gazing at the ice-pierced corpse of Zhang Kuang, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. A nagging suspicion arose within her. Could this be the work of that young scoundrel Lin Mo? She recalled witnessing him purchase a piece of cold ice tortoiseshell at the market, infused with abundant cold energy. Cui Daosher stroked his chin, deep in thought. After Lin Mo's previous visit to the market, he had followed closely behind and had indeed seen him acquire the tortoiseshell. There exists a strong possibility. I've long sensed something amiss with Lu Min, which compelled me to leave a tracking mark on her. Those 3 conspired to conceal their dealings with Lin Mo, aiming to hoard the spoils, but instead, they have met with misfortune. Had we arrived sooner, perhaps this could have been avoided. Hu Xiangu deduced the situation, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Their demise is of their own making. What matters most now is to locate Lin Mo and ensure he is not allowed to escape easily. Cui Ping clenched his fists, a fierce glimmer in his eyes. Since Lu Min and her companions proved no match for him, Hu Xiangu blinked, a hint of concern flickering within her. As a loose cultivator who had attained the 5th level of qi refinement, she was certainly no fool. What is there to fear? He has yet to encounter me. Otherwise, a single swing of my axe would suffice to vanquish him, regardless of his prowess. The burly Xiao Yunhai swung his axe down fiercely, burying it firmly into the earth. One must remain vigilant. This matter requires careful deliberation. Upon concluding her thoughts, Hu Xiangu turned to depart, as the deaths of the 3 weighed heavily on her mind. Is she leaving just like that? That young man must be nearby, not having fled far, with so many treasures on him. How regrettable it would be to let him go. I suspect Lu Min and the others were merely careless. With his low cultivation level, his capabilities must be limited. Perhaps we should search the vicinity. It's possible he has sustained injuries, and the blood on the ground might belong to him. Cui Ping and the burly man followed closely behind, urging her to reconsider. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. First, we must ascertain this young man's background. I have an inkling that he is no ordinary outer disciple, exhibiting such formidable combat prowess. Hu Xinggu chose to disregard their suggestions, and the 3 figures gradually faded into the distance. 100 miles away, in the Ghost Spirit Valley, shrouded in mist, Lin Mo soared through the air on his spirit wind sword, arriving at this secluded location. Sister Qin, we should be safe here. Lin Mo scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, detecting no pursuers. One must not be complacent. Tai Cho seems determined and may very well be rallying the experts of the soul-devouring sect to scour the area. They will soon discover this place. We should take refuge in the lower regions of Ghost Spirit Valley for a while. Should they fail to find us, they will inevitably depart. The familiar presence of Sister Qin approached, accompanied by a gentle touch. Very well then. Lin Mo reluctantly allowed his sword to descend, as the outer sect competition loomed near, and he could not afford to miss it. However, Sister Qin's reasoning was sound. What if Tai Cho truly mobilized his forces to hunt us down? Given Tai Cho's reckless nature, it is entirely plausible. The soul-devouring sect boasts numerous experts. Thus, retreating from the limelight is indeed the wisest course of action. Although he had not exerted his full strength during the battle with Tai Cho, as he had yet to summon the 2nd-tier mutated spirit beast, the golden-eyed white giant ape, and his magical talismans remained unused, Tai Cho's prowess was undeniably formidable. Even severely wounded, he was not an adversary Lin Mo could easily handle. Do not worry. You shall not miss the outer sect competition. Should you miss it, Senior Sister has ways to ensure you can still venture into the Zetan sacred land for training. Qin Shiji reassured him, having perceptively sensed his emotions. Lin Mo said little in response, swiftly guiding his flying sword into the mist below. Upon entering the Ghost Spirit Valley, an overwhelming aura of death assailed him. The ground was littered with countless bones, some significantly larger than others, undoubtedly belonging to spirit beasts. This place served as one of the battlegrounds from the previous war between immortals and demons, and these remains were the remnants of that fierce conflict. For various reasons, cultivators seldom ventured into the valley, rendering their current location relatively safe. Find a cave for me to heal. Once my injuries are mended, I shall be able to fight against any experts from the soul-devouring sect, ensuring you do not have to face them alone, Qin Shiji whispered, her arms around his waist, her closeness suggesting a bond forged through shared adversity and mutual trust. Very well, senior sister, Lin Mo replied courteously, his consciousness scanning the vicinity for suitable caves. Lower your altitude. I sense someone searching from above. We must find a cave to conceal ourselves quickly. Once we set up a barrier, they will be unable to locate us. Qin Shiji's voice was tinged with urgency. Nodding in agreement, Lin Mo descended closer to the ground, realizing that flying was not the optimal solution, and landed instead. Just as Qin Shiji was about to inquire why he had halted, he summoned the white giant ape. This is a second-tier spirit beast? Qin Shiji gazed up at the creature in astonishment. Indeed. We can ride it to search for a cave. Under Lin Mo's command, the white giant ape gradually lowered itself, allowing him to perch upon its left shoulder. Senior sister, hurry and join me, he urged. All right. Qin Shiji, filled with excitement, climbed aboard, never having imagined she would ride such a spirit beast one day. You can sit on its right shoulder, Lin Mo suggested, bemused by the fact that they were crammed together. Her thought process was truly unique. Though the white giant ape was sufficiently large to accommodate two individuals on one shoulder, he felt it more balanced for each to occupy their own. My apologies. I was just accustomed to it. Qin Shiji's cheeks flushed as she quickly shifted to the adjacent shoulder. Accustomed to it? Lin Mo recalled the softness against his back, his own face reddening slightly. He promptly directed the white giant ape to rise, stepping over the scattered bones within the Ghost Spirit Valley. After wandering for a considerable time without finding a suitable cave, Lin Mo proposed, Senior sister, we are not far from the sect. Why don't we use a communication talisman to summon our fellow disciples for assistance? That would not be wise. The Eastern States cultivation world has managed to maintain peace for decades. I cannot instigate a conflict. The bones in this valley are already numerous enough, she replied. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Lin Mo perceived that senior sister Qin possessed a remarkable sense of foresight, whereas he had not contemplated such matters deeply. After all, being a senior sister, her thoughts were inherently more comprehensive. By the way, senior sister, why did Iron Cho seek to capture you? He had long wished to pose this inquiry. Logically, given the prolonged peace between the celestial and demonic factions, there seemed to be no reason to instigate conflict without substantial justification. After a prolonged silence, senior sister Qin finally spoke. It is due to the old demon Tianqing. Chapter 72. Glazed Bone. It turned out that 30 years prior, following the disappearance of the old demon Tianqing, the demon sect splintered into numerous factions, each vying for supremacy, rendering them incapable of contending with the celestial sect. Everyone sought to locate the old demon Tianqing, hoping he would lead the demon sect to resurgence. Unbeknownst to them, the soul-devouring sect had acquired intelligence regarding the old demon Tianqing's whereabouts, which prompted them to dispatch Iron Cho and others to apprehend her. In all honesty, senior sister Qin had not yet been born 30 years ago. How could she possibly be linked to the old demon Tianqing? Nonetheless, Iron Cho was undeterred and insisted on taking her back, which was the catalyst for the previous events. After absorbing senior sister Qin's words, Lin Mo fell into contemplation. The soul-devouring sect was far from foolish. They could not have made such a grave error without reason. However, the immediate priority was to find a hidden refuge and evade the pursuit of Iron Cho and his companions. While he pondered, a sharp sound suddenly pierced the air. Crack! Looking down, he observed that the colossal white ape had crushed a massive bone. This bone was thicker than a human waist and approximately 3 to 4 meters long. It was evidently a spirit beast's bone, merely a fragment of its body. One could only imagine the grandeur of this spirit beast when it was alive. The demise of such a formidable creature in that fierce battle illustrated the intensity of the conflict. In the fog-laden Ghost Spirit Valley, echoes of thousands of soldiers' roars and the clang of magical artifacts clashing sent chills down one's spine. Lin Mo noticed that within the shattered bone lay a segment of translucent bone, glistening with a jade-like luster. The existence of such a beautiful and spirited treasure in this hostile, forbidding Ghost Spirit Valley seemed almost ironic. He leapt down and retrieved the fragment, which emanated a powerful surge of spiritual energy, as if on the verge of awakening sentience. Congratulations, junior brother Lin. You have discovered the exceedingly rare glazed bone. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Senior Sister Qin appeared exceedingly exhilarated as she followed him down. Glazed bone. Lin Mo recalled its mention in the notes from the medicinal garden. Glazed bone was immensely precious, as it could only emerge from a multitude of bones, specifically those of cultivators or spirit beasts, imbued with spiritual energy. Many cultivators sought glazed bone in places like the Ghost Spirit Valley, remnants of past battles, as it required great fortune to uncover. This particular glazed bone had formed within the thick, sturdy skeleton of a massive spirit beast, had it not been for the overwhelming force of the white ape. It might have remained undiscovered forever. Holding the glazed bone, Lin Mo felt immense joy, as it was a core material for concocting the glazed beauty pill. The name itself suggests that this is a beauty-preserving elixir, coveted not only by female cultivators, but also by their male counterparts. The ability to concoct such a potion often fetches astronomical prices at auction. Junior brother Lin is indeed blessed with celestial fortune. My grandfather spent his entire life searching for liuli bone, only to discover a fragment no larger than a fingertip, which barely allowed him to refine a single liuli beauty pill. The piece of liuli bone you possess is thicker than an arm. I believe you could easily produce dozens of liuli beauty pills. I once witnessed a liuli beauty pill sell for over 5,000 spirit stones at the Daobao Pavilion auction. Your liuli bone could exchange for immense resources. With such resources at your disposal, your path in the immortal realm is bound to be smooth. It's not just about foundational cultivation. Even the eventual achievement of core formation could be within your grasp. Sister Qin gazed at him with envy, fully aware of the significance of cultivation resources to a practitioner. Please, don't mock me, Sister Qin. You know I possess a pseudo-spiritual root. Merely being able to draw in qi is a stroke of luck, Lin Mo replied humbly. Sister Qin smiled but remained silent, contemplating for a moment before saying, let us continue our journey. Perhaps we might discover another piece. I would be content even if it is not larger than yours, as long as I can refine a liuli beauty pill. She returned to the shoulder of the great white ape, unabashedly expressing her desire for the liuli beauty pill, for no female cultivator wishes to see her beauty fade. White mist floated through the valley, brushing against her soft garments, dancing like flowing clouds and revealing her delicate, flawless calves. Her sex azure attire clung closely to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves amidst the white fog. Lin Mo smiled nonchalantly. If liuli bone were so easily found, the liuli beauty pill would not command such a high price. His own discovery of this substantial fragment was purely fortuitous, and he owed thanks to the great white ape. Little White, you've done a tremendous job, he exclaimed, settling back onto the ape's shoulder, stowing the liuli bone in his storage pouch, and then producing a piece of green serpent meat as a reward for the great beast. By the way, junior brother Lin, I have selected a sword for you. I hope you will find it to your liking, Sister Qin said, presenting a sword to him. Isn't this the very sword I saw in the market before? At that time, Sister Qin lacked the funds to purchase it, but it seems she returned later, likely acquiring it with some elixirs. Lin Mo recognized immediately. This sword represented a considerable investment on Sister Qin's part, stirring feelings of gratitude within him. The blade bore over 300 enchantments, far surpassing the quality of the Qingyun sword issued by their sect, making it a rare gem. However, in comparison to his Zhurong sword, it felt somewhat lacking. With the Zhurong sword in hand, he had no need for another, yet he found it difficult to refuse Sister Qin's thoughtful gesture. I am aware that your rusty iron sword is extraordinary, capable of penetrating the formidable armor of the Iron Demon, a feat not achievable by ordinary artifacts. Every cultivator in the realm harbors their own secrets. I shall keep the secret of this sword to myself. If you wish to prevent it from being known by more people, this sword should not be displayed casually to avoid unnecessary troubles. Do not hesitate, from now on. Wield this sword I have gifted you, as a favor to your sister. Sister Qin turned her head, flashing him a sweet smile. Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing that Sister Qin had already discerned the extraordinary nature of the Zhurong sword. Upon reflection, Sister Qin's words hold a measure of truth. The formidable power of the exorcising sword inevitably attracts the covetous gaze of nefarious individuals, leading to unnecessary troubles. It is indeed much more prudent to wield other swords during ordinary times. I am grateful to you, Sister Qin. I shall accept it. Lin Mo carefully examined the sword he received, noticing a character for Qin engraved 1/3 of the way from the hilt along the blade, clearly inscribed with Sister Qin's own calligraphy. He felt that participating in the outer sect competition with this sword would be advantageous, as it surpasses the Qingyun swords of his peers, which are adorned with merely a handful of formations. In crucial moments, the exorcising sword could serve as a powerful trump card. By the way, Sister Qin, I still owe you that spirit stone from last time, and now I have received such a precious gift from you again. Once I successfully refine the glazed beauty pill, I shall certainly reserve one for you. Is this truly so? Lin Mo, you must not go back on your word. Sister Qin could hardly contain her joy. Had it been another treasure, she might have declined, for bestowing the sword upon Lin Mo was not motivated by a desire for recompense. However, the glazed beauty pill, a potion renowned for its beautifying effects, would be difficult for any female cultivator to refuse. Lin Mo vowed to his inner demons that once he succeeded in concocting the glazed beauty pill, he would indeed reserve one for Sister Qin. As he raised a hand to swear this oath, he suddenly felt a gentle warmth on his lips, realizing that Sister Qin had pressed her lips against his. The look in her eyes was somewhat dazed. Beneath the moonlight, they sat atop the great white ape, feeling the rhythm of each other's heartbeat in their close proximity. The great white ape sensed something amiss and deliberately slowed its pace for greater steadiness. After a long moment, Sister Qin shyly returned to her seat, her gaze wandering as she fidgeted with her hands. Lin Mo, one must not make oaths lightly, so I had to silence you. Do not misunderstand my feelings. Let us consider what just transpired as if it never occurred, and do not divulge it to anyone. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment as she spoke. I understand. Lin Mo responded, uncertain of what else to say. His first kiss had slipped away just like that. Sister, I sense the cave dwelling. Lin Mo looked up and noticed a shimmering barrier on the cliffside. How splendid. Once I recover from my injuries, we can carve our way through together, Sister Qin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the barrier on the cliff. It was evident that the barrier had sustained damage, and it was effortless for her to perceive the presence of a cave dwelling within, which was quite spacious. Noticing Lin Mo's silence, Sister Qin turned to him, asking, Do you regret rescuing me? Of course not, Lin Mo replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he thought about the implications of two individuals of differing genders residing together in such a dim cave. Sister Qin was gravely injured, and her recovery would require several days. How would they spend this time? If they were mere mortals, it might not matter, after all. Passion could ignite fervently. Yet, as cultivators, they must not allow their hearts to waver, otherwise, they would lose sight of the greater path. Perhaps you should leave me here while you return to the sect alone. After all, they seek only me, and I would not want to burden you. Sister Qin, unsure if she was being serious, listened to his words. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo resolutely shook his head. Given the circumstances, how could he abandon her? Sister Qin, hold on tight, little white wishes to ascend. As Lin Mo's words faded, the colossal white ape grasped the rocks and commenced its climb up the cliff face. In a short while, the white giant safely deposited the two of them within the concealed cavern beyond the barrier. I was quite serious earlier. Consider this, the ones they seek are after me. If you return to the sect alone, you will encounter no obstructions, Sister Qin remarked, casting a glance around the dimly lit cavern. Though I, Lin Mo, do not consider myself a great hero, I understand the importance of seeing tasks through to completion. Having rescued my sister, I shall take full responsibility. Rest assured, focus on your recovery here, for I shall tend to you over the coming days. Lin Mo reaffirmed his resolve. Very well, yet I hope the soul-devouring sect does not discover this place. My powers are severely diminished, and until my injuries heal, I fear I may be of no assistance to you. Sister Qin expressed a hint of guilt. Fear not, I still possess certain means to ensure my survival. Sister, please concentrate solely on your healing, Lin Mo confidently assured her. Indeed, I trust you, Sister Qin nodded, stealing a glance at Lin Mo, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Having only entered the sect a year prior, he had successfully advanced to the second level of Qi refinement. And his swordsmanship was remarkable, truly commendable. What captivated her most was his calmness and composure. With careful nurturing over the next few years, he might indeed succeed in establishing a solid foundation. Lin Mo surveyed the dim cavern. It was modest in size, furnished with a stone table, 2 stone chairs, and a stone bed. It seemed the individual who had carved out this haven was not particularly powerful, but it was sufficient for recuperation. By chance, he turned his head and caught sight of Sister Qin's exquisitely fair face, causing his heart to flutter momentarily. Sensing his gaze, Sister Qin quickly averted her eyes and approached the stone bed. I shall begin my healing now. I will leave the formation of the barrier to you. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Lin Mo replied, producing a spirit stone and swiftly forming seals with his hands, laying down one array after another at the cave's entrance. His adept technique resembled that of a seasoned formation master, leaving Sister Qin momentarily speechless. Junior brother Lin, I did not expect your array formation skills to be so refined. Is it true what they say in the market? Have you truly become the designated alchemist for the treasure pavilion? It's merely that I studied alchemy with senior brother Liu for a few days and was fortunate enough to catch the attention of the treasure pavilion. Lin Mo explained while continuing to set up the barrier, briefly recounting the events of the past few days in the market. Sister Qin did not retain much of the information, but the name Jiang Wan lingered in her mind, stirring a hint of jealousy within her. It is evident that Manager Jiang holds you in high regard. Indeed, it seems Manager Jiang appreciates my alchemical skills, which is why I was appointed as the designated alchemist for the treasure pavilion. Since she values you so highly, why not simply leave the sect and join the treasure pavilion? Sister Qin pouted, feeling that no matter what, she could not gather her breath to heal and thus had to resume her meditation. What has caused Sister to suddenly become upset? Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling perplexed after completing the barrier. For a moment, the air in the cavern seemed to grow still, due to the presence of the barrier. They were entirely cut off from the outside world. In a moment of ennui, Lin Mo resolved to cultivate, settling himself cross-legged upon a stone bench. Sister Qin, while channeling her inner energy to heal herself, glanced at him with one eye open. That bench is quite small. How can you cultivate there? Come here, and I shall make some room for you. With a slight shift of her position, Sister Qin created a space that was neither too large nor too small. Lin Mo, feeling justified, moved over without hesitation. As the two engaged in their cultivation, ethereal energies began to rise around their bodies, one white and the other green. Due to their proximity, the two energies intertwined seamlessly. Sister Qin sensed an unusual occurrence and turned to observe Lin Mo, who was deeply engrossed in his practice with his eyes closed, her brows furrowing slightly. At that moment, their closeness during cultivation resembled the intimate connection between male and female practitioners in the Qingyun Pavilion. Her heart raced, and she unconsciously swallowed, her resolve beginning to waver. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained oblivious, his aura of azure energy coalescing rapidly, his focus as steadfast as rock. Before long, the spiritual stone before him was consumed, and instinctively he opened his eyes to replace it, only to unexpectedly find Sister Qin gazing at him. Sister Qin, is there something you need? He inquired with surprise. No. I was merely taken aback by how swiftly you absorb spiritual energy. You've depleted a stone so quickly, Sister Qin replied, astonished. Thus, I rely on medicinal pills for replenishment. Lin Mo produced a vial of gathering spirit pills and consumed them all at once, leaving Sister Qin momentarily speechless. No wonder your cultivation progresses so rapidly. When we return, I shall request more pills from my grandfather for you. Thank you, Sister Qin. After swallowing the pills, Lin Mo resumed his fervent cultivation, embodying the essence of a dedicated practitioner. Truly, I had wished to converse with him further. Sister Qin gazed at his profile, a wave of astonishment washing over her. She sensed that this man would undoubtedly rise swiftly. Merely being the appointed craftsman of the treasure pavilion placed him in a realm most practitioners could only aspire to reach. I never anticipated that Lin Mo would be so extraordinary. I must strive even harder. With that thought, Sister Qin consumed a handful of pills and immersed herself in her own cultivation. As their practices deepened, the entwined energies of white and green responded instinctively to their closeness. Sister Qin's chest rose, her breath growing more rapid. Lin Mo, as a normal man, also found himself responding naturally to the situation. Sensing something amiss, he opened his eyes and turned to look. Sister Qin, he called softly. Yet, she remained absorbed in her cultivation, unresponsive. He studied her intently. Sister Qin was stunningly beautiful, arguably the most enchanting woman he had encountered since joining the sect, her allure transcending mere appearance to encompass her spirit as well. It was remarkable that they could cultivate so closely, their arms completely pressed together, sharing warmth. Unbeknownst to them, during their practice, they had exchanged internal energies, an opportunity not afforded to just anyone. Although he did not possess the techniques of the Qingyun Pavilion, he had nonetheless reaped considerable benefits from their exchange, as Sister Qin surely had as well. Chapter 74. The charm of Senior Sister. Uncertain whether Senior Sister Qin would be angered by our exchange of spiritual energy. A flicker of concern flickered within him. A woman as stunning as Senior Sister Qin, with her foundational cultivation at an early stage, should not be trifled with lightly. His lack of confidence stemmed not from insecurity, but from the cautionary tales of others. Many suitors had met with failure in their pursuits of her affections. Just recently, even the esteemed Zhou Tsang of the inner sect was rebuffed. He was a rapidly rising master, having achieved mid-foundation stage cultivation, surpassing Senior Sister Qin, and hailing from a prestigious family. If such a man could be turned away, what fate awaited the rest? Though Senior Sister Qin was currently gravely injured and struggling to gather her spiritual energy, the innate pride she carried remained undiminished. She was an exceedingly proud woman. Even after their brushes with death and a degree of physical closeness, Lin Mo could not be certain that she would not take offense. Under normal circumstances, he would simply maintain a distance to avoid complications, but in this confined cave, they were forced to remain close. Indeed, his heart was clear of any ill intentions. But the proximity of their bodies spoke a different truth. As if sensing the tension, Senior Sister Qin slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Lin Mo, I feel my injuries healing rapidly. Did you lend me your spiritual energy? She turned to him, and instead of anger, there was a hint of gratitude in her gaze. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. His earlier worries were unfounded. Although proud, Senior Sister Qin was a woman of understanding. It was an unintentional transfer, he replied hastily. Please do not misunderstand, Senior Sister. I harbor no disrespectful intentions. I cannot fathom why this occurred. Perhaps it is due to our close proximity. I should return to the stone bench to cultivate. As he spoke, he attempted to rise, only to be forcefully pulled back. Come back. Senior Sister Qin grasped his arm. His legs had already felt a bit numb, and he lost his balance, tumbling into her embrace. Their eyes met, both surprised by the unexpected closeness. Senior Sister Qin averted her gaze, only to catch sight of his body's reaction. No need, she said. Your assistance in my recovery is quite beneficial. As for your reaction, I find it entirely normal. I, too, have experienced something similar. She stared at him intently, swallowing hard. Ah, Lin Mo was taken aback. What do you mean you also have? Please do not misconstrue my words. What I meant to convey is that we are in this together. Like two grasshoppers on the same rope. No, I meant like two grasshoppers on the same boat. Wait, no grasshoppers. In any case, my point is that we should unite and face this challenge together. There is no need to distinguish between you and me. A little physical contact is unavoidable. I do not mind, so why should you? Feigning calmness, her body betrayed her as she closed her eyes and leaned in to kiss Lin Mo. They had shared a prior experience atop the white giant ape's shoulder, so Lin Mo was not overly shocked. Senior Sister Qin, this may not be appropriate, he began. But his words were silenced by the warmth of her lips, which tasted exquisitely sweet. They lost themselves in the moment, finding it even more enchanting than their first encounter. Lin Mo felt profoundly fortunate to have garnered the affections of Senior Sister Qin. She guided him meticulously in recognizing characters and alchemy, and her enchanting beauty had long captured his heart. However, he was acutely aware of his own principles. Just as Senior Sister Qin sought to advance their relationship, he grasped her hand firmly. Senior Sister, we must not stray from our path. With resolute determination, he endeavored diligently, practicing swordplay a myriad of times each day, vowing to cultivate his skills. How could he indulge in fleeting pleasures? Only when he was certain that she was the one with whom he would forge a lifelong bond. Could he remain untroubled by distractions of the heart? At present, contemplating a partnership was premature. He must first establish a solid foundation and acquire the means to create his own retreat. Senior Sister, my resolve is steadfast. How could I jeopardize your cultivation? He reassured her. I merely wished to test you, and now you have proven yourself. Senior Sister Qin, while smoothing her hair, straightened her posture and regarded him earnestly. Ahem. Why are you still seated? Senior Sister, my legs have gone numb. I shall assist you, she replied, placing her hand against his back and gently helping him to rise. Following the earlier awkward moment, both remained silent, the atmosphere in the cave growing somewhat tense. After a considerable pause, Lin Mo broke the silence. Senior Sister, you must be thirsty. Allow me to fetch you some water. He retrieved a jade bottle from his storage pouch. I'm not particularly parched, having just had a drink. I merely wish to change my attire, she remarked, glancing at her clothes, which bore stains from her earlier battle with Tai Cho. I shall step outside for a stroll. Perhaps I might find some glazed bones. As Lin Mo stood to leave the protective barrier, Senior Sister Qin called him back. Come back. What if you encounter someone from the soul-devouring sect? It would be unwise to take such a risk. Indeed, you are right, Senior Sister. Your foresight is commendable. He acknowledged, blinking as he recalled the fierce encounter with Tai Cho. Even in his injured state, that adversary had proven formidable, and now, partially healed, he could pose a significant challenge. When did you become so sweet-tongued? Senior Sister Qin giggled, clearly flattered. Senior Sister is even sweeter, Lin Mo replied, almost mischievously. Taken aback, Qin's face flushed crimson to the tips of her ears. I shall change my clothes now. Simply turn around, and I trust you won't sneak a glance. She then retrieved a fresh outfit and a bathing talisman from her storage pouch. What if I can't resist? Lin Mo jested, turning his back but glancing away. That would only mean I possess charm, she quipped with a triumphant smile, as she began to remove her blood-stained garments. Soon, the sound of water filled the air. With streams flowing from the cave's entrance, and a fragrant aroma of jasmine wafted through. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. We would be even, after all. I had seen you when you first arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden, Senior Sister Qin remarked as she bathed. You mentioning it almost made me forget, Lin Chen chuckled, feeling a sense of connection with Senior Sister Qin. Perhaps, one day, they truly would become partners. Your clothes are also stained. Take this bathing talisman and wash up. Sister Qin, with her fair hands, reached out beside her neck, holding a bathing talisman. Lin Chen swallowed hard, feeling his resolve waver, yet he remained steadfast. Thank you, sister. He extended his hand to take the talisman, resisting the urge to turn around. After a long while, the sound of water ceased, and he felt someone embrace him from behind. Are you certain you do not wish to glance back at me? Traversing countless rivers and mountains while maintaining a steady heart is the essence of true cultivation. A person who has not experienced life is far more susceptible to the demons within. Just now, you aided me in healing. I wish to assist you in your cultivation. For confronting one's inner demons is a trial every cultivator must face. There is no escaping it. One can only confront it with composure. Sister Qin's gentle voice wafted into his ear, as delicate as a whisper of orchids. Chapter 75. The misfortune of consuming the red wedding dress, seeing Lin Chen unmoved. Sister Qin stepped directly in front of him. Lin Mo's heart raced uncontrollably, finally realizing that his resolve was not as unshakable as he had believed. Sister Qin, with her exquisite skin and graceful figure, was a work of art, evoking a sense of reverence. At that moment, Lin Chen found himself more in admiration than in desire, his gaze devoid of aggression. Noticing his still pure eyes, Sister Qin comprehended that this man was indeed exceptional. Now we are even. She smiled charmingly, quickly donning her garments. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Chen stood immobile, his mind replaying the flawless scene from moments ago. This is a secret between us. You must not tell anyone, Sister Qin warned. Resuming her meditative posture, she had regained some of her cultivation, thanks to the exchange of spiritual energy with Lin Chen, which had facilitated her swift recovery. Strictly speaking, it could not be deemed an exchange. Their energies intertwined and underwent a certain transcendence, benefiting both. I understand. Thank you for aiding my cultivation, sister. Lin Chen felt a fire ignite within him and couldn't help but draw his sword and brandish it. Hearing the whoosh of the sword, Sister Qin opened her eyes to glance at him, a proud smile appearing on her face. It seemed her allure was indeed formidable. Otherwise, he would not need to vent his frustrations through swordplay. Observing his exertion, Sister Qin felt a pang of sympathy, wishing for their union as companions in the path of cultivation to come swiftly. Lin Shitty, you must establish your foundations soon. Then you will be qualified to carve out your own cave dwelling. Her words held a subtle implication, which Lin Chen grasped. I will, he affirmed, repeatedly wielding his sword, his understanding of the sword path deepening slightly. Come and cultivate with me. Having you here accelerates my recovery. Sister Qin extended an invitation, unsure if it was merely an excuse or a genuine need for his companionship and cultivation. All right, Lin Chen had no reason to refuse, for he would gain considerable benefits from cultivating together. With their previous experience and the recent candid encounter, both felt much more at ease. This time, they sat facing each other rather than side by side, allowing their spiritual energies to intertwine more intimately. While cultivating, Sister Qin often opened her eyes to steal glances at him, her heart racing like a startled deer, growing fonder with each look. For several consecutive days, the two individuals diligently practiced within their rudimentary cave dwelling. Their storage bags brimmed with an abundance of resources. During their training, Lin Chen would often take the initiative to prepare meals. Sometimes he would slice simple spirit fruits. Other times he would cook porridge with spirit rice complemented by a few slices of roasted spirit beast meat. And occasionally, they would share a drink purchased from Feishan Tower, making their days rather enjoyable. One day, while preparing spirit fruits, Lin Chen discovered that his supply had been entirely consumed. Glancing at Qingyun, who was meditating with her eyes closed, he realized that while he could manage without spirit fruits, his senior sister required them for her meals. Sister, focus on your cultivation. I shall venture out to find some spirit fruits. But your injuries have yet to fully heal. It's too perilous for you to go alone, Qingyun said, slightly opening her eyes, concern etched on her face. Fear not. I possess sufficient self-defense capabilities and shall return promptly, Lin Chen asserted, dispelling any objections. The valley remained shrouded in the same dense fog as when they first entered, obscuring the distinction between day and night, with countless white bones scattered across the ground. He raised his gaze to the rock face, covered in wild grass, yet no fruits were in sight. I refuse to believe that in such a vast ghost spirit valley, I cannot find even a single spirit fruit. He extended his spiritual awareness, meticulously searching the valley. Before long, he spotted a white-headed eagle soaring close to the cliff, landing on a tree that precariously grew at the edge. The tree bore several enticing red fruits. "Found it!" he exclaimed joyfully, directing his spirit wind sword towards the tree. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a fiery blast to scare away the eagle, then collected the few fruits from the tree into his storage bag. These fruits contained rich spiritual energy and would undoubtedly be a great supplement. Qingyun would surely relish them. Regrettably, the eagle had escaped. Otherwise, it could have made for a rare delicacy if roasted. He adeptly navigated the spirit wind sword back to their cave. "You've returned so soon," Qingyun remarked, still focused on her cultivation with her eyes closed. "Fortune smiled upon me. I managed to procure some spirit fruits from a white-headed eagle." "Is that so? I find myself quite thirsty. Do let me sample them," Qingyun said, parting her crimson lips as Lin Chen promptly placed a vibrant red fruit into her mouth. "How is it? Sweet, I presume?" Lin Chen asked, tasting one himself and finding it delightfully sweet, indicating that the fruit was indeed perfectly ripe. "Indeed, it's very sweet. I must have another," Qingyun replied with a smile, eagerly opening her mouth once more. Thus, they took turns enjoying the fruits until they had completely consumed them. After savoring the sweetness, Lin Chen felt a desire for something savory, prompting him to retrieve a piece of spirit beast meat along with some seasoning to prepare for roasting. At that moment, Qingyun's expression shifted, and she abruptly opened her eyes. "What kind of fruit did you just give me?" She sensed an anomaly within her spiritual energy, a fiery sensation that coursed through her body, rendering her uneasy. Lin Chen paused, also experiencing an unusual sensation in his body, yet he dismissed it lightly. "It's just an ordinary spirit fruit. Even the white-headed eagle consumes them. I figured they were safe to gather." He chuckled, unconcerned. "Something feels amiss. My spiritual energy is in disarray." Qingyun's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze towards Lin Chen becoming somewhat dazed. "It seems, indeed, that something is not quite right." Lin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual sensation spreading throughout his body. It must be due to the immense spiritual energy contained within. He quickly seated himself beside senior sister Qin and began to circulate the Qingyun sword technique to suppress this peculiar feeling. However, the more he attempted to harness his energy, the more difficult it became to contain, and the sensation only intensified, causing his entire body to feel feverishly hot and his breath to quicken. Turning his head, he noticed that senior sister Qin's face had flushed crimson. Having spent so much time together, he had never witnessed her in such a disordered state. "Junior brother Lin, I've just recalled that there exists a fruit in Ghost Spirit Valley known as the red wedding garment. Its rarity only surpassed by the glazed bone. What we consumed earlier must have been that fruit. I forgot to warn you beforehand. Ingesting it significantly enhances one's cultivation, but it comes with a dire side effect. Within half an hour of consumption, one must engage in intimate relations with another, or they will suffer from severe hemorrhaging and die, hence its name, the red wedding garment." Senior sister Qin's breathing grew increasingly labored, and her gaze towards Lin Chen became increasingly peculiar. "Senior sister, you can't be joking, can you? I observed the white-headed eagle consume it without any issues." Lin Chen strained to harness his energy in an attempt to suppress the unsettling sensations within him. The white-headed eagle lacks the ability to absorb spiritual energy, thus it remains unaffected, senior sister Qin succinctly explained, her consciousness becoming more and more hazy as she bit her lip in a bid to maintain her composure. Chapter 76. The puppet army. Senior sister Qin's eyes grew more unfocused, yet she mustered her strength to rise, pointing her sword at Lin Mo's throat. "Lin Chen, I require you to swear the heart demon oath, promising that one day we shall hold a dual cultivation ceremony together." Seizing the clarity of her mind while it lasted, she sought a commitment, fully aware that her endurance was waning. "Senior sister, I haven't contemplated this matter yet," Lin Chen replied. His brow furrowed as he gazed up at her, truly unprepared to make such a decision so soon. "That is perfectly fine. Think about it now. I shall wait for your answer." Senior sister Qin's hand trembled as she held the sword, blood trickling from her nostrils and dripping onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen felt a profound ache in his heart. He understood that senior sister Qin could not hold on much longer, nor could he. If he were to refuse her request today, with her fierce disposition, she would undoubtedly choose death over engaging in such an act with him. Within Ghost Spirit Valley, surrounded by nothing but bleached bones, he too would perish. He had no other choice. Suddenly, senior sister Qin's body went limp, and her sword clattered to the ground. Just as she was about to collapse, Lin Chen swiftly caught her mid-fall, gazing into her eyes as he declared, "Senior sister, I promise you." He had made his decision. "Remember your vow," she whispered, her delicate hand encircling his neck. Understanding her intent, Lin Chen hesitated no longer. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the tempest subsided. Senior Sister Qin lay beside him, clutching her clothing as if she had drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, feeling a significant advancement in his cultivation. It seemed that the third level of qi refinement was no longer an unattainable goal. He had only recently broken through to the second level, and such rapid progress would surely astonish even those with heavenly roots. This red wedding garment fruit truly possessed miraculous effects, worthy of its esteemed status. Albeit it had nearly cost him his life. After Lin Chen completed a full circulation of his energy, he felt that he had thoroughly absorbed the essence of the spiritual fruits. Turning his head, he quietly retrieved his garments from his storage bag and draped them over Senior Sister Qin. Days later, with the aid of numerous elixirs and Lin Mo's support, Senior Sister Qin's injuries had completely healed. Her cultivation surpassed her previous state, and she appeared radiant and rosy-cheeked, seemingly having gained a little weight. All thanks to Lin Mo's exceptional culinary skills, particularly his barbecuing prowess. The spiritual energy contained within the red bridal gown's spiritual fruit was insufficient for her to break through to the mid-foundation stage. However, for Lin Chen, in the qi refinement phase, it was a different story. He was already on the brink of the third level of qi refinement, merely awaiting the right opportunity to break through. The benefits Lin Chen reaped were far greater. His internal spiritual energy became increasingly refined and pure, and astonishingly, the Qingyun Sword technique ascended to the third level. Senior Sister Qin had long since mastered the Qingyun Sword technique and continuously exchanged Qingyun's spiritual energy with him while providing guidance, enabling his swift advancement. Of course, the most significant enhancement for both of them was the qualitative transformation of their relationship, which had grown even more intimate. At times, Senior Sister Qin would even take the initiative to feed him spiritual fruits, a notion that would have been utterly unimaginable before. Junior Brother Lin, thank you for accompanying me during my recovery. Senior Sister, there is no need for such formality. It was merely a trifling effort. Compared to how you taught me to read, refine pills, and practice medicine, this is nothing at all. I believe the people from the soul-devouring sect have likely departed. Let us venture outside and take a look. I will lead the way. Having regained her foundation stage cultivation, Senior Sister Qin volunteered to be the first to step out of the restriction, with Lin Chen closely following her. The valley was shrouded in thick fog, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was day or night. As they released their spiritual senses to scan their surroundings, they couldn't help but frown simultaneously. Something is amiss. Senior Sister Qin's gaze shifted towards the distance. Amidst the fog, a crimson light emerged, revealing the form of a first-tier skeletal demon, wielding a damaged weapon. This was quickly followed by a second, a third, and an overwhelming multitude of them. Though first-tier skeletal demons possessed weak combat power, easily dealt with by innate experts among mortals, the sheer scale of this skeletal army posed a formidable challenge even for foundation-stage cultivators. Someone is controlling these skeletal demons, Senior Sister Qin observed, her brow furrowed with concern. The individual capable of commanding such a large number of demons must be formidable. It would be wise to return to the sect promptly to avoid missing the outer sect competition. Senior Sister Qin desired to avoid unnecessary complications. I, however, am curious to see who this formidable person is, Lin Chen confessed, unable to suppress his intrigue. He understood the adage that fortune favors the bold. As a disciple with pseudo-spiritual roots, he felt compelled to seize every opportunity that arose. The last encounter with the green serpent had brought him numerous benefits, and he wished to capitalize on this situation as well. Senior Sister Qin shook her head. No, this is far too perilous. The one capable of controlling such a multitude of demons is undoubtedly stronger than I am. I cannot allow you to throw your life away needlessly. No sooner had Senior Sister Qin spoken than the army of skeletal puppets detected their presence, a sea of crimson dots surging towards them. Lin Chen flipped his wrist, and the sword gifted by Senior Sister Qin materialized in his hand. Lin, do not overexert yourself. It is still possible to flee on your sword. Though the skeletal puppets are numerous, they appear incapable of flight. As soon as Sister Qin's voice fell, several skeletons took to the air, hurling spears towards the two. A fierce expression crossed Lin Mo's face, his spirit surging with combat fervor as he wielded his sword, creating a gust that severed the spears completely. Sister Qin, I will cover your escape. Every soul that makes it out counts. Lin Chen grasped various treasures tightly, reluctant to reveal them all before Sister Qin. Given the circumstances, I shall accompany you. Sister Qin, with a swift strike, cleaved through the airborne skeletal creatures, her delicate brows furrowing as a murderous intent enveloped her. Those who have reached the foundational level are no ordinary beings. They have all faced numerous perils and will not be easily intimidated by mere first-stage monsters. A horde of skeletal creatures crawled up the cliff, emitting chilling screeches, their presence overwhelmingly terrifying, as if they sought to tear the two apart. Just as Sister Qin prepared to charge forward, Lin Mo grasped her hand. "Sister, conserve your strength for the one controlling these puppets. Allow me to test the might of the Sword Rain Talisman." Lin Mo decisively produced the talisman, recognizing its potential as a powerful area of effect weapon. Initially intended for future trials in the Zetan Sacred Land, the dire situation now demanded its immediate use against the overwhelming skeletal puppets. The Sword Rain Talisman? To expend it so casually is a great pity. Observing the talisman in his hand, Sister Qin felt a pang of regret as she felt a few advancing puppets with her sword. She understood that such talismans are exceedingly difficult to forge and hold considerable value, perhaps even surpassing the worth of the sword she gifted to Lin Mo unbeknownst to her. This was a pseudo-talisman, capable of being used 9 times in total. Lin Mo infused spiritual energy into the Sword Rain Talisman, activating the formation as he hurled it skyward. A brilliant golden light coalesced around the talisman, swiftly forming a colossal golden array that spun relentlessly, enveloping the entire area. Within this golden array surged an inferno of unparalleled magnitude, as if the very heavens were ignited. From the flames emerged a multitude of sword tips, followed by complete swords that darkened the sky like an oppressive mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of flying swords descended, each ablaze with fierce flames. The skeletal puppet army, caught unaware, was pierced by the onslaught of swords. Some swords passed clean through, others pinned the puppets to the ground, rendering them immobile. While some shattered the skeletal forms with tremendous force, the flames swiftly igniting the remnants. The relentless rain of swords unleashed indiscriminate destruction, scattering skeletal puppets across the ground, transforming the Ghost Spirit Valley into a sea of flames. The astonishing power of this Sword Rain Talisman was beyond expectation. Today had indeed broadened her horizons. Though it was regrettable to see it spent so quickly, Sister Qin, in awe of the talisman's might, felled several approaching skeletal puppets, deeply impressed by its efficacy. This was no ordinary talisman, but a pseudo-treasure, usable 9 times in total. The presence of such a powerful talisman undeniably eased the battle, explaining why cultivators would pay handsomely for it. Lin Mo too felt the impact of the talisman, further admiring Miss Lu Ping's talisman-making skills, resolving to forge a true treasure talisman should the opportunity arise. At this moment, he comprehended why the items at the Duobao Pavilion auction were so exorbitantly priced, with the cheaper ones fetching hundreds of spirit stones and the more expensive ones reaching thousands or even tens of thousands. Indeed, they were worth every bit. A skeletal puppet ascended the cliff, raising its axe and directing its gaze towards Qin Ziyue's arm. "Sister, be careful." In a swift motion, he struck the skeletal puppet, sending it tumbling down the precipice. Peering down, he witnessed the puppet shatter into fragments upon impact, surrounded by a sea of flames. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before these skeletal puppets were obliterated by the rain of swords. Truly, it was a formidable area of effect talisman. "Look, there's a horse amidst the flames." Qin Ziyue pointed towards the inferno, where a skeletal steed was galloping wildly. "How could there be a horse here?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Sensing that the situation was rather peculiar, he released his consciousness, discovering that this horse was, in fact, a second-tier demonic creature, significantly more powerful than the surrounding skeletal puppets. Still galloping despite being pierced by several flying swords, it appeared to be searching for its master, perhaps the very one controlling these puppets. "Let us pursue it and uncover the truth," he suggested. Seeing the skeletal horse escape from the flames into the depths of the Ghost Spirit Valley, Qin Ziyue was eager to follow. "Sister, come aboard," Lin Mo called out as he stood upon the Lingfeng's sword. Without hesitation, she stepped onto it, feeling a profound connection between them. "Sister, steady yourself," he instructed as he guided the flying sword deeper into the valley. The skeletal horse raced swiftly, yet it could not outpace the Lingfeng's sword, and soon they caught up. Venturing further into Ghost Spirit Valley, Lin Mo felt the temperature drop sharply, with glimpses of white snow visible atop the cliffs. "It's snowing," he exclaimed in disbelief, surveying the surroundings. Logically, it should not snow here. "Indeed, it is beautiful," Qin Ziyue remarked, catching a snowflake in her hand. "Sister, I sense something amiss about this snow." "What seems off?" she inquired. "It feels rather suspicious. At this time of year, it shouldn't snow. My uncle Qi once said that snow in June signifies a grievance, suggesting that this snowfall is likely significant," Lin Mo mused. His brow furrowed as he recalled Uncle Qi. "Hearing you say that, I too find this snowfall unusual. In all my years at the Qingyun Sword Sect, I have rarely witnessed snow. By the way, who is Uncle Qi? Qin Ziyue asked curiously. A relative from the mundane world. It is thanks to him that I was able to join the Qingyun Sword Sect, and I am immensely grateful to him, Lin Chen replied. Warmth surging within him at the thought of Uncle Qi. Then I shall accompany you to visit Uncle Qi when we have the chance. Qin Ziyue declared earnestly. That sounds wonderful. He will surely be delighted. Lin Chen found no reason to decline, especially given the extraordinary bond they now shared. As a foundation establishment cultivator, even an emperor from the secular realm would regard her with respect, let alone Uncle Qi, the proprietor of a herbal shop. Just then, they noticed the skeletal horse had come to a halt, lowering its head to sniff a flower. This flower, shimmering with starlight, emanated a white vapor. The skeletal horse inhaled a bit of the vapor, and astonishingly, the wounds inflicted by the flying swords began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. I never imagined the legendary ghost spirit flower truly existed. Qin Ziyue's heart raced faster than when she practiced alongside Lin Mo's senior sister. What is the ghostly spirit flower? Lin Mo inquired with uncontainable curiosity. There was no record of such a flower in the medicinal garden's compendium, possibly because the elders of the garden had never encountered it and could not ascertain its existence. This is a herb my grandfather sought tirelessly throughout his life. Even the exceedingly precious liuli bone pales in comparison. Qin, gripping her long sword tightly, fixed her gaze on the ghostly spirit flower, her excitement barely concealed. Such rarity. What purpose does it serve? Lin Mo was astonished to discover that the ghostly spirit valley held treasures surpassing even liuli bone, nearly missing this monumental opportunity. Previously, he felt somewhat regretful for using the sword rain talisman, but now it seemed entirely worth it. Had it not been for the talisman forcing the skeletal steed to emerge, they would never have found this flower. The ghostly spirit flower is the core ingredient for concocting the longevity elixir. The significance of longevity to cultivators is self-evident, and I need not elaborate further. Now I understand, Lin Mo exclaimed upon hearing this. The liuli youth-preserving pill merely preserves one's youthful appearance, while life itself inevitably draws to a close. In contrast, the longevity elixir directly extends one's lifespan. For cultivators, lifespan is paramount. Thus, it is easy to imagine the astronomical price a single longevity elixir would fetch. Even the treasure pavilion has never showcased one, as they are not commodities obtainable merely through wealth. Legends suggest that longevity elixirs have emerged in the broader realms of cultivation beyond the eastern state. But barriers exist that prevent ordinary individuals from accessing them. Junior brother, the ghostly spirit flower harbors immense life energy, even without being refined into a longevity elixir. Its direct consumption yields miraculous effects. We must acquire this herb, Qin declared resolutely, tightening her grip on her sword. Understood. Let us eliminate the skeletal steed first. Lin Mo prepared to draw his sword. Wait, something's amiss, Qin warned, tugging at his clothing as they both crouched down. They observed the skeletal steed circling the ghostly spirit flower, approaching a snow-covered hill, incessantly licking the snow atop it. Soon, the snow melted entirely, revealing a dark figure concealed beneath. It appeared a person had been guarding the ghostly spirit flower, long entombed beneath the snow. Chapter 78. The war god Wei Yang. The figure was clad in heavy armor, kneeling on one knee, a long spear held steadfastly in hand, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. His eyes were shut tight, emanating an imposing presence devoid of emotion. It was unclear whether he was dead or merely asleep. The war god of Qi, Han Wei Yang. Qin gasped, recognizing him. The first time she beheld Han Wei Yang was in the Qingyun Sword Sect square when she was merely 2 years old. The sect had just endured a cataclysmic battle between immortals and demons, suffering significant losses, and was diligently striving for recovery under the leadership of the newly appointed sect master. Wang Xianyi. Who is he? Lin Mo, despite being from Qi, had grown up in Qingyun village, which limited his exposure to knowledge about Qi. He is undoubtedly the foremost warrior of the mundane world, having personally slain several cultivators, earning him renown throughout the eastern state cultivation realm. Regrettably, lacking spiritual roots, he could only remain in the realm of mortals. The Qingyun Sword Sect once contemplated making an exception to accept him as a disciple, gathering the strength of several elders to reconstruct his spiritual roots. The condition was that he could no longer serve the Qi kingdom and must refrain from intervening in worldly affairs, as dictated by the rules of the celestial sect. He resolutely declined, imparting to the sect's envoy the 8 words, "How can one speak of home when the enemy nation is not yet destroyed?" With unwavering determination, he mounted his steed, wielding a cold iron spear, and led tens of thousands of iron cavalry to trample across Dongzhou, reclaiming over 100 cities for the Qi kingdom. Were it not for his valor, the Qi kingdom would now be but a minor state, incapable of standing among the three great powers of Dongzhou. Sister Qin expressed her sentiments, revealing her admiration for this mortal man. What transpired next? Lin Mo, filled with curiosity about Han Weiyang, sought to learn more. The ability to slay numerous cultivators as a mere mortal indeed rendered him deserving of the title of the foremost in the secular realm. Subsequently, Sister Qin blinked thoughtfully, striving to recollect the events of those years. Han Weiyang captured 100 cities and was bestowed the title of guardian deity of the nation by the Emperor of Qi. Basking in unparalleled glory, he initially intended to press on and annihilate the enemy nation entirely, but received an imperial edict summoning him to the palace. His generals advised against it, citing the ancient adage that when a cunning rabbit dies, its hounds are cooked, and when a bird is shot, the good bough is hidden. Given the treachery within the court, they cautioned him to reconsider, fearing ill fortune awaited him upon his return. As the commander, he understood that without logistical support from the rear, a successful advance was impossible. Undeterred by dissent, he rode back alone to present himself before the emperor, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty, while also seeking permission to eradicate the enemy nation. Alas, misfortune struck upon returning to the gates of the royal city of Qi. They were shut tight, and tens of thousands of imperial guards surged forth. He single-handedly fought valiantly, turning the sky red with his ferocity, but was pierced by numerous arrows. Thanks to his steed, Wu Zhuangma, who fought desperately to protect him, he managed to escape, with his fate uncertain. On that day, the citizens of the royal city hid behind their doors, secretly witnessing the scene unfold, tears streaming down their faces for General Han, lamenting that he was truly undeserving of such a fate. Having reclaimed 100 cities for the Qi kingdom, he was met with this tragic end. Without General Han, the Qi kingdom would likely face defeat in future battles. Indeed, the 100 cities that Han Weiyang had sacrificed so much to reclaim were gradually lost over the ensuing decades. The people of Qi yearned for the return of their general, believing that he was merely lost and not dead, convinced that one day he would come back. Yet, they were aware that no matter how powerful he was, he remained but a mortal. How could a mortal survive after being struck by so many arrows? Some secretly erected temples in his honor to worship and offer incense, which flourished greatly. The royal family of Qi, fearing the populace might revolt, ordered the destruction of these temples. Nevertheless, many continued to pay homage in secret, grateful for the dignity that the guardian deity had brought to Qi. Those nations ravaged by enemy forces lived in misery, and the citizens worried that one day Qi might face a similar fate. As the years slipped by, it was surprising that decades had passed without the return of the guardian deity. Even if he were to return now, he would hardly resemble the valiant Wu Zhuangma of yore. After listening to Sister Qin's account, Lin Mo extended his consciousness to carefully scrutinize Han Weiyang, filled with admiration. He appeared devoid of life, seemingly transformed into a demonic entity. Most likely, he had been inadvertently drawn into this place by Wu Zhuangma, absorbing the spiritual energy and malevolence of the surroundings, resulting in his current state. To have achieved such unparalleled military feats for the Qi kingdom, only to meet with such a lamentable fate, was indeed tragic and sorrowful. No wonder the heavy snow fell here. Lin Mo conducted a brief analysis, finding it reasonable, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for the situation. He was now guarding the elusive, ghostly spirit flower, and to acquire it, they would have to overcome him. Sister Qin gazed intently at the flower. Such a rare treasure was certainly not to be missed. However, he was a third-tier demon, a formidable opponent, and even beasts of the same rank dared not engage with demons. Lin Mo felt a flicker of self-doubt for the first time. Although he had previously triumphed over a third-tier beast, the green flood dragon, in the mortal realm, it had been severely injured at the time. Moreover, demons of the same tier were even more powerful than beasts. Han Weiyang had already been a war god in life, and now, transformed into a third-tier demon. His strength was unfathomable. Even a great cultivator at the core formation stage would likely suffer significant losses without at least 3 or 4 companions. Let alone Lin Mo at the Qi refinement stage and Qin Ziyue at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, the priceless ghostly spirit flower lay before them, almost within reach. Neither was willing to relinquish the pursuit. Lin Mo concurred. It would be wiser to retreat to the sect and devise a long-term strategy. After much deliberation, Sister Qin decided to return to the sect. It was the only prudent course of action. Lin Mo exhaled deeply. While the treasure was extraordinary, life was paramount. He had not yet succumbed to the allure of riches to overestimate his own capabilities. With Han Weiyang's prowess, confronting him head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. Just as they prepared to leave ghostly Spirit Valley on their swords, A hearty laughter echoed from behind them. Ha! After hiding for so many days, you finally dare to show yourselves? Turning to see the source, they were astonished to find Tai Cho accompanied by several members of the soul-devouring sect. Numbering around a dozen, all experts at the Foundation establishment stage. The lengths to which the soul-devouring sect had gone to capture Qingyun were unexpected. Having waited so long, this matter has nothing to do with Lin Mo. Let him go, and I will come with you, Sister Qin interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Mo's sister. Lin Mo was deeply moved. It was often difficult to discern a person's true feelings, but adversity revealed sincerity. It seemed Qingyun genuinely cared for him. This brat has wounded me with a blade, and you think I would be so benevolent as to let him go? Hee. Tai Cho cackled ominously. The other Foundation establishment experts were brimming with confidence, hardly acknowledging the two of them. Master, that appears to be the ghostly spirit flower. One disciple well-versed in pharmacology remarked. Only then did Tai Cho shift his gaze toward the distance, spotting the ghostly spirit flower, as well as the black horse and Han Weiyang guarding it. If it truly was the ghostly spirit flower, he would earn tremendous merit this time. The sect leader would have no choice but to promote him to elder. Huh? His laughter abruptly ceased. First, eliminate these two nuisances. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so Foundation establishment experts descended from above and below, surrounding Qingyun and Lin Mo. They understood that they were no match for this group and instinctively began to retreat, unwittingly drawing closer to the ghostly spirit flower. Sister, if we retreat any further, we will surely alert the war god Weiyang. Lin Mo swallowed hard. They were besieged by formidable foes on all sides. This situation had become dire. Was it destined that Lin Mo would meet his end here today? He could not help but entertain the possibility, his heart brimming with unwillingness. After much toil to emerge from Qingyun village and rise to the status of a genuine cultivator, even earning the recognition of the Daobao Pavilion as a court-appointed weapon refiner, and having recently trained alongside senior sister Qin, he was poised to return to the sect for the outer sect competition to demonstrate his prowess. How could he possibly allow his bright future to be extinguished so abruptly? Unyielding, he had already prepared to deploy the heavenly fire talisman, the sword rain talisman, along with the white giant ape and the fire-breathing toad, ready for a desperate struggle. Passivity was not in his nature. Just then, a resolute voice resonated from behind them. Stand behind me. Both individuals were taken aback, slowly turning to find that Han Weiyang had indeed opened his eyes. Chapter 79. The ghostly spirit flower secured perched upon a skeletal steed. Han Weiyang brandished a cold iron spear with striking elegance, his visage resolute against the biting cold wind. Snowflakes danced around him, forming a circle in the air. An invisible aura enveloped the entire ghostly spirit valley, a formidable pressure causing the sky to crackle with thunder, leaving all present feeling as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon their chests, stifling their breath. In that moment, the invincible general, renowned for conquering numerous cities in life, had returned to the battlefield. As a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators surged forth, Lin Mo and senior sister Qin could no longer afford to hesitate and immediately sought refuge behind Han Weiyang. In an instant, the pursuers from the soul-devouring sect were rendered speechless, paralyzed with fear, hesitant to advance a single step. Iron Ugly pushed through the crowd, eyeing Han Weiyang with astonishment. A third-tier demon. Such a creature was beyond his capacity to handle alone, yet relinquishing Qingyun and the ghostly spirit valley was an unpalatable option. Demons were far mightier and rarer than beasts, while the latter could be birthed wherever spiritual energy flourished. The former required not only abundant spiritual energy, but also a significant presence of malevolence, precisely what the ghostly spirit valley provided. What was most remarkable was that this demon could actually speak. Lower-tier demons lacked such capability. Only higher-tier demons that had developed intelligence could do so, in every conceivable aspect. This was a formidable existence that could not be trifled with, necessitating careful thought for a solution. Hold this demon at bay. I shall retrieve the ghostly spirit flower. He tightened his iron grip, resolved to sacrifice his subordinates. A group of his men exchanged glances, hesitating to act, for none among them were fools. The aura of this demon soared to the heavens. Without at least a core formation level, charging forward would only lead to death. Witnessing this scene, Iron Ugly's fury erupted as he seized one subordinate by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Defying the orders of your leader, you must know the consequences. Spare me. Master, I will lead the charge and hold this demon. The subordinate pleaded, struggling in vain. Not for me, but for the soul-devouring sect. Remember, you are disciples of the soul-devouring sect. Only then did Iron Ugly release his grip. Follow me. His subordinates mounted their flying swords, swarming towards Han Weiyang like a hive of bees. A crimson light flared in Han Weiyang's eyes as he charged forth on his skeletal steed, spear in hand, ready to clash with the group of Foundation establishment cultivators. In a simple exchange of blows, the outcome became apparent. Han Weiyang's spear pierced through the sword of a soul-devouring sect disciple, directly impaling his chest and sending him flying, followed by a sweeping strike that forced several others to retreat. In an instant, the Ghost Spirit Valley became a tumultuous scene of flashing blades and swirling snow, resonating with the clashing sounds of metal. Someone unleashed a magical artifact upon Han Weiyang, yet it failed to breach even her defenses. Nonetheless, all of this was within Tai Chao's expectations. His true intention was merely to delay Han Weiyang, never imagining that these early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators could vanquish a third-tier demon. Following his plan, he seized the opportunity to approach the Ghost Spirit Flower, grasping it firmly in his hand. Han Weiyang abruptly turned to face him, and in the next moment, she charged forward on horseback, her long halberd striking like lightning, sending the Ghost Spirit Flower flying into the air, landing squarely before Lin Mo and Sister Qin. How infuriating! Tai Cho felt an overwhelming rage as he watched the flower he thought he had secured slip away. Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue, initially aware of their slim chances of obtaining the Ghost Spirit Flower, had long since abandoned hope. To their astonishment, just when they thought all paths were blocked, the flower presented itself before them. In that moment, their hopes reignited. Without hesitation, Lin Mo crouched down to retrieve the Ghost Spirit Flower, swiftly placing it into his storage bag. "Sister, we got it." "Indeed." Sister Qin nodded vigorously, unable to contain her joy. The two, sharing a profound bond, almost simultaneously mounted their flying swords, preparing to flee the Ghost Spirit Valley. Such a fierce battle was beyond their capabilities. Merely escaping with their lives was already the best possible outcome. Just as Tai Cho was about to pursue, he was met with Han Weiyang's thrust of the halberd, forcing him to join the fray personally, entangled in combat alongside a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. "Damn it! The Ghost Spirit Flower is mine. No one shall take it." In a fit of rage, he deflected the incoming halberd with a powerful strike, intent on resuming his chase after the two. However, the halberd came at him again from behind. Seeing the two figures vanish into the horizon, he had no choice but to turn back and confront Han Weiyang, venting all his fury upon her. The blood surged within him as he unleashed the Blood Soul technique, repeatedly striking towards Han Weiyang, yet he could not injure her in the slightest. Nevertheless, Han Weiyang was fighting alone and facing so many opponents. She could hardly eliminate them all. For a time, the battle reached a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Without the Ghost Spirit Flower, capturing this third-tier demon to present to the sect leader would still be a significant achievement. An idea struck Tai Cho. He resolved to settle for second best, recognizing that every opportunity for merit was vital for his ascension to elder status. "Master, this demon is formidable. We've already lost several brothers. If we don't devise a plan soon, capturing it will be impossible, and we may lose our lives here," one of his subordinates expressed in fear. Although the situation appeared evenly matched, the consumption of spiritual energy would inevitably tip the scales against the members of the soul-devouring sect. The two elders, Tian Hun and Tian Po, were nearby, and it seemed they would have to share the credit with them. Reluctantly, Tai Cho produced a message talisman. After briefly explaining the situation, he hurled the talisman into the air, sending out a call for help. Meanwhile, not far from Ghost Spirit Valley, two elders of the soul-devouring sect, soaring through the air, received the message and came to a halt. Clad in black and white robes and bearing long swords on their backs, their hair was flecked with gray. "The Iron Wretch has finally come to us. And who would have thought that the Ghost Spirit Valley harbored a third-tier magical creature? This is indeed a valuable opportunity. Brother, let us hasten there." The elder in the black robe appeared relatively youthful, with a fuller head of black hair, respectfully addressing the elder in white. "There's no rush. That arrogant fellow, relying on the master's favoritism, has never regarded us elders with esteem. Allowing him to face some hardships would do him good," the elder in white replied, stroking his beard with a look of schadenfreude. "Indeed, brother, that insufferable lad dares to provoke a third-tier magical creature, thinking he can manage with just a dozen or so Foundation establishment practitioners. Without our assistance, he will only suffer losses. When the master holds him accountable, he will surely face punishment. To think he aspires to contribute and be promoted to elder, how naive." The elder in black chuckled darkly. Sending him to pursue Qin Ziyue only to entangle himself with a third-tier magical creature is simply inviting trouble. The elder in white sneered. Despite their words, both men instinctively altered their course towards Ghost Spirit Valley. Moments later, they spotted Lin Mo and Sister Qin emerging from the valley, both taken aback. "Is that not the fairy Ziyue? Truly, one need not search far to find fortune." Beside her stood a Qi refinement practitioner, seemingly of little strength, who had evidently caused Iron Wretch considerable embarrassment a few days prior. The elder in white smacked his lips, shaking his head. Brother, should we assist Iron Wretch in capturing the third-tier magical creature, or pursue Fairy Zuf first? The elder in black inquired. These two youngsters are not worthy of my intervention. You handle them while I confront the third-tier magical creature. However, we are quite near the Qingyun Sword Sect, so exercise caution, the elder in white commanded. Then with a flourish of his robe, transformed into a streak of white light descending into Ghost Spirit Valley. Rest assured, brother, even if we encounter members of the Qingyun Sword Sect, I shall manage them, the elder in black confidently called after him. Haha, you two little rascals. Where do you think you're running? He let out a strange laugh, becoming a black streak of light as he pursued Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue. As a formidable core formation elder, his speed was akin to a shooting star, and it wasn't long before he stood before them. Chapter 80. The Sword Saints abode faced with this core formation elder. Both Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue felt a chill run down their spines. Even a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner like Iron Wretch had exhausted them, and after lurking in Ghost Spirit Valley for days, they found themselves utterly defenseless against a core formation master. Could it be that you are Elder Tian Po of the soul-devouring sect? Qin Ziyue inquired, cupping her hands, knowing well that resistance was futile. You possess keen insight, Fairy Ziyue. I wonder how your grandfather, Qin Wanli, is faring? Elder Tian Po smiled, his eyes narrowing as he took his time to make a move. My grandfather often speaks of you. By the way, he also mentions your brother, Elder Tian Han. He said that during the battle between immortals and demons, you both showed mercy. Otherwise, he would surely have perished there. Qin Ziyue replied candidly. Elder Tian Po beamed with delight upon hearing this. Haha, that old fellow is so preoccupied with searching for spiritual herbs and refining medicine that he has neglected his cultivation. Naturally, he is no match for us brothers. However, it was not our intention to let him go back then. It was simply that the elders of the Qingyun Sword Sect needed him to provide elixirs and kept him under their protection. No matter how formidable my senior brother and I were, we could never hope to contend with so many from your sect. Elder Tianpa stroked his beard, a cold smirk adorning his face. Are you implying that our Qingyun Sword Sect bullies the weak with our numbers? Very well, today I, Qin Ziyue, shall engage you one-on-one to experience your esteemed skills, Qin Ziyue declared, her sword in hand, exuding a fierce battle intent. Upon hearing this, Elder Tianpa's understanding deepened as he glanced sideways at Lin Mo. Spare me your provocations. I know you wish to protect this young lad. But what is his connection to you? This matter does not concern you. The soul-devouring sect seeks only me, Qin Ziyue. I kindly request that you spare junior brother Lin, she boldly revealed, having recognized that her intentions were seen through. Sister, we are nearing the sect. Let us split up. He can only capture one of us. Lin Mo felt a surge of emotion at Qin Ziyue's protective stance. Junior brother Lin, they desire me. This matter is unrelated to you. She turned to him, her eyes filled with reluctance, having resolved to sacrifice herself for Lin Mo's safety. Sister, I will not allow you to come to harm. Lin Mo clenched his fists tightly, discreetly releasing his two second-tier spirit beasts, the white giant ape and the fire-spitting toad. Have you two finished your chatter? One at the Qi refining second stage and the other at the foundation establishment early stage. You have no bargaining power before me. I will first eliminate this Qi refining cultivator and then capture you. Elder Tianpa declared, raising his hand as a swirl of black mist enveloped him, gathering at his palm. At that moment, sensing something amiss, he raised his head, only to see a white giant ape lunging towards him. He swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a searing flame that grazed his beard. That was close. Two second-tier beasts. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly realize that Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue had taken advantage of that brief moment to retract their spirit beasts and flee towards the distant mountains. Damn it. You cannot escape my grasp. He transformed into a streak of black light, pursuing them relentlessly. Elder Tianpa had blocked their path back to the sect, forcing the two to change direction and flee. After a prolonged chase over numerous peaks, they discovered that Elder Tianpa was still in hot pursuit. Junior brother Lin, there is a small bamboo hut. We are saved. Qin Ziyue exclaimed with delight, guiding her flying sword towards the modest dwelling. Seeing the humble bamboo hut, Lin Mo furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering why his sister was so elated at the sight of a mere hut. Could it be that the occupant was extraordinary? This is near the Qingyun Sword Sect. It is rumored that some elders from various sects prefer solitude and dwell nearby in seclusion. The two landed in front of the small hut, with Elder Tianpa arriving closely behind. However, instead of rushing to apprehend them, he paused, his expression turning wary as he regarded the hut. He understood that this was no ordinary bamboo dwelling, but rather the abode of the sword saint. Qingyun, I now promise you, if you willingly return with me, I shall spare your young disciple. To everyone's astonishment, Elder Tianpa had unexpectedly lowered his stance, indicating a willingness to negotiate. With a gentle smile adorning her face, Qingyun disregarded Elder Tianpao, instead bowing respectfully towards the small bamboo house. Disciple Qingyun pays her respects to Master Dugu. Out of courtesy, Lin Mo mimicked Qingyun's gesture, standing beside her with cupped hands. However, after waiting for a considerable time, silence reigned within, raising their concerns. Was there truly no one inside? Master Dugu, we Lin Shidi and I have traversed through the Ghost Spirit Valley and are being pursued by the soul-devouring sect. We implore you for assistance. Qingyun raised her voice, but still, no response came. The two exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Without Master Dugu's help, their fate today seemed dire. Seeing the bamboo house unresponsive, Elder Tianpao let out a long sigh, regaining his arrogance. So the renowned first core formation cultivator of the Qingyun Sword Sect, known as the Sword Saint, is not home. Truly, heaven is assisting me. You two little brats, I have told you before that you cannot escape my grasp. Come back with me obediently, lest you suffer some pain. As Elder Tianpao spoke, he strode towards them, intent on capturing the pair. Lin Mo and Qingyun retreated repeatedly, casting wary glances at him. Was it truly Lin Mo's fate to be captured by the soul-devouring sect today? 30 years ago, the battle between the demon sect and the immortal sects resulted in countless casualties. The thought of falling into the hands of the demon sect was truly terrifying. Lin Mo gasped in dread. Just then, a languid voice drifted from behind. The sun is just right today. I was merely taking a nap. Who was the fool that woke me? The two turned around joyously, only to see the door of the bamboo house creaking open. An elderly man clad in white sleepwear emerged, stretching his arms towards the sun and casually twisting his bones. Upon seeing him, Qingyun was instantly overjoyed and pulled Lin Mo down to kneel. Inner disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Qingyun, along with my shitty Lin Mo, pays respects to Master Dugu. With her head bowed in reverence, Qingyun noticed that Master Dugu's gaze was fixed on Lin Mo. Can't you speak for yourself? Why do you need her to introduce you? Young lad, tell me who you are and who your master is. Master Dugu inquired while continuing to stretch, and upon seeing Elder Tianpao approaching, he spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Startled, Elder Tianpao quickly dodged, drawing his sword as if facing a formidable foe. Yet, Master Dugu merely chuckled, ignoring him as he awaited Lin Mo's response. I am Lin Mo, a newly admitted outer disciple, having joined just a year ago. My master is Li Juanhao. Such a simple declaration left Master Dugu momentarily stunned, even halting his stretches. What? Your master is Li Juanhao? That rascal finally came to his senses and accepted a disciple. Chapter 81. The Heartsword Realm. Master Dugu knows my master? Lin Mo lifted his head in delight, feeling fortunate to have such a remarkable mentor. What kind of question is that? He and I are fellow sect brothers. Of course I know him. Though there are many disciples within the sect, he and I are the most exceptional. The slowest among us is undoubtedly the current sect leader, Wang Xiani. Master Dugu remarked with a sense of nostalgia, taking a deep breath. In those bygone days, the three of us entered the sect almost simultaneously, earning the title of the Three Swords of Qingyun. Your master possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivation, achieving foundational establishment in a mere 5 years, thereby earning the acclaim of being the most gifted among the younger generation of the Qingyun Sword Sect. The sect leader, your ancestral master, Taoist Hongchen, held high hopes for him, intending to appoint him as the next sect leader. Alas, fate took an unexpected turn, and the simplest among us, Wang Xiani, ultimately became the leader. Such is the unpredictability of life. Master, it seems that 5 years to establish a foundation is nothing remarkable, remarked senior Sister Qin softly from the side, only to be met with an exasperated glance from Dugu Ao. How audacious! With the abundance of elixirs available now and the rich spiritual energy in the cultivation grounds, it is no wonder you deem 5 years to be slow. In our time, we contended with the demonic sect, facing extreme scarcity of cultivation resources. Discovering a spirit stone mine was a stroke of luck, only for it to be destroyed. The path of cultivation was fraught with hardship. It took me 7 years to establish my foundation, while that fool Wang Xiani took 11. Only after ascending to the position of sect leader, with ample resources at his disposal, did his cultivation speed accelerate dramatically. Yet, in terms of combat prowess, he still pales in comparison to both me and Junior Brother Li. Had it not been for the joint efforts of me and Junior Brother Li, the demonic sect would have overrun this place decades ago. There would be no lively atmosphere today. New disciples only know to extol the virtues of the sect leader, deriding junior brother Li as a good-for-nothing, unaware of the sacrifices we made for the sect. Dugu Ao's agitation grew as he spoke, nearly prompting him to unleash a tirade. Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue exchanged glances, realizing that Master Dugu indeed spoke his mind freely, even referring to the sect leader as a fool. However, given that Dugu Ao and the sect leader were originally fellow disciples, such a designation did not seem out of place, rather highlighting the extraordinary bond between the two. Master Dugu, it appears you are quite familiar with my master. Could you share more about him, particularly regarding his relationship with Master Hongya? Lin Mo inquired, eager to understand the nature of Master Hongya's ailment, speculating whether it was inherent, akin to that of Miss Lu Ping. Master Hongya was once a person of remarkable talent, even rivaling your master and Master Dugu, two prodigies in their own right. If her illness could be cured, the overall strength of the Qingyun Sword Sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. This is your master's secret. If you possess the courage, you may return and ask him. Dugu Ao replied, a knowing smile crossing his face. What I can tell you is that your master and I battled for 7 days and nights atop the peak of regret, yet we could not determine a victor. Life is but a fleeting moment, akin to the ephemeral nature of wind and rain. How many cultivators among us can truly align with the heavens? My greatest wish is to settle the score with your master. However, he has not yet regained his former strength, and I cannot take advantage of him. I hope he comes to terms with his situation soon. After speaking, Dugu Ao turned his gaze toward the elder Tianpa, who stood guard behind the two. Could it be that my prolonged absence has emboldened even the lesser-known scions of the soul-devouring sect to act with such audacity in my bamboo grove? I am Elder Tianpa of the soul-devouring sect, not some insignificant character. Dugu Ao, I concede that you were indeed formidable in your prime. However, after so many years, do you still perceive yourself as the invincible sword saint who once single-handedly guarded the sect? Elder Tianpa felt a surge of indignation upon being referred to as an unremarkable figure. Do you wish to test the sharpness of my heart sword? Dugu Ao, unperturbed, exuded an aura of authority as the skies darkened and a tempest bent the surrounding bamboo grove. What? You have attained the realm of the heart sword? The elder, discerning the underlying implications, realized the gravity of the situation. Ignoring him, Dugu Ao merely offered a faint smile, and in the next instant, dozens of long swords ascended from behind the bamboo house, resonating with a powerful hum. These swords spiraled through the air, forming a vortex of sword energy that annihilated everything caught within its grasp. Remarkably, he executed this feat without any superfluous gestures. Not even the essential hand seals required for spellcasting. It all transpired so effortlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo gained further enlightenment regarding the sword path. This was indeed the manifestation of the heart sword, a true testament to Dugu Ao's prowess as the sword saint. In battles among cultivators, it is not solely the power of spells that matters. The swiftness of one's strikes holds equal significance. The ability of Dugu Ao to unleash his heart's intent at will far surpasses those who rely on intricate hand seals, illuminating why he possesses the confidence to contend with even the most powerful leaders of the nascent soul realm. His strength is undeniably formidable. To wield the sword with one's heart is the pinnacle of the sword path. Lin Mo, gazing at the swirling blades, swallowed hard. He had believed that he could command a myriad of swords in less than half an hour, thus considering himself quite adept in the sword path. Yet, upon witnessing the sword saint, he comprehended how far he remained from grasping the true essence of the sword. While he might handle lesser foes, facing a top-tier cultivator like Dugu Ao left him with no semblance of survival. The terror of Dugu Ao's swordsmanship was such that he appeared to be merely an equal to his master. It was evident that his master had truly commanded respect in his time. The numerous swords in the air trembled violently, unleashing a barrage of sword energy that intertwined to form the long-lost Qingyun sword array. Lin Mo quickly committed the formation to memory, although he might not fully comprehend it. The knowledge would greatly enhance his cultivation of the Qingyun sword technique, hinting at a qualitative leap in his skills, an extraordinary boon indeed. Elder Tianpa instinctively stepped back. His earlier bravado wholly dissipated, replaced by an expression of fear. I hope, Senior Dugu, that you will not hold my previous insolence against me. I would be eternally grateful if you could spare me. He lowered his head, respectfully presenting a storage bag. Every elder is astute, and he knew that escape from Dugu Ao was utterly impossible. In such dire circumstances, parting with wealth seemed the wisest choice. For understanding the art of survival in the realm of cultivation is paramount. You are not worthy of my intervention, yet no one would refuse resources for cultivation. Dugu Ao remarked. Lin Mo, since Elder Tianpa has extended such goodwill, You shall accept this on my behalf. Dugu Ao paid little heed to this modest cultivation resource. Perhaps out of consideration for Li Juanhao, he generously bestowed this benefit upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo was taken aback by Dugu Ao's generosity and pondered whether he should accept it. Thank you, Master Uncle. Qin Shiji expressed her gratitude with a clasped hand, nudging Lin Mo with her elbow. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lin Mo quickly grasped the situation and echoed her thanks. He then approached to retrieve the storage bag. Weighing it in his hands, it contained no less than several hundred spirit stones, numerous elixirs, as well as a variety of talismans and materials. Elder Tianpa, in his quest for survival, truly spared no expense. Chapter 82. The clarity of the sword heart. Elder Tianpa had pressing matters to attend to. Thus he refrained from further disturbing Elder Du Gu and the two companions, taking his leave. As he attempted to make his exit, having retreated a couple of steps, he was suddenly called back by Du Gu Ao. What is the rush? You have yet to explain why you pursued the disciples of my sword sect. Would you believe me if I said I did not know? Elder Tianpa wiped the cold sweat from his brow, unable to meet his gaze. The pressure emanating from the sword saint was overwhelming. And what do you think? Just as Du Gu Ao finished his sentence, a vortex of sword energy abruptly descended from the heavens. Swish, 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 swish. Countless blades surrounded Elder Tianpa in a tight circle, instilling fear so profound that he collapsed to his knees. I only know that this matter is related to the disappearance of the former demon sect master, Huang Tianqing. It seems that Lady Ziyue may have knowledge of his whereabouts, but beyond that, I am completely unaware. You fool. Tianqing the demon has been missing for 30 years. Well before Ziyue was even born. How could she possibly know anything? This is utter nonsense. Hearing this, Du Gu Ao's fury ignited. I speak nothing but the truth. I implore you, Elder Du Gu, spare my life. Elder Tianpa repeatedly bowed his head, creating a dent in the ground beneath him. He understood all too well that when Du Gu Ao took a life, he did so without a flicker of remorse. In bygone days, Du Gu Ao single-handedly defended the Qingyun Sword Sect, slaying thousands of demon sect disciples, earning a fearsome reputation throughout the eastern states' cultivation community. I shall grant you a reprieve for now, but I will undoubtedly uncover the truth behind this matter. Du Gu Ao inhaled deeply, his expression softening somewhat as he turned to Lin Mo. The technique I employed earlier is called Clarity of the Sword Heart, a method of my own creation. Would you like to learn it? Indeed, Lin Mo replied honestly. As a sword cultivator, he yearned to master such an advanced sword technique. That is commendable. Do not adopt the same lofty attitude as your master did in his youth. When asked if he wished to become the sect leader, he declined. Sometimes, I truly fail to comprehend him. Master Uncle, I cannot speak to my master's past, but I assure you, he is not at all lofty in the present. Excellent. You defend your master well. It appears Juanhao did not err in taking you as his disciple. For this reason alone, I shall reward you with an opportunity today. As Du Gu Ao spoke, he retrieved a jade slip from his Shumi ring, which sparkled like crystal under the sunlight. However, the Shumi ring in his possession was even more extraordinary. The Shumi ring, capable of containing the universe within a mustard seed, possessed nearly infinite space, a capacity sufficient to hold entire mountains, far surpassing the confined space created by conventional storage bags. In the entire eastern states cultivation world, Shumi rings were exceedingly rare, and even the sect leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Wang Xianyi, did not possess one. The jade slip in Du Gu Ao's hand was indeed precious, yet it paled in comparison to the exquisite Shumi ring. This is the heart sword illumination that I have comprehended. By infusing your consciousness into this jade slip, you shall acquire its wisdom. Du Gu Ao extended the jade slip to Lin Mo. Thank you, Master Du Gu. Lin Mo exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Now give it a try. Should you encounter any confusion, I will guide you personally. Du Gu Ao, harboring a fondness for Li Juanhao akin to that of brothers, extended his care towards Lin Mo as well. With a vigorous nod, Lin Mo immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. A shiver coursed through his body as the scene shifted to a sword tomb, where ancient swords stood densely embedded in the ground. Just as he found himself in a state of bewilderment, a scroll of golden script descended from the heavens, inscribed with the incantations of the heart sword illumination. Heart sword illumination, mind like a clear mirror, wielding the sword with the heart, unbound by form. Lin Mo was wholly absorbed, lost in the jade slip's revelations. At that moment, Qin Ziyue approached Du Gu Ao, respectfully bowing. Master, this is a pregnancy pill crafted by my grandfather. He originally prepared it for my future breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. But my progress has been so sluggish that I do not know when I might be able to utilize it. Therefore, I believe it would be more fitting to present it to you first, Master. With a determined expression, Qin Ziyue produced an entire jade vial filled with pregnancy pills. Upon seeing the vial, Dugu Ao's eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly accepted it. Oh my, this old fellow Qin actually succeeded in crafting such a pill. I had wondered what he was up to all these years hidden away in the Spirit Herb Valley. Turns out he was concocting these marvelous creations. Your grandfather truly dotes on you, even preparing a pill for your advancement to the nascent soul stage. Dugu Ao cherished the pregnancy pill, scrutinizing the jade vial with unrestrained excitement. For someone of his cultivation level, such behavior was indeed uncharacteristic. However, it was hardly surprising, after all. No one wished to miss the opportunity for success in forming a fetus, especially since he had lingered in the later stages of the Golden Core for many years. Though he often reassured himself that his combat prowess was not inferior to that of the nascent soul stage, deep within, he yearned for a breakthrough. It was merely good fortune that allowed for a surplus during the crafting process, so my grandfather generously gifted me some. Qin Ziyue said with a playful smile. Now, by bestowing upon me such a fine pill, is there something you wish to ask of me? Dugu Ao was well aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Oh, it's nothing. I merely hope for you to achieve the nascent soul path soon. Qin Ziyue felt that the timing wasn't quite right and decided to hold back a bit, lest her intentions become too transparent. Haha, it's rare to see you so considerate of your master. You are indeed a good girl. However, if I take your pregnancy pill, what will your grandfather say when he finds out? If you do not ask me for something in return, I shall find this pill quite burdensome. Then shall I speak? Despite the assurances that master could indeed assist, even to the extent of confronting the soul-devouring sect to exact vengeance on my behalf, such endeavors must await Master S' ascension to the nascent soul stage. The essence-nurturing pill is indeed a remarkable treasure, and the generous vial is a testament to its value. I wonder why old Qin did not announce its successful refinement sooner, forcing me to scavenge for materials and seek the aid of others, often at the cost of my cultivation resources. Some alchemists are truly unscrupulous, vanishing with both materials and spirit stones without a trace. At long last, it seems I shall no longer be deceived. As I recall the tribulations endured over the years in pursuit of the essence-nurturing pill, tears nearly brimmed in my eyes. It is indeed a Herculean task to solicit assistance. Confronting the soul-devouring sect, however, is but a trivial matter. Let us not beat around the bush. As long as it does not concern this Sumi ring in my possession, I am willing to acquiesce to your requests. Master, you are truly remarkable to have guessed so accurately. Sister Qin gazed at him with an expression of innocent wonder. In that fleeting moment, I found myself momentarily stunned. Gently lowering the jade vial, I had anticipated this pill would be too hot to handle. Perhaps it is best you take it back. Reluctantly, I cast a lingering glance at the vial before turning my back to hand it over to Qin Ziyue. Master, this is indeed the essence-nurturing pill. My grandfather successfully refined a single batch. You must accept it. Moreover, I am not keeping this ring for myself. It is meant for the disciple of Uncle Li. I have heard that Uncle Li once saved your life. You have yet to repay this debt. Qin Ziyue's argument was both persuasive and compelling. You are aware of this matter too? Surely it was your grandfather who mentioned it. How could I, the Sword Saint, allow anyone to save me? It would be utterly disgraceful if word got out, and I had instructed him to keep it confidential. Truly absurd. I could only wear a look of helplessness. Regardless, I will not relent. If you refuse to accept, everyone in the sect will soon learn of this incident. Qin Ziyue was well aware of my pride and deliberately chose her words. Chapter 83. The Sumi ring. You are quite protective of him. Have you two secretly formed a partnership? I scrutinized her, sensing something amiss. Master, Lin Chen and I have yet to conduct the dual cultivation ceremony. We cannot be deemed partners. Sister Qin's face flushed crimson, and she appeared flustered. Observing this scene, I, having lived for many years, came to understand their relationship. Ahem. Though the Sumi ring is admirable, it is not irreplaceable in this world. I shall wait until I have condensed my nascent soul and then venture to the northern sea Immortal Island for fortune. I sought to provide myself with an easy way out, then picked up the ancient Sumi ring, remarking, you are right. I still owe a debt of gratitude to that individual master. Once this young man awakens, I shall present this ring to him, thus settling my obligation. Thank you, Master. Sister Qin exclaimed with delight. By the way, Master, when can Lin Mo awaken? That depends on his comprehension. If his understanding is profound, he may awaken in 10 days or half a month. If his understanding is lacking, it could take 2 to 3 months. How could it take so long? Sister Qin turned her head to glance at Lin Mo, who stood still, completely absorbed in the jade slip, her concern evident. This is the profound sword art I have cultivated for 30 years. It is not so easily grasped. Exercise patience. As Duguayao spoke, he turned to return to the small bamboo house, when the voice of Elder Tiempa reached him from behind. Senior, can Tiempa rise? What? You are still kneeling? If you enjoy kneeling so much, then continue to do so. You may rise when this young man awakens. With that, Duguayao proceeded back to the small bamboo house. Master, I have some questions regarding my cultivation that I would like to discuss with you. Sister Qin hurriedly followed. Knowing that opportunities for direct guidance from the Sword Saint were rare, the Qingyun Sword Sect, being a sword cultivation sect, placed great emphasis on the path of the sword. And receiving instruction from the Sword Saint Duguayao would undoubtedly lead to remarkable progress in her swordsmanship. In the following days, Sister Qin prepared delicious meals for Duguayao and brought out fine wine purchased from Faxian Tower to share with him, ensuring that the Sword Saint was in high spirits. In his good mood, Duguayao imparted significant insights into the sword path to Sister Qin. Meanwhile, Elder Tiempa, kneeling outside, was in a dire situation, fixated on the unmoving figure of Lin Mo, hoping for him to soon achieve clarity of the sword heart. You little rascal, can you not perform? I've been kneeling here for 3 days and nights. The malice in Elder Tiempa's eyes intensified, wishing he could eliminate Lin Mo. He knew he could not contend with the Sword Saint, so he redirected all his resentment towards Lin Mo, thinking, if I cannot defeat the Sword Saint, how could I not overcome a mere chi-refining disciple? At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and a surge of formidable energy shot towards the heavens. He glanced back, realizing the disturbance originated from the direction of the Ghost Spirit Valley. Such a commotion likely indicated that Elder Tianhun had personally intervened. I never anticipated this beast to be so powerful. I wonder if my brother can subdue it. I must hurry to provide support. Lin Mo, awaken quickly. It's merely a matter of grasping a single aspect of the sword path. Surely, understanding it is far simpler than creating it from nothing. Did I not inscribe the key points in the jade tablet for you? Why do you not awaken? He shifted his position slightly. Despite being a formidable cultivator at the core formation stage, kneeling for so long had begun to take its toll on his body. At that moment, he was taken aback. He observed dozens of swords embedded in the ground vibrating violently, emitting a resonant hum akin to the buzzing of bees. It seemed as though they were poised to soar into the skies. Such a commotion. Could it be that this young man has successfully attained clarity of the sword heart? Elder Tiempa felt a mix of astonishment and joy, quickly chastising himself. Bah! Why should I rejoice for this brat? The soul-devouring sect and the Qingyun Sword Sect are irreconcilable enemies, especially since this scoundrel has caused me to kneel here. Within the small bamboo house, Duguayao and Sister Qin sat cross-legged facing one another, enjoying their wine while sensing the commotion outside. Master, with such a disturbance, could Lin Mo have awakened? I shall go see. Do not rush. The clarity of the sword heart is divided into the first stage of controlling the sword with chi and the second stage of controlling the sword with the heart. This commotion indicates he has comprehended the first stage of controlling the sword with chi, but with his chi refining stage spiritual power, he cannot maintain it for long. He will soon cease, Duguayao confidently replied. Sister Qin found his reasoning sound and returned to her seat, continuing to sip her wine. She turned her gaze towards the window, noticing that the vibrations of the swords were intensifying, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Master, she mused. Didn't Duguayao mention that the commotion would soon subside? The Sword Saint surely would not miscalculate. After all, the sword heart clarity is his own creation. Suddenly, she was taken aback by the sheer power emanating from Lin Mo's body. Could he truly be just a disciple in the chi refinement stage? It was indeed rare for a foundation establishment practitioner to make such a significant disturbance. Duguayao released his spiritual sense to probe Lin Mo's aura, and the discovery left him astounded. What a remarkable young man. Who would have thought the foundation would be so solid, transforming ordinary spiritual energy into golden spiritual energy? No wonder it is so potent. At that moment, dozens of swords soared into the air, tracing 3 horizontal and 3 vertical lines, creating 6 strands of sword aura. Though the intensity of the display did not rival Duguayao's sword vortex, it was far from insignificant. This is impossible, Duguayao exclaimed, rising in disbelief as he hurried towards the small bamboo house, with senior Sister Qin quickly following him. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Lin Mo awake, gazing up at the sword auras with a look of bewilderment, unable to believe that this spectacle was the result of his own actions. What a remarkable lad! To comprehend the second level of heart-controlled swordsmanship in just 3 days. I had thought you had only grasped the first level, Duguayao said, his excitement palpable. In fact, the benefits of realizing the sword heart clarity extend beyond mere sword control. In the future, when you unleash talismans, magical artifacts, spells, and formations, You will do so with ease, without the need for cumbersome seals and incantations. This advantage in combat is truly immense. Thank you, Master. Lin Mo replied respectfully, bowing in gratitude, fully aware of Dugu Ao's wisdom. Just as he had previously needed to perform seals and activate the formation to release his sword rain talisman. Leaving him vulnerable to ambushes, mastering the sword heart clarity would allow him to unleash his powers at will. By the way, there is a magnificent treasure I almost forgot to give you, the Shumi ring. Originally, I hesitated to part with it. You should thank your senior sister Qin, Dugu Ao said. Presenting the ring. The Shumi ring? Lin Mo examined it closely, feeling the vast space within, boundless like the universe itself. This lad is incredibly fortunate. Not only has he mastered the sword heart clarity, but he has also received the Shumi ring, both treasures of the sword saint. It seems that it won't be long before a remarkable figure rises in the eastern state's cultivation world. Elder Tian Pao clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed with envy. Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior sister. By the way, Master, this Shumi ring possesses an extraordinary vastness. What is its origin? Lin Mo, realizing the ring's immense power, could not help but inquire. This, you will come to know when you have the opportunity to visit the North Sea, where the treacherous Shumi mountain lies. I visited once and nearly lost my life. But for now, let us discuss your sword path. I can hardly believe you achieved the second level of heart-controlled swordsmanship in just 3 days, a feat that took me 30 years to comprehend. How did you accomplish such a remarkable achievement? Dugu Ao found it difficult to believe the current situation, yet the undeniable truth lay before him. Master, I understand that before Lin Shidi joined the sect, he practiced swordplay a staggering 10,000 times daily, accumulating profound insights into the sword's path. Coupled with the teachings preserved in the jade slips left by Master, it is no wonder he has progressed so swiftly. Sister Qin interjected, while Lin Mo appeared somewhat bashful. How embarrassing it is. I have consumed one of Master's jade slips, yet I have only managed to reach the second level, he confessed. Not out of modesty, but rather due to the contrast with his previous practices, which encompassed multiple levels. He had instinctively assumed all techniques were similarly complex, never considering that the sword heart clarity possessed merely 2 levels. If you feel embarrassed, then I am utterly humiliated, Dugu Ao remarked, gazing at the 6 strands of sword energy in the sky. Though you can only manipulate 6 strands of sword energy at present, I assure you, you have indeed attained the second level. The sword heart clarity comprises 2 realms. The first level harnesses Qi to control the sword, requiring substantial spiritual energy to wield the flying sword. The second level allows the heart to command the sword, enabling effortless resonance with it and minimizing the expenditure of spiritual energy. Your calm demeanor while conversing with me indicates that you wield these flying swords with ease, demonstrating that you have reached the second level. Master, I feel there is still room for advancement. The sword heart clarity should encompass more than just 2 levels. Lin Mo replied, glancing at the strands of sword energy, acknowledging Dugu Ao's earlier observation that he indeed wielded the swords effortlessly. Yet, upon reaching this state, he sensed the existence of a higher realm, believing that the sword heart clarity was not limited to merely 2 levels. Who would have thought your aptitude for the sword path is so remarkable, rivaling that of both your master and me, that you have already discerned the 3rd level? Dugu Ao mused. When I attained the 2nd level, I felt invincible, unaware of any higher realms, only to realize 5 years later that such levels existed. In truth, mastering this 2nd level would render you nearly invincible during the Qi refinement stage, and you would even possess combat prowess in the foundation establishment stage. He gazed at the sky, lost in thought. As for the 3rd level, I have merely grasped some insights, but have yet to comprehend it fully. I sense that the sword path can resonate with the heavenly Tao, which I have termed the heavenly sword realm. To reach this level, you must attain your own understanding. I can offer you little assistance. Reluctant to admit his own limitations, Dugu Ao understood that no matter how long he secluded himself, he could not reach the heavenly sword realm, and thus, he placed his hopes on Lin Mo disciple. I am deeply grateful. Master has already imparted so much to me. Especially this exquisite Shumi ring you have gifted me, a kindness I cannot repay. Lin Mo's heart brimmed with gratitude. Do not thank me. Direct your gratitude towards your sister Qin, Dugu Ao replied, turning away while clutching the jade vial containing the pregnancy-consolidating pill, refraining from revealing the complete truth and instead opting to suggest subtly, as he had promised Qin Ziyue, to spare Lin Mo any undue pressure. Lin Shidi, this Shumi ring is the true treasure. Let your sister help you wear it. Sister Qin tenderly adorned his left thumb with the ring, her delicate fingers gliding over its ancient, weighty surface that gleamed with a bronze luster. A satisfied smile graced her lips. Thank you, sister. As Lin Mo felt the touch of her fingers, a flutter of emotion surged within him. While your jade gourd is indeed a treasure, its spatial limitations pose a challenge. With both Xiao Bai and the fire-breathing toad cramped within, it becomes quite constricted. However, with the Shumi ring, such concerns dissipate. For it can accommodate countless spirit beasts, be it 100 or even thousands. Cultivating spirit beasts is a legitimate path in the realm of cultivation, and this will significantly bolster your strength. Sister Qin succinctly elucidated the advantages of the Shumi ring, prompting a moment of enlightenment for Lin Mo. I had not considered its myriad uses. I merely believed it provided ample space for more possessions. Only upon hearing your insights did I grasp the true potential of the Shumi ring. A wave of delight washed over him as he realized he had indeed acquired a treasure. He marveled at the generosity of Master Dugu in bestowing such a high-grade artifact upon him. He sensed that the reason extended beyond mere camaraderie with his master, though he could not articulate it at the moment. Ultimately, obtaining this ring was an occasion for celebration. The applications of the Shumi ring surely extend beyond what was discussed. The rest must be discovered through his own exploration. Sister Qin held his hand, brushing her fingers over the ring's surface, her smile softening. You too should refrain from indulging in sweet nothings here. Be prepared to accompany me to the Ghost Spirit Valley. If we delay too long, Han Weiyang may fall into the hands of others. Dugu Ao gazed towards the direction of the Ghost Spirit Valley. Having spent years in the Sword Saint's abode, he longed to stretch his legs. Previously, he had heard Sister Qin Ziyue speak of the incident at the Ghost Spirit Valley and had developed an interest in the talking creature, Han Weiyang. He had promised to venture there once Lin Mo awakened. In truth, during their escape, Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue had contemplated rescuing Han Weiyang. However, their meager cultivation rendered them no match for the formidable foundation-building experts. They could scarcely contend with even a single iron shell, leading them to retreat from the Ghost Spirit Valley in anguish. Now, with the Sword Saint as their ally, the eastern province was theirs to traverse. Thus, the desire to return and rescue Han Weiyang rekindled. Initially, Qin Ziyue had harbored concerns that Dugu Ao, accustomed to solitude in the Sword Saint's residence, would be reluctant to assist. To her surprise, upon learning of the matter, Dugu Ao was incensed. This was the domain of the Qingyun Sword Sect, and he would not allow the soul-devouring sect to act with impunity. Moreover, Han Weiyang had past ties with him. He was the one responsible for recruiting her when she descended the mountain. After a brief exchange of whispers between Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue, they expressed their readiness. With the Sword Saint's support, they were eager to confront the audacity of the soul-devouring sect disciples. Dugu Ao nodded, turning his gaze towards Elder Tianpa, who remained kneeling. This once arrogant elder of the soul-devouring sect dared not show any defiance in his presence. Such was the overwhelming force of absolute strength. Elder Tianpa was a man of prudence, fully aware of the consequences of rebellion. Tianpa, in light of your understanding, I shall spare you this time. Now, lead us to the Ghost Spirit Valley. I am eager to meet your senior brother, Tianhan, and see how his cultivation has fared over the years. Upon hearing this, Tianpa rose with joy. Thank you, Senior Dugu. I shall lead the way. Only my senior brother's cultivation is not much higher than mine. How could he be a match for the esteemed Dugu? We merely stumbled into the Ghost Spirit Valley, which led to a slight conflict with the disciples of the Sword Sect. This is entirely a misunderstanding. Why all this needless chatter? Lead the way quickly. Dugu Ao kicked forward. Yes. Elder Tianpa stumbled, nearly falling, and in fright, quickly summoned his flying sword, soaring towards the Ghost Spirit Valley. Chapter 85. Intense battle in Ghost Spirit Valley. The battle raged fiercely in the Ghost Spirit Valley. Elder Tianhan, accompanied by numerous Foundation establishment masters, besieged the third-tier demon Han Weiyang, reaching a critical juncture. Han Weiyang swung his spear, clashing with Elder Tianhuan's sword midair. A resounding clash echoed. Elder Tianhuan's figure vanished, only to reappear moments later on the opposite side. Han Weiyang, with a swift motion, struck again with his spear, forcing Elder Tianhan back once more. Yet, almost immediately, Elder Tianhan's silhouette re-emerged behind him. Their exchanges were so rapid that all around Han Weiyang appeared to be mere phantoms of Elder Tianhan. Those Foundation establishment cultivators who attempted to assist were sent flying by the shockwaves generated by their fierce combat. Iron Cho seized the opportunity to launch an attack targeting Han Weiyang's lower body. Blood Soul, great technique. A crimson light swept across the ground, and the skeletal horse, seasoned from many battles, leapt just in time to evade. However, as soon as it landed, two beams of blood light struck simultaneously at its legs. With a neigh of anguish, the skeletal horse collapsed. Han Weiyang rolled and quickly thrust his spear into the ground, stabilizing his form at last. With a spirit that could lift mountains and an aura that overshadowed the world, he stood, supporting himself on the spear. Casting a glance at the grinning figures of the soul-devouring sect approaching him, a wave of melancholy washing over him. In the past, with iron hooves and valiant spirit, he had conquered 100 cities and achieved great feats. Now, like a tiger fallen to the ground, he was belittled by mere dogs, a truly lamentable sight. The surroundings were engulfed in flames, the sounds of clashing metal resonating as a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators battled against the puppet army. The valley was densely populated with skeletal puppets, each enveloped in flames, as if they had just clawed their way out of hell. These skeletal puppets did not originally appear in this form. After being shattered by Lin Mo's sword rain talismans, they were summoned again in this state. Their combat prowess significantly enhanced, yet ultimately, they were still no match for these Foundation establishment cultivators. Are you not going to surrender? Third-tier demons are not so formidable. Elder Tian Hun laughed triumphantly, flinging a multitude of spirit beast rings into the air. He understood the formidable nature of third-tier demons, even if they were momentarily defeated. Capturing them with a single spirit beast ring was no easy feat, so he decided to throw out a dozen at once. These spirit beast rings expanded midair, descending upon Han Weiyang. Han Weiyang raised his spear, gritting his teeth and straining to fend off these rings, and with a powerful shake, sent them all flying. Iron Cho, quick-witted, seized one, only to find it devoid of spiritual energy, all formations shattered. How infuriating! This fellow dares to resist. Iron Cho seethed, exhausted from days of battle. His spiritual energy nearly depleted. The most critical moment arrived when the wound on his chest ruptured once more, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. At that instant, he felt a surge of resentment towards Lin Mo for that treacherous strike. Ever since donning the ebony iron armor, he had remained unscathed, never anticipating that Lin Mo would breach his defenses with a single sword thrust. But there was no cause for alarm. He was already at the end of his strength. First, he needed to eliminate the surrounding demonic puppets before dealing with Lin Mo at his leisure. The Heavenly Soul Elder was resolute in his determination to subdue this creature. After 3 days and nights of relentless battle, he had consumed countless elixirs to replenish his spiritual energy, and the number of talismans he had exhausted was incalculable. Should he fail to tame Han Weiyang, his losses would be catastrophic. The other disciples of the soul-devouring sect were not faring any better. They appeared battered and bruised, with several foundational stage cultivators having perished. If the sect were to pursue the matter, this elder would not escape unscathed. How difficult could it be? Just watch me. Iron Ugly rapidly formed seals with both hands, his vitality surging as he lifted himself into the air. Blood Soul, great technique. Countless threads of blood energy connected frantically with the skeletal puppets scattered across the mountains, enveloping the entire Ghost Spirit Valley in an eerie crimson shroud. The skeletal puppets, once ablaze with fervor, stood frozen in place, their flames extinguished. Who would have thought these skeletal puppets possessed such immense spiritual energy? This fortune is mine. Iron Ugly ravenously absorbed the energy into his being, the wound on his chest gradually healing as his cultivation level ascended swiftly. This fellow, truly desperate and indiscriminate. The Heavenly Soul Elder raised an eyebrow, looking down on Iron Ugly. Although the Blood Soul Great Technique could absorb spiritual energy, it was limited to that of lower-tier cultivators, compromising the purity of one's own energy in a way that was hardly worth the cost. Particularly, the chaotic nature of the energy within these skeletal puppets made it exceedingly difficult to refine, significantly hindering any advancement in cultivation. This was precisely why, despite having joined the soul-devouring sect around the same time, Iron Ugly remained at the late foundational stage while he had progressed to the mid-core formation stage. Nevertheless, the fact that Iron Ugly could eliminate such a multitude of skeletal puppets was a source of satisfaction for him, as these puppets were akin to ants for someone of his cultivation level. While they could easily be crushed with a mere flick of a finger, an overwhelming number could prove troublesome. With a swoosh, the skeletal puppets, after having their spiritual energy absorbed, crumbled into ordinary bones strewn across the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the several foundational stage cultivators, their faces displaying awkward smiles, as they felt victorious in what seemed a grand triumph. Now, everyone follow me and exert all your strength to capture Han Weiyang until he submits. The Heavenly Soul Elder raised his sword and soared towards Han Weiyang. Charge! Iron Ugly swung his iron claws fiercely, and the foundational stage cultivators surged forward towards Han Weiyang. Breaking Array 8 forms, Skyward Strike. Han Weiyang's long spear cleaved through the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the earth was cleaved open, leaving a gash 100 meters long. The Heavenly Soul Elder soared high into the air, narrowly evading the devastating blow. However, Iron Ugly and the group of foundational stage cultivators were not so fortunate, as they were all sent flying, crashing into the cliffs on either side. Iron Ugly reacted swiftly, embedding his claws into the rock to cushion the impact, thus escaping injury. As they gazed down into the abyss, the foundation-building cultivators were wailing, their inner spiritual energy having completely dissipated. Truly, the renowned war god of Weiyang was formidable. Taicho gracefully descended to the valley's depths, his eyes filled with profound respect for Han Weiyang. Enveloped in a swirling tempest of demonic energy, Han Weiyang radiated an aura of blackness, with bolts of lightning cascading from the maelstrom like a torrential waterfall. Even in the face of annihilated puppets and fallen steeds, his indomitable fighting spirit remained unyielding. At this moment, Taicho comprehended the overwhelming prowess of a third-tier demon, far surpassing that of third-tier beasts. Had these beasts faced such a siege, they would have likely succumbed long ago, yet Han Weiyang grew increasingly valiant in the fray. Clang, clang, clang. The Elder of Heavenly Soul and Han Weiyang clashed fiercely, and upon glancing back, he saw that everyone else had been sent sprawling. A band of inept fools, utterly useless, all of them worthless. Tianpa, why have you been gone for so long without return? Unable to contain his anger, he cursed aloud, recalling the elder Tianpa, who had ventured 3 days prior to pursue Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue. His cultivation at the early stage of core formation should be superior to these inept fools. It was perplexing why he had yet to return, fearing he might have encountered some misfortune. At that moment, 4 figures soared into view from the horizon, with Elder Tianpa leading the charge, calling out from a distance, "Senior brother, I have returned." Chapter 86. Reunion with an old friend. Upon hearing Elder Tianpa's voice, Heavenly Soul's heart soared with joy. "Junior brother, come assist me." However, he turned around only to be struck dumb with astonishment. How had he brought the Sword Saint Dugu Ao along? How could they possibly contend with such a harbinger of death? Vivid images flooded his mind of the time when the Sword Saint single-handedly defended the Qingyun Sword Sect, leaving a river of blood from the disciples of the demon sect. Back then, Heavenly Soul was merely an ordinary inner disciple, having narrowly escaped death by feigning his demise amidst the corpses, instilling within him a deep-seated fear of Dugu Ao. Caught unawares, he was struck by Han Weiyang's spear, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Elder Tianpa rushed over to help him up. "Get away. Are you mad? How could you bring the Sword Saint here? This is a monumental disaster." Heavenly Soul shoved him aside, his heart aflame with fury. After 3 days and nights of battle, they were on the verge of subduing the third-tier demon, only for unexpected complications to arise. If the Sword Saint Dugu Ao desired this third-tier demon, there was no way they could safeguard it. "Senior brother, I was pursuing Qin Ziyue and that Qi refinement youth, but they managed to escape to the Sword Saint's residence. You know I am no match for the Sword Saint. I barely survived after kneeling for 3 days and nights. I had no choice when they came here." Elder Tianpa lamented, his grievances spilling forth. "Such a fool. How could you dare venture into the Sword Saint's abode when you knew full well?" Heavenly Soul glared at him with a fierce expression, embodying the frustration of unfulfilled expectations. "My apologies, senior brother." Elder Tianpa hung his head, aware of his missteps. At this juncture, Heavenly Soul's anger bore no fruit. He could only proceed alongside Tianpa to greet the Sword Saint Dugu Ao. "It is an honor to have the esteemed Dugu Ao in our presence. I beg your forgiveness for not welcoming you adequately." He smiled broadly, clasping his hands in reverence. Yet, Dugu Ao paid him no heed, his gaze fixed intently upon the formidable war god Han Weiyang, feeling a profound sense of awe within. The war god of Weiyang, renowned as the mightiest in the mortal realm, was not unfamiliar to him, had it not been for the absence of spiritual roots. The war god of Weiyang would likely have surpassed him in cultivation. In years past, the Qingyun Sword Sect had intended to reconstruct Han Weiyang's spiritual roots. Alas, Han Weiyang declined the path of immortality, opting instead to protect the state of Chu. Now, tragically victimized by the royal family of Chu, he had fallen to the level of a third-tier demonic entity, a truly lamentable state. "General Han, I trust you are well," he said, approaching Han Weiyang with hands clasped behind his back. The battle armor adorning Han Weiyang stirred without wind, stained with an excess of foul blood, and the chilling winds of the Ghost Spirit Valley carried with them a pervasive stench. Grasping a cold iron halberd, he stood resolutely amid the snowstorm, a skeletal horse lying beside him. As the snowfall intensified, the skeletal steed was gradually being buried beneath the accumulating snow. As Dugu Ao approached within 3 feet of him, Han Weiyang's halberd suddenly slashed toward Dugu Ao at an angle. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their shock palpable in the air. Duguao, however, effortlessly caught the halberd between two fingers, rendering Han Weiyang's attempts to strike or withdraw utterly futile. Even as a third-tier demonic entity, he could stir no tempest before a cultivator at the late stage of the core formation realm. Moreover, Duguao was no ordinary practitioner at that stage. He was but a breath away from advancing to the nascent soul realm. General Han, do you recall the day I extended an invitation to you to ascend the mountain? Holding the sect leader's jade token, we were almost brothers in the same sect. It is unfortunate that we each pursued different aspirations. And to encounter you again today evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. With those words, Duguao gently released his grip. You are Duguao. Han Weiyang slowly retracted his halberd, regaining a modicum of clarity. Indeed, it is I, Duguao replied, inhaling deeply before continuing. In those days, you were betrayed by treacherous officials and besieged by the imperial guards within the royal city. Single-handedly, you broke through the encirclement, staining half the royal city with blood. Your subordinate, Su Tong, led thousands of iron riders to your aid, yet they were overwhelmed and subsequently slaughtered in the Ghost Spirit Valley, succumbing to starvation and thirst. Their spirits corrupted to become demonic entities. Those skeletal puppets are remnants of your once loyal followers. Realizing that a fellow cultivator had observed from the shadows, yet refrained from intervening, Han Weiyang's memories of his fallen subordinates surged forth, igniting a tempest of demonic flames within him as he gripped the cold iron halberd tightly. I apologize, but as a cultivator, I cannot meddle in worldly affairs. Duguao's brow furrowed, guilt washing over him as he recalled the tragic events of that day. He had stood on a nearby peak, witnessing the massacre of thousands of iron riders. Though he had intended to rush to their aid, his fellow disciples had restrained him, cautioning him against involving himself in worldly matters, as per the sect's regulations. It was due to such rules that the sect flourished, surpassing other cultivating families. Otherwise, it would have long since declined. Is it that you cannot intervene, or that you choose not to? Are all cultivators so cold-blooded? This was precisely why I chose not to join you all those years ago. Han Weiyang's eyes blazed with icy blue demonic flames as he once again lifted his cold iron halberd, thrusting it toward Duguao. Duguao, with a grace reminiscent of a wisp of smoke, stood effortlessly upon the long spear, exuding an air of mastery. General Han, the dark energy enveloping you is too profound. It is devouring your very intelligence. If not restrained, within a few years, you shall be completely consumed by darkness. Since I could not protect the state of Qi in life, what matter if I succumb to darkness and death? Han Weiyang's spear trembled violently, creating a thunderous crack in the air. Duguao raised an eyebrow, compelled to alight a few feet away. Truly, he was the foremost among mortals. Even I dare not approach him within 3 feet. Duguao, proud throughout his life, could not help but admire him at this moment. Enough of your prattle. Let this exalted immortal experience the taste of blood. Han Weiyang thrust his spear forward, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Duguao engaged him, using his fingers as a sword, and the clash of their energies stirred a tempest, resonating with explosive sounds around them. At the side, Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue gasped at the scene. Master, do not harm the war god Weiyang. He saved our lives before, cried Qin Ziyue. It is not I who seeks to harm him. It is he who threatens me. Until he is completely subdued, his mind cannot be restored. As Duguao's words fell, the weaponry throughout Ghost Spirit Valley trembled violently. Clank, clank, clank. All the armor ascended, gathering before him to form an impregnable wall of iron. Boom. Han Weiyang struck down with his spear, channeling the might of thunder, cleaving a massive breach in the iron wall. Giant sword technique. Duguao hovered midair, his robes billowing, finally prepared to engage earnestly. Countless swords converged in the sky, forming an enormous sword, the gaps filled with golden light, gradually healing until it became a complete blade. Chapter 87. The sword saint strikes with his heart guiding the sword, and the sword severing the darkness. Listen to the whisper of the wind. Listen to the song of the sword. Duguao radiated a brilliant sword light, having reached the realm of sword and man as one. The golden giant sword emitted a low hum, warning all who dared approach. Under the immense pressure, the lower-tier cultivators surrounding them knelt before the golden sword, continually bowing to the heavens. In this moment, the sword Saint Duguao stood as a paragon in the world. There was but one sword amidst heaven and earth. Even if faced with myriad gods and demons, all would be cleaved by that single sword. Such formidable sword intent. As a fellow swordsman, Lin Mo could deeply appreciate Duguao's power. Having believed he had attained a clear understanding of the sword's essence, he now recognized the vast potential for further growth. Han Weiyang, already consumed by darkness, faced this formidable foe without fear. Leaping into the air to deliver a decisive blow, Dugu Ao gestured, summoning the golden giant sword to shield him from Han Weiyang's assault. As Han Weiyang attempted to change direction, he realized he was surrounded by golden swords, which had forged an impenetrable wall of blades. Weiyang, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is your salvation. Dugu Ao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at him. Were it not for our past friendship, 10 Han Weiyangs would have perished by now. Enough talk. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Han Weiyang brandished his spear, relentlessly striking against the golden sword wall, igniting sparks with each blow. Yet, no matter how fiercely he swung, he could not breach the defenses of the golden sword wall. He leaped into the air, attempting to vault over from above. To his astonishment, just as he reached midway up the sword wall, he was ensnared by a white electric net that crackled ominously. A cry of despair escaped his lips as he plummeted heavily to the ground. It seems you require some time for reflection, sighed Dugu Ao. Observing him before vanishing into the air above the golden sword wall, he descended gracefully from the sword wall, returning to Lin Mo and his companions. The experts of the soul-devouring sect, having witnessed the preceding spectacle, found their spirits of resistance utterly quashed. Even the most formidable among them, Tai Cho, could not help but express admiration. This group had battled Han Weiyang for 3 days and nights without subduing the third-tier demonic creature, yet Dugu Ao effortlessly confined Han Weiyang. All present had ample reason to believe that, should Dugu Ao so desire, he could obliterate Han Weiyang at any moment. May I inquire how Senior Dugu intends to deal with us? Tianhun, accompanied by a throng of soul-devouring sect experts, bowed respectfully, daring not to show any defiance. Deep within, he harbored a profound fear of the Sword Saint, which had only intensified upon witnessing the Sword Saint's display of power. This is not the time for a clash between celestial beings and demons. I, Dugu Ao, shall not engage in wanton slaughter of you all. However, 3 days ago, you encircled and captured disciples of my Qingyun Sword Sect, and I require an explanation for this transgression. As Dugu Ao spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the snow-laden Guiling Valley, pondering the massacre of thousands of iron cavalrymen that had been encircled. He questioned whether the Immortal's indifference to worldly matters was indeed justified. Had he intervened that day, Han Weiyang's fate might have been different. A flicker of guilt stirred within him, which was why he had refrained from executing Han Weiyang, choosing merely to confine him. Senior Dugu, we were merely following orders. Tai Cho interjected unexpectedly. Following orders? Dugu Ao arched an eyebrow, unleashing a blade of sword energy that struck Tai Cho's mask, sending it flying. For the first time, Tai Cho's true visage was revealed to all, a countenance somewhat monstrous, with darkened circles around his eyes and sharp teeth reminiscent of a beast. No wonder he had consistently worn a mask. Hastily, Tai Cho retrieved his mask and resumed his bowing position. Before the Sword Saint Dugu Ao, he felt no semblance of arrogance. The cultivation world operated on the principle of strength, and to act presumptuously in the face of absolute power was tantamount to courting death. Having survived to this day, he was acutely aware of this truth. The sect master has issued orders, and I dare not disobey. The weight of fear settled heavily upon him. That sword energy had the capacity to end his life with utmost ease. In that moment, he comprehended the terrifying nature of Sword Saint Dugu Ao, understanding why the members of the demonic sect paled at the mention of his name. Return and inform your sect master that should any disciple of my Qingyun Sword Sect be harmed again, I shall invade the soul-devouring sect and make him reckon with the fury of my wrath. Dugu Ao harbored no desire to trouble these younger generations. At his level of cultivation, adversaries were few and far between, and engaging in conflict with these youths would be a degradation of his stature. Indeed, Tianhun and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, their hearts lightened. Casting a glance towards the radiant sword wall, I initially contemplated inquiring about the fate of this third-tier demonic creature. After all, the disciples of the soul-devouring sect had besieged it for 3 days and nights, suffering significant losses without any gain, which left a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. However, confronted with the formidable presence of the Sword Saint, the group hesitated, their hearts pounding with uncertainty about whether to broach the subject. What's the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss? Dugu Ao noticed their reluctance to depart and lifted his gaze. No, nothing at all. The elder of heavenly soul and the others trembled in fear, swiftly turning to flee, hastily retrieving their flying artifacts. In no time, they soared out of the ghostly spirit valley. Master, are we just going to let it go? That was a third-tier demonic creature. Tianpo expressed his discontent. Did you not see the Sword Saint's demeanor? The fact that we emerged alive is already a stroke of fortune, replied Tianhun, who also felt the weight of disappointment. Who wouldn't desire a third-tier demonic creature? Yet, facing such an overwhelming sword saint, none dared to harbor even a hint of defiance. Elders, although Dugu Ao is formidable, he is merely at the late stage of core formation. Our sect leader has attained the nascent soul realm. Do we truly fear him? Taicho found himself perplexed. Recalling how Dugu Ao had seemingly disregarded the soul-devouring sect. Taicho, have you not witnessed the sword saint's prowess? The third-tier demonic creature was utterly powerless in his presence, easily ensnared. Tian Hun sighed silently. Nevertheless, he is ultimately just at the late stage of core formation, and cannot surpass our sect leader, Taicho insisted, still unconvinced. At that moment, a voice echoed through the heavens and earth. I have graciously spared your life. Yet you dare to speak recklessly here? You shall not be allowed to leave. A white sword light surged forth from the ghostly spirit valley, aiming directly at Taicho. The others scattered in alarm, fearing collateral damage. Please spare me, esteemed elder. I was wrong. Taicho, drenched in cold sweat, pleaded desperately, not anticipating that the sword saint could still hear him from such a distance. However, the sword light had already been unleashed, with no possibility of retraction. Blood Soul, Great Technique. As the sword light approached, Taicho activated his Blood Soul Great Technique in an attempt to defend himself, reasoning that it was merely a single beam of sword light and not the sword saint's full power. He believed he might withstand it. The next moment, he realized his grave error. With a piercing sound, the white sword light penetrated through the Blood Soul's protective shield and his dark war armor, striking through the very wound that Lin Mo had inflicted upon him, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The sword light's power remained undiminished as it soared forth, colliding with a nearby mountain peak, which crumbled before the naked eye. Taicho glanced down, his chest erupting with blood as darkness enveloped him, plummeting from the heavens. A group of Foundation establishment subordinates rushed to catch him, hastily fleeing the confines of Ghostly Spirit Valley, marveling at the sword saint's might. Meanwhile, within Ghostly Spirit Valley, Dugu Ao led Lin Mo and Qin Ziyue to the golden sword wall. With a resounding thud, he tapped the sword wall with his fingers. Han Weiyang, have you come to a realization? Will you submit, or shall I be compelled to slay you with a single strike? Chapter 88. Entering the Sumeru Ring. Since it is impossible to safeguard the state of Qi, perhaps succumbing to death is not such a misfortune after all, as it surpasses the torment of being trapped in this corporeal form, neither fully human nor ghostly. Within the confines of the sword wall, Han Weiyang prepared himself for death. You fool! You are neither human nor ghost. You have become a demon. With diligent cultivation, one can still achieve the Great Way. Dugu Ao's pride surged. He merely intended to apply a modicum of pressure, yet Han Weiyang seemed to actively seek death. The Great Way is merciless, and it is not my desire. I, Han Weiyang, only wish to protect the state of Qi. Seated cross-legged within the space enclosed by the sword wall, his tone remained remarkably calm. I ask you, old friend, is the state of Qi truly so dear to you? You have already become a demon, yet you cannot let go. Dugu Ao was utterly perplexed. How could a mortal's obsession run so deep? Han Weiyang looked up, momentarily reminiscing about his father's teachings. My family has served as generals for generations, born to safeguard the state of Qi and fight for a place for mortals. If I cannot protect the state of Qi, I would rather perish. Who says you cannot protect the state of Qi? It is merely that you have not encountered a wise ruler. Yet now, a wise ruler stands before you, and you plead for death. I have never encountered anyone as foolish as you. No, you are now a demon, and even demons are not this foolish. Dugu Ao erupted in criticism, leaving Han Weiyang momentarily speechless. Sword Saint, have you finally chosen to assist me? I, Han Weiyang, am willing to follow your teachings. As long as you promise to safeguard the state of Qi. You are indeed foolish, and I have already warned you that I cannot interfere in worldly matters. Then what do you mean? Cough. Dugu Ao cleared his throat and pulled Lin Mo closer, grasping his left hand and stating, Look here, the Sumeru Ring. I have already prepared a place for you. I know you are concerned about your subordinates. They can all move into the Sumeru Ring. If they focus solely on their cultivation, perhaps one day they too can achieve the Great Way. The Great Way is merciless, yet humans are compassionate. This young man is especially loyal and righteous. He can accomplish what I cannot. I understand now. You wish for me to become this young man's spiritual companion. That is utterly impossible. Why not? He is far too weak to assist me. The Sword Saint glanced at Lin Mo and then back at the sword wall, saying, That may not be the case. He has received my true transmission of the sword heart. Shall we not let him demonstrate? No response came from within the sword wall, prompting Dugu Ao to signal Lin Mo with his eyes. Master, I feel quite pressured. Enough with the hesitations. 30 years ago, my inaction led to irreparable regrets. who says immortals cannot interfere in worldly affairs. I need you to break this rule and help me amend my regrets. Gaining my true transmission of the sword way entails standing as a guardian of the sword. When witnessing injustice, let the sword be drawn. Dugu Ao spoke with righteous conviction. Upon hearing this, 3 dark lines appeared on Lin Mo's forehead, though he also felt there was some truth to it. If cultivators disregard worldly matters, what meaning does great power hold? Very well, yet the realm of cultivation in the eastern state is teeming with experts. If I encounter formidable opponents, Master, you must assist me. Naturally. After all, you are my successor in the sword way. How could I allow you to fall? Thank you, Master. Lin Mo understood that the sword saint's word was as good as gold, and he would surely not go back on it. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, his entire being brimming with sword intent, which he infused into the golden sword wall. Unfortunately, the golden sword wall was set up by the sword saint himself, making it exceedingly difficult to control with mere sword intent. Come on, junior brother. Qin, the senior sister, encouraged him from the side, observing the sweat pouring down his forehead. In an instant, Lin Mo seemed to be endowed with divine assistance. The previously impenetrable sword wall began to disintegrate, revealing enormous gaps. The figure of the war god, Han Weiyong, gradually emerged, astonished by the scene before him. He could not budge the sword wall an inch, yet Lin Mo managed to shift it. The golden giant sword soared into the air, tracing 6 paths of sword energy with 3 horizontal and 3 vertical strokes. Indeed, you have inherited my true teachings. It appears I did not err in my judgment that day. Han Weiyong recalled the moment when he sheltered the 2. Spurred by admiration upon witnessing Lin Mo unleash the sword rain talisman. Huh, are you now willing to bring your 8,000 iron cavalry to reside within the Shumi ring? Asked Dugu Ao with a chuckle. Since he has received your true teachings, I, Han Weiyong, am willing to serve, provided he agrees to protect the Qi kingdom. Furthermore, training requires a substantial amount of spiritual stones and elixirs. I wonder if his resources are ample. Han Weiyong, having once been a military commander, considered matters with great thoroughness. Before Dugu Ao could respond, Lin Mo stepped forward. There is no issue with protecting the Qi kingdom. The previous generation's rule of not interfering in worldly affairs is merely a guideline meant to be broken. Besides, I have already promised Princess Lan to stand for the Lan kingdom, which has essentially breached that guideline. As for the financial aspect, you need not worry. I will construct a gathering array with spiritual stones to ensure that you have abundant spiritual energy for cultivation within the Shumi ring. Lin Mo spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Han Weiyong abruptly rose, grasping his long spear in his right hand.